The land of fire, Konoha Hidden Village. At this time, Konoha looks very normal, and it is as prosperous and peaceful as usual, which is what all Konoha people are proud of. The black-clothed ninja with the fan pattern printed on the occasional pasby makes the noise along the street disappear like a street tiger, and it is the Konoha garrison, the Uchiha people. Almost all the people of Konoha saw the eyes of the Uchiha people full of complex emotions of fear, disgust, and anger. Into the night, the entire Konoha Hidden Village fell silent, except for the ninja school, which was still lit up. The full moon and the night sky seemed to turn into a blood moon, and it looked full of ominousness. Uchiha extermination, is it tonight? A sigh. Uchiha Kazuk squinted his eyes slightly, and looked at the blood moon in the night sky again. Suzuki Uchiha hasn't come back until now, probably because he was left in the ninja school. Heh. It's ridiculous. The whole life of the Uchiha, just to save one Uchiha Suzuki, is really deep brotherhood. Uchiha Itachi. Although his tone was full of anger, Uchiha Kazuk was still able to maintain a calm demeanor, but the strange glint in his eyes made Uchiha Kazuk look dangerous. As a traverser, Uchiha Kazuk naturally understands that the Uchiha annihilation cannot be avoided. The reason for this is not only the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha at this time, but also the hatred between the two families of Uchiha and Senju for thousands of years before the establishment of Konoha was established. The original Hokage Thousand Hands Pillar is indeed worthy of being the god of the ninja world, and he can let go of each other's hatred just for the peace of the ninja world. However, the second Hokage Senju's heart is not so broad-minded, ostensibly giving up the hatred between Uchiha and Senju, but secretly trying his best to limit Uchiha's development. The Garrison Department maintains the stability of Konoha Hidden Village, handles disputes between the parties of Konoha people, and has the power to detain criminals. It sounds great, but there's a lot of calculation in it. The Ministry of Security did give the Uchiha great power, but at the same time, it also completely trapped the Uchiha in the side of the Konoha Hidden Village. For the vast majority of Uchiha people, becoming a ninja is joining the Garrison Department, and it is very rare to have the opportunity to experience like a normal ninja. There are very few people like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito who can break away from the Garrison Department and join the ranks of normal ninjas. But the ninja world with the magical power of chakra is the ninja world dominated by the strong. After all, how can there be more strong people in the Uchiha that is limited to one side? You know, the strong never come out of the greenhouse. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk originally wanted to learn from the Uchiha Shisui clansmen, show kindness to Konoha Hidden Village, so as to get out of the cage of the security department, and then change Konoha Hidden Village and Uchiha with strong strength. This is also the routine of most traversers, but at the time of the Third Ninja World War, that war with the Miri Shinobi of the Land of Water, because of the lack of troops in Konoha, the Uchiha people had to be sent to the battlefield. It is also conceivable that most of the Uchiha people who have not been out of Konoha Hidden Village for a long time, although they have the power of the Sharingan, they still have a lot of losses. That Uchiha Kazuk's parents in this life died in this war. At that time, Uchiha Kazuk changed his previous decision, no longer showed his true strength, and secretly practiced hard to obtain powerful ninja power, waiting for the night of Uchiha's annihilation at this time. In the process, Uchiha Kazuk had many opportunities to leave Konoha Hidden Village and go away, but incognito was not what Uchiha Kazuk wanted. Although this ninja world is a world where individual force is respected, in many cases, individual force is not 100% effective, and it also needs the help of peers. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk is planning to turn the tide when he gets almost the same time on the night of the extermination of the clan at this time. Although this is cruel, to some extent it is no different from the extermination of the Uchiha Itachi, but it is at least much better than the original extermination of the race, with only a few lone seedlings left. After all, if those high-ranking Uchiha are alive, patriarchs, elders, etc., how can I control everything in the Uchiha? At this time, Uchiha Kazuk's heart was filled with unpredictable dark thoughts. Suddenly, a breeze blew, carrying a trace of blood, making Uchiha Kazuk open his eyes slightly, and the scarlet three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. Uchiha Itachi has already started to do it. Uchiha Fusuk muttered in a low voice, already understanding that Uchiha Itachi had already begun to kill the lives of his clansmen. Sitting back and watching the Uchiha Itachi kill the people, I'm really not a good type. Whispering, Uchiha Kazuk's cold chakra eyes seemed to be emotionless, but it was inevitable that there would be some fluctuations in his heart. In the final analysis, these people are all clansmen who are often seen, and even many clansmen have a decent relationship, and Uchiha Kazuk is not a cold stone, so how can he not feel it? However, this emotional fluctuation still can't make Uchiha Kazuk change his decision. On the one hand, it is to purify the Uchiha and be able to completely control everything about the Uchiha. After all, the clansmen, the elders, and those radical clansmen are all stumbling blocks for Uchiha Fusuk, and it is naturally good to be able to use Uchiha Itachi's sword to kill. On the other hand, it is also to give an explanation to Konoha Hidden Village. Regardless of the source of the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha, but after so many years, the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha has indeed reached an extremely serious point. Even, the Uchiha has already called for an armed coup, and it is naturally impossible for Konoha Hidden Village to react at all. Therefore, the lives of these Uchiha people are a bloody confession, which makes Konoha understand that at least Uchiha Mu has the idea of dominating Konoha. Of course, Uchiha Kazuk never thought that he could completely erase the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha through this, nor did he think of dominating Konoha. What Uchiha Kazuk needs is all the Uchiha's resources. Emaciated camels are bigger than horses. In the final analysis, the Uchiha clan is a 1,000-year-old family that emerged from the era of the 6 Dao immortals, and the resources and heritage contained in it are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Uchiha Itachi, you're actually help, spare your life. Suddenly, Uchiha Kazuk could clearly hear the clansman's wail before death, and the familiar voice made several faces appear in Uchiha Kazuk's mind. Uchiha Hirano, an elite shinobi, a squad leader in the garrison department, a radical member of the Uchiha family, and one of those clansmen who supported the use of Konoha by force. Uchiha Qingming, Konoha shinobi, Uchiha Hirano's wife, a competent housewife, still remembers the scene of greeting him every day, and it can be regarded as a nodding friend of Uchiha Kazuk. Taeki Uchiha. However, Uchiha Fusuk still has plans to come to the rescue, so that Uchiha Fusuk understands that his heart is hard, and it is better than Uchiha Itachi. Curled the corners of his mouth and laughed self-deprecatingly. He had already picked up the katana beside him, because the voice of the neighbor's family disappeared, and the rich bloody aura made the chakra of Uchiha Kazuk's whole body already active. The Uchiha extermination. I also want to end the lives of everyone in the clan with my own hands. Just let me, the Uchiha people, end the sinful lives of these people, for the peace of the ninja world. All this is fate. Uchiha Itachi thought like this in his heart, with his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes open. It was easy to solve the Uchiha Hirano family, just like solving the lives of those clansmen before. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which is the powerful power above the three-hook jade writing wheel eye, and the pupil power contained in it is also incomparable to the ordinary writing wheel eye. It has the power to suppress the ordinary writing wheel, so that the Uchiha Itachi can easily solve the lives of these people. Of course, even if the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is very powerful, but opening it for such a long time also made Uchiha Itachi feel slightly tired at this time. However, even so, Uchiha Itachi was unwilling to let outsiders help, and had to kill every Uchiha with his own hands. For the peace of the ninja world, for the sake of Konoha, although there are some wronged clansmen, but this is the only thing I can do, and I believe these people will understand. Uchiha Itachi thought so innocently. Speaking of which, the Uchiha Itachi, who has just opened his eyes in the kaleidoscope, has been used for such a long time, which is also one of the reasons why he will be sick in the future. But at this time, Uchiha Itachi didn't know it. Even if he knew that it would affect his health, he would not hesitate to do so. The next clansman, Uchiha Kazuk, should be easy. Uchiha Itachi came to the door of Uchiha Fusuk's house and pushed the door directly. In Uchiha Itachi's impression, there is indeed a bit of Uchiha Fusuk's figure, because those who are not too radical clansmen, Uchiha Itachi also pays more or less attention. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, Uchiha Fusuk is just a clansman who is a few words, and he is an ordinary middle ninja. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi thinks that he can easily kill Uchiha Fusuk. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi didn't care when he saw the unsheathed katana in the Uchiha wind assistant. What made Uchiha Itachi care a little was the three-hook jade writing wheel eye in Uchiha Fusuk's eyes. When did this guy awaken the writing wheel eye, and it turned out to be a three-hook jade? Itachi Uchiha looked into Kazuk's eyes in surprise slightly, but only slightly. After all, in the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, even the three-hook jade writing wheel eye is at most a few knives. What's more, a kaleidoscope powerhouse who has been fighting for a long time, and a three-hook jade writing wheel eye ninja who has not been out of the village for a long time, the gap in each other's combat experience and strength let Uchiha Itachi feel that maybe a knife will be enough. However, the Uchiha Itachi hadn't acted yet, and the Uchiha Fusuk looked at the Uchiha Itachi indifferently and said very indifferently, "Do you have to do this to kill your kind? For the peace of Konoha and for the peace of the ninja world, I have to do this." Uchiha Itachi turned his knife and replied without hesitation. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha is urgent, and once it erupts, it will greatly reduce the strength of Konoha Hidden Village. And when that time comes, the rest of the national ninja villages will inevitably take advantage of the situation, and the Fourth Ninja World War will be inevitable. Therefore, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, only the Uchiha can be sacrificed. The ninja world can be without Uchiha, but it can't be without Konoha. Perhaps, this is the will of fire, and it is also my ninja way, for the peace of the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi thought like this in his heart, looked at Uchiha Fusuk and said calmly, "For the sake of peace in the ninja world, I can only ask you to die, Kazuk. Please don't resist, I will let you die without pain, because all this pain will be borne by me." Saying that, Uchiha Itachi dodged directly and slashed directly at the neck of Uchiha Fusuk. It seemed that he wanted to decapitate Uchiha Fusuk. Decapitation, and indeed there are not many painful ways to die. For the peace of the ninja world, it's really a high-sounding reason. With a light smile, Uchiha Kazuk drew his sword without hesitation. When the shrill sound of Jingo, it was the sound of blades colliding violently. This kind of strength, this guy Kazesuk, How can he have such strength? This is not the strength that Nakashinobi should have. Uchiha Itachi sighed in his heart. He didn't even lose Uchiha Fusuke in seconds, and felt the power transmitted by the blade, and in disbelief, he also understood that he underestimated Uchiha Fusuke. However, Uchiha Itachi is also worthy of being a battle-hardened ninja, and with the speed of a ninja, he took advantage of the situation to flick off Uchiha Kazuke's katana, and it was a continuous attack, and the knife attacked Uchiha Fusuke's vital point. Bang bang, the whole room was full of sparks. However, the more Uchiha Itachi fought, the more frightened he became, and he really didn't expect that an ordinary middle shinobi would be able to exert speed and power comparable to it. Even Uchiha Kazuke's sword skills have begun to suppress Uchiha Itachi. Aren't you going to kill me? Come on, you can't behead me with this little strength. Uchiha Kazuke let out a loud shout, and with the help of Fang's CAI slashing power, he suddenly rounded the katana and slashed at Uchiha Itachi's head. The Uchiha Itachi, who is not slow to react, is also blocked by a horizontal sword. Bell, another dull jingo sound. But this time, the slashing force was a powerful blow from Uchiha Kazuke's anger. Even if the Uchiha Itachi successfully blocked it, the force in it made the Uchiha Itachi fly upside down in the air. Seeing that he was about to smash into the wall behind him, the Uchiha Itachi, who was experienced in ninja fighting, erupted in chakra, turned around in the air, and the knife cut a long trace, and finally unloaded the force. I admit to underestimating you, Uchiha Kazuke. Uchiha Itachi got up again, raised his knife and pointed at Uchiha Kazuke, and said with a serious face, I've already said it, please don't resist, you will die without pain, you are all people of the same race, why do you want to make it difficult for me to do this? You're too verbose, my head is here, come and get it if you have the ability. Uchiha Kazuke shouted, throwing the knife in his right hand and sealing it with one hand in his left hand. Fire escape, how fireball technique. A ball of flames with a diameter of 2 meters rushed directly towards the Uchiha Itachi. Fire escape, how fireball technique. At the same time, the Uchiha Itachi was not slow to react, and habitually spewed out a large fireball. However, just as the two big fireballs collided, the figure of Uchiha Kazuke suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Itachi, and the light of the katana also appeared. Is the how fireball just a cover-up? The Uchiha Itachi, who reacted, hurriedly stopped the seal and urgently raised his knife to block it. However, how could the hasty blocking be able to block the angry blow of Uchiha Kazuke? The figure of the Uchiha Itachi, under the power of this knife, turned upside down again like a spinning top. This time it smashed straight through the wall and landed heavily on the street. At the same time, the Uchiha Kazuke's home was also completely destroyed by the violent collision of the Hoi fireball. How fireball technique, as one of Uchiha's signature fire escape ninjutsu. Although it is called the fire escape ninjutsu, its power must not be underestimated. No, looking at the Uchiha Kazuke's shattered house is enough to illustrate the power of the how fireball technique. Uchiha Fusuke naturally understands that Ho's fireball technique can't hurt Uchiha Itachi, but it is enough to distract Uchiha Itachi, and it can also be used as a cover for Uchiha Fusuke's real attack. Uchiha Fusuke, who slashed the Uchiha Itachi into the air, rushed to the Uchiha Itachi again with a killing heart, and directly slashed with a powerful slash. However, it is true that Uchiha Itachi has such a powerful ninja power because of the kaleidoscope blood wheel eye, but in the end, he is also a qualified shadow-level ninja. Coupled with the fact that he is extremely experienced in combat, he has already completed the seal in almost a second. Water escape, water array wall. The Uchiha Itachi spat out a large cloud of water, forming a defense in front of the blade. Immediately after, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly moved his body, widened the distance between him and Uchiha Kazuke, and quickly sealed it. Fire escape, impatience claw red. Buzz buzz buzz. The flames attached to the flying shuriken, with a screaming sound, rushed towards the Uchiha Kazuke, who had already cut through the wall of the water array, and the high temperature of the shuriken spinning did make the Uchiha Kazuke frown slightly. But it's not a big problem. After all, since Uchiha Kazuke practiced ninja practice, in addition to the fire escape ninjutsu, he has carefully cultivated sword skills and body skills, and he has already had a high attainment. Plus the dynamic vision aid of the writing wheel eye, ding 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 ding. Wielding a katana in his hand, he slashed through these shurikens with ease and accuracy. Such a sharp knife technique, Fangsuke, I really underestimated you, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, and I really didn't have any good intentions. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Fusuke, who was standing with his sword drawn with a serious face, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel in his eyes spun rapidly. Cut! Uchiha Fusuke pursed the corners of his lips slightly, ignoring Uchiha Itachi's words, and directly raised his katana and slashed at Uchiha Itachi. After these few rounds, Uchiha Fusuke, in addition to the fire escape ninjutsu at the beginning, used knife techniques and physical techniques to fight with Uchiha Itachi. The reason for doing this is also that Uchiha Kazuke thought very thoroughly. With those fire escape ninjutsu alone, it can't do any damage to Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and he is the son of the patriarch, and the Uchiha Itachi will naturally have the fire escape ninjutsu that Uchiha Itachi will do. And because Uchiha Itachi killed nearly half of the Uchiha people at this time, although he had the help of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, but it also consumed a lot of chakra and physical strength. In other words, at this time, Uchiha Itachi chakra and physical strength are disadvantages, so Uchiha Fusuk will use knife techniques and physical skills to fight against him. One is to continue to consume Uchiha Itachi's physical strength and chakra, and the other is to recharge and save physical strength. Obviously, Uchiha Fusuk thinks that even if he solves the Uchiha Itachi's trouble, there will be other problems that can be expected. Seeing that the Uchiha Fusoku was slashed with a knife again, the Uchiha Itachi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then his eyes widened slightly, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel turned into the appearance of a triangular windmill. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. You can't go on like this. Uchiha Itachi thought so in his heart, and he also made his own decision. Although the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye consumes a lot, it can only be done in this way, and there is not much time left before Suzuki is released, and the Uchiha must be completely solved before this. Monthly reading. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes glared directly at Uchiha Kajuk, a large number of pupil power mapping, and directly used a powerful illusion. And that Uchiha Kajuk only felt that his eyes were dark, and he had already changed to another blood-red space. Although the space here is also very dark, it is clearly different from the darkness of the outside world. The darkness here, filled with a rich blood-red color, seems to represent the mood of the owner. The katana in his hand had disappeared, and his entire body had been tied to a stake, and three Uchiha Itachi figures had appeared floating in front of him. Illusion, moon reading. Uchiha Wind helped, and then tried to use the way to break free from the conventional illusion, which really didn't have any effect, and he also sighed at the power of the moon reading. If you don't have the same level as the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, it would be difficult to break free from this month's reading illusion. However, Itachi, if you want to use this trick after reading the illusion, you should consume a lot of chakra and pupil power, so how can you continue to fight with me? Thinking of this, Uchiha Fusuk was not panicked at all, and looked at Uchiha Itachi's movements with an indifferent face. It's useless, don't waste your efforts. Uchiha Itachi's tone was very flat, and the pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels looked at Uchiha Kajuk as if he were looking at a dead thing. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi noticed Uchiha Fusuk's movements, but he didn't stop it, but instead used a non-undulating tone to tell the ironclad truth. This is the ultimate illusion that can only be released by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and you who are not also kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have no hope at all. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi paused, and then a katana suddenly appeared in the hands of the three Uchiha Itachi, and the shape of that katana was exactly the shape used by Uchiha Fusuk. Come to think of it, this seems to be a manifestation of Uchiha Itachi's mockery of Uchiha Fusuk's inadequacy. This is an independent space formed by my kaleidoscope writing wheel, and everything in it is under my control. Time, quality, and perception are always under my control. Next, I will slow down the passage of time, increase your sense of pain, and in these 3 days and 3 nights, I will kill you countless times. Alas, after all, why do you want to resist? I have reminded you more than once, as long as you don't resist, you can die without pain. As he spoke, the Uchiha Itachi's sigh seemed to be full of helplessness. For the peace of Konoha and for the peace of the ninja world, the Uchiha must be sacrificed, and I have to do this. Why can't you understand? Retarded. Hearing this, Uchiha Fusuk's face was cold, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi's seemingly compassionate demeanor full of mockery, and scolded. Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan, with nearly 2,000 people, has become a dispensable victim in your eyes. I'm really heartbroken. After all, it's my clan that I get along with day and night, and many of them take good care of me. But if you want to come and see the Third Ninja World War, you can also understand the cruelty of the battlefield, which will be the lives of thousands of people. But the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha has reached a critical point, and whether Konoha destroys Uchiha or Uchiha seizes the power of Konoha in the future, it will greatly reduce the strength of the Fire Country. When that time comes, the ninja villages of various countries will inevitably be moved, and the war that will sweep the entire ninja world will happen, and by that time, it will not only be the people of Uchiha who will die, but the death toll will be 100-fold and 1,000 times. Therefore, in order to avoid war, the lesser of the two rights and harms can only be sacrificed to the Uchiha. After all, the land of fire can be without the Uchiha, but it can't be without the Konoha hidden village. Looking at the Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fusuk only felt a churn in his chest, and he felt like he was going to vomit out of his overnight meal. This kind of disgusting remark. So, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan must be sacrificed? Ha 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 ha. That's what you think? What's the point of peace from such a compromise? Uchiha Kajuk suddenly laughed, and the laughter was full of mockery. I already knew in my heart that this Uchiha Itachi had indeed been brainwashed by the will of fire. With Uchiha Itachi's thoughts at this time, I thought of the incident when Yun Shinobi robbed Hinata not long ago, and in the end, because of Yun Shinobi's slight persecution, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Hiza actually retreated, allowing the Hyuga clan to resist their lives. Sure enough, it's the will of fire that is in the same vein, and this kind of compromise and disgusting thoughts are all average. Uchiha Kazuk sighed, mocking these Konoha ninjas of the so-called Will of Fire, not understanding that the so-called peace is never compromised in forbearance. That's not real peace. True peace is fought with blood. It really doesn't make sense, Kazuk. Why are you people so stubborn? Why can't you understand my painstaking efforts? Uchiha Itachi sighed as if sighing. Uchiha Kazuk also sighed like this, thinking that it really couldn't make sense of these Konoha ninjas who had been brainwashed by the Will of Fire. That's it, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, all the painful blame will be borne by me, so, for the peace of the ninja world, Uchiha Kazuk, please die. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi's face turned cold, and he raised his katana and stabbed Uchiha Fusuk in the heart. However, at this time, Uchiha Kazuk's face turned indifferent, and he looked at the Uchiha Itachi who was gradually approaching very calmly. It's just that the three-hooked jade riding wheel eye in Uchiha Kazuk's eyes quietly changed when Uchiha Itachi didn't pay attention. I'm going to be cold, I'm going to be cold. DJ first, DJ first. Accompanied by a burst of dynamic music, the entire moon-reading space trembled, and the Uchiha Itachi, who was originally holding a knife, also stopped suddenly. Accompanied by dynamic DJ music, the originally menacing Uchiha Itachi suddenly stopped moving, and the entire moon-reading space stopped instantly. At the same time, Uchiha Kazuk, who was originally tied up and couldn't move, also broke free easily, and casually looked at the dead moon-reading space. Uchiha Kazuk chuckled and said, "Illusion moon-reading, that's it. Moon-reading space, broken." When he blinked again, Uchiha Fusuk had already come to reality, and looked at the Uchiha Itachi who was covering his eyes, full of mockery. That Uchiha Itachi was broken because of the moon reading, so that the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye suffered a heavy blow, and I think that this moon reading illusion will not be able to be used for a short time. Of course, even if you can use the illusion moon reading, then Uchiha Kazuk can break it once, and then he can break it a second time, which is meaningless. At this time, the Uchiha Itachi opened his kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes wide, and looked into the eyes of Uchiha Fusuk, full of shock and incredulity. If Uchiha Kazuk had a system for collecting emotions at this time, he would have heard this. Received plus 10,000 shock points from Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was shocked to notice that the Uchiha Fusuk's eyes were no longer ordinary three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, but had become strange symbols connected from end to end. Even if you can't understand the meaning of the symbol, it's clear that there is only one truth to this form. Kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Kazuk, how do you have a kaleidoscope riding wheel? Itachi Uchiha was really shocked from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, a very ordinary Uchiha clansman, his previous performance was also very ordinary, and he had almost no outstanding features. How could he suddenly show such strength? Kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. This is the pursuit of the Uchiha people all their lives. To be honest, when he saw his father Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, Uchiha Itachi was already extremely surprised. He didn't expect his father Uchiha Fugaku to hide so deeply. But I didn't expect that there were people outside the world, and there was a sky outside the sky. An inconspicuous Uchiha clansman even has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. It's incredible. However, if the kaleidoscope writes the wheel eye, then it is understandable to break the moon reading space. After all, they are all eyes of the same level. These are terrible. Uchiha Fusuk, this guy even has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Is my Uchiha Itachi doomed to fail today? Because Uchiha Itachi himself is a kaleidoscope riding wheel, he can understand the power of the kaleidoscope riding wheel, but he doesn't know the true ability of the Uchiha wine to help the kaleidoscope riding wheel. Therefore, it is very likely that this time the Uchiha extermination will not be done. No, the Uchiha must be exterminated, otherwise there will be no peace in the ninja world. Immediately, Uchiha Itachi made up his mind again, thinking in his heart that this Uchiha Fusuk usually behaves very mediocre, and he is also in Konoha Hidden Village, and there are not many opportunities to leave the village. I don't think Uchiha Fusuk has much combat experience. Thinking like this, Uchiha Itachi decided that he would defeat Uchiha Fusuk with his rich combat experience, and even kill Uchiha Fusuk. After all, in Uchiha Itachi's heart, it is conceivable how much strength a clansman who does not have much combat experience, even if he has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Itachi Uchiha had such an idea, but he didn't know that Uchiha Fusuk, as a traverser, had already understood the disaster of Uchiha's extermination, so why was he not prepared? On the surface, it seems that Uchiha Kazuk has not been out of the village many times, but secretly Uchiha Kazuk has already left Konoha many times. Even, in the ninja world, he broke into the reputation of Nida under another code name, and he also experienced a lot of killings. And because the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye was opened 3 years ago, it can be said that the combat experience of the Uchiha Itachi is even better. In other words, at this time, Uchiha Itachi's wishful thinking was wrong. 3 years ago, Uchiha Kazuk, who opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, was extremely happy. After all, this already represents the high-end combat power of the ninja world. At least be able to decide your own fate. However, after learning about his kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability, Uchiha Kazuk was momentarily confused. This is not the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability I want at all. Uchiha Kazuk was a little crying and laughing, and the reason was simple. The ability of the left eye is BGM, that is, it can play DJ music and increase its own strength. According to different DJ music, it will increase the power of different aspects. The first DJ that I used just now is music that can increase my willpower tenfold, and it can make Uchiha Kazuk easily get rid of the moon reading space. But this kind of weird ability is not what Uchiha Kazuk wants. It's not all about the writing wheel eye as the eye of the soul portrayal. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is more condensed in the master's heart, and it is simply sublimated into ability, but the strong strength I have always wanted is not like this. At that time, Uchiha Fusuk was surprised to learn about his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability, and he didn't understand how such an unprecedented ability appeared. Then, when he heard the familiar DJ music, the Uchiha Kazuk had some thoughts. Immediately afterwards, I saw the lines of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and the more I looked at it, the more familiar it became, and I always felt as if I had seen these patterns and lines. Isn't this the symbol of Duyin? Although it has changed slightly, it is 3 Duyin symbols connected end to end, but it is indeed the Duyin symbol that I have seen before. Uchiha Kazuk suddenly realized, and then connected with the ability of the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eye. BGM of the left eye, dancing with the right eye. Could it be because I was lying on the bed and brushing Duyin before crossing over? So this Duyin has become the ability transformed by my kaleidoscope writing wheel pupil power. This really stunned Uchiha Kazuk. But no matter what, although his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability is not normal, Uchiha Kazuk can only accept this result, and can only sigh that the world is full of wonders. Then, after Uchiha Fusuk uses the ability of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, especially the ability to often use the BGM of the left eye, it will indeed surprise the person who fights against it. In the event of an accident, the corpse will die, so the Uchiha Kazuk will be victorious. At this time, Uchiha Fusuk relied on a DJ music to increase his willpower, and it was very easy to break Uchiha attack as ultimate illusion Tsukio. I'm also from the Uchiha clan, and I have Uchiha blood, so what's so strange about opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel? Looking at Uchiha Itachi's shocked appearance, Uchiha Fusuk was very bland. This sentence made Uchiha Itachi's tone stagnate, and then he thought of something, and sighed and said, Uchiha Kazuk, you have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Although I don't know what you have experienced, it must be a very painful thing, so Kazuk can also understand the preciousness of peace. I cannot kill you, but please don't hinder me. It's really a realistic Uchiha Itachi, who actually looked at my kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and understood that he couldn't kill me, and he even wanted to woo me. Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk silently cracked his mouth, his heart full of such mockery, and at the same time lamented Uchiha Itachi's ignorance. It's true that intense pain, after the pain is heart-wrenching, can make the Uchiha people open the kaleidoscope sharing, but who says that only pain can open the kaleidoscope sharing-on? From the perspective of ordinary people's understanding, the sharing-on is the eye of the soul, which can reflect the depths of the Uchiha people's hearts, and when their emotions fluctuate violently, they can have magical abilities. Having love, losing love, and opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, this is the understanding of the second-generation Hokage with 1,000 hands. Then, coupled with his own malice, he thought that the Sharingan was an evil force, and the Uchiha were a naturally evil people. After all, most of the Uchiha people who opened the writing wheel eye were born after drastic changes in mood and life and death. Therefore, the second Hokage will hand over the security department to the Uchiha so that he will not experience battlefield battles, thereby reducing the opening rate of the writing wheel eye, thereby reducing the overall strength of the Uchiha. But this is actually just the prejudice between the second-generation Hokage Senju. You know, even ordinary people, in the face of a desperate situation, or even the loss of a loved one, how can they be indifferent? Most ordinary people will be emotional because of this, and even their personalities will change drastically. In other words, this is not a special feature of the Uchiha people. It's just that the Uchiha people are able to turn this emotional change into a magical power, which is the blood inheritance limit of the Sharingan. The Thousand Hands and Uchiha are feuds that have lasted for thousands of years, and the second generation of Hokage Thousand Hands does not have the broad-mindedness of the first Hokage Thousand Hands pillars. Of course, they will not defend the Uchiha clan, but try their best to discredit the Uchiha clan, and restrict the Uchiha clan with various policies, causing the Uchiha clan to reach the point where it is almost extinct today. It can be said that a large part of the Uchiha's extermination was caused by the second-generation Hokage Senjima. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk believes that the opening of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is not only the way to experience pain and drastic emotional changes. In fact, Uchiha Fusuk believes that the way to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has very serious flaws and inevitable sequelae. The flaw is that it is very painful every time you use the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability. The sequelae is that every time you use kaleidoscope Sharingan, you will come with the cost of blindness. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk used another way to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, a painless way, a way that came naturally. Looking at the indifferent Uchiha Kazuk, Uchiha Itachi's heart flashed with many thoughts. Uchiha Kazuk must not stay. A Uchiha tribesman with a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and an Uchiha tribesman who hates Konoha will definitely bring trouble to Konoha and affect the peace of the ninja world. Seeing the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability displayed by Uchiha Fusuk, Uchiha Itachi made up his mind to kill Uchiha Fusuk. Uchiha Fusuk's bland demeanor, as well as the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, made Uchiha Itachi understand that it was impossible to persuade Uchiha Fusuk. Even if Uchiha Itachi wants to let Uchiha Fusuk go, then Uchiha Fusuk will definitely not let go. So, this time it's already a battle of life and death. However, Uchiha Itachi believes that he has a better chance of winning, as the Uchiha thinks he has more combat experience. Therefore, even if Uchiha Fusuk has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, Uchiha Itachi is not afraid at all, and he is even more determined to kill Uchiha Fusuk. Do you want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Fusuk obviously understood Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. After all, Uchiha Itachi did not hide it, and that kind of piercing killing intent made Uchiha Fusuk's whole body chakra boil. I couldn't help laughing out loud, and the big back was accompanied by the laughter of the Uchiha, and the boiling chakra, which gradually moved without wind. Ha ha ha. The standard Uchiha laughed wildly, which woke up the sleeping Uchiha people nearby, and also made the Uchiha Itachi in front of him more dignified, and the awe-inspiring and powerful momentum made the Uchiha Itachi more clearly recognized. Uchiha Kaja Cliff can't be underestimated. Are you going to go all out in this battle? Thinking like this, the kaleidoscope riding wheel in the form of a triangular windmill rotated rapidly, and the same powerful momentum erupted. Bang! The two powerful forces collided with each other, and a majestic popping sound rang out in an instant, causing the nearby floor tiles to shatter and the surrounding wooden planks to twist. It has turned into a real momentum. With this momentum alone, you can understand that the two Uchiha people are shadow-level ninjas. You want to kill me, you think too much. Suddenly, after the Uchiha Kajuk laughed, he let out another loud shout. The momentum increased suddenly, and the chakra all over the body became more active. Bang! Suddenly, Uchiha Kajuk's figure disappeared suddenly, and the place where he was originally standing had been completely dented and shattered. This is the purest form of physical art, a physical technique that requires an extremely powerful body to be able to unleash, and it is also one of the 6 naval styles that Uchiha Kajuk has ever seen. Over the years, Uchiha Fusuk, who has been practicing physical arts diligently, has restored this trick with an astonishing speed. What a speed! Sure enough, the Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, and tried to keep his kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes wide before staring at the figure of Uchiha Fusuk. However, Uchiha Kajuk's speed was too fast, so that Uchiha Itachi didn't have time to fight back, and he could only raise his sword in front of him to resist. Bell! A powerful sound of Jingo, Fujiku's body, which made Uchiha Itachi unable to help himself, flew upside down again. Bang! Burst on the spot. However, Uchiha Kajuk's attack did not stop, and he used shaving again, and came to the other side of Uchiha Itachi, directly slashing with a powerful sword. I can see it with a kaleidoscope riding wheel, but I can't react too late. There is no way. Uchiha Itachi's heart is shocked, and he can only rely on the experience honed in the battle of life and death to deal with Uchiha Fusuk's attack. Bang! Another explosion on the spot. At this time, Uchiha Fusuk had already controlled the initiative of this battle and controlled the rhythm of this battle, so that Uchiha Itachi had no time to react at all. Bell, with the continuous sound of Jingo, the Uchiha Itachi, who has no choice, can only resist with his rich combat experience. However, if this continues, it is only a matter of time before Uchiha Itachi is defeated. Bell! When, suddenly, after dozens of Jin Ge's voices, the Uchiha Itachi's short knife suddenly broke and fell, and the Uchiha Itachi with only one handle was very dangerous. Because of the Uchiha Kajuk at this time, the next wave of attacks has arrived. Oops! Uchiha Itachi was shocked in his heart, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes widened to the limit, and a large amount of pupil power exploded. This rapid burst of kaleidoscopic pupil power made Uchiha Itachi's eyes feel extremely painful, but in order to deal with Uchiha Kajuk's attack, he still had to do it. Bang! Uchiha Kajuk's knife slashed at a red rib, and the powerful slash made a shallow scratch appear on the red rib. Susa can do it, it's really full of defense. Uchiha Kajuk stopped his attack and looked at the shallow knife mark on Nasu's red ribs, which had been restored to its original state with chakra's replenishment. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was calm in front of his face again, but the trembling skin made Uchiha Fusuk understand that the Uchiha Itachi at this time was extremely painful. You actually let me use Susanoo, Uchiha Kajuk, you are really powerful enough, worthy of being a clansman who can open the kaleidoscope riding wheel. Uchiha Itachi held back the pain, his face trembled slightly, and he looked at the Uchiha Fusuk who was standing with a knife in front of him very grimly. Uchiha Itachi was indeed shocked in his heart. This Uchiha Fusuk was able to use Susaningu only by virtue of his physical skills and sword skills, which shows that Uchiha Fusuk's strength is extremely strong. It seems that Uchiha Kajuk is not as inexperienced in combat as I imagined, and that kind of sharp offensive is not something that ordinary shadow-level ninjas can have. Uchiha Itachi analyzed, but it was full of doubts, because what Uchiha Itachi doesn't understand is why Uchiha Fusuk, who is basically not out of Konoha Hidden Village, has such a strong strength and rich combat experience. The former is still easy to understand. After all, this can be attributed to the fact that Uchiha Kazuk has a good talent for ninjas, and can be willing to be plain and accustomed to hiding, so he has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye and is not famous. It's not impossible, though, that some are surprising. However, Uchiha Kazuk is extremely experienced in combat. How could he reach this point silently? It can't be innate. Uchiha Itachi couldn't figure it out, and suddenly thought of Uchiha's identity and status, which was the Konoha Garrison Department in charge. The security department that Uchiha is in charge of. Because of the strict orders of the second Hokage Senju, no one needs to interfere, not even the Hokage of Konoha can interfere without permission. Therefore, the security department is not so much a department of Konoha as a department of the Uchiha clan. Although the original intention of the second Hokage Senju was not like this, the Uchiha finally controlled a great deal of power and maintained the law and order of a ninja village. Therefore, Uchiha Fengsuk may be using the power of the security department. After all, the Uchiha Security Department is responsible for the security of Konoha Hidden Village, and the daily patrol will allow Uchiha Fengsuk to find many opportunities to leave Konoha. So, Uchiha Kazuk, this guy also often secretly goes in and out of Konoha as well, and he really has bad intentions. Uchiha Itachi was secretly frightened, cited Uchiha Fusuk's actions, and even more thought that Uchiha Fusuk had to be killed. After all, in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fusuk is obviously the kind of ninja who values Uchiha better than Konoha, and this kind of Uchiha ninja has such a strong strength, which will inevitably make Konoha feel threatened. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were extremely determined, and his direction towards Uchiha Fusuk was full of murderous intent. Uchiha Fusuk, who made Uchiha Itachi value it so much, of course, also felt this piercing murderous intention. After all, that Uchiha Itachi had never hidden it. Ha ha ha. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Uchiha Itachi didn't answer. His kaleidoscope eyes widened, controlling the red skeleton form, and secretly thought in his heart, it seems that Susanna's initial form can't kill Uchiha Kazuk, and there are a lot of gaps in attack and defense, so, another huge pupil power emanated, and the form of Susanna changed again. It is still in the form of a skeleton, but it has completely surrounded the Uchiha Itachi, and the scars of the original slash have been restored due to the replenishment of pupil power. It should be about the same. Even if Uchiha Kazuk can have some combat experience, he must not be my opponent if he hasn't used the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye many times. Uchiha Itachi believes that even though Uchiha Fusuk has the ability to write wheels with a kaleidoscope, he hasn't used the ability to write wheels many times. After all, a kaleidoscope ability similar to Susanna will produce a lot of movement, and it is impossible for a little wind to come out. Therefore, even if Uchiha Fusuk's physical skills and knife skills are sharp, the ability to write the wheel eye of the kaleidoscope is very insufficient, which is what Uchiha Itachi thinks is his advantage. Looking at the red skeletal hand that slashed towards him, feeling the majestic momentum, Uchiha Kazuk bent the corners of his mouth slightly. He couldn't tell what the expression was, and he just stared at the left eye of the Duyin kaleidoscope. At the same time, a dynamic DJ music instantly sounded, surrounding Uchiha Kazuk's body. Last of the wilds, when that bagpipe sounded, it lit a fire in Uchiha Kazuk's heart. At the same time, it also made Uchiha Kazuk's fire attribute chakra active, and with the release of chakra, a raging flame was rendered on Uchiha Kazuk's katana. The red flames fluctuated with Uchiha Kazuk's mood, filling the nearby space with a fiery aura. There is no doubt about the power of the flames. At the same time, the momentum of that Uchiha Fusuk gradually climbed, which made Uchiha Itachi shocked. Is this sound again? Hearing the sound of the bagpipes, Uchiha Itachi's cheeks changed color slightly, and it sounded not long ago. It was this unknown music that broke Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye illusion Tsukiyo. The music that broke the illusion of Tsukiyomi made Uchiha Itachi extremely impressed. Because, since learning to read monthly, Uchiha Itachi has always been invincible, and he has never missed a step under a shadow-level ninja. Even a shadow-level ninja can't break free so quickly. It seems that that kind of music is not just for illusions, but also has the power of amplifying ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi watched Uchiha Fusuk's momentum change, especially the flames burning on the katana, which made Uchiha Itachi's heart even more awe-inspiring. But at this moment, built on the string, it has to be sent, and it is impossible for Uchiha Itachi's offensive to stop. Slash with a knife. Bang, violent crashes. Powerful shockwave. Uchiha Fusuk's katana carried red flames and slashed against Uchiha Itachi's red skeletal hand against the wind, causing Uchiha Itachi's attack to stop suddenly. How is it possible? Susanna was so badly injured. Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope chakra eyes couldn't help but shrink suddenly, and his eyes noticed that 3 cracks had appeared in the palm of the front end of the red skull hand. Drink! Uchiha Kazuk shouted suddenly, and his strength suddenly increased, allowing the katana carrying the flames to directly repel the red skeleton hand. At the same time, there was already a very serious gap in the palm of the red skeleton's hand, and the red skeleton that flew out and scattered to the wall next to it. In my BGM, no one can beat me. Uchiha Fusuke suddenly shouted, and to the rhythm of DJ music, he held the katana and slashed directly at the Uchiha attack as Red Susanoo. Slash. Consecutive slashes. Basic attack. The continuous offensive, carrying the katana of red flames, made Uchiha attack tired to deal with, and the occasional counterattack could not stop Uchiha Fusuke's offensive. Bang bang. The continuous sound of collision had already caused Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo to crack all over his body. After a few minutes, the Uchiha Itachi could already feel that Susanoo was shattered, and he couldn't withstand many attacks like this. But Uchiha Itachi can't suddenly withdraw Susanoo, because at this time, Uchiha Kazuki's offensive has not stopped. If he suddenly loses Susanoo's defense, then Uchiha Itachi itself will bear the sharp red flame katana. If this stalemate continues, it will end in my defeat? Do you want to use the final hole card? But that's left for Suzuki. Uchiha Itachi's heart turned 1,000 thoughts, gritting his teeth and persevering. He couldn't help but secretly complain, damn, the movement of this battle is so big, why haven't those people come to their aid? Damn Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha Madara that Uchiha Itachi said was one of the villains in the late ninja world, Uchiha Obito. Of course, Uchiha Itachi didn't know the true identity of the masked man at this time. After all, the Uchiha is also the #1 family in the ninja world, although after decades of decadence, this so-called #1 family in the ninja world is only a name. But after all, it is a family that has been produced since the 6th Dao Immortal era, and even after the consumption of successive generations of wars, it is thousands of people after all, which can be described as a super family. Of course, not all of the people in this family are ninjas, but even ordinary people, with the strength of just one person, can't kill them all in a short time. To put it simply, it is thousands of pigs, and it is not possible for a person to finish killing them in a short time. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi also has foreign aid, that is, the masked male Uchiha Obito, and those white doppelgangers. Although those white clones are weak, they still have no problem killing ordinary people. But at this time, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fusuke had been fighting for nearly 7 or 8 minutes, and they didn't see the masked man come to support, which made Uchiha Itachi very dissatisfied. Damn, that Madara Uchiha, is he watching a show? Bastard. Uchiha Itachi spat fragrant in his heart. However, Uchiha Fusuke will not pay attention to Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. Even if Uchiha brings soil to support, Uchiha Fusuke has already had a way to deal with it. After all, for the night of the Uchiha's extermination of the clan for this matter, Uchiha Kazuki considered all aspects and made preparations for many years. Looking at the cracked red Susanoo, Uchiha Kazuki held the katana horizontally, and thought in his heart, it seems that Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo can't last long, so let's solve it with one knife, and the BGM of this section is also going to end. Gather momentum in an instant. A sword of fire. A swift slash. That fireball carried sword intent, and the flame slash formed by it instantly surrounded the red Susanoo that surrounded Uchiha Itachi. Although the fireball is called the non-killing ninjutsu, it has been combined with the sword momentum of Uchiha Kazuki at this time, and the power formed is not as simple as 1 + 1. Bang! With the end of this BGM, the flame slash had already wreaked havoc on Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, and he didn't hold on to it after all. Bang! The countless red bone fragments suddenly shattered, centering on the Uchiha Itachi, scattering in all directions, leaving the Uchiha Itachi at this time without any defense. At the same time, the Uchiha people behind the Uchiha Windhelp, and the rest of the Uchiha people, finally reacted. After all, such a fierce battle can already affect the entire Uchiha family station. In particular, the Uchiha Itachi's first form of Susanoo can be seen and felt by the entire Uchiha family station. What's going on? Are there any clansmen fighting? Damn, this is someone invading the Uchiha. Could it be that Konoha is finally going to make a move on the Uchiha? That red skeleton, Susanoo, who is it that fights? Even Susanoo appeared. Hurry up and report the situation here to the Patriarch, and hurry up and let the ninjas of Uchiha come to their aid. Have you ever thought about it? Why hasn't the Patriarch appeared yet? You must know that the scale of this battle is not small. The words of an Uchiha clansman made the noisy clansmen finally react, and they were secretly surprised in their hearts, and they couldn't help but think, yes, this kind of large-scale battle, the location is not far from the Patriarch's house, normally it should have been discovered, and at the same time, the ninjas of Uchiha will be summoned. But at this time, the Uchiha people who had not been killed here, and those Uchiha ninjas had not received the order to gather, which instantly made some of the quick-wit Uchiha people have bad thoughts. Whew! Whew! Several Uchiha ninjas ran in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku's house, and the rest of the Uchiha ninjas ran in the direction of the fierce battle. At the same time, Obito, it's not good. Oh no! That Uchiha Itachi was blocked by an Uchiha clansman, and it looks like he's in a hard fight. Hurry up and help. A white doppelganger suddenly appeared, shocked. I see it. Uchiha Obito's dull voice, the Kamui kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, looked in the direction of the Uchiha Kazuk and Uchiha Itachi fighting. After all, such a dynamic battle has already made the entire Uchiha family station can clearly feel it. It's a bit troublesome. I think it's already alarmed a lot of Uchiha people. It seems that we need to hurry up. The Uchiha Obito shook off the corpse of an Uchiha and decided to speed up to the next target. There's no need to support, after all. The Uchiha Itachi has also opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel, and ordinary Uchiha people, even the three-hooked jade riding wheel, I can't resist for long. Although the Uchiha Obito hated the Uchiha clan deeply, he would still be proud of the power of the kaleidoscope riding wheel. I have always thought that there is no kaleidoscope riding wheel I of the same level, and ordinary Uchiha people are just lambs to the slaughter. However, in this way, more Uchiha people will react, and then we will be very troublesome AI. The white clone subtly retorted. The Uchiha people will resist. I expected this. After all, these Uchiha people are not pigs, and there will always be some accidents in a large family of thousands of people. But after all, speaking of this, Uchiha Obito's tone paused, and he couldn't help but look at the shattered red Susanoo, which suddenly changed color. The tone that was originally full of confidence also became extremely surprised. How could it be? Susanoo could be broken? It's unheard of. Then, Uchiha Obito put down the task of killing the Uchiha clan and hurriedly galloped in the direction of the Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, it's another kaleidoscope riding wheel. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and couldn't help but be secretly surprised in his heart. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Uchiha Obito's mood changed drastically, making Uchiha Kazuk, who destroyed the red Susanoo, perceive it, and couldn't help but look in the direction of Uchiha Obito. Such a keen perception. This Uchiha ninja is not simple. Noticing Uchiha Kazuk's gaze, Uchiha Obito hurriedly hid in the Kamui space. What should I do? Do you want to help Uchiha Itachi? After all, it's a kaleidoscope riding wheel, and even Uchiha Itachi can't solve it in a short time. Hearing the news, the Black Absolute was also surprised to see the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye of Uchiha Kazuk, and he only sighed. Do you want support? Hearing this, the Uchiha Obito frowned slightly, and the only one that appeared was also hesitant. The Uchiha Obito originally planned to use the Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. But how much Uchiha Obito hates the Uchiha family? This time it was just a whim. After all, in Uchiha Obito's view, the Uchiha family, who was imprisoned in a corner by Konoha because of the corrosion of the power of the garrison department, has been rotten for so many years. Therefore, Uchiha Obito believes that there is no need for the Uchiha family to exist. At the same time, it can also reduce Konoha combat power, reducing resistance for capturing the Nine Tails pillar in the future. It's also a way to get revenge on Konoha. The time and place are favorable, and it will be very advantageous to destroy the Uchiha. But Uchiha Obito didn't expect that there would be the rest of the Uchiha people with kaleidoscope riding wheels. Forget it, I don't know the specific ability of that Uchiha person's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and Konoha must react if the stalemate continues. After all, those Konoha high-level leaders also have to take into account the thoughts of most of the Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Obito said. Although this war of extermination is also a tacit matter for those high-level ninjas in Konoha, after all, it is also a bad matter that cannot be resorted to. So, when the battle rages on, no matter what, the ninjas of Konoha must react. Although Uchiha Obito thinks that his divine power space is invincible, at that time, the space ninjutsu can be attacked, retreated, and defended, and there is no need to be afraid of any ninja at all. But that Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye also made Uchiha Obito feel jealous. After all, it was an unknown ability. At the same time, Uchiha Obito looked in the other direction and said in a dull voice, it seems that more Uchiha people have reacted. Even if they have the advantage of the kaleidoscope riding wheel, it is not possible to solve the entire Uchiha in a short period of time if they continue like this. By Jude then, it seems that I can only give up on exterminating the Uchiha. It's a bit of a pity. Black Jedi, this is also a matter of no choice. After all, no one can expect an accident, and it is already very good to be able to kill more than half of the Uchiha people. Hakuju, Obito, are we going to take the Uchiha Itachi with us? Black Jedi, of course I have to take it away. After all, the Uchiha Itachi on the bright side is the culprit, and it is impossible to stay in Konoha anymore, and in addition, the Uchiha Itachi is also a good helper. Uchiha Obito groaned, and then said, of course Uchiha Itachi took it away. After all, if this kind of thing happens, Uchiha Itachi can only go one way to the dark, but we don't know the ability of that kaleidoscope to right will eyes, so we need Uchiha Itachi to test it. Hey Ju, that's okay, it's okay. Anyway, with the power of the earth, you can leave calmly at any time. However, what the Uchiha Obito didn't know at this time was that if they didn't take the Uchiha Itachi away at this time, it would be impossible in the future. But anyway, Uchiha Obito, who had already made a decision, found a good position and decided to watch the play. I felt that just now, I guess I should have brought soil. Uchiha Kazuk turned his head, thinking in his heart that the sight just now, and the violent mood swings in that moment should be another main wave of the exterminating Uchiha. Looks like you're planning to be a shrunken turtle. Uchiha Kazuk sneered in his heart, but he also understood that the Uchiha Obito and his party, who stopped moving at this time, also brought the Uchiha annihilation to an end. Therefore, one of the goals of Uchiha Kazuk has been accomplished. Although he didn't perceive it seriously, Uchiha Kazuk also understood that the Uchiha Obito and those people would inevitably watch the play in secret. It is to know the ability of one's kaleidoscope to write wheels. Even if I let you know, why not? Duyin Kaleidoscope's ability to write wheels is also incomprehensible. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the surrounding Uchiha people, those Uchiha people who followed the traces of battle, and secretly sighed in his heart that he had come just in time. Just let these Uchiha people know about Uchiha Itachi's behavior, and at the same time, they can gain great prestige. However, at this time, the Uchiha Itachi stared at the figure of Uchiha Fusuk, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in his right eye suddenly widened, and a drop of blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Amaterasu. In Uchiha Itachi's sight, a black flame suddenly appeared on Uchiha Kazuk's body. Heh. With a sneer, Uchiha Kazuk heard the wind and ran to the side to avoid the black Amaterasu flames. And that Uchiha Itachi's gaze has been locked on Uchiha Kazuk's figure, and the black Amaterasu flame has also been following Uchiha Fusuk's body. At this time, the BGM is still ongoing. Disasters are always one step behind me. But no matter how you look at it, the black Amaterasu flame is always one step slower than the Uchiha Kazuk. In Uchiha Kazuk's impression, Amaterasu flame is similar to House Fireball technique, both of which are a kind of non-killing ninjutsu. It seems that Amaterasu's flame and fireball technique have never killed a ninja. At least, that's what the original Hokage plot is. Therefore, when the black Amaterasu flame appeared, Uchiha Kazuk prepared in his heart, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in his left eye blinked suddenly. DJ Disaster is always one step behind me. Accompanied by dynamic DJ music, Uchiha Fusuk moved quickly, making the black Amaterasu flame even more out of reach, and also surprised Uchiha Itachi's heart. How could it be? Amaterasu couldn't help Uchiha Kazuk. This inexplicable music again. Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to insist on releasing Amaterasu flames, expecting to be able to burn Uchiha Fusuk to death. After all, in the Uchiha Itachi's heart, the Amaterasu flame did not burn until the target was burned out, and many powerful ninjas had already died under the Amaterasu flames. It is the strongest attack of the Uchiha Itachi itself at this time, and it is also the embodiment of the power of the Uchiha Itachi's mind. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also noticed that the Uchiha people who were gradually approaching looked at the two people in the battle in surprise. Isn't that the son of the patriarch, Itachi Uchiha? The other clansman is Uchiha Kazuk. How could these two men fight? Could it be that there is some kind of contradiction? Oh, look at the traces of this battle. It's not a simple contradiction that can tell the story. What kind of hatred is it that makes these two people desperate? Hey, Uchiha Itachi didn't say that he was a genius ninja, but Uchiha Kazuk seems to be just an ordinary member of the security department. How can he have the strength to compete with it? Look at the eyes of these two tribesmen. Isn't that an ordinary writing wheel eye? Isn't that a kaleidoscope writing wheel? What is the situation? These two clansmen have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. For a while, many Uchiha people forgot what they were fighting for, and they had inexplicable feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Kazuk, Itachi, why are you two fighting in the middle of the night, and is there anything that can't be solved tomorrow? An Uchiha shinobi asked in a loud voice, and it was also a question from many Uchiha people. Uchiha Itachi was silent. Uchiha Kazuk smiled and replied in a cold voice, why fight? You ask the Uchiha Itachi what he did. In addition, the long career in the garrison department has degraded your perception. What did you say? The Uchiha Shinobu questioned, and looked to the other side along the Uchiha Kazuk's gaze, which was the direction of the Uchiha people who had already been killed. At this moment, a breeze blew, bringing with it the smell of blood. Even the lower ninjas, even ordinary Uchiha people, can feel this rich blood. That's the breath of someone who has just been killed. But why exactly did it appear at the Uchiha family residence? Could it be? Not only the Uchiha shinobi who asked the question, but the rest of the Uchiha people also suddenly changed color, and a lot of bad thoughts arose in their hearts. Suddenly, black flames appeared around the Uchiha shinobi, and in just a few seconds, the life of the Uchiha shinobi was burned. At the same time, the Uchiha people around the Uchiha kami shinobi were all burned by these black flames. Since you can't burn Uchiha Kazuk, burn these clansmen, it's always a trouble to solve anyway. Thinking like this, Uchiha Itachi exuded the pupil power of a kaleidoscope chakra, and looked at the Uchiha people who rushed to hear the news, letting the Amaterasu flame burn the Uchiha people in front of him out of thin air. Ruthless, resolute. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful kick distorted Uchiha Itachi's face, and at the same time, it also interrupted Uchiha Itachi's evil deeds and stopped the Amaterasu flames that continued to be generated. Damn, you want to kill the rest of the people? Uchiha Kazuk cursed loudly while shouting loudly, Amaterasu flame nothing burns, take off your burning clothes and be careful not to touch the black flame. Hearing this, those Uchiha people took action one after another, immediately taking off their burning black flame clothes, while still staying away. At the same time, an unlucky Uchiha clansman, his entire left arm was burned with black flames. In order to save his life, the Uchiha clan was also decisive, took out a short knife and cut off his right arm, and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, looking in the direction of the Uchiha Itachi, full of hatred. You must know that a normal ninja loses an arm, unless it is a very small number of ninjas who can seal with one hand, and the rest already represents the loss of ninja power. In other words, Uchiha Itachi has already destroyed the ninja career of this Uchiha clansman. Uchiha Itachi, at this time, you still have to plan to destroy the Uchiha, it's really ruthless. Uchiha Kazuk sighed in his heart, looking at Uchiha Itachi's panting movements. It was obvious that a large amount of chakra and pupil power had been consumed. It's clear that the Uchiha Itachi seems to be reaching his limits. However, you still have to solve it quickly, and at the same time, you have to make those ninjas aware that it would be nice if you could solve it easily. Uchiha Kazuk understands that not only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, the main forces that destroyed Uchiha, but also many Konoha ninjas are blessed with great malice. The root ninjas, led by Shinura Danzo, are just one of them. Therefore, if these ninjas can be dealt with, Uchiha Kazuk is naturally extremely happy. In addition, it is also to avoid falling into the point of group attack. Thinking of this, the corner of Uchiha Kazuk's eyes glanced slightly in one direction, which was the direction of Uchiha Obito, black and white play. You don't want to know my kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability, so why not let you know? Uchiha Kazuk thought like this, and the pupil power of the Duyin kaleidoscope writing wheel eye suddenly emanated. A large number of chakras, turning into silver-white skeletons, surrounded Uchiha Kazuk's body, and directly entered Susanoo's first form. But this is not completely over. Uchiha Kazuk continues to release chakra and Hitomi power. On the basis of the silver-white bones, it is full of meridians and flesh, which is even more shocking and powerful. Susanoo, second form. This should be about the same, at least the Uchiha Itachi who can solve this matter, it's not a big problem. Uchiha Kazuk thought so. Seeing this silver-white Susanoo, the Uchiha people were surprised, but they were also secretly relieved in their hearts, thinking that they could at least solve the Uchiha Itachi. At this time, many Uchiha people had already noticed the strangeness of the family station, and they also noticed the corpses of those clansmen who were killed, which could be analyzed according to the situation at the scene. There is a high probability that it is the evil deeds of the Uchiha Itachi. Why is it so confirmed? Because an Uchiha clan found that the Uchiha Fugaku couple did not seem to resist, and the only one who could make the patriarch and his wife restrain themselves was the son of Uchiha Itachi. What an irony! As a son, he actually killed his parents with his own hands. Even if Uchiha Itachi has 10,000 reasons, killing his biological parents is an unforgivable evil act. Uchiha Obito looked at the silver-white Susanoo, and was very surprised in his heart, and secretly sighed that this clansman was able to develop Susanoo, which should not be underestimated. The Black Absolute was also surprised and said, the silver-white Susanoo has never been seen in the history of the Uchiha. Uchiha Obito thought that Madara Uchiha's will was incarnated as a Black Absolute, and what he said was the historical record of Uchiha, and he nodded inexplicably. But in fact, what Heiju said was that in the thousands of years since the 6 Dao Immortals, he had never seen the silver-white Susanoo. Although the silver-white Susanoo is the first time I see it, this is only the necessary power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and the ability of each eye is what we need to pay attention to. Yes, color is never an issue. Kuro thought about it for a while, and he also agreed with Uchiha Obito's opinion. Susanoo, Uchiha Kazuk can use it, but I don't have the power to break Susanoo, and it seems that only Susanoo can fight against it. The Uchiha Itachi wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes, and his eyes released a huge pupil power, which also showed a red Susanoo second form similar to that of Uchiha Fusuk. Silvery, white, red. Uchiha Kazuk drove the silver-white Susanoo and ran directly to the direction of the Uchiha Itachi, holding the katana high in his right hand, and the silver-white Susanoo raised his hand high, also showing a silver-white katana of more than 10 meters. Slash. Consecutive slashes. Basic attack. Endless offensive. In response to the sound, a shield appeared in the hand of Uchiha Itachi's red Susanoo second form, just to resist Uchiha Fusuk's attack. However, the Uchiha Itachi can still understand the truth that if you keep it for a long time, you will lose it. We must seize the moment to fight back. However, just as Uchiha Itachi was concentrating on the battle, another DJ music sounded, which made Uchiha Itachi have a bad idea. DJs have no retreat to speak of. With the blessing of DJ music, Uchiha Kazuk's silver-white Susanoo attack became even faster, almost forming an airtight wind. The pressure on the Uchiha Itachi increased even more, and the Susanoo formed by the pupil power was also shocked. Itachi has reached the limit of what Uchiha Itachi can withstand. Poof! The Uchiha Itachi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the red Susanoo also dissipated. The Battle of the Uchiha Extermination, originally because of the assistance of the Uchiha Obito and the cover of some Konoha ninjas, it was not possible for more Konoha people to detect it. This was also the situation on the night of the original extermination. But at this time, the Furtat battle between Uchiha Fusoke and Uchiha Itachi, especially the desperate battle of Uchiha Itachi, has already made the Uchiha people perceive. Immediately afterwards, the battle between Ne Susanoo, the huge body of the second form of the two Susanoo, and the majestic momentum, have already made many Konoha ninjas with keen perception perceive. The perceptual ninjas and the Konoha ninjas who were not far away could even see the silvery white and red tall figures. Therefore, this battle of the Uchiha extermination clan will naturally not be similar to the original obscurity. In that direction is the Uchiha family station. Kakashi, who is a shinobi, naturally couldn't ignore the movement caused by a battle of the scale, and looked in the direction of the Uchiha family station. His face was extremely serious. What the hell is going on? Is it the Uchiha family who have rebelled after all? Or, Kakashi Hakiki thought to himself. As an elite shinobi and a shadow ninja, Kakashi Hakiki naturally has access to more intelligence information, and can know that the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha is extremely bad. Even if you don't know that information, as an ordinary Konoha person, you can feel the growing contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha. The recent increase in rumors about the Uchiha is also an extremely clear omen. Thinking of this, Kakashi Hakiki hurriedly put on the costume of a dark ninja and did not act on his own, patiently waiting for the order of the third generation of Hokage Tobi-san / At the same time, many people in Konoha saw the movement of the Uchiha family's residence. Damn, what are those two giants? What's going on? What happened to the Uchiha family residence? Those crazy people, are they going to attack Konoha after all? I wouldn't be surprised if those Uchiha people did anything. It's really strange. Why didn't the three generations of Hokage-sama solve the Uchiha and expel Konoha directly? Naive. That kind of huge size? I think Susa can be a person, but this is something I can only see in the records, but I didn't expect to be able to see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. The people of Konoha who talked a lot, and the ninjas who had knowledge, were also able to recognize the two abilities named Susanoo, and they were all shocked. At the same time, the three generations of Hokage Fei High / naturally noticed the movement of the Uchiha family station, so they didn't act at the first time. Danzo, did you do it after all? Uchiha. Muffled voice. The three generations of Hokage Tobi looked in the direction of the Uchiha family station, and saw the two tall Susanoo, especially the silver-white Susanoo. The red Susanoo should be Uchiha Itachi, but the silver-white Susanoo is still a person with a hidden kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Who the hell is Uchiha Fugaku? It's so hidden, and it really has an ulterior secret. In the hearts of the three generations of Hokage Flying Sun / in addition to the two talented ninjas Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, it seems that only the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku has the possibility of opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Sarutobi Hizashi never suspected Uchiha Kazuk's body, and on the surface, it was just an extremely ordinary Uchiha clan who had never shown his reputation. The eyes of the three generations of Hokage Flying Sun / were bright and uncertain, and he wondered why Uchiha Fugaku wanted to hide the kaleidoscope Sharingan, whether it was to prepare for the rebellion against Konoha. Sarutobi also understands that the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha is not only a problem on the Uchiha side, but also understands that his own strength and courage are not enough. If he had the invincible strength of the original Hokage Senju pillar, this little problem of the Uchiha would never be a problem. Uchiha, what the hell are you going to do with me? The three generations of Hokage Fei High / hesitated in his heart. In fact, he didn't have the idea of letting the Uchiha destroy the clan like this. After all, if the three generations of Hokage Flying Sun / didn't acquiesce, then how could the root ninjas led by Shinmura Danzo keep targeting the Uchiha? In the same way, if the three generations of Hokage Flying Sun / were a little more decisive, then the Uchiha's problem would not be difficult to solve. Nashimura Danza secretly fueled the trouble, making Konoha full of rumors unfavorable to the Uchiha garrison, which was also the tacit acquiescence of the three generations of Hokage Flying Sun / It's all for Konoha's stability. The three generations of Hokage Flying Sun / could only sigh like this, and still hesitated to make a move. Not only did the three generations of Hokages think so, but the Uchiha Itachi, who practiced extermination at this time, also thinks so. What a similar idea. It's also an excuse that makes Uchiha Kazuk feel ridiculous, naive and hateful. Crown-sounding. Uchiha Kazuk has always disagreed that the so-called peace in the ninja world is based on compromise. If it is only because of the peace obtained by compromise, then what heartache will be for those Konoha heroes who sleep underground? Isn't it just that they died in vain? Of course, Uchiha Kazuk didn't intend to convince these ninjas with clear brain circuits, and Uchiha Kazuk didn't have that idleness. At this time, in the underground shadows of Konoha and in the secret base of the root, Chimera Danzo also discovered the battle in the direction of the Uchiha station at this time. At first, Chimera Danzang thought that these Uchiha Itachi were carrying out the mission of extermination, but this movement was a little bigger. But as long as the goal of Uchiha extermination could be achieved, Chimera Danzang would not say much. Instead, they waited patiently for the dust to settle down, and then went to seize the spoils. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for this kind of battle traces to expand more and more, and it was already able to be noticed by many Konoha ninjas. The movement of the Uchiha Itachi is too big. After all, people who are of the same clan may inevitably be moved. Chimera Danzo believes that even if Uchiha Itachi has strengthened his will to destroy the Uchiha, he will be emotionally agitated when he really sees the death of someone of his own clan, even death himself. At the end of the day, Uchiha Itachi has not undergone root training and is still a ninja with feelings. That's what Bunzo thinks so, but after seeing the silver white and red Susanoo battle, Chimera Danzo suddenly understood that Uchiha Itachi had really met his opponent and fell into a bitter battle. Susanengu, it's another pair of kaleidoscope riding wheels. Chimera Danzo couldn't help but exclaim, and after thinking about it, he actually thought that it might be Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye with the 3 generations of Hokage flying sun slash. After all, Uchiha Fugaku's talent is also good, and he is the head of a clan, so he can get in touch with secrets such as the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and with the assistance of the family's resources, it is not difficult to open the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Fuyu, you're hiding deep enough. At this time, Nashimura Danzo's eyes were extremely gloomy, as if he thought of the scene where Uchiha Fugaku defeated Uchiha Itachi, and those precious riding wheels were about to be far away. How is this possible? Those riding wheels are mine. No one can take them away. Not even you, Uchiha Fugaku. Chimera Danzo's face gradually showed a hint of anger, and at the same time, he was also looking for a reason to cut into the battle of the Uchiha family station. For the stability of Konoha. Or for Konoha, it's still this almighty reason. Uchiha Itachi, what a piece of rubbish. Found a reason to intervene, Chimera Tunzo couldn't help but curse again, and at the same time couldn't help but think, why did Uchiha resist? For the sake of Konoha's stability, can't he give up his own life? Such a ridiculous reason to sacrifice one's own life for the sake of other people's safety is something that only a psychologically twisted ninja like Chimera Danzo can think of. It seems that I can only intervene in this battle, and in order to exterminate the Uchiha, the roots can't stay out. Chimera Danzo's face was gloomy, but he finally made the decision that the root ninja would also participate in the battle. After all, with the character of the Japanese slash, he should hesitate at this time, and if he can't say it, he will continue to compromise and let the Uchiha continue to remain in Konoha, then it is better to directly let it be wiped out. Chimera Danzo looked inexplicably in the direction of the Hokage's office, and seemed to see the wandering demeanor of the 3 generations of Hokage ape Tobi Hichi, and couldn't help but sneer. Suncut, you're just too naive and too indecisive. Chimera Danzo did not delay, and since the decision had been made, he immediately issued an order to assemble the root ninjas. 30 upper ninjas, 50 elite middle ninjas, a total of 80 root ninjas. Such a force is enough to destroy a small ninja village, and it is also enough to support an anomalous local battle. Come to think of it, with these root ninjas, it's enough to destroy the Uchiha. Some of these root ninjas will participate in the destruction of the Uchiha, and the other will also collect the Sharingan Eye to obtain the corresponding loot. If possible, you can also take down the Uchiha Itachi by the way, and then you will get 2 pairs of kaleidoscope riding wheels. Chimera Danzo thought to himself, I thought that with those 2 pairs of kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, as well as this water-stopping illusion eye in my hand, I could completely get the position of the Hokage, and then launch a ninja world war to unify the entire ninja world. This is also the fantasy in Chimera Tunzang's heart at this time, and the premise of all this is that Chimera Tunzang can get those 2 pairs of kaleidoscope riding wheels. The moment the DJ music ended, Uchiha Kazuk's silver-white Susanoo completely shattered Uchiha Itachi's red Susanoo. In order to maintain Susanoo's form, the Uchiha Itachi has consumed a large amount of pupil power. At the same time, after using Susanoo twice in a row, Uchiha Itachi's pupil power has bottomed out, and he can no longer use Susanoo's power. Of course, even Uchiha Itachi can clearly understand that even if he can use Susanoo's power again, he will inevitably be scattered by Uchiha Fusuke. What the hell is going on with those weird music? Not only does it reflect the power of amplification ninjutsu, but it seems to be an all-round amplification. Uchiha Itachi pondered so hard in his heart, because of the ability to frequently use the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye in a short period of time, the pupil power was greatly and sharply consumed, so that the Uchiha Itachi almost couldn't maintain the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye form of the triangle windmill. It was also because this wave of Susanoo was forcibly dispersed, so that Uchiha Itachi's body was counterattacked by the pupil force, and his heartbeat suddenly increased by at least 10 times, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oops, my body is reaching its limit. Uchiha Itachi shouted in his heart, seeing that Uchiha Fusuke was still radiant, and it didn't seem to have much consumption. Uchiha Itachi, for the sake of Uchiha's stability, you must die. Uchiha Fengsuk shouted awe-inspiringly. The pupil power of the Duin kaleidoscope writing wheel was released, and the silver-white Susanoo also moved one after another, raising the katana and slashing directly at the Uchiha Itachi. If this knife hits, then the Uchiha Itachi will inevitably be split in half from the middle. With this knife, Uchiha Fusuk really has no intention of keeping his hand, and he doesn't keep his hand when he looks at the so-called popular characters in the original book. He really intends to kill Uchiha Itachi. Come to think of it, those beam-jumping clowns should also come, and before that, we must completely solve the anti-thief Uchiha Itachi. Thinking like this, the 10-meter katana in Nesusana's hand slashed at the Uchiha Itachi more than twice as fast. There was almost a screeching sound that screeched through the air, so that the Uchiha Itachi will not doubt the power of this knife in the slightest. You have to block it. No, you can't stop it, you have to dodge it. At this time, the Uchiha Itachi's pupil power and chakra had already been consumed, and Susanoo had already had no time to use it, and he was spinning rapidly with his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes open. Drink! The Uchiha Itachi let out a loud cry and gritted his teeth to explode a small amount of chakra in his body, while desperately extracting the chakra from the cells of his body that had been depleted day by day. Such an extreme action made Uchiha Itachi's body creak, and it was already in a state of extreme operation. Bang! The katana of more than 10 meters finally slashed down, smashing up bursts of dust and smoke, and Uchiha Kazuk glared at the Duin kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, wanting to see the traces of Uchiha Itachi through the fog. It doesn't seem to have worked. Because, in the eyes of Uchiha Kazuk's Duin kaleidoscope writing wheel, the Uchiha Itachi's chakra has almost disappeared, but its vitality has been maintained to a certain extent. And these levels of vitality also allowed the Uchiha Itachi to survive for a long time. But it's just a matter of breathing. Uchiha Kazuk thought faintly in his heart. The fog caused by the slash gradually dissipated, revealing the embarrassed figure of the Uchiha Itachi, which made the corners of Uchiha Fusuk's mouth bend involuntarily. Because Uchiha Fusuk saw that Uchiha Itachi lost his left arm. Itachi Uchiha has become a one-armed hero. He, what an amazing coincidence. For some reason, at this time, Uchiha Kazuk's mood was inexplicably happy, as if he had thought of something to be happy about. You must know that in the original Future Ninja history, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother Uchiha Suzuki, and the final battle with Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Suzuki also lost his arm. An even more subtle coincidence, at the time Suzuki Uchiha also lost his left arm. This made Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help laughing, and with the observation power of the Duin kaleidoscope writing wheel, it was easy to find the severed left arm, which had already flown to the roof next to it. In fact, if Konoha was a medical ninja master at this time, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha was there, he could still take Uchiha Itachi's left arm back intact. But at this time, Tsunade was not there, and even if Tsunade returned to Konoha and was unable to perform such an operation that required blood due to Tsunade's phobia. Therefore, until the Uchiha Itachi dies, he can only be a one-armed hero. Thinking of this, the mood of the Uchiha Fusuk is even better, but even such a good mood can't stop the Uchiha Fusuk from killing the Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Fusuk has always believed that this Uchiha Itachi is a big scourge that can't be kept. Even though the Uchiha Itachi lost his left arm at this time and became a one-armed hero, he didn't have much resistance. But as long as he thought that Uchiha Itachi would bring more trouble to Uchiha Fusuk in the future, Uchiha Fusuk would naturally have a headache. If you don't die, you will be harmed by it. Since future troubles can be anticipated, it is better to solve the source of the problems once and for all. After all, the Uchiha Obito next to him seems to want to take the Uchiha Itachi. How can he let him get his wish? Thinking like this, the Uchiha inexplicably looked in an empty direction. The Uchiha Obito, Hakuju, and Black Juju trio had already noticed Uchiha Kazuk's gaze, and they were all slightly awe-inspiring in their hearts. By Ju-Oh, we seem to have been discovered. What should we do? Black Jedi, whether this Uchiha Itachi wants to be saved, no matter how you say it, it is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel, which can become our combat power. By Ju, but this combat power has lost an arm, and its combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Uchiha Obito, it's just an arm, isn't that easy for you? Correct Ju, then Obito, do you mean to take this Uchiha Itachi? Hearing this, Uchiha Obito pondered for a moment, thinking of Fang Cai Uchiha Kazuk's eyes. He couldn't help but shake his heart slightly, and then Fang Cai said in a deep voice, my original goal was to destroy the Uchiha clan, so that Konoha's strength would be greatly reduced, and by the way, I could get a good combat power. But at this time, the Uchiha has already killed half of the people, and the remaining half of the Uchiha clan, even if they survive, it seems that the gap between them and Konoha is even greater, and there will always be an outbreak one day. So, thinking about it this way, Konoha's overall strength has still decreased, and it has already reached its original goal. But at this time, it's not the right time for us to organize an active ninja world, and rashly taking away Uchiha Itachi will inevitably be exposed, which is really unwise. Hakuju, oh, then we're going to give up on Uchiha Itachi, but this Uchiha Kazusuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is still a threat. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Kazuk's Duin kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. thinking back to the abilities that Uchiha Kaijuk had shown, those weird music. This pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels should be biased towards the ability of support, although it can show its unexpected effect, but as long as the difference in strength is too big, it is not a big problem. After all, Uchiha Obito's tone paused, thinking of the information and intelligence related to Uchiha Kaijuk that he had just gotten, and said in a deep voice in the final analysis, "This is just a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels. This Uchiha Kaijuk has no brothers, he can't evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel, and there will always be a day when he walks into darkness." Heiju said in agreement, "Indeed, the pupil power of a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes is limited after all, and the day when the pupil power is exhausted, it is the day when Uchiha Kaijuk loses most of his strength. Therefore, the Uchiha belt Hijikata will think that the threat of Uchiha Kaijuk is actually not that big. Uchiha Obito, because of this big battle, I think the entire Konoha has been alarmed, and more Konoha ninjas will come, so in order to avoid being perceived by the sentient ninjas, I also have to leave. Black Jedi, White Jedi, the task of collecting information about Uchiha Kaijuk is entrusted to you. Don't worry, Obito." As he spoke, the Uchiha Obito fell into the Kamui space and left the Uchiha family station, leaving only the black and white bodies silently watching the battle of Uchiha Kaijuk. Hey, it suddenly occurred to me, why can't we win over the ninja Uchiha Fusuk? It seems that Uchiha Fusuk's strength is also extremely strong, at least he can defeat Uchiha Itachi. Not long after the Uchiha left with the soil, the White Absolute suddenly raised this question. It's too unlikely. Kuroge looked at the figure of Uchiha Kaijuk, and said in a dull voice, "With the information we know about Uchiha Kaijuk, it is clear that he has such a powerful ninja strength, and he still has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but he can maintain an ordinary career for more than 10 years, which shows that this Uchiha Kaijuk is extremely scheming. In the battle, Uchiha Kaijuk didn't hesitate without any hesitation, which also shows that Uchiha Kaijuk has his own judgment. In other words, Uchiha Kaijuk is extremely strong-willed, has his own cognition, and is difficult to be influenced by us, by the goals of the knowers. Baiju was clear, so, it's impossible to recruit Uchiha Fusuk. In Kuro's heart, he thinks that Uchiha Kaijuk can't try to fight for it, but it will take a lot of time. No matter how firm the will is, as long as the conspiracy is used well, it is enough to change. Similar to what Madara Uchiha said, the result is already doomed, and the means are. At this time, Uchiha Kaijuk didn't know that the Uchiha Obito in the secret had already left, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Because, Uchiha Kaijuk had already expected that the guy from Uchiha Obito would not show up at this time, which would make the development of the Akatsuki extremely unfavorable. Therefore, Uchiha Fusuk thinks that the Uchiha Obito and those people will take Uchiha Itachi at most. And this is also an important reason why Uchiha Fusuk wants to kill Uchiha Itachi. Although he cut off Uchiha Itachi's left arm, Uchiha Fusuk felt that he still had to kill Uchiha Itachi to feel at ease, so the silver-white Susanoo raised his katana more than 10 meters and slashed at Uchiha Itachi again. At this time, Uchiha Itachi's whole body trembled, which was a manifestation of squeezing the body cell chakra, which made Uchiha Itachi vomit blood again and again. In particular, the pain of losing his left arm made Uchiha Itachi dripping with cold sweat, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in the form of a triangular windmill had completely degenerated. It became the ordinary three-hook jade writing wheel eye. But even so, Uchiha Itachi felt that his eyes were blurry a lot, and he couldn't really see Uchiha Fusuk's face. The pupil power has been consumed too much, and the eyes have been damaged. Uchiha Itachi thought so in his heart, but at this time, he was not concerned about the eyes, but the 10-meter katana of Uchiha Fusuk's Susanengu in front of him. With the katana raised, Uchiha Itachi could already feel Uchiha Kaijuk's homicidal heart. Looks like you're going to use that whole card. It's a pity, it was originally meant to be reserved for Suzuki, ahem, ahem. Thinking like this in his heart, the Uchiha Itachi coughed violently a few times, and spit out a few more bloody knights, feeling that his weakness had reached the limit. Can't hesitate. Uchiha Itachi said secretly in his heart, stretched out his right hand and touched the blood on the corner of his mouth, and secretly patted the ground. Psychics. Itachi Uchiha secretly summoned a crow, but one of the crow's eyes was extraordinary. The four-cornered windmill form, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. That's the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that stops water. Uchiha Kaijuk, since I can't kill you, let you protect Konoha instead of me and destroy the Uchiha. Illusion, don't be a god. The Uchiha made Itachi use his remaining pupil power to manipulate the Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, using the ultimate illusion that was enough to rewrite the target's will. At this time, the katana of more than 10 meters that was originally cut down suddenly stopped. Uchiha Kaijuk's eyes were also dazed, as if he had thought of something. What am I going to do? Yes, I'm going to protect Konoha, even if it's at the cost of my life. Yes, I took a mission, I must destroy the Uchiha clan. For the stability of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world, the Uchiha must be completely eradicated. Whispering, Uchiha Kaijuk disbanded Susanoo, looked at the Uchiha people who were at a loss, and said in a deep voice, for the sake of Konoha's stability, the Uchiha must be completely destroyed. Noticing Uchiha Kazuk's movements, Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel that was barely maintained also retreated, and said with a sigh, "Looks like it worked." Uchiha Itachi looked at the black crow. The original four-cornered windmill form of kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes had become three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes. The huge pupil power condensed in it was also exhausted. It seems that the eyes that stop water will not be able to be used again until at least 10 years. Is there any time? I regret a little in my heart, but at least I solved the problem at hand, and the will of Uchiha Kazuk has been completely rewritten by Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk is a qualified Konoha ninja who can sacrifice everything for Konoha to be able to sacrifice everything, even his own life. What are you going to do, Kazuk? One of the Uchiha people looked at the Uchiha Kazuk who raised his katana and shouted loudly, but the tone was obviously lacking in confidence and full of fear of death. What am I going to do? I'm going to protect Konoha. I'm going to kill the Uchiha threat. It's all for Konoha, please die. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk's katana slashed towards this Uchiha clansman, and at this time, Uchiha Kazuk's heart was inexplicably thinking, it's strange, judging from the memories of the previous life, it was clearly Uchiha Itachi who carried out the mission of exterminating the Uchiha clan, and the leader of the roots, Shimura Danzo, was the culprit, and the Konoha high-level leaders led by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun acquiesced at this time. How could I dedicate everything to Konoha? How do you feel that the will has been rewritten by another god? Don't be a god. Uchiha Kazuk's heart trembled inexplicably. DJ, my future is in my hands. The moment he thought of the other gods, it was as if he had turned on some switch, and the dynamic music instantly sounded, making Uchiha Kazuk pause suddenly. When Uchiha Fusuk thought of the word other gods, the Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye in the left eye suddenly turned, and this dynamic BGM sounded. Let Uchiha Fusuk recall those battles of Fang Cai, and Fang Cai seemed to see a crow suddenly appear next to Uchiha Itachi. One of the crow's eyes is indeed a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye with water. When this BGM sounded, Uchiha Kazuk's willpower suddenly exploded, and the inexplicable mysterious power allowed Uchiha Kazuk to get rid of the control of other gods. Thankfully, I was prepared. Uchiha Kazuk secretly said that it was dangerous. Fortunately, Uchiha Fusuk already knew in advance that Uchiha Itachi had the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye that Uchiha Shisui gave him, and he was able to rewrite the will of the target at the will of his master. Don't be a god illusion. It is possible to rewrite the will of the target without the target noticing. Because he knows about the illusion of other gods, Uchiha Kazuk has already set a seal in his left eye, and as long as the trigger condition is hit, the specified BGM will be released. The release condition is the 3 words of other gods. And this BGM can allow Uchiha Fusuk to get rid of any illusion manipulation, similar to the way Uchiha Fusuk broke Uchiha Itachi's moon reading illusion in the first place. It's just that this time the BGM effect is more powerful, and it can get rid of the manipulation of other gods. Uchiha Kazuk's katana stayed on the neck of the Uchiha clansman, almost cutting off the head of the clansman, causing the clansman to scream in fear. Uchiha Kazuk calmly glanced at the frightened Uchiha clansman, stepped hard under his feet, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Instantly came to Uchiha Itachi's side, and the katana slashed against the wind, easily cutting through the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye of the Uchiha water. This scourge should be eliminated before it can be relieved. Cutting the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye of the Uchiha water, Uchiha Kazuk is still not at ease, and it is quickly sealed. Fire escape, how fireball technique. A huge ball of fire, rushing towards the crow that had split in half on the ground, also targeting the Uchiha Itachi. It doesn't hurt to be able to kill Uchiha Itachi by the way. However, after the fireball burned, the crow that was split in half and the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye with the Uchiha stopping the water turned into ashes, and the Uchiha Itachi barely escaped. What a tenacious vitality. Uchiha Kazuk sighed in his heart. What's the matter? How can this guy break free from the control of the other god's illusions? At this time, Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Fusuk in shock. Not long ago, he obviously looked completely manipulated, and even raised his knife to the people of the same clan. Let Uchiha Itachi think that the overall situation has been decided, but who would have thought that at the critical time, Uchiha Fengsuk did not kill the Uchiha clansman, but broke free from the illusion of other gods? Yes, there was a burst of music just now. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi remembered that he had heard a burst of music just now, and thought it was Uchiha Fusuk using the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to kill the Uchiha clansman. I didn't expect Uchiha Fusuk to break free from the control of other gods. This made Uchiha Itachi at this time suddenly have a lot of despair in his heart. Is it because Uchiha Kazuk can't bear to kill people of the same clan? This kind of will to love the Uchiha family is extremely strong, and even can make the illusion of other gods shake, so he uses the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability to break free. Uchiha Itachi sighed in his heart that he had miscalculated, but at this time, Uchiha Itachi had already used all the means, and there was no more way, and it seemed that today's plan to exterminate the clan had failed. Uchiha Itachi, you really love Konoha to this point, and you even want me to protect Konoha and kill the Uchiha people at this point. Uchiha Kazuk held the katana, looked at the lost Uchiha Itachi with a cold face, and mocked loudly. If I'm not mistaken, the kaleidoscope riding wheel that was the Uchiha Shisui just now actually fell into your hands. Did you kill Shisui or give it to you? This question made Uchiha Itachi lose his mind for a moment, and it seemed that he remembered the entrustment that Uchiha had entrusted before he committed suicide. The reason why Uchiha Fusuk didn't kill Uchiha Itachi directly was not to enjoy the so-called victory time. It's because most of the Uchiha people came here at this time and noticed the battle between Uchiha Kazuk and Uchiha Itachi. In order to use all the resources of the Uchiha, this is also a good opportunity for the Uchiha to gain the prestige of the Uchiha. That's why the Uchiha Fusuk will question the Uchiha Itachi and let the Uchiha people understand the truth about tonight's battle. Of course, Uchiha Kazuk's hard work was not in vain, and this question also made the Uchiha people talk a lot. Damn, I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to be such a person. I thought Uchiha Itachi was the pride of the Uchiha, but I didn't expect it to have defected. I worshipped Uchiha Itachi at the beginning, but I was blind. Damn Uchiha Itachi, give my daughter back. Uchiha Itachi, when did you fall to Konoha and treat the Uchiha as a must-kill trouble? Hey, Uchiha, hey Konoha. Thanks to Uchiha Kazuk, if it weren't for Kazuk, we would have died like those people. Uchiha Itachi is really ruthless, he didn't even let his parents go. Is this still human? The words of the Uchiha people made Uchiha Fusuk nod with satisfaction, and he had already achieved the goal in Uchiha Fusuk's heart. But no matter how happy Uchiha Kazuk was, he still maintained an extremely plain appearance. Why don't you understand? For the stability of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world, you must eradicate the Uchiha, cough cough cough. At this time, the weak Uchiha Itachi was still telling like this, and this unreasonable argument made the Uchiha people even more angry. It also made many Uchiha people fierce, and they just wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi, a bastard with a rebellious brain. Oh, naive. Uchiha Fusuk sneered, already completely disappointed in Uchiha Itachi. It seems that you have been completely brainwashed by Konoha. My sanity is clear. Uchiha Itachi retorted, staring at Uchiha Fusuk with burning eyes, and said loudly, I'm not brainwashed, I'm a Konoha ninja who has understood the will of fire, and I'm not limited to one clan. Kazuk, you've experienced the third ninja war and lost your parents, so you must be able to understand the cruelty of war, and you don't want that kind of war to come to the ninja world again. The contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha has reached its limit, and if it goes on like this, it will break out sooner or later, and there will be a dragon fight between the two at that time. However, I don't think the Uchiha can win. After all, the Uchiha are only one clan after all, and there are so many ninjas in Konoha that they have a heritage that you can't imagine. But even if Konoha wins, loses the Uchiha clan, and loses a large number of ninjas, the overall strength will inevitably decrease. At that time, Konoha with a great drop in strength could not protect the entire fire country, and the ninjas of various countries who heard the wind would inevitably invade the fire country, and a ninja war in the ninja world was inevitable. So, all of this is to be expected, starting with the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha. But the land of fire can do without Uchiha, and it can't do without Konoha. So, for the sake of Konoha, for the country of fire, and for the sake of the ninja world, there is no way to abandon the Uchiha. Why don't you understand, Uchiha Kazuk? Speaking of this, Uchiha Itachi was already yelling loudly, because of the predictable failure of the Uchiha extermination, and the thought of the future ninja war, it made Uchiha Itachi feel very heartbroken. The source of all this is Uchiha Kazuk's rebellion. Why can't you die in peace? Oh, naive. Uchiha Fusuk noticed the change in Uchiha Itachi's mood, and already understood Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, and it was still the same sentence, but his voice was even colder. This kind of answer made Uchiha Itachi's heart even more desperate, and he also hated the Uchiha clan even more, thinking that the Uchiha family was a stubborn group of people. Sure enough, the madness in the blood of the Uchiha clan has also been inherited by Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Itachi thought so in his heart. However, Uchiha Itachi's words not only made Uchiha Fusuk indifferent, but also made the Uchiha people more aware of Uchiha Itachi's true face. I also hate Uchiha Itachi even more, the original Uchiha pride, a person of the same clan. How disgusting is it? For the sake of peace in the ninja world, you want us to die? We would rather not have such peace in the ninja world. I thought Uchiha Itachi was a genius ninja of my clan, but I didn't expect it to be such a person. Hey, I don't know my heart if I know people's faces. In my opinion, the Uchiha Itachi's parents are not a good thing. They were killed without resistance. It seems that in the eyes of the family, the Uchiha is insignificant at all. Patriarch Fuyu, I think I still respected it very much at the beginning. Do you believe that as a family, that bastard of Uchiha Fugaku hasn't found out the true face of Uchiha Itachi for more than 10 years? Looking at Uchiha Kazuk's Duyin kaleidoscope Sharinan, Nashimura Danzo couldn't help but say this. It can make Uchiha Kazuk understand that Shinmura Danzo's heart is shocked. Oh, you're thinking too much. Uchiha Kazuk sneered and said indifferently, I've never hidden, it's just that there's no need to show real strength. Saying this, Uchiha Kazuk smiled secretly in his heart, thinking that if he had shown his strength earlier, he would not be able to be sure if he would have survived until now. After all, Shimura Danzo, the old Yunbaiko, is very fond of gouging out other people's eyes. The end of the Uchiha stopping the water is vivid, especially with such a beautiful Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye as Uchiha Kajuk. Once Shimura Danzo knows, how can he not be tempted? Uchiha Fugaku, why didn't your patriarch show up? Shimura Danzo glanced around coldly, still not seeing the figure of Uchiha Fugaku, and asked in a deep voice. In fact, Shimura Danzo also had some guesses in his heart. After all, such a major event of extermination, as the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku, of course, could not stay out of it. Since Uchiha Fugaku did not appear at this time, it means that something may have happened to him. Thinking like this, Shimura Danzang looked at the Uchiha people behind him again. Looking at the nearly 1,000 Uchiha people, Shimura Danzang frowned slightly. There's so much left, Uchiha Itachi. I thought he was a real Konoha ninja. When Shimura Danzo was shocked in his heart, he also complained about the uselessness of Uchiha Itachi. That's, Uchiha Itachi, has it become a cripple? Suddenly, Shimura Danzo noticed a figure surrounded by the Uchiha people. It was Uchiha Itachi who had lost his left arm, his body was extremely weak, and his eyes were indifferent. Judging from the scene at this time, this previously unheard of Uchiha Fusuk defeated Uchiha Itachi, and he was also the one who stopped the original Uchiha extermination plan. Shimura Danzo quickly came to this conclusion, but it was precisely because of this conclusion that Fang felt shocked in his heart. Because of Uchiha Itachi's strength, Shimura Danzo is particularly clear, especially since Uchiha Itachi has already opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and it is difficult for ordinary shadow-level ninjas to resist for a few rounds. The kaleidoscope of the wheel eye's illusion and moon reading made the ninjas who had experienced it secretly complain. At this time, hearing Shimura Danzo's questioning, Uchiha Kajuk was still able to maintain a flat complexion and said in a cold voice, "Where is that guy Uchiha Fugaku? As the person behind this extermination of the Uchiha, don't you know very well? Hooking up with Uchiha Itachi and trying to destroy the Uchiha is also very much in line with the style of the root ninja." This sentence shocked all the Uchiha clansmen, and their eyes gradually filled with anger as they looked at Shimura Danzo. What? This one-eyed person is the one behind the scenes. Damn, this guy wants the Uchiha to exterminate the clan. Damn, I really want to kill this guy with my own hands. Uchiha Itachi is also so hateful, he can't be called a human anymore if he colludes with a foreigner to stab someone of the same race. It's the former patriarch of Uchiha Fugaku, and he is also an unqualified patriarch, so he doesn't even have the slightest idea of resisting. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, hey, what, the Uchiha is not human. Knowing that Shimura Danzo was the one who led the Uchiha to exterminate the clan behind the scenes, all the Uchiha people were angry, and looking at the direction of Shimura Danzo was even more murderous. But because at this time, Uchiha Kajuk already has great prestige, after all, he is the one who prevented the Uchiha from exterminating the clan, and has faintly become the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Uchiha Kajuk did not let the clansmen do it, and these Uchiha clansmen could only endure the murderous intent and carry out the task of guarding the Uchiha Itachi. How do you know so clearly? Did Uchiha Itachi tell you? Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's eyes were cold, and he looked at Uchiha Kajuk, Uchiha Itachi, and even all the Uchiha people were full of dead silence. It had already been decided in his heart that none of the Uchiha people present could stay. After all, if the news comes out here, it will damage Shimura's reputation, and it will become an obstacle to ascending to the position of Hokage. If only Uchiha Kajuk knew Shimura Danzo's thoughts, it will inevitably be laughed at viciously. What other good reputation can you have for Shimura Danzo? The dark reputation of the ninja world is that foreign people are jealous, and many people of Konoha know the true face of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, you must at least have a few strokes in your heart. Although Uchiha Kajuk didn't know Shimura Danzo's dark thoughts, he could feel the bright killing intention, and he could guess some thoughts. After all, Shimura Danzo thought that he had the chance to win, and he didn't hide his thoughts. He, this dog won't let us go, but I want to kill him too. Uchiha Kajuk thought so in his heart, holding the katana in his right hand and pulling a few sword flowers, switching to the most comfortable position, and suddenly stepping hard under his feet. Shav, bang. With the cracking of the ground under his feet, Uchiha Kajuk's figure suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already come to the right side of Shimura Danzo, and raising his katana was a vicious slash, as if he wanted to kill Shimura Danzo directly. Bell, however, a violent sound of Jin-Ge clearly showed that the root shinobi who was guarding Shimura Danzo reacted in time, and used the power of the sword drawing technique to confront Uchiha Kajuk's katana. This force is hard to resist. This root shinobi only resisted slightly, and it still seemed that he could not avoid the fate of Shimura Danzo being beheaded. However, this momentary pause also made the rest of the root ninjas react. After all, these root people are elite ninjas with extremely rich combat experience, and can quickly judge the direction of the battle and react. Whew! The other three root ninjas shot out the shuriken in their hands, and they were holding kunao and sprinting directly towards Uchiha Kajuk. Because Shimura Danzo is also located near Uchiha Kajuk, these root ninjas did not use ninjutsu, but rushed up directly with Kunao. Perhaps in the hearts of these root elite ninjas, no matter how powerful Uchiha Kajuk is, there is only one ninja, and he can crush the target by relying on the advantage of numbers. At this time, Shimura Danzo also reacted, shocked by the speed of Uchiha Kajuk, and hurriedly dodged away from the place, and at the same time ordered loudly, "Root ninjas, kill Uchiha Kajuk first." Nashimura Danzo was covered in a cold sweat, and he almost died with a secret sound, but at the same time, it produced a more intense killing intention. Thinking that Uchiha Fusuk should be the most powerful person in the Uchiha clan at this time, as long as he kills Uchiha Fusuk, then he can easily solve Uchiha's problem. But you still have to kill Uchiha Kajuk quickly, and then destroy Uchiha in the name of rebellion, otherwise it will be difficult for Uchiha to have such a good opportunity after he makes a decision. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo shouted again, "All the root ninjas, attack Uchiha Kajuk, kill him at all costs." After the order, all the root ninjas had already started to use their ninjutsu methods in the direction of Uchiha Kajuk. Fire escape, how fireball technique, times 10 root ninjas unleashed the fire escape ninjutsu together, and 10 super large fireballs with a diameter of nearly 3 meters rushed in the direction of Uchiha Kajuk. The root ninjas, who are known for their ruthlessness, even those comrades who were fighting with Uchiha Kajuk at this time were considered targets. These root ninjas don't have any companions in their hearts. The Uchiha side, and with the help of the strength of the ninja with the root of the sword, it was a reversal in midair, and by the way, he dodged the attack of the shuriken and landed again and quickly slashed sideways, forcing back the 2 root ninjas. At this time, the 10 large fireballs were already close. Uchiha Kajuk was not flustered at all, and the kaleidoscope writing will eye in his left eye blinked slightly. BGM capability activation. DJ music, Last of the Wilds. Dynamic DJ music sounds. When that bagpipe sounded, it instantly ignited the flame in Uchiha Kajuk's heart, and also made Uchiha Kajuk's katana attach a high-temperature flame. Slash with a knife. 10 consecutive slashes. Uchiha Kajuk faced the big fireball, and because of the bonus of BGM, the speed and power increased tenfold, and almost instantly, he swung his sword 10 times. I saw 10 fiery red sword lights, which made these 10 big fireballs shatter instantly. The power caused by the collision made Uchiha Kajuk's big back tremble, showing a trembling majesty, and even more made those Uchiha people sigh from the bottom of their hearts. Uchiha Kajuk is so powerful. At this time, the Uchiha Kajuk broke through the fireball, and there was no pause. With the help of the BGM bonus, it was the user who passed and shaved, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the root ninja who used the knife just now. Directly slash with a flame and decapitate this root ninja instantly. Then, the figure disappeared in place, and every time he appeared, a root shinobi was beheaded. What a knife for a child. No matter how these root ninjas react, it's all the same way to die. Decapitated with a knife. This kind of irresistible power can only be passively endured by these root ninjas, a knife and a root ninja. It's also fortunate that the root ninja was trained very well by Shimura Danzo, and he almost erased his emotions, so he still didn't collapse, and he was still looking for an opportunity to attack Uchiha Kajuk. Half a minute later, after Uchiha Kajuk killed 18 root ninjas, he set his sights on Shimura Danzo, who was commanding in the distance. Although this BGM continues, Uchiha Kajuk can easily kill these root ninjas without feeling physically exhausted. But I'm going to get tired. BGM is also the ability of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Long-term use will also consume pupil power. After the pupil power is exhausted, that Uchiha Kajuk is also an ordinary shadow level ninja. It's still the kind of shadow level ninja at the bottom. So, take advantage of this time to get rid of Shimura Danzang, the old Yinbai. Uchiha Kajuk thinks so, and because Shimura Danzu is Uchiha Kajuk's real target. After all, no matter how many trash fish you kill, it won't help if you don't solve the most critical place. Therefore, after killing a root ninja again, Uchiha Kajuk looked at Shimura and raised his katana directly, and instantly came to Shimura Danzo's side, and the katana was even more slashed at Shimura Danzo's head. However, the Uchiha Kajuk saw that Shimura Tunzo did not have much panic, and he still had a look of victory. Didn't react, or was you prepared? It seems to be the latter. Because Uchiha Kajuk found that his body could not move, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black seal pattern spreading on his arm. The seal of self-karma spell. Uchiha Kajuk remembered this name in his heart. It was the seal that Shimura Danzo had come to restrain Uchiha Suzuki's actions. It seems that I thought things too simply. With Shimura Danzo's combat experience, even if the strength is not very good, it is not difficult to think that I will want to kill him again. Thinking like this in his heart, Uchiha Kajuk sighed, worthy of being a ninja who has experienced several ninja world wars. He really can't underestimate anyone in the ninja world. However, at this time, although Uchiha Kajuk was unable to act, his face was still extremely flat, and he only frowned slightly. Just as he was about to break free, Shimura Danzo over there suddenly began to speak. It's useless, there's no need to struggle. This spell has an extremely strong binding force. No matter how strong it is, it can't break free. Chimera began to speak, and it seemed that he was beginning to enter the state of a victor. Such a Chimera group made Uchiha Kazek's heart pause slightly, and he thought inexplicably, this situation is too similar to those scenes in the plot where the villain introduces his abilities at the last moment, talks about messy things, and finally reverses the ending. At this time, Nashimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Kazek, to be precise, at Uchiha Kazek's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. His expression was full of fascination, and he said softly, "What a beautiful kaleidoscope writing wheel, it's mine right away, everything Uchiha belongs to me." At this time, Chimera Danzo still had no intention of attacking the inactive Uchiha Kazek, probably regarding Uchiha Kazek as something in his bag. Instead, he looked at the Uchiha people who were at a loss, and said in a deep voice, "Root ninjas, deal with those Uchiha people, not a single one can be left." The root ninjas silently rushed in the direction of the Uchiha people. At this time, of course, the Uchiha Kazek couldn't look at it like this, but said in a cold voice, "Tuanzang dog, have you forgotten, my BGM is not over yet." "What? In my BGM, no one can beat me. Drink!" Saying that, Uchiha Kazek suddenly shouted, and the BGM was excited, and the chakra all over his body suddenly exploded, and his strength increased tenfold again. Bang! In Chimera Danzo's shocked gaze, Uchiha Kazek broke free from the seal of the curse of self-karma. It's a curse of self-karma that no one can break free. Flame slash, the katana, which carried the flames, instantly slashed at Chimera Danzo's head. "How could I be killed by you? I'm going to be the Hokage." At the end of the crisis, Nashimura Danzo suddenly shouted, burst out of the strength that a shadow-level ninja should have, and moved to the side stiffly. Chimera Danzo screamed and retreated, red blood flowing uncontrollably. "I didn't even kill it, but I just looked at Chimera Danzo's right arm." Uchiha Kazek paused with his knife raised, looked at the severed right arm, and Chimera Danzo, who was screaming in pain, and said secretly in his heart, "It seems that Chimera Danzo's right arm has not yet been made." Uchiha Kazek cut off Chimera Danzo's right arm, but Chimera Danzo itself did not disappear, that is, there was no Izanaga's ultimate chakra eye pupil technique. After all, it was a pupil technique that was enough to turn the tide of life and death. Uchiha Kazek thought of Fang Cai slash again, and Chimera Danzo chose to dodge, which also explained the problem. After all, if Chimera Danzo had the right arm of the writing wheel eye, he could be completely rigid and consume the chakra and pupil power of Uchiha Kazek. I don't think there are many writing wheels in Chimera Danzo's hands at this time, so I haven't made the right arm of the writing wheel eyes yet. Uchiha Kazek thought like this, thinking that Chimera Danzo was also because of the Uchiha's extermination of the clan, so that he would have so many writing wheel eyes, and he would be able to create that writing wheel eye right arm. In other words, as long as you kill Chimera Danzo at this time, you will really solve the problem. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazek's eyes became brighter and brighter when he looked at Chimera Danzo, and he raised his katana to slash at Chimera Danzo. However, at this time, those root ninjas had already arrived in time. Before he could kill the Uchiha people, he saw that the leader Chimera Danzo was in danger of life, and of course, it was the most important thing to protect the root leader. Therefore, these root ninjas rushed towards Uchiha Kazek like sacrificing their lives, so that Uchiha Kazek could only transfer the target, which felt really annoying. It seems that we have to deal with these root ninjas first, at least to make these root ninjas unable to move first, then. The Uchiha Kazek was about to act, but at this time, Chimera Danzo held back the pain, and the shoulder that had lost his right arm had been treated by the medical ninja to stop the bleeding. Looking at Uchiha Kazek, who was surrounded by the root ninjas, after thinking about it for a while, he spoke, "Uchiha Kazek, I probably understand why you hid your strength before, and I think I've been dissatisfied with Uchiha for a long time, so I can give you a chance." When Chimera Danzo spoke, these root ninjas also had a tacit understanding not to attack anymore, but just surrounded Uchiha Kazek. Bang! Uchiha Kazek casually kicked away the corpse of a root ninja, causing Chimera Danzo to twitch his face slightly, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, "Chimera Danzo, this old dog, hard can't work, do you want to come soft?" Uchiha Kazek smiled, sighing at Chimera Danzo's innocence, and suddenly felt a familiar wave of pupil power fluctuations, picking the corner of his eye. Is this the fluctuation of pupil power to stop the water? Don't be a celestial illusion, it turns out that you are paying attention to this, Tuanzang old dog. Uchiha Fusuk felt that familiar pupil power, which was clearly the ultimate illusion released by Uchiha Itachi not long ago by borrowing Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye to stop water. But that other heavenly illusion has been cracked by Uchiha Kazek, and at the same time, it has also crushed the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The same other god illusion, how could I be hit twice, not to mention that my BGM is not over at this time. There is at least half a minute left in the BGM of this paragraph, which means that in this half a minute, the spirit and will of Uchiha Kazek have been strengthened at least 10 times. In the time of BGM, Uchiha Kazek is the one who cannot be defeated. However, Chimera Tunzang didn't know that Uchiha Kazek had already cracked the other gods, and noticing Uchiha Kazek's subtle demeanor, Chimera Tunzang only secretly said in his heart, "Don't be a god working." Then, Chimera Danzo made persistent efforts, and used words to disturb Uchiha Kazek's mind and strengthen the ability of other heavenly illusions. At the same time, he raised his hand to signal the root ninjas not to move. Uchiha Kazuk, it's better to join the roots, it will definitely be able to get you rid of the burden of Uchiha, power, wealth, and so on, and it is within reach. You and I joined forces, and Konoha belongs to us. Shimura Danza said so impassionedly, but in his heart, he thought that when he completely controlled Uchiha Kazuk, he must first dig up those kaleidoscope writing wheels. After fighting for so long, Shimura Danzo has been able to appreciate the ability of Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel. Come to think of it, it's probably an amplification ability, although it's not as powerful as other gods, but it can also greatly improve its strength. Uchiha Kazuk looked at Shimura Danzo, who seemed to be very beautiful, and his eyes widened slightly, and he took advantage of the last few seconds of this BGM to violently shatter the illusion of other gods again. I said, Tuanzang old dog, you think too much. Uchiha Kazuk raised his katana with one hand, pointed at Shimura Danzo, and shouted, it's just a celestial illusion, and you still want to control me, how could the gods fail? Shimura Danzo was extremely unbelievable, and at the same time, because of the violence of the other gods' illusions, his head was groggy after the pupil force rebounded. This is another heavenly illusion. This can rewrite the willpower of any ninja, how can it be cracked so easily? Shimura Danzo is still unbelievable, and even has a lot of breakdowns. After all, Shimura Danzo, who did not have the right arm of the writing wheel, the right eye that stopped the water, and the Bishinjin illusion was also one of the most powerful whole cards of Shimura Danzang at this time. The rest of the spells are the ones that end together. Kill Uchiha Kazuk, do whatever it takes. Shimura Danzo came to his senses a little and looked at Uchiha Kazuk, who was once again full of cold murderous intent, viciously ordering like this. Although you will inevitably lose a lot of root elites by doing this, for the sake of Konoha, you must destroy the Uchiha. At this time, Shimura Danzo could already predict that the roots would suffer heavy losses, and he felt inexplicable regret in his heart, but in order to kill Uchiha Kazuk, he could only do so. Shimura never thought that Uchiha Fusuk would be able to survive the siege of so many root ninjas, nearly 100 root ninjas. After all, although Uchiha Kazuk has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, he is not the kind of super shadow level ninja who can suppress the ninja world like Shura Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. If Uchiha Kazuk has the strength of a super shadow level ninja, then what else to fight, wash and sleep? Although Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is tricky, so many root ninjas are enough to exhaust Uchiha Kazuk's pupil power and kill him. Shimura Danzo thought so, looking at the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes of Uchiha Kazuk full of greed. This pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels can actually break the illusion of other gods. As long as you have this pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels, it is worth sacrificing more root ninjas. It is precisely because he knows the power of the illusion of the other gods and can break this illusion of rewriting the will, so it can also show the power of the Duyin kaleidoscope writing wheel. Let Shimura Danzo have endless longing. As long as you can get this pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels, everything is not a problem. So, under the order of Shimura Danzo, these root ninjas all sacrificed their lives to attack Uchiha Kazuk, consuming Uchiha Kazuk's chakra and pupil power. There are too many trash fish. Uchiha Kazuk casually slashed a close root elite shinobi, stared at all the root ninja with a wide range of TikTok kaleidoscope writing wheels, and secretly made a decision in his heart. The right eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eye turned slightly, and with the output of pupil power, the mysterious power began to show. Kaleidoscope sharing. Music, itching. As the heartwarming music sounded, all the root ninjas, including Shimura Danzo and the Uchiha people within a kilometer, couldn't help but stand up, unable to control their movements. Even the seriously injured Uchiha Itachi, under the action of this mysterious power, couldn't help but stand up. Fortunately, the place where he lost his left arm was stopped by Uchiha's medical ninja, so he didn't bleed to death. After all, in the minds of the Uchiha people, the Uchiha Fusuk, who saved the Uchiha clan, asked to see the Uchiha Itachi, so it means that the Uchiha Itachi still has some effect. Therefore, although the Uchiha people deeply hated Uchiha Itachi's slaughter of their own people, they still tried their best to restrain themselves and carry out Uchiha Kazuk's orders. At this time, not only the root ninja and Shimura Danzo were very confused, but even the Uchiha people were also at a loss and didn't understand why they couldn't control their movements. The musical itch gradually began, and the red-faced lyrics were sung. She is a touch of the sun, think more, who knows how to appreciate, he has a blue and blue cloud, just wait, someone to share it with the music and songs playing. Everyone within a kilometer, except for the Uchiha Kazuk's caster, couldn't help but dance an extremely coquettish dance. Reach out, twist your waist, lift your hips, turn around, bend over. These ordinary movements, at this time, are performed together, accompanied by the heart-pounding music and songs. It was really full of commotion, and people couldn't bear to look at it directly. Even though these root ninjas were trained by Shimura Danzo and almost wore out their feelings, they were human beings after all. As a human being, no matter how much you try to suppress your emotions, you just try your best to suppress them. Therefore, many root ninjas, young root ninjas, because their faces are too thin, they can't help but blush, and their eyes that were originally dead seem to have a touch of agility. Anyway, there are a lot of directions. Come on, pretentious. Anyway, there's a lot of scenery. AHHH, the high tide part of the music, the song is even more unbearable, and the dance of people within a kilometer is even more difficult to look at, and many male compatriots of the Uchiha clan can't help but leave tears of shame. I didn't expect that I would make such a shameful gesture in public. What will my family and lovers think of me? This Uchiha people sighed in their hearts. They could already see a lot of eyes behind them, that kind of eyes full of evil taste and disbelief, so that this Uchiha people did not dare to look back. Fortunately, at this time, all the Uchiha people could not control their own movements, even if they looked back at such a simple action. All of this is caused by the ability of the Uchiha Kazusuke to right the wheel eye of the kaleidoscope in his right eye. It's called dancing together. It's a range control capability. It can make the music dance within a kilometer centered on Uchiha Kazusuke, and you can't control your movements. Until the end of this music song, you must not act on your own. The ability to be called a bug. When Uchiha Kazusuke opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, it was incredulous to know that the ability of his eyes to awaken was also unbelievable. You must know that the writing wheel eye is called the eye of mental reflection, which can embody the spiritual desire of the Uchiha's people, so when the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is opened, that spiritual desire will manifest into the corresponding ability. For example, the Uchiha stopped the water, wanted people to understand each other, and no longer had ninja wars, so he awakened other gods who could rewrite the will of others. For example, Uchiha Itachi, who saw Uchiha stop suicide with his own eyes, was powerless, and hoped to get strong power, so he awakened the Tsukio illusion and the flame of Amaterasu, which does not burn anything. And Uchiha Kazusuke thinks that he doesn't pursue any music, and he doesn't have the talent for it. How can he awaken the ability to BGM and dance together? BGM, dance. Uchiha Kazusuke then thought that before the crossing, it seemed that he was brushing Duyin, and thinking that the music DJs used for the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability were all derived from Duyin. Uchiha Kazusuke also seemed to understand something. It is precisely because of the Duyin before the crossing that the ability related to Duyin will be awakened. There are no wonders in the world. At that time, Uchiha Kazusuke could only sigh like this, and then calmly accepted these two abilities. Anyway, these two abilities are also extremely hideous. The BGM of the left eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is an amplification ability, and for Uchiha Kazusuke himself, according to different DJs, it can amplify the power of different directions and even the changes in the nature of various chakra attributes. For example, the DJ music Last of the Wilds, the sound of bagpipes ignites the fire in the heart. In addition to increasing the strength and speed of the physique, it can also make the Uchiha Kazusuke's fire attribute change to the limit or even beyond the limit, and can use the sword technique and fire escape ninjutsu that cannot be used in ordinary states. The so-called "in my BGM, no one can beat me," it shows that Uchiha Kazusuke's BGM ability is really powerful. And the right eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is a range control ability, which does not have direct lethality, and can control the movements of anyone within a kilometer centered on Uchiha Kazusuke. At the same time, the moment the music is played, everyone within a kilometer will dance to the music. Therefore, the root ninjas who can't act at this time are the targets of Uchiha Kazusuke's killing. I saw Uchiha Kazusuke's casual slash, beheading a root shinobi who was dancing to the music. It was already like a leisurely walk, and after a few slow steps, he was killing a root ninja again, so that these root ninjas can't make any resistance at all. With this kind of fast kill efficiency, Uchiha Kazusuke will quickly kill all the root ninjas present. That's 30 root shinobi. Shimura Danzo, who was also dancing on the side, looked at Uchiha Kazusuke wantonly killing his original subordinates with tears in his eyes, and his heart was really full of anger. Uchiha Kazusuke, you bastard, you dare. Oh, why don't I dare? Uchiha Kazusuke sneered and interrupted Shimura Danzo's words and asked rhetorically. After solving the root upper ninja, he looked at those root elite ninjas again and killed one of them. In just over 2 minutes, Uchiha Kazusuke slaughtered all the 80 root elite ninjas present. It is worth mentioning that those root ninjas who were originally ordered by Shimura Danzo to collect the Sharingan were also controlled by the ability to dance together after rushing to support, was also killed by Uchiha Kazusuke. So far, all the root ninjas who followed Shimura Danzo have been wiped out. It really hurts to make Shimura Danzo. At this time, the ability to dance together is only half over, and everyone is still immersed in this charming dance. 30 upper ninjas, 50 elite middle ninjas. Shimura Danzo's heart is full of hatred. This is the combat power that Shimura Danzo has only possessed after decades, and it is also a strong support for the power of the roots. It is conceivable that even if he can leave alive, without the combat power of these root ninjas, the power of Shimura Danzo will be greatly reduced. It may even be slashed by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun, and casually find an excuse to disband the roots. And this time the dissolution of the roots, I don't think there will be a chance to rebuild again. Without the support of the root ninjas, the position of the Hokage has been far away from Shimura Danzo. Thinking of this situation, Shimura Danzo was even more angry in his heart, and looking at the approaching Uchiha Kazusuke, he was even more murderous, as if he was going to swallow Uchiha Kazusuke alive. Uchiha Kazusuke, you're damned. She is a touch of the sun, think more. Shimura Tenzo turned around angrily, raised his hips again, looked at Uchiha Kazek's eyes coldly, and shouted, I'm going to kill you. Come on, wandering. Anyway, there are a lot of directions. Come on, pretentious. Anyway, there's a lot of scenery. At this time, dancing full of anger and saying the most ruthless words, Shimura Danzo only felt suddenly full of embarrassment. He's meowing, can't he be serious? Because although Shimura Danzo is full of murderous intent, this kind of unknown music and dance is really too good to destroy the atmosphere and shatter the originally brewing emotions. Shimura Danzo thinks that he is also a face. This kind of shameful dance, heart-pounding music, makes Shimura Danzo shameful, and he looks in the direction of Uchiha Kazek and dodges it slightly. Looking at the Uchiha Kazek who was gradually approaching, he couldn't control his twitching face, and gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha Kazek, you bastard, what kind of power is this? Indeed, Uchiha Kazek's ability to dance together, this ability to force people to dance to the music, makes the psychological endurance insufficient. People will find it unbearable and will naturally feel nauseous. Not to mention Shimura Danzo, it is on the side of the Uchiha people, and the Uchiha Itachi, who has been seriously injured and disabled by Uchiha Fusuke, is inevitably controlled by Uchiha Fusuke's co-dancing ability. Because of the loss of his left arm, this dance is even more bizarre. Although there is a medical ninja of Uchiha to stop the bleeding, in the end it is still a seriously injured body, and the movements when dancing are inevitably a little violent. Therefore, the Uchiha Itachi, who was originally seriously injured, couldn't help but vomit blood because of the bonus of shame after dancing. I only feel dizzy, but I can't be unconscious because of my strong will. The double blow of body and mind made Uchiha Itachi almost crazy. Oh my god, why don't you let me faint? The firm will that he was originally proud of made Uchiha Itachi extremely hated at this time, and Uchiha Itachi would rather die than dance this unbearable riotous dance. In particular, the sight of the Uchiha people, that strange sight, made the Uchiha Itachi even more goosebumps all over his body. What kind of pupil art is this? It's clearly a demon technique. Uchiha Kazek, this guy, is really not human. Itachi Uchiha's heart roared. I don't understand why Uchiha Kazek is so strange that he would awaken such a strange Hitomi ability. Uchiha Kazek didn't notice the demeanor of the Uchiha people and Uchiha Itachi, but looked at Shimura Danzo's tangled face, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. And this loud laughter made Shimura Danzo's heart suffer an exponential blow, and he couldn't wait to leave the Uchiha family station, leave Konoha, and even leave the country of fire immediately. Tuanzang, you guy, it's really fun to dance like this. You really should let all the Konoha ninjas see it, especially your best friend the third generation of Hokage Flying Sun Slash. You should take a look at it even more. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Kazek covered his stomach with his left hand, and held his katana with his right hand and couldn't straighten up with a smile. Looking at Uchiha Kazek's taunting behavior, Shimura Danzo almost gritted his old teeth and shouted loudly, Uchiha Kazek, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to break your body to pieces. Suddenly, a slash cut off Shimura's head, leaving Shimura's last words unspoken. Leave people under the knife. When Uchiha Kazek smiled and beheaded Shimura Danzo, a voice from far and near came before Shanshan was late. Is it Kakashi Hakiki? Looking in the direction where the sound came from, he saw the masked male flag Kakashi rushing towards him at a fast speed, shouting loudly at the same time. It seems that he wants to stop Uchiha Kazek from killing Shimura Danzo. After all, Shimura Danzo is also a high-level ninja of Konoha, and many Konoha ninjas know that of course it is impossible to watch such a Konoha ninja being killed in front of their eyes. However, Kakashi was still a step slower. Uchiha Kazek had already beheaded Shimura Danzo, and he didn't give Shimura Danzo a chance to say his full last words. Because in Uchiha Kazek's heart, Shimura Danzo, the old Yanbai, poses a great threat. Although his own strength is not very good, but the ability to often make trouble will also make Uchiha Kazek feel troublesome. That's why Fang decisively killed Shimura Danzo. It's a lot easier now. Uchiha Kazek muttered softly, and at the same time, the ability to dance together in this section was still gone, and the dancing Uchiha people also stopped. Even the Uchiha Itachi's heart was relieved, and the secret voice was finally over, and then the seriously injured body lay down on the ground. Of course, there is also the psychological effect of Uchiha Itachi, and this kind of riotous dance is still shameful. Uchiha Kazek glanced at Kakashi Hakiki casually, and then looked at the head of the Shimura Danzo, to be precise, at the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye on the head of the Shimura Danzo. That is the right eye of the Uchiha Shisui, and it can also use the illusion of other gods. Don't be a god, it's really powerful, it must be destroyed. Uchiha Kazek was very jealous of the ability of other gods to rewrite their wills. Although Uchiha Kazek has cracked the manipulation of other gods twice in a row, if someone uses this kaleidoscope chakra eye to deal with Uchiha and Uchiha Kazek, it will still make Uchiha Kazek feel extremely troublesome. Therefore, Uchiha Kazek took a katana to provoke Shimura Danzo's head to destroy the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that stopped the water, but such an action seemed to be full of provocation in the eyes of Kakashi Hakiki. Stop! Of course, Kakashi Hakiki couldn't think of it as if he couldn't see it, so he hurriedly scolded loudly, and then looked at Uchiha Kazuk and said in a deep voice, as a Konoha ninja, "You must not hurt your companions like this, Uchiha ninja, you can't be wrong again and again." "Ha, wrong again and again." Uchiha Kazuk curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and his appearance of smiling was elusive. It also seemed to be emotional. Then he stretched out his left hand and poked out two fingers and directly gouged out Shimura Tenzo's right eye. Even the optic nerve was dug out together. It was a bloody scene. "You bastard! I dash!" Kakashi Hakiki scolded angrily. He had already taken out the kunao, but just as he was about to make a move, he saw that the right eye that was gouged out by Uchiha Kazuk didn't seem to be an ordinary eye. "That's it?" In order to confirm, Kakashi Hakiki hurriedly raised his forehead, revealing a three-hooked jade writing wheel eye, looking at the big eyeball in Uchiha Kazuk's hand. The lines in those eyes are not ordinary eyes, they are Uchiha's writing wheel eyes, and that kind of lines are not Megatama form, they are kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Kakashi Heiji's heart was shocked, extremely shocked to see such a fact. Because of this writing wheel eye given by Uchiha Obito, Kakashi Heiji also rarely pays attention to the information of writing wheel eyes, and in addition to the records of the history of the Hakiki family, of course he knows the news of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. After all, at this time, the Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha family are owned by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, so Kakashi Hakiki is no stranger. But it is precisely because of knowing the relevant information of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that Kakazaki West will be shocked, because this kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is dug out from the head of Shimura Danzo. How could Lord Danzo Shimura? Kakashi Heiji was incredulous, and then he looked at the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and he used the writing wheel eye seriously to look at it, and he was even more shocked. That pattern, if I'm not mistaken, should be the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha to stop the water. Why is it in the eyes of Shimura Danzo? After all, Kakashi Hakiki had also been on a mission with Uchiha Shisui and had seen the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha Shisui. Suddenly, Kakashi Hakiki thought of the news of Uchiha Shisui's death again, although the legend was that he committed suicide, but of course Kakashi Hakiki would not believe this rumor. At this time, he saw the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha Shisui from the head of Shimura Danzo, which made Kakashi Hakiki have an astonishing guess. Could it be that Lord Nashimura Danzo killed the Uchiha Shisui? Kakashi Hakiki seemed to have discovered some truth, but he was still moved in disbelief in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask in an astringent tone, "Uchiha ninja, why is it that Danzo-sama's eyes are eyes that stop water?" Speaking of which, Kakashi Hakiki didn't know the name of Uchiha Kazuk at this time. After all, Uchiha Fusuk is usually very low-key, never shows too much strength, and everyone he knows thinks that he is a very ordinary security ninja. So, Uchiha Kazuk, who doesn't have much fame, Kakashi Hakiki certainly won't know him. Noticing Kakashi's incredible demeanor, Uchiha Kazuk grinned inexplicably and said indifferently, "Why is Shimura Danzo's body on Shimura Danzo? It can't be that Uchiha Shisui dug it up and gave it to Shimura Danzo himself, right?" "Kakashi, didn't you already have a guess? Don't doubt your guess, what else is possible? Also, you can call me Uchiha Fusuk, of course a very ordinary Uchiha ninja." Hearing this, Kakashi Hakiki glanced at Uchiha Kazuk speechlessly, especially the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in Kazuk's eyes, which made Kakashi Hakiki look twice. "Ordinary Uchiha ninjas, don't bully me for not reading much. How can an Uchiha ninja who can open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye be ordinary?" However, Kakashi Heiji thought again. Uchiha Kazuk. I really haven't heard of this name. Could it be the whole card that Uchiha is hiding? Kakashi Hakiki believes that even if Uchiha Kazuk is not famous, looking at Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, as well as the dozens of root ninjas on the ground, especially the corpse of Shimura Danzo who has been decapitated, can prove that Uchiha Kazuk is extremely not simple. Of course, what ordinary Uchiha ninja can easily kill so many root elite ninjas? You must know that these root elite ninjas are 3 or 4 who surround Kakashi Hakiki, and they will also make Kakashi Hakiki fight hard to win. If it were 10 root elite ninjas, Kakashi Hakiki thought that he couldn't win either. However, Kakashi Hakiki thought that he was not mistaken. These dozens of root elite ninjas were all killed by Uchiha Kazuk alone. The almost identical sword technique, which is all the way of death by being decapitated with a single sword, can tell how terrifying Uchiha Kazuk's strength is. In particular, Nashimura Danzo has already used the kaleidoscope Sharingan to stop water, and that Uchiha Kazuk doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries, so it's really hard to imagine how far Uchiha Kazuk's strength has reached. Yes, Kakashi Hakiki believed his own speculation, believing that it was indeed Shimura Danzo who killed Uchiha Shisui and seized Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope writing wheel. But it is precisely because of this that Kakashi Hakiki will sigh at the strength of Uchiha Kazuk. That's the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi Hakiki has also seen the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability of Uchiha Shisui, and the illusion that can control the target at any time and rewrite the will of the target is simply unsolvable. Whoa! Uchiha Kazuk did not hesitate to hold the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha to stop the water, and viciously crushed it to the mincemeat of the city. Obviously, the Uchiha's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye that stops water is no longer there. It's a shame. This made the corners of Kakashi's eyes twitch, and he sighed in pity. Then, Kakashi Hakiki sorted out his thoughts, looked at Uchiha Kazuk, and said in a deep voice, "Anyway, no matter what your reason is, Uchiha Kazuk, you have committed the crime of attacking the ninjas of the same village, you must come with me." "No, I still have some things to do." Uchiha Kazuk shook off the blood on his left hand, took out a piece of white paper and wiped it gently, decisively vetoing Kakashi's request. "Uchiha Kazuk, I'm not consulting you, I must let Hokage-sama punish you for the crimes you committed." Kakashi Hakiki shouted loudly, and the eyes of the riding wheel belonging to Uchiha Obito suddenly widened, and his tone was extremely firm. Although Kakashi Hakiki can understand that Uchiha Kazuk's strength is extremely strong, as a Konoha ninja, he must also maintain everything in Konoha, that's why Kakashi Hakiki questioned Uchiha Kazuk like this. Seeing that Uchiha Kazuk still didn't pay attention, Kakashi Hakiki couldn't help but throw the kunao in his hand, and then took out the kunao and rushed towards Uchiha Kazuk. "Oh, that's a nuisance. Kakashi, I don't have the time to pay attention to you right now." Uchiha Kazuk waved his katana casually, and with a clang, he slashed away the kunao that shot out, and sighed softly, and the vibrato kaleidoscope riding wheel in his right eye suddenly widened. "Dance together, spirit guys." Accompanied by the dynamic music, Kakashi Hakiki couldn't help but stop attacking, and his body couldn't stop swinging. When the music of the spirit guy sounded, the Uchiha Itachi who collapsed on the ground couldn't help but spit fragrant in his heart, although he didn't want to get up, but because of the compulsion of his ability to dance, he still got up and danced to the music. This time, the music and dance made Uchiha Itachi less energetic, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face, which did not have much blood, became even paler. "Uchiha Kazuk, this is trying to torture me to death." At this time, Uchiha Itachi, who was dancing to the music, couldn't help but have this idea in his heart. The rest of the Uchiha people, although they are also a little embarrassed, are already somewhat used to it. After all, dancing is such a thing, as long as you experience it for the first time, the remaining countless times are not a big problem. Even some Uchiha people began to enjoy the joy of dancing. Of course, there are also many Uchiha people who are too thin-skinned and still in a shy mood. If Uchiha Kazuk could hear the voices of these clansmen, he could only say sorry. After all, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't control it. At the end of the day, dancing together is also a range of control. At this time, after Uchiha Kazuk once again activated the co-dancing ability of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye of his right eye, he suddenly felt a significant increase in his pupil power. "When I used Dancer for the root ninja just now, I had this feeling of recovering my pupil power, and I thought it was an illusion at the time." Actually, when the Uchiha Kazuk killed the root ninjas, he obviously used the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability, and the pupil technique should be reduced. After all, when starting kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Fusuk, although not very commonly used, had already experimented with two abilities of kaleidoscope Sharingan. BGM, Dance. The BGM of the left eye is naturally an auxiliary amplification ability, which requires a large amount of pupil power. The co-dance of the right eye is a range control ability, and it also requires a lot of pupil power, and Uchiha Kazuk did experiment at that time. But because the pupil power of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is limited, when it is exhausted, it is the time when Uchiha Kazuk is blind, and that Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Suzuki have all encountered this situation. It's also very simple to solve this problem, just find a brother to change your eyes. The eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye does not produce the problem of blindness. However, Uchiha Kazuk's parents died in the Third Ninja World War, and he didn't have time to leave Uchiha Kazuk a brother or sister or something. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk can only reduce the number of times he uses the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability, and exercise his strength even more. So many years of sword practice is one of them. But I didn't expect that for the first time in so many years, I used the ability of the right eye kaleidoscope riding wheel eye to dance together to control so many ninjas, at least 200 ninjas. Dancing together is a range control skill, and you can't just count the 80 root ninjas, but also the Uchiha people who are watching the show. Controlling so many ninjas for the first time, then Uchiha Kazuk found that Hitomi's power was gradually recovering. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but the second time I controlled so many ninjas, I felt the same thing again, and my pupil power was restored, so of course it couldn't be an illusion. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but laugh. The laughter made Kakashi think he was laughing at his own dance moves. However, what Uchiha Kazuk laughs at is because he discovers the hidden ability of the dancer. It seems that in the future, I will no longer worry about group attacks, but I will be better at group attacks. After all, the function of pupil power recovery hidden in Uchiha Kazuk's co-dancing ability seems to be that the more people there are, the more pupil power can be recovered. As for the so-called principle, Uchiha Kazuk stared at Kakashi Hakiki with a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and then looked at the Uchiha people next to him, and seemed to have found something. Is it because of the change in mood? The pupil power comes from the writing will of the Uchiha bloodline, and it is also closely related to spiritual power, and emotional changes are also a manifestation of mental power. After all, when encountering a fatal crisis, emotions will change extremely, and the spirit will be highly concentrated, producing unimaginable power, commonly known as the explosion of seeds. So, because of the ability to dance together, these people dance, it changes the mood of these people, happy, ashamed, disgusted. The spiritual power that these emotions turned into is transformed into the pupil power that Uchiha Kazekage can absorb. Of course, the specific mysterious changes in it are not known at this time, because Uchiha Kazekage hasn't reached that level yet. I think if you can open the eye of reincarnation, or become a 6th-level ninja, you should be able to understand the secret. Uchiha Kazekage couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. Of course, the so-called open reincarnation eye, the 6th-level ninja is still too far away from Uchiha Kazekage. Uchiha Kazekage was just thinking about it. After all, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has not been opened, and it is useless to think so much. However, in this way, the ability to dance together can restore pupil strength, which can prolong the problem of blindness, or it can also avoid the problem of blindness. Uchiha Kazekage thought to himself. It can only be said that there is such a possibility, and it is not certain whether it can be successful. Since the ability to dance together has been discovered to be able to absorb emotional changes and restore pupil power, are there any other abilities? Suddenly, Uchiha Kazekage thought so again, and began to sink into the ability to dance together, but he was able to sense all these people under his control. Naturally, Kakashi Hakiki is also included in front of him. Oh, do you still have the ability to perceive, but you have to make the target dance together, which means you have to use the dance ability to be able to sense people within a kilometer? Uchiha Kazekage blinked unexpectedly, feeling that this perception ability was a bit chicken, and of course there was some use in the battle. At least you can quickly move to the target and kill it directly without looking. Well, I'll see if I can control one person on his own, or improve my ability to dance together. Thinking so, Uchiha Kazekage stared at the tick-tock kaleidoscope staring intently at Kakashi's perception point, and then tentatively added Hitomi power. Yo, that's possible. At this time, Kakashi Heiji, who had become a spiritual guy because of dancing together, changed again. Damn, what the hell is going on? How is my chakra running? Kakashi Hakiki was already ashamed, but the years of watching intimacy haven't still allowed Kakashi to be immune to most of his shyness. I just feel that this music is really strange, and I can't control my movements. Hey, I have to say that these simple actions are quite charming, at least I feel a lot more energetic. This is also the influence of the musical spirit guys. However, at this time, Kakashi Hakiki suddenly found that his chakra was also running uncontrollably, and his right hand suddenly clenched into a claw, flashing with a trace of lightning. Squeak squeak! Like 1,000 birds, thunder escaped Chidori. Damn, how can I use ninjutsu, or Chidori? I don't have a seal. No, I don't want to use Chidori either. However, Kakashi's movements at this time also became even more amplitude. With a shudder, the Chidori in his right hand turned a few times and smashed towards Kakashi's face. If this move Chidori hits, Kakashi Hakiki will basically be dead or alive. Kakashi Hakiki himself thinks so, because it is precisely because of his own ninjutsu that he understands the power of it. Thunder escape Chidori is penetrating enough for Kakashi Hakiki to penetrate his own head. Thinking of this terrible future, Kakashi Hakiki couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted in a broken expression, Uchiha Kazekage, stop, I can't go on, I'm going to die. That slap is about to make a fool's face. However, Uchiha Kazeke's face was flat and showed no signs of stopping. Kakashi Hakiki, it's not bad to die like this. That's what Uchiha Kazeke really thinks. But there are always accidents. Kakashi Heiji is also a popular character in the ninja world after all, and it seems that the existence in the dark does not allow Kakashi Hakiki to die so sadly. Aha! Kinetic prelude. Suddenly, a big shout full of energy appeared, and a powerful flying kick directly hit Kakashi Heiji's cheek. The powerful flying kick had already crooked Kakashi's cheeks, and judging from the Uchiha Kazeke's tick-tock kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, he could even see clearly that the writing wheel eye on Kakashi's deformed cheeks was already protruding, as if it was about to be squeezed out. Bang! Bang bang! This all-out flying kick directly caused a powerful collision sound, and it kicked Kakashi's body upside down. Flipping more than a dozen circles, it smashed viciously to the ground, splashing up bursts of dust. However, Uchiha Kazeke raised his eyebrows slightly, and he was already able to sense the control of Kakashi's ability to dance together, which Kakashi had already detached. Oh, dancing together has such a flaw, can it be interrupted by external forces? This really surprised Uchiha Kazeke. At this time, the ability to dance together has come to an end. The moment the musical spirit guy stopped, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but roll his eyes and collapse to the ground. The dark passage is finally over. The right eye's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability dances, such a powerful control skill, can have such a flaw, and it can't be interrupted by external forces, which really surprised Uchiha Kazeke. But suddenly I thought about it again, and I thought that this seemed to be normal. And then I felt that it wasn't too much of a flaw. Even if the ability to dance together is interrupted, it's a big deal to use it again, and it's not that it can't be used continuously. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk was only a little surprised, so he didn't care much. Equivalent to the control ability of the dance, the Uchiha Fusuke attaches more importance to the ability to recover the pupil power of the dance. Ahem, it's dangerous. At this time, Kakashi Hakiki, who was almost covered by his own Chidori, spit out bursts of dust, and he was also afraid for a while. If Kai hadn't given me a kick in time, it would have been cold. Kakashi struggled to get up, his right hand covering his cheek, which was the part of Meikai that had been kicked vigorously, making Kakashi Hakiki feel like his face was already swollen a lot. It seems to be about to lose consciousness. Still, Kai, you're trying too hard, and while I'm grateful you saved my life, don't beat me so hard. Kakashi Hakiki couldn't help but slurred his words. This is the power of youth. When I saw Kakashi's danger, I, as a close friend, subconsciously used all my strength. Mate Kai couldn't help but laugh and say this. Kai, you guy. Kakashi was speechless, and rolled the dead fish's eyes. Kai, you have to be careful, this Uchiha Kazuk has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and his ability is extremely weird, so be careful when music appears. Then, Kakashi Heiji reminded like this, after all, he is also a famous genius ninja in Konoha who is extremely good at analysis, and when he is controlled by Uchiha Kazuk's ability to dance together, Kakashi Hakiki has been able to know the general information. When you hear music, you can't act, you have to make corresponding dance moves, you can't use chakra, it seems that you can only speak, and you can even control the target's chakra to use the corresponding ninjutsu. Saying that, Kakashi Hakiki thought of the scene where he was almost slapped by Chidori. It was really terrifying. It is said that the Sharingan is the eye of the mind, and to be able to have this strange ability, this Uchiha Kazuk does not look as serious as it seems. Of course, Kakashi Hakiki didn't say this sentence, and he just thought about it in his heart. In addition, this control skill does not distinguish between friend and foe, and those Uchiha people will also dance to the music, but it seems that there should be a limit to the range. Kakashi Hakiki recalled that Yuguang in the corner of his eyes just now saw those Uchiha people on the side, and he couldn't help but dance to the music. But these Uchiha people are obviously not Uchiha Kazuk's enemies, or because of their ability to dance. So, it looks like the ability to dance together is really indistinguishable from friend to foe. However, judging from the fact that Meikai came from outside, it does have a certain range. From the fact that Meikai is able to act, it can also be shown that the ability to dance together is time-sensitive, that is, the moment the ability to dance together is activated, anyone who enters the range of dance again will not be affected. Uchiha Kazuk found out about this, and he didn't know that Kakashi Hakiki didn't find out. Then, Kakashi Hakiki continued, in the end, this strange ability can be interrupted by external forces, just like Kai, you woke me up just now. Kakashi's words made Uchiha Kazuk confirm that he should not have noticed the problem at this time. But in such a short period of time, Kakashi Hakiki was able to find so many problems, which can already show that his analytical power is indeed very powerful. It's Kakashi, so thorough. Meikai gave a thumbs up, revealing his glittering teeth, and he couldn't help but shiver. That Uchiha Kazuk and Kakashi Hakiki are all the same moves. However, don't worry, the 3 generations of Hokage-sama have already led the ninjas of the shadows, and the Uchiha? Are the 3 Hokage-sama coming? This is Kakashi's idea. The 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash are also coming. It seems that those who should be there are also present, and this night of extermination is also coming to an end. Uchiha Kazuk didn't have any fear, since discovering the ability to dance together with the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the right eye, and being able to have the hidden ability to absorb emotions and restore pupil power, Uchiha Kazuk doesn't have to panic anymore. However, at this time, Uchiha Kazuk noticed a small panicked figure appearing. The panicked pace, the frightened face, and the tears on his face were clearly Uchiha Suzuki. Uchiha Suzuki's heart was extremely broken at this time. Originally, because of the sudden delay in the dismissal of the ninja school, Uchiha Suzuki felt very troubled when he said that he was going to do some kind of assault training, but as a good student, he still resigned himself to staying. After all, what the teacher said is also very reasonable, and this kind of unexpected surprise situation is also very common in ninja missions, so as a student, you also have to experience it and learn how to deal with it at the same time. Suzuki Uchiha agrees. Nearly 2 hours of assault cultivation made Uchiha Suzuki very tired. At this time, it was already night, and although the reason given by the ninja school teacher was normal, Uchiha Suzuki still complained. Really, it's already so late, you don't have to think about dinner, my brother doesn't know if he slept today. Suzuki Uchiha, who was in a hurry to return home, ran quickly. In fact, he also wanted to see his dear Itachi brother as soon as possible. However, Uchiha Suzuki, who had just returned to the Uchiha family residence, sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It's so quiet. Although it was already night, it was impossible for the Uchiha family residence to be left without a single person, and it was impossible for a house to be left without lights. After all, although it is night, it is still a while before falling asleep. Except for the few ninjas who have just returned home from a mission, they will fall asleep from exhaustion. In particular, there was a strange aura that made Suzuki Uchiha even more uneasy. Actually, it was because of the aura of death coming from the corpses of the killed Uchiha people, but Suzuki Uchiha, who had never experienced it, only instinctively felt uneasy, but he couldn't say what it was. Suzuki Uchiha, who felt a little bad, hurriedly returned home, ignoring why the house was so quiet. Uchiha Suzuki, who had just opened the door of the house, saw the bodies of his parents, the two corpses next to each other, which made Uchiha Suzuki's eyes widen instantly. Father, mother, what the hell is going on? Suzuki Uchiha broke down and yelled, full of disbelief. That's not true. It's all fake, it's fake. However, when Suzuki Uchiha touched his parents' cold bodies, the lifeless faces, and the hearts that didn't beat at all, let Suzuki Uchiha know it's true. His parents are really dead, too. According to the normal process, at this time, it should be the target of Uchiha attack is showing up to give Uchiha Suzuki hatred, and then similar to the original historical development of the ninja world. But at this time, Uchiha Atake was already half disabled, and naturally he didn't have the time to pay attention to Uchiha Suzuki. Suzuki Uchiha, who had collapsed for a long time, suddenly thought of the figure of Uchiha Atake and shouted, brother, where are you, what the hell is going on? Uchiha Suzuki shouted frantically at his brother, and then couldn't help but leave tears of pain, because he couldn't bear to see the corpses of his parents. He staggered out of the house, running aimlessly. Bang, accidentally fell into the home of a certain Uchiha clan, and suddenly saw a corpse lying there, and the face of that corpse Uchiha Suzuki was not unfamiliar. Wasn't it the mother-in-law who greeted her every day? Suzuki Uchiha broke down and shouted, a very bad thought in his heart. As if crazy, I pushed open the doors of each house and saw lifeless corpses, which were the people I used to see in the past. My people, the Uchiha, are all dead. What the hell is going on? Who did this, and where are you, brother? Suzuki Uchiha, who was extremely broken, had extremely changed moods, and his mental power was also extremely fluctuating. First saw the death of his parents, and then confirmed the death of so many clansmen, which made the bloodline of Suzuki Uchiha, who was extremely emotionally volatile, change mysteriously. Suzuki Uchiha's Sharingan awakening, or open the eyes is the second hooked jade writing wheel eye. Suzuki Uchiha was able to perceive the change in his vision at this time. He was able to see what he couldn't see before, and he was able to appreciate the power of the Sharingan. But Uchiha Suzuki would rather not have this kind of power. After all, the cost of this writing wheel is too great. What's that? Suddenly, Suzuki Uchiha looked in one direction, which was the other side of the Uchiha family. It is also the place where Uchiha Kazuk fought. Suzuki Uchiha could clearly see the fluctuations of the chakra coming from there and the movement of the battle. Let's take a look. Maybe the Uchiha people are fighting the enemy and must go up and help. In this way, Uchiha Suzuki tried his best to control his emotions and hobble to the direction of Uchiha Kazuk's battle. When Suzuki Uchiha came to the place where Uchiha Kazuk was fighting, the first thing that caught his eye was the watermelon head of Namatkai. After all, it was really too obvious. After all, as a Konoha treasure beast, Matekai's extraordinary temperament is eye-catching wherever he goes. Secondly, Suzuki Uchiha noticed that Kakashi had Kiki, because Kakashi's image at this time was not perfect, and his swollen cheeks seemed to be ridiculous. If it were the usual Uchiha Suzuki, he would definitely laugh when he saw Kakashi Hakiki in this form. However, at this time, of course, Suzuki Uchiha was not in such a mood. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Suzuki saw Uchiha Kazuk holding a katana, and after seeing that it was a Uchiha clan member he didn't know well, Uchiha Suzuki didn't pay much attention to it. But Suzuki Uchiha thinks maybe the unknown Uchiha will be able to figure out what's going on. Just as he was about to ask, suddenly out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Uchiha Atake surrounded by the Uchiha people on the side. Brother, what the hell is going on? Uchiha Suzuki was just about to run over, but Uchiha Kazuk reached out and grabbed him, ignoring Uchiha Suzuki's struggle, and said with a soft smile, "Yohi, you even open the writing wheel eye, and when you open your eyes, it's the two hook jades? Worthy of being the younger brother of Uchiha Atake, is the talent very good." In fact, Uchiha Kazuk sighed in his heart, worthy of being the reincarnation of this generation of Indra, and the 6-year-old two-hook jade is already a talent that the original Uchiha Kazuk can't catch. The original plot Uchiha Suzuki didn't open the writing wheel eye until he was 12 years old, which made Uchiha Kazuk very puzzled. After all, Uchiha Suzuki, as the reincarnation of Indra, how could his talent be so poor? Think about the reincarnation of the same Indra, that is the Shura who suppressed the ninja world, and the gap between them is too big. That's right, I'll just say that Indra's reincarnation can't be so talented. Open your eyes to the two hooks. Uchiha Kazuk thought like this, thinking that Uchiha Suzuki's Nigatama writing wheel eye at this time was in line with Indra's identity as a reincarnated person. Thinking about the original plot, Uchiha Suzuki had already opened his eyes on the night of extermination, but he was suppressed by Uchiha Itachi with a kaleidoscope writing wheel to prevent Uchiha Suzuki from being exposed. It should also be to prevent those people in Konoha Hidden Village from killing Suzuki Uchiha. After all, in the end, Konoha was also one of the culprits on the night of the Uchiha's extermination, and in comparison, it was more reassuring to be a remnant of the Uchiha with mediocre talent. But Suzuki Uchiha, who opened his eyes at the age of 12, was not so much of a threat. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk has some enlightenment when he thinks about it like this. Uchiha Itachi, you really have good intentions for Suzuki Uchiha. Thinking like this in his heart, Uchiha Kazuk looked at Uchiha Suzuki's two-hooked jade riding wheel and couldn't help but say inexplicably, Uchiha Suzuki, it seems that you have seen the bodies of your parents. Let go of me, brother, I'm going to see my brother, let go of me. No matter how much Uchiha Suzuki struggled, he couldn't break free, and suddenly heard Uchiha Kazuk's words, and hurriedly asked, what? Do you know what happened? Who did it? He dash. Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk laughed a few times, and then said, it's definitely not me who killed the Uchiha, can you guess who it is? As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground. Following Uchiha Kazuk's line of sight, Uchiha Suzuki also looked at Uchiha Itachi, which was already half crippled. Brother, why are you seriously injured? Then, Suzuki Uchiha was shocked and exclaimed, could it be that my brother did it? Uchiha Suzuki, who was anxious just now, didn't notice it until Uchiha Kazuk reminded him that those Uchiha people surrounded Uchiha Itachi, which seemed to be protection but was actually surveillance. But the same people, why did the Uchiha people spy on the Uchiha Itachi? The reason is obvious. Because my brother has done something unforgivable. I think of the corpses of those clansmen in the Uchiha family station, especially the corpses of my parents. At that time, Suzuki Uchiha was only full of fear when he saw the corpses of his parents, but now that he thinks about the corpses of his clansmen, they are very different from the corpses of his parents. The corpses of the clansmen were more or less mortally wounded, however, the bodies of the parents showed no unnecessary scars. In other words, there was no resistance before the death of the parents. Suzuki Uchiha suddenly thought of this. The only one who can make his parents die without any resistance is his brother Uchiha Itachi. How could it be my brother's doing? This is not true. Suzuki Uchiha shouted in disbelief, and the pair of two-hooked jade riding wheels widened. Uchiha Suzuki is actually not stupid, but he didn't notice Uchiha Itachi's situation when he collapsed because of the death of the Uchiha clan. Many people think that Uchiha Suzuki is easy to be arrogant, and when the weather is sunny and the rain stops, Uchiha Suzuki feels that he can do it again. But in fact, that Uchiha Suzuki's wisdom was at least recognized by Uchiha Itachi. It was also the time of the Fourth Ninja World War, the moment when the reincarnated Uchiha Itachi finally disappeared, and the Uchiha Itachi who ascended to heaven also said that if Uchiha Suzuki was placed in the same position to discuss the future of Uchiha at that time, there might be a different result. So, Suzuki Uchiha's IQ is also online. However, Uchiha Kazuk didn't look at Uchiha Suzuki differently, because that Uchiha Itachi's mind was extremely distorted, and he exchanged the lives of his clan for the stability of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world. The Uchiha Suzuki's thoughts, which were recognized by Uchiha Itachi, were probably not very normal. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the Uchiha Suzuki in disbelief, looked slightly at the Uchiha Itachi who was lying on the ground and stood upright, and couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Because Uchiha Fusuk has been able to clearly see that the Uchiha Itachi did not actually faint, and the constantly convulsing body has proved that the Uchiha Itachi is very conscious. Uchiha Itachi, you have killed so many clansmen, you say that I killed your brother Uchiha Suzuki is not too much. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk's left hand gradually strengthened, and Uchiha Suzuki, who was choked by the neck, gradually became speechless, and even his breathing was blocked. With a red face and red ears, it seems that it won't last long. No, Suzuki is still a child. At this time, of course, the Uchiha Itachi couldn't bear the death of his younger brother, and hurriedly shouted loudly, and then reluctantly knelt up and pleaded in the direction of Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Kazuk, you can kill me, you can torture me as much as you want, please don't kill my brother. Suzuki is still a child, he shouldn't be involved in this matter, Suzuki is innocent. It seems that this Uchiha Itachi is indeed in a hurry, and he is very worried that Uchiha Fusuk will kill Uchiha Itachi. After all, judging from the situation where Uchiha Kazuk was fighting, he was definitely not the kind of ninja who showed mercy to his subordinates. The reason why Uchiha Itachi wants to exterminate the Uchiha is indeed for the stability of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world. On the other hand, it is to keep Suzuki Uchiha alive and safely grow into a heroic ninja of Konoha. However, the price for Suzuki Uchiha to grow up safely is the life of the entire Uchiha clan. You say Uchiha Suzuki is innocent, what are the innocent Uchiha people who you brutally killed? Uchiha Fusuk asked coldly, leaving Uchiha Itachi speechless. You bastard! Give my daughter back! Suddenly, an Uchiha clan member finally seemed to be unable to bear it, and stepped forward to kick the Uchiha Itachi, so that the weight of the force made the Uchiha Itachi fly directly upside down. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. However, in order to be able to keep Uchiha Sasuke alive, the Uchiha Itachi, who had vomited another mouthful of blood, struggled with his mutilated body with only one hand left, and knelt in the direction of Uchiha Kazuk. The Uchiha shouted loudly with tears in his face, "Your brother Sasuke is innocent? Isn't my daughter innocent? Your brother Sasuke is a child, and my daughter is not a child when she is only a year old." The Uchiha questioned again and again, and then he kicked the Uchiha Itachi again and spat blood and flew out, slamming it into the wall of the house behind him. This time it made Uchiha Itachi roll his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to be about to be unable to hold on, but he still relied on the so-called will of fire and worried about the safety of Uchiha Sasuke's life, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Indeed, the questioning of this Uchiha who lost his one-year-old daughter made all the Uchiha people who lost their relatives on the night of the extermination of the clan feel deeply and deeply. Your Uchiha Itachi's younger brother is already 6 years old and still a child, so you don't want Uchiha Sasuke to die, but so many babies and toddlers who are younger than Sasuke Uchiha can't even call their own names, and how innocent are babies who can't speak? I don't see any mercy on your Uchiha Itachi. Secondly, although the Uchiha clan has a large number of ninjas, there are also more clansmen who are ordinary people who can't refine chakra. These ordinary people can't participate in the Uchiha's clan at all, and there are not many threats at all, so how innocent are they? However, these Uchiha Itachi never thought to let go, and they didn't even blink when they were killed. Uchiha Itachi, you hugged my daughter when she was full moon, how can you bear to do it with such a young girl? My dad doesn't even have a chakra, what threat can there be? You don't even give him a chance to die. Uchiha Itachi, are you still human? Uchiha Itachi, you have eaten my sister's rice balls and enjoyed my sister's worship, why did you kill my sister? Damn Uchiha Itachi, I thought I was a brother with you, but I didn't expect you to kill my beloved wife, and I swear not to break with you. Damn Uchiha Itachi, such a cute kitten, you won't even let it go. The Uchiha people counted the bad deeds of the Uchiha Itachi, which made the Uchiha Itachi recall the voices and smiles of these killed people. It seems that I also feel a little remorseful. However, the stability of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world have always been the ninja path that Uchiha Itachi adheres to, and it is also the embodiment of Uchiha Itachi's will. How can it be completely discarded in a short period of time? In addition, Uchiha Itachi really wants to say that he has never killed a cat after killing so many Uchiha people. And the one who killed the cat? Uchiha Itachi thought of the masked man Uchiha Obito, who was also the ninja who participated in the Uchiha extermination operation tonight. The masked man who calls himself Madara Uchiha hasn't shown up yet, and it seems that he has given me up. Uchiha Itachi's heart is very enlightened. At this time, the condemnation of the same clan and the continuous collision of his own ninja made Uchiha Itachi's heart extremely complicated, but the top priority was to save Uchiha Sasuke's life. After all, I have done so much so that my younger brother Sasuke Uchiha can grow up safely, and he must not be allowed to die. In the final analysis, that Uchiha Itachi is not without feelings, but most of this affection is given to his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fusuke saw Uchiha Itachi who was punched and kicked, and after falling to the ground several times, he still struggled to kneel down to Uchiha Fusuke, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Sasuke, it seems that your brother loves you so much. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but let go of his left hand, letting Sasuke Uchiha, who was difficult to breathe, gulp and greedily air. Whew! Damn brother, such love, I'd rather not. Sasuke Uchiha roared loudly, and the sound made Uchiha Itachi's body tremble inexplicably. Uchiha Sasuke struggled, because Uchiha Kazuk didn't use his strength, so he easily broke free, ran to Uchiha Itachi's front and asked loudly, "Brother Itachi, why did you kill your father and mother, why did you kill those people?" Listening to Uchiha Sasuke's questioning, Uchiha Itachi's whole body shook inexplicably and opened his mouth. I'm here for. Uchiha Itachi would like to say that for the sake of Konoha's stability, peace in the ninja world, and for the sake of your cute brother, you can grow up safely. However, seeing the angry and weeping face of Sasuke Uchiha, and the same angry and hateful conquest of those Uchiha people, Uchiha Itachi couldn't say such a thing at all. But from the perspective of Uchiha Fusuke, did Uchiha Itachi admit his mistake at this time? Uchiha Kazuk thinks no. After all, it was the ninja that Uchiha Itachi had insisted on for more than 10 years, so how could he give up easily? At this time, a small part of Uchiha Itachi's heart regretted that he did not completely destroy Uchiha, and most of them regretted that he did not give Uchiha Sasuke the goal of growth. Maybe there is a little guilt in my heart, but I also think of the faces of so many people who were killed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but laugh wildly. It was the wild laughter of the Uchiha clan's logo. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by the wild laughter of Uchiha Kazuk, the big back of the head moved without wind, and the chakra all over his body became even more active. The Uchiha kaleidoscope writing wheel looks even weirder. That's the terrible thing about the will of fire, being able to brainwash people to this extent. This is the most true thought of Uchiha Kazuk at this time. Uchiha Kazuk's action made Kakashi and Meikai next to him highly concentrated. Kakashi, is this Uchiha Kazuk finally going to do it? Looking at Meikai, who had already raised his hand, Kakashi Hakiki couldn't help but scold in a low voice. Kai, calm down. Then Kakashi Hakiki whispered, after all, these are the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, and we outsiders can't interfere with it, so let's wait until the third generation of Hokage-sama comes. In fact, Kakashi Heiji also felt that he was not the opponent of Uchiha Kazuk, and he couldn't die in vain. That's why I was able to watch the play for so long. After Uchiha Kazuk laughed maniacally, he glanced at the whispered one and didn't care much. However, Uchiha Kazuk's glance made Kakashi Hakiki suddenly sweat flow down his forehead, because the deterrent power of the Duyin kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is indeed too strong. Of course, the extraordinary brain circuit of the Konoha treasure beast Meikai on the side didn't feel much. The Uchiha Fusuk walked towards the Uchiha people, and everywhere he passed, the people consciously got out of the way, so that Uchiha Fusuk came directly in front of the Uchiha Itachi. Everywhere they passed, the Uchiha people looked at the Uchiha Kazuk with awe. If it weren't for Kazisuke-sama, maybe I would have died. That's what the vast majority of the Uchiha people think. Of course, this is also true. Uchiha Itachi, you are a sinner of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fusuk looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was in a kneeling position, and said this, making Uchiha Itachi silent, and Uchiha Suzuki next to him clenched his fists, but there was no extra movement. Although Uchiha Suzuki deeply hated Uchiha Itachi's evil deeds of killing his parents and killing people of the same clan, in the final analysis, Uchiha Itachi was also Uchiha Suzuki's last brother. Therefore, Uchiha Suzuki naturally didn't want Uchiha Itachi to die like this. Sinners of the Uchiha! Sinners of the Uchiha! Sinners of the Uchiha! The Uchiha people all shouted angrily, responding to Uchiha Kazuk's words. But Uchiha Itachi's father, the former Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, is also an unqualified patriarch. As the patriarch of the Uchiha, I was supposed to fight for the interests of the Uchiha, protect the lives of the Uchiha people, and maintain the glory of the Uchiha, but dash. Speaking of this, Uchiha Kazuk's katana pointed at the kneeling Uchiha Itachi and shouted angrily, Uchiha Fugaku was killed for the sake of Uchiha Itachi without resisting, and he has already given up on the Uchiha clan, and he is no longer worthy of being called the patriarch of Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi are both people who betrayed the Uchiha clan and are both sinners of the Uchiha. Uchiha Kazuk's words silenced the Uchiha people for a moment, and then erupted in even stronger approval in shouting, all sinners. After all, what Uchiha Kazuk said made a lot of sense. Uchiha Fugaku can become the head of the clan, and that is also the trust of the Uchiha people. However, that Uchiha Fugaku has failed to live up to this trust and abandoned the duties of the patriarch, which will naturally make the hearts of the Uchiha people dissatisfied. The Uchiha Itachi's heart only felt tired, but he couldn't think about it so much. And Uchiha Suzuki was full of reluctance to refute, but thinking of his father and mother's corpse that did not resist at all, he really did not fulfill his responsibility as the head of the clan. It also made Uchiha Suzuki speechless, and hated his beloved brother Uchiha Itachi even more. If it weren't for my brother, if it weren't for Uchiha Itachi wanting to destroy the Uchiha, I wouldn't make it difficult for my father and mother. That's right, Uchiha Suzuki at this time thinks that his father and mother are persecuted. After all, as a parent, he doesn't want to do anything with his son, which is understandable. Itachi Uchiha, you bastard dash. Uchiha Suzuki, who gritted his teeth, was already reluctant to even call his brother, which made Uchiha Itachi's heart very gloomy. The previous unqualified patriarch is dead, so why don't you let Kazuk-sama be our patriarch? Suddenly, one of the Uchiha people spoke loudly, causing all the Uchiha people to be silent for a moment, and then they all agreed with each other. Yes, that unqualified Fuya patriarch is gone, and we need a new patriarch too. Well, the elders of the patriarch have all been killed by the sinner Uchiha Itachi, and those leaders are gone, and a leader is really needed. Kazuk-sama's strength is not bad. He opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and he defeated the sinners of the Uchiha, and killed those ninjas who wanted to destroy the Uchiha, and there is no shortage of strength and merit. Kazuk-sama, please become the patriarch of the Uchiha. Kazuk-sama, please become the patriarch of the Uchiha. Kazuk-sama, please become a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan went from discussing the fall of the former patriarch's high-level ninja to deciding on a new patriarch in just a few words. But in fact, there is really no one more suitable to become the patriarch of Uchiha than Uchiha Kazuk at this time. Uchiha Kazuk has no reason to object. After all, this was originally Uchiha Kazuk's goal, and it is naturally extremely good to be able to achieve the goal so smoothly at this time. Then, I, Uchiha Kazuk, will take over as the Uchiha patriarch, and I will inevitably lead the Uchiha clan to a bright future. Kazesuk Patriarch. Kazesuk Patriarch. Kazesuk Patriarch. The remnants of the Uchiha clan all shouted loudly, celebrating the birth of the Uchiha's trusted patriarch. Of course, at this time, most of the clansmen did not expect the patriarch Uchiha Fusuk to lead the Uchiha clan to glory. As long as they could get out of tonight's predicament, it would be enough. After all, this night of extermination scared many Uchiha people so much that they didn't want to expect so much. At this time, the Uchiha Itachi's pupil power was exhausted, and his godless eyes looked at the Uchiha Kazuk, who had become the Uchiha Patriarch, and there was an inexplicable worry in his heart. In Uchiha Itachi's opinion, Uchiha Fusuk, who became the Uchiha Patriarch, would inevitably change his strategy of getting along with Konoha. Conflict was not far off. Regardless of the outcome, Konoha will become unstable, and the peace of the ninja world may also be broken. How did it come to this? Although Uchiha Itachi was very unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do to prevent this possible thing from happening. Have you finally become the Uchiha Patriarch? After all, Uchiha Itachi, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become the Uchiha Patriarch so easily. Uchiha Fusuk thought like this in his heart, and his eyes inexplicably glanced at the lost Uchiha Itachi. Then, Uchiha Kazuk raised his hand slightly, and the cheering Uchiha people all fell silent, before he said in a deep voice, "Next, in the name of the Uchiha Patriarch, I will announce the Uchiha Itachi's crime and punish him accordingly." As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk once again pointed at Uchiha Itachi with his katana, and shouted loudly, "Uchiha Itachi, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you have Uchiha blood flowing in your body, and the Uchiha clan trained you to be a ninja. No matter what the reason, you don't want to repay, but kill your Uchiha clan with your own hands, it's disloyal." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was silent, secretly thinking about what a clan is about. This is the Uchiha that I deeply dislike, and I am not the kind of person who is limited to the Uchiha clan. However, the rest of the Uchiha couldn't agree more. After all, Uchiha spent so many resources to train Uchiha Itachi to become such a powerful ninja, and even opened the ability of kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, but he didn't get Uchiha Itachi's gratitude, and he was clearly a wide-eyed wolf with a brain. Uchiha Itachi, your parents have never treated you badly since they gave birth to you and raised you, but you raised a butcher's knife to your parents and killed them brutally, for the sake of unfilial piety. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, I didn't kill my parents, they had already taken poison before I wanted to kill them, so strictly speaking, my parents committed suicide. In addition, if his father, Uchiha Fugaku, who is the patriarch, lives, how can his younger brother Suzuki Uchiha grow up safely? After all, a living patriarch is what makes the Konoha higher UPS even more jealous. But those Uchiha people don't know the truth about Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato taking poison. Even if you know, in the final analysis, it is because of Uchiha Itachi's choice that it will cause such an ending. So, in the end, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato were both killed by the son of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha people you killed, the elderly, the middle-aged, the teenagers, the children, even the newborn babies and toddlers, and even the kittens that have nothing to do with it, you brutally killed them, it's unkind. Uchiha Fusuk's words left Uchiha Itachi speechless. After all, this is also what Uchiha Itachi did, except for the unknown kitten. And the Uchiha people were even more angry, because that Uchiha Itachi had killed so many clansmen, and he hadn't even pleaded with his younger brother Uchiha Suzuki to call this an innocent child? This makes those dead babies and young children really die without seeing it. The double standard is too serious. Uchiha Itachi, before Uchiha Shisui committed suicide, he entrusted his family and village to you, a close friend, and his own kaleidoscope riding wheel I also gave you, that is to believe that you can change Uchiha and change Konoha, but you have never let you destroy Uchiha and kill people of the same clan. You have failed the friendship of Uchiha Shisui for injustice. Uchiha Kazuk's words made Uchiha Itachi's eyes widen, and the originally godless gaze also showed a lot of shock. How do you possibly know? You know, before the Uchiha Shisui died, only Uchiha Itachi was present, and he didn't tell anyone about it. Uchiha Itachi really didn't understand why Uchiha Fusuk was so clear about this. Either Uchiha Fusuk was also present at the time, or Uchiha Shisui told, is that so? Stop the water, did you tell Uchiha Kazuk? This is the backhand you prepared. Uchiha Itachi can be sure that there was no one other than Uchiha Shisui at that time, so it is only possible that Uchiha Shisui told Uchiha Kazuk in advance. This kind of Uchiha Itachi thinks that the truth makes him feel at a loss in his heart, and he can't help but feel a little guilty. Zishui, I'm sorry, I really failed your trust. It can be said that Uchiha Itachi thinks that only the last of the crimes mentioned by Uchiha Fusuk has been admitted by Uchiha Itachi in his heart, and this guilt is gradually showing its complexion. Let the Uchiha people see it, and it is also clear that what Uchiha Kazuk said is true. Damn, the death of the Uchiha Shisui is really related to the Uchiha Itachi. That's Uchiha's genius ninja. Stop the water in an instant. Damn Itachi Uchiha, oh sinners of the Uchiha. If the Uchiha Shisui had lived, the Uchiha clan would not have fallen to such a point of almost extinction. Listening to the denunciation of the Uchiha people, the Uchiha Suzuki was also in disbelief looking at the silent and guilty Uchiha Itachi. He had already left tears of sadness. Brother, Itachi, is this true? In Suzuki Uchiha's impression, the big brother who stopped the water was extremely gentle. Why didn't he expect that the death of the big brother stopped the water was also related to his brother Uchiha Itachi? Such a fact almost broke down Suzuki Uchiha. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the silent Uchiha Itachi, and only when he heard the news that Uchiha stopped stopping the water did he show a little guilt, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi, who was known for his gentleness, heard the death of so many clansmen, even the death of his parents. He didn't regret it, but he had such a big reaction when he heard the news of a friend. Uchiha Itachi's deformed idea really made Uchiha Hirosuke unable to agree with it, calling him a person who was completely brainwashed by the will of fire. The Uchiha Itachi is already a puppet of the will of fire, not an Uchiha clansman. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazuke's face turned slightly cold, and he said in a deep voice, Uchiha Itachi, this disloyal, unfilial, unkind, unrighteous person, who killed his parents, killed his kindred, betrayed his friends, is a complete sinner. He can no longer be called a Uchiha person, and he does not deserve to have the surname of Uchiha. So, I declare in the name of the Uchiha Patriarch. Speaking of this, the kneeling Uchiha Itachi still had no wavering demeanor, and still had the attitude of not caring about life and death. On the contrary, Suzuki Uchiha, who already hated Uchiha Itachi deeply, couldn't help but clench his hands and bite his lip tightly, looking extremely nervous. In the final analysis, Uchiha Itachi is also Uchiha Suzuki's own brother. Thinking of the past scenes of getting along, seeing Uchiha Itachi who may die at any time at this time, of course, it is impossible to be indifferent. Uchiha Fusuke also groaned slightly, feeling that it was indeed too cheap to let Uchiha Itachi die so directly, and killing Uchiha Itachi directly would let him be relieved. So, in the name of the Uchiha Patriarch, I declare that I will deprive Uchiha Itachi of his surname, take back the power of Itachi Ninja, and be imprisoned for life. After saying that, the Uchiha Fusuke held the claw with his left hand awe-inspiringly and grabbed the Uchiha Itachi viciously. At this time, it should be called Itachi. After all, Uchiha Fusuke has deprived Itachi of his surname. Of course, he can't be called Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kazuke grabs Itachi's head, and the massive chakra enters Itachi's body, and in the control of the tick-tock kaleidoscope writing wheel these chakras that do not belong to Itachi continue to destroy Itachi's body. Destroys the ferret's meridians, joints, bones, and hand tendons. Let Itachi also let out a miserable scream, and he has lost his qualification to become a ninja. In the future, it will not be possible to refine chakras, and it will not be able to seal them, and even their movement will be severely limited due to the destruction of bones. It can be said that at this time, Itachi has become a waste. The Uchiha people saw Itachi who collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up at all, and although they couldn't kill Itachi, they were very happy to see Itachi in such a state of waste. After all, that's the price for the ferret to kill his kind. Will be a wasted human body, imprisoned for the rest of his life. But at this time, Itachi was only 13 years old, and his life had just begun, and he had at least 50 years of life left. These 50 years of life in captivity as a wasted man are a hell of despair for Itachi. Perhaps thinking of this, Itachi's heart was full of gloom, and the eyes that had exhausted their pupil power also looked like heavy pain. And such a painful look that has become a waste weasel makes the Uchiha people feel really happy. Whew, it's good that you're not dead, it's good that you're not dead. Uchiha Suzuki exhaled a breath of turbidity, and his originally clenched fist slowly loosened. Looking at Itachi, who was a waste person, although Uchiha Suzuki had extremely complicated emotions, sadness and hatred, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the way the new patriarch handled it. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to kill one's own people for the crime of killing one's own kind, even if he dies 100 times. Being able to live in this form of a waste person is also considered an extrajudicial grace, and taking away Itachi's ninja power can also make Itachi have no strength to do things. Therefore, Uchiha Suzuki was extremely satisfied with the punishment of the new patriarch, and he was even more sincerely grateful in his heart. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/Fang took the Konoha ninjas to the gate of the Uchiha family residence. After the 3rd generation of Hokage Fei noticed the battle movement at the Uchiha family station, he also hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether to participate in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. In fact, some of the plans of the leader of the root department, Shimura Danzo, although the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun/ can't know all of them, they can also know about it. Therefore, Shimura Danzo's idea of wanting to destroy the Uchiha clan is also known to the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sunday. Although the Uchiha clan has been greatly reduced in strength because of being in charge of the Konoha garrison department and because of Konoha's various restrictions, it is also a 1,000-year-old ninja family in the final analysis. The Uchiha's heritage is not so simple, and it is also a ninja family that is rich in geniuses. Therefore, the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ are especially jealous of the power of the Uchiha. Many of the actions of the roots of Nashimura Danzo, those against the Uchiha, although the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi did not agree positively, nor did they completely veto. It's also a default. Especially when he knew that the Uchiha stopped the water of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, the other heavenly illusion was able to rewrite the will of the target, which made the 3 generations of Hokage even more frightened. When he knew about the death of Uchiha Shisui, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ were really relieved in their hearts. After all, this kind of illusion of the other gods who will rewrite their will at will, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei High/ are also afraid that one day they will be controlled by the Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, even though he could faintly sense that the Uchiha would be wiped out tonight, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun/ did not stop it immediately, but instead had dark thoughts in his heart. That's not bad if the Uchiha exterminates the clan. Even if they can't destroy the clan, it's okay to be seriously injured. After all, the Uchiha clan's recent actions are too big, and the contradiction between the Uchiha and Konoha is irreconcilable, so the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ can only acquiesce to the actions of the root Shimura Danzo. But in fact, the unwarranted fear of the Uchiha of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun/ originated from the will of the 2 generations of Hokage Thousand Hands. At the beginning, the hatred of the past generations of Thousand Hands and Uchiha, the second generation of Hokage Thousand Hands was not as generous as the first generation of Hokage Thousand Hands pillars, and the prejudice caused by this hatred was more or less infected by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/, this generation of Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan is also a ninja family that was born in the era of the 6 Dao Immortals, and it is also a 1,000-year-old ninja family, and its background is not much less than that of the Uchiha. I have never seen the power of the 3 generations of Hokage to fly to the sun and slash the Hyuga clan. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi took the Konoha ninjas to the gate of the Uchiha family residence, and they could feel the breath of death inside. There are definitely quite a few deaths. These Konoha ninjas who have experienced the ninja war can all perceive it like this. Then he looked at the corpses of the Uchiha people in the house, and let out another unknown sigh. Uchiha. With the strength of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun slashing these Konoha ninjas, it is natural that he has also found the position of Uchiha Kazuk to fight. After all, there are more professional perception ninjas, and they have already discovered Uchiha Kazuk's group. When the shout of Patriarch Kazuk came from there, the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi couldn't help frowning slightly, feeling that they hadn't heard the name Kazuk much. It's not surprising, after all, Uchiha Kazuk was just an unknown Uchiha clansman at the beginning, and of course he wouldn't attract the attention of those high-level ninjas in Konoha at the beginning. Then, a dark ninja leaned down and told the Uchiha about Kazuk. It shocked the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Ri/, and there was also a touch of solemnity in his eyes. How can an ordinary garrison shinobi become the head of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that the Uchiha clan has become so weak? The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ immediately vetoed this idea, and thought again that should be Uchiha Kazuk, not as simple as the garrison department's mid-ninja, it should be the whole card that Uchiha is hiding. This made the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ even more jealous of Uchiha. But suddenly, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi thought again, Uchiha Fusuk has become the patriarch, so is Uchiha Fugaku already dead? Just as the 3rd generation of Hokage Flying Sun/ was thinking that it should be Uchiha Itachi who killed Uchiha Fugaku, a dark ninja suddenly informed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato of their deaths. There was no sign of resistance. Does it seem like suicide? Is this Uchiha Fugaku's choice? The 3 generations of Hokage Fei Hiza didn't know what to think, and sighed extremely heavily. Then lead the Konoha ninjas to the side where the Uchiha people gathered. However, when the 3rd generation of Hokage Tobi saw the head of Shimura Danzo, as well as the corpses of those root ninjas, his heart shook and he whispered, "What's going on? Danzo is dead, and so are these root ninjas." The 80 root elite ninjas, including Shimura Tunzo himself, are the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun/ who thinks that they can't resist it. I didn't expect to be killed. It seems that the Uchiha has hidden a lot of power. The fear in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ reached the extreme at this moment. Looking at Nashimura Danzo's head again, a lot of sadness inevitably arises. Although the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi and Shimura Danzo are usually very incompatible, they often quarrel because of various contradictions, and no one obeys anyone. But in the end, Shimura Danzo is also a friend of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun, grow together, fight together. It was Sarutobi who was able to sit firmly in the position of the 3 generations of Hokage, and Shimura Tunzo also paid most of the credit, so it can be said that Shimura Tunzo was the right-hand man of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hichi. It is also an indispensable part of the 3 generations of Hokage apes flying to the sun. I didn't expect to be killed by the people of the Uchiha tonight. Who did that? This made the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Hiza sad and then an irrepressible anger, and he couldn't help but look at those Uchiha people angrily. Did Itachi Uchiha do it? However, when he first noticed the crippled body of Uchiha Itachi, he lost his left arm, and his eyes were dull, like a walking corpse. The pupils that made the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun involuntarily constricted suddenly. Uchiha Itachi has actually become a wasted person? It seems that after a fierce battle, it shouldn't be Uchiha Itachi who killed the group. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/Fang only thought that to some extent, Uchiha Itachi was also a subordinate of Shimura Danzo, and perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a cooperative relationship. But Uchiha attack as ninja way, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash are also extremely clear. I don't think that the Uchiha Itachi, who inherited the will of fire, will kill Shimura Danzo and these root ninjas for no reason, and I don't think that Uchiha Itachi has this strength. After all, at least on the surface, Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo don't have many contradictions, but the goals of the two are also the same. That is the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Itachi doesn't deserve to have the Uchiha surname anymore. 3 generations, don't call it the wrong name. At this time, the Uchiha Kazuk looked at the 3 generations of Hokage Face Sun Slash's gaze was extremely flat, but the words that were spoken, as well as the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, made the 3 generations of Hokage Face Sun Slash very unflat. Are you? The 3 generations of Hokage Toby Slash looked at Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes with fear. I'm Uchiha Kazuk, and I'm also the new patriarch of Uchiha, and I've stripped Itachi of his surname and the name of the patriarch. Don't call it the wrong one again. 3 generations. Uchiha Kazuk reminded indifferently again. This person is Uchiha Kazuk. It's really not as simple as the shinobi of the garrison department. It seems that there have been many unpredictable changes in the actions to exterminate the Uchiha. The 3 generations of Hokage Fei Ri sighed like this in his heart, and he was also more afraid of Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. At this time, the situation is already obvious. Shimura Danzo and Root Ninja were killed by this Uchiha Fusuk, and that Uchiha Itachi and Itachi were also killed by the new Uchiha Patriarch. To be able to kill so many elite ninjas in a row, and to defeat Itachi, who is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel, what kind of metamorphosis is Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel? This unknown ability made the 3 generations of Hokage apes even more jealous. Even, the 3rd generation of Hokage Fei High Slash believes that this Uchiha Kazusuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is more threatening than the Uchiha kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. After all, the Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that stops water, and the other heavenly illusions can only target one ninja, and there is a limit to the recovery period of several years. You can't kill so many root elite ninjas in such a short period of time. Be careful of this Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, you must not be hit. Thinking about it, the 3 generations of Hokage Toby couldn't help but look away from the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that looked at Uchiha Kazuk. The 3rd generation of Hokage Flying Sun Slash was very jealous of the unknown ability of Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, so he removed his gaze from Uchiha Kazuk's body. Instead, he looked at the head of Nashimura Danzo and the corpses of dozens of root ninjas, and suddenly felt irrepressible sadness. Uchiha Kazuk, you dare to kill people from the same village, you must give me an explanation. However, when the 3 generations of Hokage Fury couldn't help but say this sentence, he immediately felt a little regretful. Because, the leader of the root tribe, Shimura Danzo, and these root ninjas came to the Uchiha family station with bad intentions, and since they were killed by the Uchiha clan with bad intentions, there is nothing to say. 3 generations, you have to know that this is the residence of the Uchiha family, do you want to explain? Uchiha Kazuk's face became even more cold, and the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes reflected a strong pupil power, making these Konoha ninjas feel uncomfortable. Ahem, it's not, but after all, you killed people from the same village, which Konoha doesn't allow, although there is something wrong with them in the group, but it's too much to kill them directly. The 3 generations of Hokage Fei High Slash coughed slightly embarrassed twice, and then also said the reason why he and the Konoha ninjas behind him felt that it was not enough. After all, this is also the residence of the Uchiha family, and outsiders are not allowed to enter without the permission of the Uchiha. This is not only the Uchiha clan, but also all the Konoha ninja clans. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk shook his big back and laughed wildly, which made the 3 generations of Hokage apes feel even more embarrassed, but for the sake of the so-called Hokage's authority, he still insisted on looking at Uchiha Kazuk's body. Still didn't dare to look at Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel. Okay, then I'll give you an explanation. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk walked forward with his katana in his hand, and Uchiha Kazuk's actions made the 3 generations of Hokage Fei High Chop vigilant, and also made these Konoha ninjas on guard, and even some Konoha ninjas had already folded their hands to make a seal gesture. However, Uchiha Kazuk did not attack the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash these Konoha ninjas, but instead came to the headless corpse of a root ninja. After fumbling for a moment on the corpse of this headless root ninja, he found a sealing scroll. Sure enough, it's here. The Uchiha wind assistant held the seal scroll, and he also said secretly in his heart. It turns out that the corpse of this headless root ninja is the right-hand man of Nashimura Danzo, and it is also the root ninja who was used as a sacrifice for the reincarnation of the filthy earth by Yakushida during the 4th Ninja War in the original plot. Since entering the Uchiha station, the root ninja named Yamanaka Stroke was first sent by Shimura Danzo to search for the loot of Sharinon before going to war. Therefore, the later Yamanaka Stroke has been detected by Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, especially those writing wheel eyes on Yamanaka Stroke. Even if it is blocked by the sealing scroll, the pupil power of the writing wheel eye is the pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha Fugaku, and it can't escape the perception of Uchiha Kazuk. After all, they are all writing wheels of the same origin, and that kind of bright pupil power is like the sun in the dark night, so that Uchiha Kazuk can't ignore it at all. 3 generations, open it and take a look, this is what I will explain to you. Uchiha Kazuk casually threw the scroll sealed with the Sharingan to the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash who paid attention to Uchiha Kazuk's movements. What is this? The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun couldn't help but groan, feeling that the contents of the sealing scroll would change the situation at this time. After all, the 3rd generation of Hokage Flying Sun Slash also saw it. It was found by Uchiha Kazuk from the corpse of a root ninja, and that should be what Shimura Danza wanted. Danzang, what the hell did you do? Could it be? After all, this is the Uchiha family's residence, and there are so many Uchiha people who have died, and it is self-evident what the most important thing about Uchiha is. Right wheel eyes. The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash also thought of this, and even many of the Konoha ninjas behind him also thought of this. Open it up, you open it, 3 generations, don't tell me you won't break the seal? Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel looked at the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash full of coldness, urging in a cold tone. The 3 generations of Hokage Face Sun Slash probably knew about the sealing scroll, and they didn't want to open the seal scroll in front of everyone, but in the end, this was also what the 3 generations of Hokage Face Sun Slash himself requested. Therefore, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash still slowly opened the sealing scroll. As the sealing scroll was opened, a cloud of smoke flashed and gradually dispersed, and dozens of small bottles appeared. 2 eyes appear in the liquid in these vials. Those comma-like lines are enough to explain the problem. Writing wheel eyes. Although each vial has different writing wheel eyes, 1 hook jade, 2 hook jade, 3 hook jade, and even a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. That pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes should be Uchiha Fugaku's, and sure enough, he didn't escape the fate of being gouged out. Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope Sharingan looked at the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the small bottle and sighed inexplicably. I felt strange in my heart again. Why didn't the Uchiha Obito dig the writing wheel eye? Uchiha Obito should also need to write wheel eyes. After all, Madara Uchiha passed almost all the forbidden techniques to Uchiha Obito before his death, and then Uchiha's Izanagi Uchiha Obito will also know. Izanagi is a Uchiha forbidden technique that is enough to change the tide of battle, but each time Izanagi uses it, it consumes a chakra. Therefore, Uchiha Obito should also need to write wheels. This made Uchiha Kazuk a little puzzled, why the Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes were not dug up, and even so many writing wheel eyes fell into the hands of the root ninja. Did you forget? Uchiha Fusuk thinks like this, and there is also a possibility of this. Damn, so many writing wheels. Did the root ninja gouge out all the eye-opening Uchiha people? At least 60 pairs of writing wheels. Shimura Danzo's bastard is too greedy. The Uchiha family has suffered a lot of losses this time. Yes, I don't think there are many eye-opening clansmen in the Uchiha at this time. What the talking Konoha ninja said was also very reasonable. After all, the writing wheel eye was not a white eye similar to the Hyuga clan, and not everyone of the Uchiha clan could open it. The Uchiha people who can open the writing wheel eye and everything are very strong, at least the level of forbearance among the elites, and the upper limit is at least the level of upper ninja. But even the Uchiha people are extremely difficult to open the Sharingan. Even many Uchiha people will not be able to open the writing wheel eye for the rest of their lives. Therefore, after seeing so many writing wheel eyes, not only the Konoha ninjas were talking about it, but also the living Uchiha people were shocked and couldn't help but scold. The emotions of these Uchiha people were suddenly excited, and even many Uchiha people wanted to kill these Konoha ninjas in front of them. But with the gesture of Uchiha Kazuk's raised hand, these furious Uchiha people were also able to control their emotions, and it could also be seen that Uchiha Kazuk's prestige was enough for every Uchiha clan to agree. Such a scene also made the 3 generations of Hokage's Fei Haichop slightly surprised in his heart, and he couldn't help but think, this Uchiha Kazuk is clearly just the head of the clan, and he can make the Uchiha people so obedient, it's unbelievable. But such a real scene made the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash feel a lot of jealousy in their hearts. Even felt a great threat. A single Uchiha clan, even if he has the power of a kaleidoscope writing wheel, only makes the 3 generations of Hokage-sama a little jealous. After all, Konoha ninjas aren't vegetarians either. But such a person who can possess the power of the Uchiha clan has already made the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi begin to feel threatened in their hearts. In the final analysis, this is also just the prejudice of the 3rd generation Hokage Flying Sun Slash that was passed down from the 2nd generation Hokage Senju. After all, at this time, the Uchiha had suffered such a serious loss, almost losing more than 70% of his combat power, and he was no longer able to threaten the Konoha hidden village. The original idea of seizing power by armed force has long since disappeared. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and said calmly, "How is it?" Ahem, he. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei high/coughed a few times in embarrassment, and laughed a few times in embarrassment. Satisfied. It's not Uchiha's fault this time. After all, so many Konoha ninjas were watching, and the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ couldn't say anything against their will. So many of the Sharinans are all evidence of the bright flash, all of which show that Shimura Danzu and these root ninjas covet the important things of the Uchiha. It can be said that the overall situation has been decided. Death is more than innocent. The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ can only think so, and they don't complain in their hearts, complain that Nashimura Danzo did not do things perfectly, leaving such a big mess, and making the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi lose such a big face. The 3 generations of Hokage Fei Hiza complained very much about Shimura Danzo's behavior in their hearts, but so many writing wheels also made many Konoha ninjas speechless. Therefore, it can only be admitted that Uchiha Kajuk did not have any fault in killing Shimura Danzu and the root ninjas this time. So, since the 3 generations are satisfied, do you want to give us an explanation for the Uchiha? Uchiha Kajuk said this, the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes narrowed slightly, blooming with cold pupil power, and continued to say in a deep voice, Shimura Danzo, the Konoha ninja colluded with the Tsunaritake to kill the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for my strength, the Uchiha would have been almost wiped out. Wouldn't it be better for the Uchiha to exterminate the clan directly? Hearing this, such a dark thought appeared in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ and secretly sighed for trouble, but he still had to give an explanation to the Uchiha. At least it's a passable explanation. So be it. The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun slashed and groaned, and then said in a deep voice, the extermination of the Uchiha clan this time is not Konoha's original intention, but the single-mindedness of the sinner Shimura Danzo, in order to satisfy his own interests, collude with the Tsunaritake to carry out such a cruel act. Then, in the name of the 3 generations of Hokage, I announce the disbandment of the root and guarantee that the root will not appear again in the future. Quiet. The scene was calm and terrible. Oh, that's a good calculation. Uchiha Kajuk sneered in his heart, and looked at the 3 generations of Hokage Toichi, whose face was flat and full of mockery. What a cheeky one. Being able to say such meaningless words so easily, and being able to maintain an unchanging demeanor, is really worthy of the 3 generations of Hokages who have lived since the establishment of Konoha to the present. It seems that he has already attained the attainment of 2-dun ninjutsu, and his face is really as thick as the city wall. The leader of the root tribe, Shimura Danzo, has died, and the curse mark that binds the root ninjas has disappeared, which means that the root is no longer at this time. On the contrary, these original remnant root elite ninjas will inevitably be absorbed by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / into their own combat power. In other words, this so-called confession did not make the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / suffer any losses, but would get a lot of resources and combat power. After all, that root is also the essence blood of Shimura Danzo's life, and even if he is killed by Uchiha Kajuk, 80 root elite ninjas cannot be underestimated. It's not just Uchiha Kajuk who thinks like this, but those Konoha ninjas, like Kakashi Heiji, are full of wonder when they look at the figure of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun /. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as refreshing the three views of these Konoha ninjas. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama can't be so shameless. Feeling these strange sights, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun / were also very uncomfortable, but for the benefit of Konoha Hidden Village, in order not to let the Uchiha clan get more resources, he could only be cheeky and pretend to be calm. It's all for Konoha. Thinking like this, the apprehension in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun / disappeared inexplicably, and his face became more calm, as if this way of dealing with it was very good. At least you, Uchiha Kajuk, should be satisfied. Forget it, those are not what I value anyway, and I will get more in the future. Uchiha Kajuk sighed with emotion that the 3 generations of Hokage Fei High / had a thick face and a black heart, and then he didn't plan to continue to embarrass the 3 generations. The top priority is to deal with these things of the Uchiha. Therefore, Uchiha Kajuk let the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / those Konoha ninjas away. Of course, it is impossible for those writing wheels to let them take them. It was Uchiha's possession after all. It's that the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun / want it very much, but they still can't make actual actions. After all, those Konoha ninjas are watching, and the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun / think that they still want a face. Therefore, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / can only watch those Sharingan reluctantly leave the Uchiha family residence. Looking at the backs of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / those Konoha ninjas leaving, Uchiha Kajuk was silent for a long time with his eyes open. The Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel, and those Uchiha people didn't dare to make any moves. Suddenly, Uchiha Kajuk sighed, and the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that I had disappeared into black and white eyes. Uchiha Kajuk shouted, Uchiha Deho, Patriarch. A young clansman with the eyes of the three-hooked jade writing wheel came out in response, looking at the Uchiha Kajuk's eyes full of adoration. All I have in mind is the Kajuk Patriarch who saved the Uchiha clan. take those writing wheels back and seal them again. Yes, Patriarch. After the order, the young clansman named Uchiha Deho responded to the call and galloped towards the writing wheels scattered on the ground, carrying out Uchiha Kazuk's orders. Uchiha Kazuk was silent for a few seconds, thinking that the top priority was to complete the aftermath of the Uchiha and deal with all the affairs of the night of the extermination. Uchiha Kai. In. A young Uchiha came out in response, also looking at the Uchiha Kazuk Patriarch with adoring eyes. Lead 100 Uchiha clansmen, collect the corpses of the dead clansmen, and record the details of each dead clansman. Yes, Patriarch. The Uchiha K, a member of the tribe, began to select able-bodied male Uchiha tribesmen and then went to the homes of those who had died. Uchiha Tatsun. In. Gather all the corpses of those root ninjas and burn them all. Yes, Patriarch. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kazuk said in a deep voice again, Hiroshi Uchiha. In. It was a middle-aged and calm Uchiha clansman who appeared as the Uchiha Fusuk remembered that it was supposed to be the one who was crying out for the loss of his daughter. At this time, although Uchiha Hiroshi was very sad and angry in his heart, he was still able to follow the instructions of the new patriarch. Lead 30 Uchiha ninjas to patrol the boundaries of the Uchiha family station, and from this moment on, anyone who dares to enter the Uchiha family station, no matter who it is, will be killed. Yes, Patriarch. That Uchiha Hiroshi roared loudly, his eyes were full of huge killing intent, thinking that if there were really outsiders entering the Uchiha family residence, they would be ruthlessly killed. Uchiha Kazuk nodded, looking at Hiroshi Uchiha who had taken away 30 Uchiha ninjas. After all, the Uchiha has just experienced a bad situation of almost extinction, and it is inevitable that there will be people who take advantage of the danger, and even if they don't, in order to reassure more people, they will also carry out more severe border patrols. After all, after the killing of Itachi and the intrusion of those root ninjas, many ordinary Uchiha people who are not ninjas are already terrified. The effect of this approach is also very obvious, and Uchiha Kazuk obviously noticed that many of the originally fearful Uchiha people have relaxed a lot. Is there anything else you have to do? Uchiha Kazuk groaned slightly, and suddenly thought of Uchiha's resources, not only those writing wheels, but also money, as well as ninjutsu and forbidden scrolls. These Uchiha's resource assets, after the night of the extermination of the original plot, are obviously cheaper Konoha, especially the root ninjas, who have got most of them. These resources and money are also an integral part of what the Uchiha wants to grow. Uchiha Inkheim. Yes, Patriarch. A beautiful Uchiha clan member who exuded mature charm came out in response, looking at the eyes of the new Patriarch, as if he could overflow water. I think that if Uchiha Kazuk was willing in a simple hint, it would be enough to make this Uchiha beauty throw herself into her arms. But at this time, Uchiha Kazuk, who had just experienced the battle and killing, was not in such a mood, but said in a deep voice, take some people who are proficient in calculations, collect the belongings of those who were killed, and go to the Uchiha's vault to record the Uchiha's resources, money, and ninjutsu. Yes, Patriarch. Uchiha Mahame took the order and left, and the delicate body made the corners of Uchiha Kazuk's eyes jump, but he still didn't say anything. The rest of the clansmen, let's go back to our homes and rest, and talk about something tomorrow. Yes, Patriarch. These Uchiha people are all looking at the Uchiha Kazuk Patriarch with respect and adoration, and they are all gradually dispersed. The only ones left were the almost unconscious Itachi, and the overwhelmed Suzuki Uchiha. It seems that Suzuki Uchiha is also worried about the whereabouts of his brother Itachi, so he stays. Secondly, it was also the bodies of Uchiha Suzuki's parents at home, which made Uchiha Suzuki dare not go back to see it. Uchiha Kazuk looked at Uchiha Suzuki slightly, and Itachi, who no one paid attention to, and thought about it casually, and also understood the general reason. Suzuki, just come with me. After saying that, Uchiha Kazuk grabbed Itachi's waist with one hand and lifted it up stiffly, ignoring the uncomfortable Itachi, and was about to return home when he saw the house that had been shattered. Suddenly I remembered that the house had been burned by 2 fireballs, and all that was left was black residue. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kazuk came to the next door, the family that had been killed by Itachi. The original corpse had been taken away by Uchiha Kai, and only the blood stains on the walls and the ground had not yet been cleaned up. But at this time, Uchiha Kazuk had no time to clean up these things. Uchiha Kazuk didn't pay attention to Uchiha Suzuki behind him, and casually threw the unconscious Itachi to the ground and said casually, sinners are not in danger of their lives. Then, Uchiha Kazuk went into another room and lay down on the bed, his eyes gradually empty. Brother, alas dash. Uchiha Suzuki looked at the Uchiha Kazuk Patriarch who was closing the door in silence, and was really relieved to hear that his brother Itachi's life was not in danger. After all, Itachi is also Uchiha Suzuki's own brother, and where is it so easy to let go? Uchiha Kazuk really didn't lie, the unconscious Itachi looked like he didn't have long to live with serious injuries, but more often than not, his pupils were exhausted and his spirit was severely damaged. Although Uchiha Fusuk abolished Itachi's body, he did not kill Itachi. Therefore, although the weasel is in a coma and seriously injured, the movement of his limbs may be restricted in the future, and he may even lie in bed for the rest of his life and cannot take care of himself, but at least he can be regarded as a surviving waste. Sasuke Uchiha leaned his back against the wall, looking at the unconscious Itachi with confused eyes, and gradually 2 tears flowed down again. Sadness, anger, hatred, many complicated emotions suddenly appeared in Sasuke Uchiha's mind. Today's night of extermination was too heavy a blow for Sasuke Uchiha. The elder brother who used to be respected and worshipped turned out to be a murderer and sinner who killed his fellow clan and parents. Brother, Itachi, who the hell are you? I don't know how much I thought of, what I thought of. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly fell unconscious. The next day, in the conference room of the Uchiha family, it's full of Uchiha people. Ninja people, ordinary ninjas, young people, old people. But it's more about the younger people. After all, on the night of the extermination last night, those elderly people who were the easiest to attack were the first to become the targets of Itachi and Uchiha Obito. After all, the old and frail clansmen, even ninjas, do not have much strength, and it is relatively easy to kill. Because of this, the original Uchiha family elders were all killed by attack at first, so that there was no one at the top of the Uchiha at this time except for the new patriarch of Uchiha Kazuk. Let the Uchiha Kazuk, the new patriarch's next decision, pass smoothly, because there is no obstruction from those elders. Uchiha Daiho, Uchiha Tatsu, Uchiha Kei, Uchiha Hirosuke, Uchiha Hiroshi, Uchiha Taro, Uchiha Inkaime. The Uchiha Kazuk patriarch, who had just entered the family conference room, saw the first young Uchiha clansmen, many of whom he had seen last night. Youth represents vitality, and it also represents hope. Uchiha Kazuk sighed in his heart, then nodded in motion for the meeting to begin. Patriarch, these are the Sharinans you commanded, all in this seal scroll. That Uchiha Daiho took out a sealing scroll and handed it to Uchiha Kazuk very respectfully. Good. Uchiha Kazuk nodded, accepted the seal scroll, and didn't want to inspect it, giving the clansman named Uchiha Daiho enough new appointments. Subsequently, that Uchiha Kai, Uchiha Chen, Uchiha Hiroshi, and Uchiha Mahame all handed in last night's mission report, so that Uchiha Kazuk had a general understanding of the situation of Uchiha at this time. What made the Uchiha pay special attention was the death toll of the Uchiha clan. 1,689 Uchiha people died. There are nearly 1,700 clansmen, and the surviving Uchiha clansmen are 668. The loss of almost 3/4 of the Uchiha clan made Uchiha Kazuk feel very heavy, and it was really too bad. Looks like I'm still late. Suddenly, the Uchiha Kei said again, Patriarch, when I collected the corpses of the dead clansmen last night, not only did the clansmen die in the direction where the sinner's weasel killed, but there were also clansmen dying in the opposite direction, and according to the time of death, at that time, the Patriarch had already defeated the sinner's weasel and was fighting the root ninjas. Uchiha Kai's sentence is not difficult to understand, that is, it shows that it is not only the sinner Itachi who killed the Uchiha people, but also the participation of other ninjas. Will it be a Konoha ninja? Many Uchiha people were terrified and frightened at the thought of this terrifying possibility. It should be the Uchiha Obito, or black and white to kill them. This is the idea of Uchiha Fusuke. After all, Uchiha Kazuk knew the truth about Uchiha's extermination, and he also knew that Uchiha Obito and those people would inevitably be unwilling to attack his defeat, so he would take advantage of Uchiha Kazuk's lack of attention and try his best to kill more Uchiha people. Uchiha brings soil, black and white, I will sooner or later. Although Uchiha Kazuk was able to understand the truth of this matter, he did not intend to tell these Uchiha people. Let's continue to misunderstand the clansmen. Konoha itself isn't clean anyway. At the same time, misunderstanding Konoha and wanting to kill the Uchiha's clansmen will also make Uchiha Kazuk's next plan smoother. Therefore, looking at the Uchiha clansmen whose faces changed drastically, Uchiha Kazuk only looked solemn and didn't say much, just making the clansmen think that the patriarch also thought the same way. The Uchiha has suffered a lot of losses at this time, don't think about it so much, there will always be a time when those people will pay a terrible price. For a long time, the Uchiha Kazuk said this, which gradually calmed the restless mood of the Uchiha people, but it was still inevitable that there was a coldness that could not be ignored. Only 668 Uchiha people survived. Among them, only 88 clansmen are ninjas, and the rest are ordinary people, who have been removed from the Konoha ninja family, and they are not even as good as those medium-sized ninja families. And of the 88 Uchiha ninjas alive, in addition to Uchiha Kazuk, there are only 10 upper ninjas. This number of Uchiha people don't have to think about it for at least 30 years if they want to return to their original level. At that time, the 4th Ninja World War had already ended, and he had entered the era of the 7th generation of Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. However, even with the Uchiha clan at this time, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash still can't feel at ease, which shows that this prejudice is extremely profound. Patriarch, the prison and the garrison department, because there are no Uchiha people stationed in the prison, there are already a lot of prisoners running out, causing a lot of trouble. What should I do? Suddenly, that Uchiha Hiroshi said in a deep voice. The prison of the Ministry of Garrison. Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk frowned slightly, thinking that because of the night of the extermination, the Uchiha suffered heavy losses, and the manpower originally stationed in the prison of the garrison department was naturally insufficient, so he couldn't take care of it. Although the garrison department is the department in charge of the Uchiha clan, the prison in it is not a good place after all, and it cannot be built in the Uchiha family residence. Therefore, Uchiha Hiroshi's inspection of the Uchiha family station did not pay attention to the situation of the security department. Because of this, the prison of the garrison is unwatched, and many of the most vicious prisoners have come out to continue their crimes. And the Konoha ninjas naturally couldn't ignore it and deal with these prisoners who ran out everywhere. But because the garrison department is also a clear department of the Uchiha clan between the second Hokage Senju, and it is strictly forbidden for any Konoha ninja to interfere for any reason. Therefore, without the permission of Uchiha Fusuk, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Tobi could only watch the prisoners escape from the prison of the security department, leave the Konoha ninjas exhausted. But because the original source security department prison has not been resolved, these Konoha ninjas really feel very troublesome. After all, this kind of task, which is not issued by an employer and does not have any bonuses, will naturally make many Konoha ninjas dissatisfied. Garrison, don't worry about that for now, let the Konoha ninjas deal with it, and we Uchiha won't have to worry about it in the future. Later, Uchiha Kazuk's words made many Uchiha people think about it, thinking that the patriarch seemed to have made a decision, but in the end he didn't say anything. After all, Uchiha Kazuk is the new patriarch who saved the Uchiha clan, and he will also have his own considerations. In short, the Uchiha clan will not suffer. The top priority is to decide the future of our Uchiha. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the Uchiha people, especially paying attention to the changes in the demeanor of the young Uchiha people in front of him, and continued with our Uchiha's situation at this time. The losses are extremely heavy, the number of ninjas has been greatly reduced, and the strength has reached the most dangerous moment, and it is impossible to continue to control the garrison. Sure enough, many Uchiha people secretly said in their hearts, they had already expected it. Patriarch, since the garrison department is no longer in control, should we give it to Konoha for nothing? The Uchiha Daiho told it like this, which resonated with many Uchiha people. After all, since the establishment of Konoha, the security department belongs to the Uchiha, and the Uchiha has also put a lot of effort into the security department. Even if they understand that the Uchiha clan, who don't have so much strength, will lose the power of the security department, they will still have inexplicable heartache. Konoha wants to get the garrison department for nothing, of course it's impossible. Uchiha Kazuk smiled and said with a light smile, if I don't pay enough price, I'd rather destroy the garrison and let Konoha rebuild it himself. After the original night of extermination, Konoha got all the resources of the garrison department, so that Konoha could spend without any waves. However, at this time, the security department was still Uchiha's. The Uchiha clan slightly ignored the duties of the security department, leaving the Konoha ninjas tired to deal with it, which shows the importance of the security department. Of course, Uchiha Kazuk would not hand it over to Konoha so easily. Although it will eventually be handed over to Konoha, at least it will be agreed to various conditions and pay enough resources to agree. Otherwise, let Konoha play on her own. After all, the garrison department is owned by the Uchiha, and even the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun have a thick face, and they can't blatantly seize all the belongings of a ninja family. Not only can the Uchiha of the security department not be wanted, but the identity of the Konoha ninja is no longer so important to the Uchiha clan. After all, if those Konoha ninjas don't worry about the Uchiha, we won't worry about the Konoha ninjas. In short, let's be afraid of each other. Uchiha Kazuk's words made many Uchiha people mumble in their hearts, and inexplicably thought, is it to betray Konoha? Patriarch, are we Uchiha going to betray Konoha? That Uchiha Tatsumai directly said everyone's doubts. Of course not betraying Konoha. Uchiha Kazuk shook his head with a smile and said softly, if Uchiha betrays Konoha, it happens to give the name of the 3 generations to destroy the Uchiha, and with the strength of the Uchiha at this time, even with my strength, the Uchiha will definitely be more than lucky. Uchiha Kazuk never wanted to betray Konoha. After all, Uchiha is also one of the patriarchs of Konoha, how could he betray and leave openly? What do you say about betrayal? That's really ugly. If you want to leave Konoha, there are many ways. Uchiha Kazuk said this, relaxing the minds of the clansmen, and continued, I mean, for the Uchiha clan, the identity of the Konoha ninja is not so important, dispensable, and we Uchiha have no way to accept those tasks of Konoha, and the garrison department is no longer going to ask for it, so we have to find another way out. Normal Uchiha ninjas, after graduating from ninja school, usually join the security department and become one of them. Something like Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi can join the normal Konoha ninja sequence and accept the tasks issued by Konoha is extremely rare. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is rare. After all, the high-level ninjas of Konoha are extremely repulsive to the Uchiha, and only the Uchiha people who have been approved by them can accept Konoha's mission, or even join the shadows or something. So, what kind of Uchiha people can be recognized by the high-level ninjas of Konoha? Of course, it's the Uchiha clan who inherited the will of fire. Think about it. Uchiha Obito's original goal was to become the Hokage, and the goals of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were all to alleviate the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha and maintain Konoha stability, peace in the ninja world and so on. As for the so-called Uchiha Suzuki, the original Uchiha Suzuki was already the only seedling of the Uchiha, and the ninja potential shown was so low, of course, it would not arouse the jealousy of the high-level ninjas in Konoha. At least, since graduating from the Uchiha Fusuk Ninja School, he has been staying in the Uchiha family security department. But at this time, the Uchiha clan, who were almost wiped out, the garrison department could no longer control them, and they could not be approved by the high-level ninjas of Konoha to carry out Konoha's normal tasks. That's why Uchiha Kazuk said that the identity of the Konoha ninja is not so important. That's why Uchiha Kazuk said he wanted to find a new way out. Throughout the development of the history of the ninja world, whether it was the Warring States period before the establishment of the ninja village, or the 3 ninja wars after the establishment of the ninja village, it's all a battle between ninjas, and at most it will affect the commoners, and very rarely the nobles of the daimyo of those countries. It was the original 4th Ninja World War, and Uchiha Obito wanted to capture the daimyo of those countries, but also to force the ninja coalition to hand over the bargaining chips of the tailed orc pillar force. But Uchiha Obito never deliberately wanted to kill the national daimyos. Secondly, the original mission of Kakashi's 7th Banba country, the mission of the great merchant Kato to hire a traitor and not to destroy Kakashi Hakiki. But even with Kakashi's strength, he could easily assassinate the source merchant Kato, but he didn't do it. It can be seen that Kato's identity will make Kakashi Hakiki scruple not to do anything. Of course, the main thing is that Kakashi Hakiki may have been training as a ninja member of the 7th class at the beginning, but Kato's identity is also something Kakashi Hakiki is afraid of. What would that be? As a businessman, Nakato only has his own capital, that is, a lot of wealth. Even Kakashi, a replica ninja who is famous in the ninja world, is afraid of Nakado's capital. And in this ninja world, as long as you have enough wealth, you can let these ninjas, the ninjas of any country's ninja village, do anything in the form of employment. Therefore, what Uchiha Kazuk said, the status of the daimyo nobleman and the wealth and capital of the merchant can make the ninjas in the ninja world bow their heads. Therefore, we Uchiha must accumulate more wealth and capital in the future, as well as a more noble status. Uchiha Kazuk said this, which shocked the Uchiha people in the conference room inexplicably. After all, although the Uchiha clan is a famous family in the ninja world, the original Konoha ninja family, but in the final analysis, it has not left the ranks of ninjas, and everything used to be seen through the eyes of ninjas. Even the Uchiha Itachi's self-proclaimed peace in the ninja world is only a conclusion drawn from the analysis of the ninjas' horns. These ninjas never wanted to see a world other than ninjas. But these Uchiha clansmen are not really stupid, and after Uchiha Kazuk's little move, it suddenly occurred to me that they could still do this. It's really a long insight. So, the Uchiha will do their best to accumulate wealth. Will all the Uchiha people have to go into business? Uchiha Daiho's expression was very hesitant. After all, it was still a little difficult to let go of the ninja family that had been doing it for thousands of years to suddenly change its identity. It's not just the Uchiha Daiho clan, but many Uchiha people have similar thoughts. Uchiha Kazuk also understood this thought, so he smiled and continued. Of course not. Uchiha Kazuk shook his head and continued to say in a deep voice, the Uchiha clan can give up the identity of a ninja, but they can't give up the power of a ninja. After all, only a strong force can keep wealth capital, and even a powerful force to some extent is also a kind of capital. Abandoning forbearance and engaging in business, it can also be understood in this way. The so-called renunciation of ninja in business, similar to what Uchiha Kazuk said, is not simply giving up everything in ninjas. After all, even the wealth of the great merchant Cardo is enough to inform the country of waves, which can make those ninjas jealous from the bottom of their hearts. Once some ninjas are desperate, they will end up in the air, similar to the crazy killing of their employers. In addition, even with such a noble status as the daimyo of the fire country, in order to maintain his life authority, he still established a protector like the guardian 12 ninjas. Of course, Uchiha Kazuk believes that the daimyo of the land of fire has more than just the power to protect the 12 ninja, and secretly hides the power that even Konoha is afraid of. Therefore, the Uchiha clan can't give up the power of ninjas, and the previous ninja training must continue, but don't go to the ninja school. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the clansmen who were a little puzzled, and didn't understand why he didn't go to the ninja school. After all, the ninja school was also tested and recognized by the people of Konoha. Even the people of the Uchiha clan also highly recognized the success of the ninja school. Have you forgotten that the Sinner Itachi and the Uchiha Shisui who committed suicide were brainwashed by the Konoha high level because of their study career in the ninja school? The so-called will of fire. Hearing Uchiha Kazuk's words, the Uchiha people were also stunned. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk himself also understands that what he just said has exaggerated a lot. After all, many Uchiha clansmen graduated from ninja schools, but they didn't have such a serious will of fire, so it can only be said that there is a high probability. The original ninja talent of the Shinritaki and Uchiha Shisui is not bad, which not only reflects the practice of ninjutsu, but also reflects the aspect of thought. But without the education of the ninja school and the guidance of the will of fire, the two clansmen of the Shinritaki and the Uchiha Shisui would not have leaned towards the Uchiha. But even with a few possibilities, Uchiha Kazuk didn't think he would gamble. Therefore, we in the Uchiha clan should also establish a school to provide a more comprehensive education for the younger people, just to stop the traitors like sinners and ferrets. In order to achieve this goal, Uchiha Fusuk felt that not only the practice of ninjas, but also the cultivation of the clansmen was to correct their original thoughts. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk has always felt that the idea of the will of fire is very extreme. Where the leaves flew, the fire burned incessantly, which sounded good. However, a simple example, at the time of the Nine Tails Rebellion, why didn't the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / burn themselves to seal the Nine Tails? You know, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / are also the sealing technique that the ghouls have sealed. Isn't it very simple to seal the Nine Tails? However, the so-called will of fire of the 3rd generation of Hokage Flying Sun / is that the 4th generation of Hokage has achieved himself, and then he ignores the bad situation of Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th generation of Hokage. In the final analysis, those 3 generations of Hokage apes are just greedy for Hokage's power and are reluctant to give up their own lives. Uchiha Mahame, when this meeting is over, you will inform the whole clan that the young people of school age do not need to go to the ninja school again, and they will not have to go to the ninja school tomorrow. Yes, Patriarch. The Uchiha Mahame agreed in a coquettish voice, making the Uchiha Kazuk nod slightly. The decision to abandon forbearance and engage in business has been decided, but the detailed strategy still needs to be discussed, so I am not in a hurry at this time. And when our Uchiha clan accumulates enough wealth and capital, we can pursue our noble status, and mine is also a national daimyo. Daimyo, a daimyo of a country. At this time, the Uchiha people were all stunned by Uchiha Kazuk's words, and their faces were full of incredulity. The Uchiha Tatsumai frowned and asked, Patriarch, it's not so simple to get a daimyo of a country. A ninja becomes a daimyo, and there seems to be no precedent for this in the ninja world. Not true. Uchiha Tatsumai himself hadn't finished speaking, but his eyes suddenly lit up. But he thought of the history of the ninja world, probably at the time of the Second Ninja World War, and the country of the Vortex was served by the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki clan is obviously a ninja family. Patriarch, you mean the Uzumaki family that used to be in the country of Vortex, but wasn't the Uzumaki clan exterminated? Besides, even if we Uchiha want to be a daimyo, do we want to attack a country? In that case, the ninja villages of each country will not ignore it. In fact, there is still a word that Uchiha Chen has not said, that is, the Uchiha family, which has been radically crippled at this time, wants to launch a campaign of this scale? Not just the destruction of a country, but the outright occupation. Before I thought about it, I was killed by the Konoha ninja. Of course, the original Vortex Nation Vortex family has been wiped out, but there is a reason for that. The people of the Vortex clan have a huge physical fitness, that can be called Shitara's physique, and they only practice sealing techniques, and they don't really have their own strength, so I won't be surprised if they are destroyed. Therefore, we Uchiha clan must have our own strength, and the practice of ninjas cannot be stopped. Uchiha Kazuk said this, looked at the thoughtful clansman, and then continued, in addition, I have never said that it is easy to attack a country, even if it is a small country in the middle of nowhere, it is easy to destroy, and it is impossible to occupy it. Money can make ghosts grind, you should have all heard it, as long as there is enough wealth and enough capital. Is it difficult to buy a small country? Is it hard to buy a country? In this ninja world, Uchiha Kazuk doesn't think it's too difficult. Even if the daimyo of those countries don't want to sell their country, the Uchiha still has the power of a ninja, and under the control of the casual Sharingan illusion, this is not a big problem. However, if you want to buy a country, you need to pay for it, at least in the unit of 100 million. At this time, the wealth of the Uchiha clan is really too far behind. Buy a country. Such a cowhide idea. It's terrifying. At this time, the Uchiha people in these conference rooms were shocked by the idea of the new patriarch and trembled. But after the shock, many Uchiha people felt that it was not impossible to buy a country. Imagine that the Uchiha clan has their own country, without the rejection of the Konoha ninjas, and the life of being the master of their own house. It is really beautiful. Therefore, this Uchiha meeting, the first meeting after Uchiha Kazuk became the patriarch, ended so successfully. The Uchiha clan has already decided on their strategy for the future. Abandon forbearance and engage in business, establish ethnography, and become a national daimyo. These 3 strategies are the general direction of the development of the Uchiha clan in the future, and any other issues must be put on the back burner. It also gave Uchiha Kazuk, the new patriarch, absolute prestige. Because of the night of the extermination, the Uchiha wind helped turn the tide, and it opened the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, so that the Uchiha people recognized the strength of the Uchiha windsuk. At that time, a powerful patriarch was able to make frightened clansmen feel more secure. At this Uchiha meeting, the Uchiha people also recognized the wisdom of Uchiha Kazuk. For the sake of the future of the Uchiha, taking into account the wisdom of all aspects, it makes all the Uchiha people sigh in their hearts. After such a major event as the night of the extermination, Uchiha Sasuke did not have the heart to go to the ninja school, and of course the Uchiha did not open the family residence. Therefore, Sasuke Uchiha can't get out at this time. At this time, Sasuke Uchiha had just cooked a pot of porridge, and although it didn't taste very good, he was able to barely swallow it. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was still a Uchiha young master a day ago, and he hadn't cooked any meals with his own hands. But at this time, for himself and for the sake of the Tsunaritake, Uchiha Sasuke has to cook by himself, and no one in the clan would be so kind to cook for the traitor of Uchiha. At this time, the Tsunaritake had already woken up. After all, the injuries suffered were deliberately controlled by Uchiha Fusuke, which only made the Tsunaritake lose the strength of a ninja and the ability to act. Therefore, the Sinner Weasel's pale and bloodless face was partly due to the consumption of pupil power, and partly because of the pain of the abolished body, but there was no danger to life. Eat, itachi. Sasuke Uchiha, who didn't even want to shout for his brother, held 2 bowls and handed one to the Tsunaritake, but the Tsunaritake didn't even raise his head, and was still silent, as if he had lost the meaning of life. Sasuke Uchiha frowned and placed the chopsticks that belonged to the Tsunaritake near the Tsunaritake. Then he lowered his head and drank the porridge by himself, also without saying a word. However, Uchiha Sasuke, who was drinking porridge, unconsciously shed tears again, and soon there was a rapid cry, which was really sad. Hearing Sasuke Uchiha's crying, the Tsunaritake finally reacted a little, but he only pursed his lips and didn't say anything after all. After all, it was one person who carried it all. Sasuke, why are you crying? Suddenly, a crisp sound sounded, and at the same time, there was a rush of footsteps. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Sasuke quickly stood up, turned his head to look at the comber, and saw a beautiful Uchiha girl. This Uchiha girl Sasuke Uchiha is also very familiar. Sister Kwan, why are you here? As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly suppressed the sadness in his heart, turned his head and wiped his tears, not wanting others to see his weak side. I went to your house and didn't find you, and I inquired for a long time before I heard who you were here with the Kazuk Patriarch last night. As he spoke, Izumi Uchiha looked at the bowl of porridge and Sasa's assistant Uchiha and said again, "Oh, Sasuke's brother can cook too, and I happened to bring some food with me." Izumi Uchiha took out a lunchbox and handed it to Sasuke Uchiha. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha's red eyes, there was a lot of pity in his heart. "Itachi, you're really doing too much." Thinking like this, Izumi Uchiha looked at the Tsunaritake who had become a waste again, walked a few steps closer, squatted down, and said, "Itachi, why are you doing this? Itachi, if it wasn't for the Kazesug Patriarch last night, would you kill me too? Itachi, what's the benefit of destroying the Uchiha? Itachi, do you hate the Uchiha so much? Itachi, how will your brother Sasuke survive in the future? Weasel." Izumi Uchiha continued to say the name of the Tsunaritake, and he was also in tears as he spoke, when the tears fell onto the Tsunaritake's clothes. The Sinner Ferret finally had some reactions. Sasuke, Izumi dash. The Sinner Weasel opened his mouth again, and it took a long time before he squeezed out 3 words. "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi suddenly couldn't hold back their emotions anymore, and cried sadly, making the eyes of the Tsunaritake also begin to moisten. Even though the Sinner Weasel was very guilty in his eyes at this time, there was not much regret in his heart. I think that as long as there is a chance, the Tsunaritake will still want to destroy the Uchiha. Come to think of it, it will be similar to the original night of extermination, and I will still watch Uchiha Izumi being killed by Uchiha Obito and see death and not be saved. But at this time, Sinner Weasel no longer has this chance, and he is already a complete waste. Itachi, you are a sinner of the Uchiha, you need to spend your life to atone for your sins, you can't skip food. As he spoke, Izumi Uchiha picked up the bowl of porridge, picked up a spoon and handed it to Itachi's mouth. Izumi Uchiha's persistence eventually made the Tsunaritake retreat in defeat, and he eventually ate the bowl of porridge. Oh, man. Sure enough, I can't resist the tenderness of a woman. Then, Izumi Uchiha looked at Sasuke Uchiha and said softly, "Sasuke, your brother Itachi has been like this for the rest of his life, for the glory of the Uchiha clan, you have to work harder." Hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were red, his face was extremely firm, and he said loudly, "Even if it's to atone for my brother's sins, I'm going to sacrifice everything for the Uchiha clan, even my life." Uchiha Sasuke's brother made the Tsunaritaka's body tremble inexplicably, and this situation made Uchiha Izumi feel relieved when he saw it. It's good to have a reaction, it means that Itachi's heart is not completely dead. That Tsunaritaka's act of killing the Uchiha clan of course also made Uchiha Izumi angry, and he also had a bit of hatred in his heart. Judging from the reaction of the Tsunaritake, it means that if there was a chance at that time, the Tsunaritake would also kill the Uchiha Izumi. This made Uchiha Izumi also feel a little chilled. But Izumi Uchiha loves Itachi deeply after all, so he can't let go of it completely. At least not for a short time. And whether Izumi Uchiha will completely forget about Itachi's sin in the future, that can only be tested by time. Hokage's office, the 3 generations of Hokage apes flew to the sun, and the 3 high-level Konoha ninjas, Koharu and Mito Minion, the 2 Hokage advisors, and the Konoha think tank Nara Shikasa gathered here. The 3 generations of Hokage ape Tobi-san smoked his pipe, and from time to time he spit out long smoke, and the smoke was so thick that he couldn't see the true demeanor of Sarutobi-san. What happened to the Uchiha last night? This came too suddenly, we didn't make the decision to destroy the Uchiha. Mito Minion pushed his glasses and said with a heavy face. The 3 generations of Hokage ape Fury sighed heavily, exhaled a long puff of smoke, and said in a deep voice it was a private operation of Danzo, but it seems to have failed, and the elite part of Danzo and the root ninja have all died, which I saw with my own eyes last night. The 3 generations of Hokage ape Flying Sun still feel a little sad when they think of the head of the Shimura Danzo. In the final analysis, Shimura Tunzo is also the partner of the 3 generations of Hokage ape Flying Sun from childhood to adulthood, and the 3 generations of Hokage ape Flying Sun can sit firmly in the position of Hokage, and then Shimura Tunzo has also put in a lot of effort. The 3 generations of Hokage apes know that Shimura Danzo also loves Konoha deeply, so he will be so patient with many of Shimura Danzo's mistakes. That guy in Tuanzang is really dead. The Hokage's first reaction to Koharu was this, and then considering Shimura Danzo's private actions, he wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. So, Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas should be colluding with Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan, right? At the same time, with the political wisdom of the Hokage's advisor to Koharu, it is not difficult to guess the facts of this part. After all, Nashimura Danzo's tendency is extremely obvious, and it is Uchiha Itachi who has been in contact with many times. That's right, but even so, Danzo failed, alas ahem. The 3 generations of Hokage ape Flying Sun slashed his mouth and hurriedly covered it up with a cough. However, such a cover-up made Nara Shikaku, who had been silent all the time, frightened. Although the 3 generations of Hokage are very well disguised, it is obvious in those words that they want the Uchiha clan to perish. Nara Shikasa was extremely shocked in his heart, and even a little frightened. You know, the 3 generations of Hokage apes want to destroy the Uchiha clan this time, why won't they want to destroy the Hyuga clan in the future? So how can the Nara clan stay stable? Just because you are afraid of the strength of a certain ninja family, you want to destroy this ninja family, that's not what the Hokage should have in mind. At this time, this Nara Shikasa was very skeptical that it was right for the Nara clan to completely throw themselves into the arms of the Hokage family. After all, the idea of this 3-generation Hokage ape flying to the sun was too dangerous. This is the end of the matter, we can only be cautious. Nara Shikasa thought like this in his heart, thinking that after returning to the family, he had to strictly order the clansmen to be more careful, and not to be caught by the 3 generations of Hokage ape Fi. The kaleidoscope riding wheel eye that the new Uchiha patriarch has opened, defeating the Uchiha Itachi, and even being able to kill so many root elite ninjas, is really terrifying. The 3 generations of Hokage ape Flying Sun sighed like this, and there were more jealousies in their hearts. Even when I learned about the approximate ability of Uchiha Kazuki's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye from Kakashi Heiji, I felt that there was really not much to deal with. According to Kakashi Heiji, Uchiha Kazuki's kaleidoscope chakra is capable of releasing some kind of music that forces ninjas within a certain range to dance. The sorcerer cannot control his own actions, not even his own chakra, he can only become a lamb with a will to be slaughtered. Come to think of it, Uchiha Kazuki is the root ninja who killed like this. Kakashi Hakiki had already finished the battle when he went, so he only saw the right eye dance ability of Uchiha Kazuki Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and the left eye kaleidoscope ability BGM. Uchiha Kazuki has never used it in front of Kakashi Hakiki. But even so, it also made the high-level Konoha ninjas in the Hokage's office feel frightened at this time. It also made the 3 generations of Hokage apes fly up to the sun and secretly set a fluke in their hearts. Fortunately, he didn't make a move last night, otherwise with the ability of Uchiha Kazuki's right eye kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, he would inevitably follow in the footsteps of Shimura Danzo and those root ninjas. According to Kakashi's personal experience, those who fall for this technique can also specifically control the target's chakra and ninjutsu, and can make the target commit suicide. That Kakashi was almost killed by his own ninjutsu Chidori. The words of the 3 generations of Hokage ape Flying Sun made the hearts of the other 3 Konoha high-level ninjas even more shocked. Isn't there any weakness? Nara Lu was frightened for a long time before he asked. The 3rd generation of Hokage ape Flying Higashi glanced at Nara Shikasa slightly, and then spit out a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice, according to Kakashi Hakiki, this control ability can be interrupted by the outside world, and it also has a certain range limit, but who knows if that Uchiha Kazuki will be released continuously, so all this is still unclear, and intelligence needs to be gathered. Hearing this, the Hokage advisor Mito Minion said with a serious face, so what to do? Do we still want to exclude the majestic Uchiha clan? Luyu, what do you think? The 3 generations of Hokage did not answer, and looked at Nara Shikaku, who was groaning. 3 generations of adults, I don't think there's any need for this, tell me about it. After the night of the extermination, the Uchiha clan has suffered heavy losses, and the original Uchiha Fugaku patriarch has died, and he has been replaced by this new Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Kazuk will inevitably integrate the resources of the Uchiha clan first, and it will not and cannot threaten Konoha, even if Uchiha Kazuk opens the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, but after all, he does not have the strength to suppress the ninja world like Madara Uchiha back then, so it is not enough to make Konoha afraid. However, I think the necessary compromise is still needed. After all, Nashimura Danzo belongs to Konoha's upper echelons, and any decision made will become part of Konoha's will. The 3rd generation of Hokage Fei Hiza frowned slightly. However, I have already made the decision to remove the head of the Shimura Danzo root and disband the root. It's not enough. Nara Shikaku shook his head, thinking helplessly in his heart that Shimura Danzo is dead, and it is useless to remove Shimura Danzo's position afterwards. Aren't the disbanded root ninjas still all of them in your hands by your 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sunday? This obvious approach, how can that Uchiha be convinced? Even if it is changed to any ninja family, it will inevitably be severely opposed. That Uchiha Kazuk didn't go crazy on the spot, and it had already made Nara Shikasa admire his calm personality. However, Nara Shikasa can't say it clearly. After all, the Nara clan belongs to the Hokage line. 3 generations of adults, the removal of Shimura Danzo's position and dissolution are simply a punishment for the initiators, but they have not yet made compensation to the Uchiha clan. Yes, Nara Shikaka thinks that the Uchiha clan must also be compensated. After all, this kind of behavior of exterminating the Uchiha clan was also Konoha's fault after all, and it also caused the Uchiha clan to suffer great losses. If the Uchiha clan is wiped out because of this, there is nothing to say, and even Konoha can get Uchiha's resources to eat to his heart's content. However, at this time, although the Uchiha clan suffered heavy losses, they still had a lot of clansmen, and they also had high-end combat power. You can't ignore it. So, in order to appease the anger of the Uchiha, it is necessary to compensate accordingly. Compensation. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Ri/ had a little hesitation in his heart, and his face was also hesitant for a while, obviously not wanting to make amends. And the attitude of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun/ made Nara Shikasa feel even more chilled in his heart. Thinking about those things in the Uchiha, there was always a feeling of sadness for the rabbit and the fox. If Danzo is still alive, it will be easy to do. Suddenly, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ muttered to himself. Hearing this, Nara Shikasa's cheeks drooped slightly, and he felt that there was really nothing to say in his heart. The gas volume of the 3 generations is really. So far, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun/ still want to make up for it, and want to use the root ninja of Shimura Danzo to rely on the benefits that need to be paid. From this, it can be seen how much Black Cauldron Nashimura Danzo and the root ninjas have carried for the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi Sun/. At this time, Nara Liu suddenly sighed inexplicably in his heart. Lord Tuanzang, I've really wronged you. For the sake of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun Chop, it really deserves to be the root of Konoha. The majestic and bright image of the 3 generations of Hokages flying to the sun is also mostly deliberately created. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas to deal with the darkness for the 3 generations of Hokage flying sun/, how could they let the 3 generations of Naruto flying sun/ gain so much prestige? So, it's not so much that the 3 generations of Hokages have endured the faults of Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas, it's better to say that the 3 generations of Hokage flying sun/ are inseparable from Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas. There are 2 sides to everything. The 3 generations of Hokage flying sun/ thought that they were light, so Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas could only become darkness. Of course, Nashimura Danzo's own personality is also a factor in this situation. Ahem. Feeling that the 3 generations of Hokage Fei High/ became more and more unpleasant, the 2 Hokage advisors couldn't help but glance at each other a few times, and the Hokage advisor Mito Minion coughed lightly. Then he pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "It's necessary to compensate the Uchiha, but how exactly to compensate and how much to compensate needs to be carefully considered, so dash." The Mito Minion had already concluded the question, and was about to continue to express his opinion, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Come in. After a creak, the door was opened. Uchiha Kazuk walked in, looked at the Konoha high-level ninjas, and couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, "Oh, it looks like everyone is there, so it saves time." Uchiha Kazuk. The 3rd generation of Hokage Tobi Hizaku looked at the figure of Uchiha Kazuk, and there was a strong fear in his heart. Even if Uchiha Kazuk didn't open the Duyan Kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, the 3 generations of Hokage Fei sun/ didn't dare to look at each other directly, but lowered his eyebrows slightly. "Please call me the Uchiha Patriarch, after all, I am the patriarch recognized by the Uchiha people." Uchiha Kajik raised his eyebrows, looked at the old face of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash, and said with a light smile, "Well, Patriarch Uchiha, what are you doing here?" The 3 generations of Hokage were helpless, but they still called the Patriarch with kindness, and then asked again, "What can I do in the Hokage's office? Do you want to accept the mission? Of course, do you come to discuss something with the 3 generations of adults?" Discuss something. The 3rd generation of Hokage Hiza asked rhetorically, but there was a little vigilance in his heart. It seems that Uchiha Kajik has come to make amends. "What compensation do you want? Just now Uchiha Kajik mentioned the mission. Is it to start with the mission issued by Konoha? That's absolutely not good. That's the root of Konoha, and you can't let this bastard Uchiha Kajik get his wish. That's the case. The Uchiha clan has experienced the killing of the Tuanzang dog thieves in collusion with the traitor Shinuritake, and has lost a lot of clansmen, among which the number of ninjas accounts for the majority, so the security department that was originally in charge was also unable to catch it. It's for the garrison department." Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage thought so in his heart, and then couldn't help but say something. Could it be that the Uchiha Patriarch wants to return the garrison to Konoha? In fact, the prisoners who recently escaped from the prison of the security department have exhausted the Konoha ninjas, and there have been a lot of complaints. If you can get all the equipment resources of the garrison department at this time, it will make the Konoha ninjas breathe a sigh of relief, and it will also make the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash very happy. After all, the power of the garrison itself is not small, but extremely important. Maintaining the law and order of Konoha Hidden Village is already an extremely huge cake, even if the 3 generations of Hokage Sun Slash and the Sarafii clan behind him cannot completely swallow it alone. So, I think many ninja families will be interested. Previously, because it was the department of the Uchiha clan, outsiders couldn't interfere at all, but at this time, the Uchiha clan was almost wiped out, and there was not much spare power to support the operation of the garrison. The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun were extremely surprised, and they immediately smiled. The old face suddenly became even more entangled, and it seemed that it had become a blooming chrysanthemum. "That's really thanks to the Uchiha Patriarch for his efforts, and I'll order the Konoha ninja to take over the security department later." However, the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash did not mention the slightest compensation, nor did they explain what benefits were used in exchange for the security department. This made the other 2 Hokage advisors on the side, Nara Shikasa, stunned, and couldn't help but cover their faces and feel extremely ashamed. That Uchiha Kajik even laughed out loud. It was an extremely standard Uchiha wild laugh. Ha ha ha. With the wild laughter of Uchiha Kajik, the big back of his head moved without wind. "I said, 3 generations, you don't want to get all the resources and equipment of the garrison department for nothing," Uchiha Kajik said with a maniac-y laugh, his words filled with mockery. It made the 2 Hokage advisors, Nara Shikasa, even more difficult to look up, and he was very ashamed to think in his heart, what happened to the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun? How could he be so shilazy? It's come to this point that you still have such naive thoughts? Could it be that the loss of Shinmura Danzo, a close friend, has made the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi chaotic and restless? Uchiha Kajik, you. The 3 generations of Hokage were red-faced, feeling a burst of annoyance and anger, pointing at Uchiha Kajik and intermittently telling like this. "Tick-tock kaleidoscope writing wheel eye." Uchiha Kajik suddenly opened the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and the 3 Duyan symbols were connected end to end, forming a strange pattern and exuding a powerful pupil power. It's all these high-level Konoha ninjas who are shocking the Hokage's office. The 3 generations of Hokage Sun Slash also immediately looked away, and the fear in his heart became even stronger, and he slowly lowered his fingers. 3 generations, the Uchiha clan would rather completely abolish all the resources and equipment of the garrison department than give it to you in vain. If you want to get everything from the guards, you can get enough benefits in exchange. Otherwise, you can re-establish the garrison department yourself. Uchiha Kajik's strong words, that unquestionable tone, all show the determination of the Uchiha clan. It also made the 3 generations of Hokages feel a strong crisis, but they couldn't compromise because of their identity. However, if you want the 3 generations of Hokage to re-establish a security department, the resources required will really make Konoha feel heartache. Therefore, in fact, the 3 generations of Hokage Hiza also wanted to agree to exchange benefits for the security department, but because of the identity of the Hokage, he couldn't bow his head. But if you want Uchiha Kajik to bow his head, it's simply impossible. It's a big deal to destroy the security department, and there's nothing worth remembering anyway. At this time, the situation was stalemate for a moment, and the Hokage advisor turned to Koharu and said with a smile, "Patriarch Uchiha, don't think too much. How could Konoha let the Uchiha pay for nothing? The garrison department also needs it, and it will definitely give the Uchiha enough benefits." In addition, regarding the turmoil in the Uchiha last night, although it was Shinmura Danzo's private decision, it was Konoha's fault after all, so the necessary compensation should also be given to the Uchiha. Such words finally eased the situation. The 3 generations of Hokage Tobi Hisashi didn't speak, but the Hokage advisors Wan Kohara had already said so, and in front of the high-level ninjas of Konoha was already a tacit fact. Just let the 3 generations of Hokage take a few puffs of cigarettes in silence. The smoke made Uchiha Kazuk frown, and he couldn't get rid of the smell of smoke even if he fanned it slightly. Buzz! The chakra suddenly became active, and the majestic momentum blew away all the smoke around it. You can't smoke second-hand smoke. Uchiha Kazuk only said casually, so that the frightened Konoha high-level ninjas could relax. It also made the 3 generations of Hokages pause in the action of smoking, but I don't know if I thought of something, or continued to smoke the pipe in a big gulp. Uchiha Kazuk, this old guy. The 3 generations of Hokage flying sun / let you suck enough. So, Patriarch Uchiha, what conditions or benefits do you need to hand over the garrison to Konoha? The Hokage advisor Mito Minion asked as he tried his best to resist the majestic momentum of Uchiha Kazuk. Such a question made the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage face sun suddenly tighten, and the action of smoking was even faster. I'm afraid that the Uchiha Kazuk will mention the condition of accepting the mission issued by Konoha will make the 3rd generation of Hokage Tobi feel unbearable. The Uchiha doesn't have that many people anymore, so they can't support the normal operation of the security department, but the Uchiha needs a lot of resources to recover from his injuries, so the frequency of the 3 generations of Hokages almost breaking the sound barrier is almost broken, so allow the Uchiha to do business in Konoha and even the entire fire country, and provide corresponding preferential policies such as tax exemptions, and at the same time give the Uchiha enough money. After all, the facilities and equipment of the garrison department were all purchased by the Uchiha clan with great difficulty. Isn't it for the mission that Konoha posted? The 3 generations of Hokage face sun / the action of smoking, and then he took a long puff of smoke, and he thought in his heart doing business, what's going on? Uchiha Kazuk, this is Shirakushi, as a ninja, how could he think of doing business? In the hearts of the ninjas of the 3 generations of Hokage flying sun / they think that doing business is a very lowly behavior, and it also damages the dignity of the ninja's identity. In the hearts of these high-level Konoha ninjas, as ninjas who do not perform tasks, they do business, which is obviously a sign of not doing their jobs. The 3 generations of Hokage Hisa stared at the Uchiha Kazuk tightly, wanting to see the Uchiha Kazuk's true thoughts, and always thought that there was a conspiracy in this. However, Uchiha Fusuk said that this was indeed a plan, but it was an upright conspiracy. The Uchiha clan will indeed go all out to do business, but by the time Uchiha Kazuk has accumulated enough resources and wealth to reach the capital to buy a country, it will be too late for Konoha to stop it. However, there is no need for Uchiha Fusuk to say so much to these high-level ninjas in Konoha. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk also felt strange. Almost every Konoha ninja family has its own industry, and it is also one of the important sources of income for the ninja family. So as a ninja enjoying the benefits of this industry, why should you have any prejudice against ninja business? It's as if the ninja itself has been made clear that the mission is the right way, and any other way to get the desired resources is not normal. It seems that from the very beginning, ninjas were put on this restriction. It feels inexplicably wonderful. It also makes the Uchiha Kazesuk think of a certain dynasty in the history of the previous life. It should be that in some dynasties, many scholars were ashamed to do business, and then the families behind these scholars owned a large number of merchant properties, but they only borrowed the hands of their subordinates to do business. While enjoying the benefits of doing business, on the other hand, he scolds businessmen for being lowly, which makes people feel that there is always an inexplicable way to cover their ears and steal the bell. Although the ninjas in the ninja world are not as obvious as those who read books of historical dynasties. But as a ninja, he thinks that he is on the right path to carry out his mission, and he really looks down on those ninjas who are in business. However, these ninjas are driven by the tasks issued by merchants with large amounts of money, which is also equivalent to succumbing to capital. This also made Uchiha Kazuk feel unreasonable. Therefore, at first, Uchiha Kazuk didn't value the identity of a ninja. It's just that sometimes he will do something with the help of his ninja identity, but he doesn't need the ninja identity, and even when the ninja identity becomes a problem, Uchiha Kazuk will not hesitate to abandon it. Of course, at this time, the 3 generations of Hokage flying sun / these high-level ninjas in Konoha did not know that Uchiha Kazuk had such thoughts. Even Nara, who is known as the Konoha Brain Tank, is the smartest ninja in Konoha Hidden Village, but because of the limitations of his own ninja, he can't really see through Uchiha Kazuk's true thoughts. Perhaps, this is also a concession from Uchiha Kazuk. At this time, such a thought appeared in Nara Shikaku's heart. After all, it is also a fact that the strength of the Uchiha clan has dropped greatly after the turmoil, and it is also very irrational to contend with Konoha. That Uchiha Kazuk was able to successfully ascend to the position of Uchiha Patriarch, and naturally he was not stupid, so it is understandable to make such a decision. Show weakness. In the end, Nara Shikasa came to such a conclusion. Then, he faintly nodded to the 3 generations of Hokage face sun / and the 2 Hokage advisors, signaling that they could agree. Patriarch Uchiha, have you really decided that? The Hokage's advisor Mito Minion seemed to be asking, and it seemed that he was also urging Uchiha Kazuk to ask like this. The rest of the Konoha high-level ninjas all had extremely calm expressions. Yes. Uchiha Kazuk only said one word indifferently. Ryu the Uchiha raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he heard 4 soft exhalations, but he didn't say anything more. Then, as the Hokage, I allow the Uchiha clan to do business in Konoha's sphere of influence, and I am exempt from any taxes. The third generation of Hokage Sarutobi said very decisively, as if he was afraid that Uchiha Kazuk would regret it, and hurriedly wrote the document in duplicate. Writing the Hokage's consent document and tax exemption certificate, related financial compensation, in exchange for the security department, of course, what the 3 generations of Hokage 8 Flying Sun said was not so direct and tactful. Let the 2 Hokage advisors, Nara Shikasa, witness the signing, and let the Uchiha Kazuk sign after seeing it. In the end, after the 3 generations of Hokage 8 signed and sealed, this agreement between Uchiha and Konoha has already come into effect. Then, Uchiha Kazuk and the 3 generations of Hokage 8 Tobi looked at each other and smiled, as if the original confrontation had disappeared, and they looked like they were talking happily. All in all, both parties are satisfied. And not long after, the 3 generations of Hokage 8 Flying Sun hurriedly used the power in their hands, with the Dark Ninjas as the main force, to let more than 99% of Konoha know the news that Konoha got the news of the security department in a short time. Did you hear that? Did the Uchiha clan abandon the garrison? What do you mean? In other words, the garrison department is no longer the department of the Uchiha clan, and we will never be oppressed by the Uchiha in the future. I heard that it was because the new Uchiha patriarch felt that he was not strong enough to hand over the garrison department to Konoha. This Uchiha patriarch is quite self-aware. After all, after such a big family turmoil, Uchiha's confidence is no longer so strong, and it is not difficult to understand that he made this decision. Yes, I remember that night I clearly saw the battle in the Uchiha family station, those 2 skeleton giants dash. Anyway, from now on, we Konoha are finally moving in the direction of freedom. Worth celebrating. For a time, the entire Konoha hidden village was rumored that Uchiha was unable to control the garrison department, and Konoha took over, and the villagers of Konoha were all celebrating with bullets, eager to light fireworks and firecrackers to celebrate. It's almost like a happy scene of winning the ninja war. But there are also a few people who have a clear heart in Konoha who understand, even if Uchiha gives up the security department, isn't the security department controlled by Konoha the same? After all, the duty of the security department is to maintain law and order, and even with the nonsense personality in the eyes of the Konoha ninja, it will be more strict in policing. At that time, it was the turn of these Konoha villagers to cry. But these Konoha people who see the facts clearly will not resort to it. At this time, the Uchiha people watched the Konoha ninjas enter and leave the garrison department, and moved away all kinds of important facilities of the garrison department, and many Uchiha clansmen couldn't help but leave a gloomy look. It's not good for the garrison to be close to the Uchiha family station. That Uchiha Kazuk just said that, and the 3 generations of Hokage 8 Flying Sun were as good as they were, and promised to move the security department away. After all, the security department, as an important department for maintaining law and order in Konoha, has to patrol the entire Konoha every day, and it is not appropriate to place it on the edge of Konoha. It's just that Shimura Tunzo, who has died a long time ago, in order to limit the development of the Uchiha family, moved the Uchiha family residence to the edge of Konoha. After that, even the garrison department was moved to the edge. Do those high-ranking Konoha ninjas know the importance of the security department? You should know. The reason for acquiescing to Shimura Danzo's decision is nothing more than a power struggle and something like that. At this time, the garrison department already belonged to Konoha. The 3 generations of Hokage apes immediately decided that such an important department could not pay too much attention, and immediately encircled another piece of land near the Hokage's office building. Immediately and quickly build a house the same height as the Hokage's office building to serve as a new office location for the security department in the future. And the prison that was originally the garrison department, although it was also an important department, but because of the nature of the prison, it was really not good for the prisoners in it to be moved to the center of Konoha. Therefore, Nara Shikasa suggested that the prison of the security department be split up into an independent department, and that it be relocated to another edge of Konoha. It's near the Forest of Death. In this way, even if there is any riot in that prison, because it is too far from the center of Konoha and close to the Death Forest, the damage that can be caused will be greatly reduced. Nara Luyu's suggestion made the high-level ninjas of Konoha think about it carefully, and they were extremely recognized. Therefore, the prison of the garrison department was upgraded to the prison of Konoha and moved away from the vicinity of the Death Forest. I didn't expect that after working in the security department for most of my life, I would leave the security department one day. A middle-aged Uchiha man looked at the security department that was gradually being emptied, and couldn't help but feel very heavy. After all, the place where he has worked for more than 10 years has also generated a lot of feelings. Leaving suddenly will naturally produce a lot of reluctance. However, those young Uchiha people, especially those who had just joined the garrison department, did not have much reluctance, but breathed a great sigh of relief in their hearts. It was only not long after joining the garrison that these Uchiha people were able to notice the eyes and emotions of the Konoha villagers, who were all afraid and disgusted with the members of the garrison department. It's really not nice to be hated. This obnoxious garrison has finally moved away. Uchiha Kazuk didn't have time to pay attention to the relocation of the garrison, but when he heard the report of the clansman, he said with such emotion. He used to be a ninja in the security department, and of course Uchiha Kazuk can understand the feelings. Thinking of those happy Konoha villagers, he just laughed. Secretly, you think you can break free from the clutches of the Uchiha's garrison and be completely free? The Konoha ninja garrison cliff will teach you how to behave. At this time, Uchiha Fusuk's focus is to plan for his future business empire, and to unite the hearts of the entire Uchiha people. Did you hear that? Did the Uchiha clan abandon the garrison? What do you mean? In other words, the garrison department is no longer the department of the Uchiha clan, and we will never be oppressed by the Uchiha in the future. I heard that it was because the new Uchiha patriarch felt that he was not strong enough to hand over the garrison department to Konoha. This Uchiha patriarch is quite self-aware. After all, after such a big family turmoil, Uchiha's confidence is no longer so strong, and it is not difficult to understand that he made this decision. Yes, I remember that night I clearly saw the battle in the Uchiha family station, those two skeleton giants dash. Anyway, from now on, we Konoha are finally moving in the direction of freedom. Worth celebrating. For a time, the entire Konoha hidden village was rumored that Uchiha was unable to control the garrison department, and Konoha took over, and the villagers of Konoha were all celebrating with bullets, eager to light fireworks and firecrackers to celebrate. It's almost like a happy scene of winning the ninja war. But there are also a few people who have a clear heart in Konoha who understand, even if Uchiha gives up the security department, isn't the security department controlled by Konoha the same? After all, the duty of the security department is to maintain law and order, and even with the nonsense personality in the eyes of the Konoha ninja, it will be more strict in policing. At that time, it was the turn of these Konoha villagers to cry. But these Konoha people who see the facts clearly will not resort to it. At this time, the Uchiha people watched the Konoha ninjas enter and leave the garrison department, and moved away all kinds of important facilities of the garrison department, and many Uchiha clansmen couldn't help but leave a gloomy look. It's not good for the garrison to be close to the Uchiha family station. That Uchiha Kazuk just said that, and the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash were as good as they were, and promised to move the security department away. After all, the security department, as an important department for maintaining law and order in Konoha, has to patrol the entire Konoha every day, and it is not appropriate to place it on the edge of Konoha. It's just that Shimura Tunzo, who has died a long time ago, in order to limit the development of the Uchiha family, moved the Uchiha family residence to the edge of Konoha. After that, even the garrison department was moved to the edge. Do those high-ranking Konoha ninjas know the importance of the security department? You should know. The reason for acquiescing to Shimura Danzo's decision is nothing more than a power struggle and something like that. At this time, the garrison department already belonged to Konoha. The 3 generations of Hokage immediately decided that such an important department could not pay too much attention, and immediately encircled another piece of land near the Hokage's office building. Immediately and quickly build a house the same height as the Hokage's office building to serve as a new office location for the security department in the future. And the prison that was originally the garrison department, although it was also an important department, but because of the nature of the prison, it was really not good for the prisoners in it to be moved to the center of Konoha. Therefore, Nara Shikasa suggested that the prison of the security department be split up into an independent department, and that it be relocated to another edge of Konoha. It's near the Forest of Death. In this way, even if there is any riot in that prison, because it is too far from the center of Konoha and close to the Death Forest, the damage that can be caused will be greatly reduced. Nara Luyu's suggestion made the high-level ninjas of Konoha think about it carefully, and they were extremely recognized. Therefore, the prison of the garrison department was upgraded to the prison of Konoha and moved away from the vicinity of the Death Forest. I didn't expect that after working in the security department for most of my life, I would leave the security department one day. A middle-aged Uchiha man looked at the security department that was gradually being emptied, and couldn't help but feel very heavy. After all, the place where he has worked for more than 10 years has also generated a lot of feelings. Leaving suddenly will naturally produce a lot of reluctance. However, those young Uchiha people, especially those who had just joined the garrison department, did not have much reluctance, but breathed a great sigh of relief in their hearts. It was only not long after joining the garrison that these Uchiha people were able to notice the eyes and emotions of the Konoha villagers, who were all afraid and disgusted with the members of the garrison department. It's really not nice to be hated. This obnoxious garrison has finally moved away. Uchiha Kazuk didn't have time to pay attention to the relocation of the garrison, but when he heard the report of the clansman, he said with such emotion. He used to be a ninja in the security department, and of course Uchiha Kazuk can understand the feelings. Thinking of those happy Konoha villagers, he just laughed. Secretly, you think you can break free from the clutches of the Uchiha's garrison and be completely free? The Konoha ninja garrison cliff will teach you how to behave. At this time, Uchiha Fusoku's focus is to plan for his future business empire, and to unite the hearts of the entire Uchiha people. The land of rain, the village of rain, the secret base of the knowers. Madara, you've failed. Nagato gazed at the masked man Uchiha Obito, who came back in the form of Tendo Pain, as well as Black and White Joho. That faint reincarnation eye exudes infinite power and has an inexplicable deterrent power. At this time, Nagato had already learned that the Uchiha's plan to exterminate the clan had completely failed, well, at least most of it. After all, there are hundreds of Uchiha people alive, and the number of Uchiha ninjas alive is also nearly 100. This made Nagato even more suspicious of the identity of the Uchiha Obito. Claiming to be Madara Uchiha, he should have the strength to suppress the ninja world, but he couldn't even destroy the Uchiha clan. My original goal was not to kill the Uchiha, but to make Konoha's overall strength drop significantly. At least at this time, the Uchiha didn't believe in Konoha at all. Uchiha Obito mimicked Madara's dull and deep voice, and spoke in an extremely flat tone. Black Jedi, it's not Madara's fault, something happened. The Uchiha clan even has a hidden person who opens the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. By Ju, yes, that guy named Uchiha Kazuk, that kaleidoscope has a strange ability to write wheels. Black Jedi Itachi, a member of the original Sao organization, is also the one who opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and was easily defeated by that Uchiha Fusoku. Hearing this, Nagato's body squinted his reincarnation eye slightly, and manipulated Heavenly Deo Pain and said coldly, Uchiha Itachi, the ninja who has failed, the Sao organization can't look down on it, don't pay attention to it. Ha! By Ju, that Uchiha Itachi's strength is actually not bad, I quite appreciate it. Black Jedi, no matter how much you appreciate it, it's useless, then the Uchiha Itachi has become a waste, and if you want to treat it, it will inevitably cost a great price, and the gains outweigh the losses. At the same time, the news of Uchiha's turmoil, the initiator of which was a high-level ninja in Konoha and a traitor to Uchiha, quickly spread throughout the ninja world. It shook the entire ninja world. The land of the earth, Uane village, IWA shinobi office, the third generation of Tsuchika Jonaki took the information transmitted back by the spy ninja, and couldn't help blinking his eyes, and said inexplicably, the third generation of Hokage Fei Sun Slash is finally Shilazi. Would he want to destroy the Uchiha clan and take the initiative to reduce his own strength? Although the three generations of Hokage Fury said that they didn't know, it was obvious that this was a pretext. As the shadow of a village, he didn't even know that such a bad thing happened in his ninja village? This explanation is also capable of deceiving the ignorant. The three generations of Tsuchika Jonaki would not believe that without the acquiescence of the three generations of Hokage Flying Sun, the high-ranking people of the same village were able to collude with the Uchiha traitors to kill the Uchiha. But, is the kaleidoscope writing wheel? The hearts of the three generations of Tsuchika Jonaki groaned slightly. According to the intelligence, there were at least 2 pairs of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes on the night of the extermination. The silvery white, red skeletal giant could be seen even more clearly. Skeleton giant? The three generations of Tsuchika Jonaki inexplicably thought of the figure of the Uchiha Madara who suppressed the ninja world, and couldn't help but jump in his heart, secretly thinking about why the Uchiha didn't completely wipe out the clan. In the final analysis, the influence that Madara Uchiha gave to the three generations of Tsuchika Jonaki was too deep, and he had become a demon in Onoki's heart that could not be pulled out. Therefore, even if these 2 kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that appeared could not reach the level of Madara Uchiha, it had already made the three generations of Tsuchika Jonaki vigilant. What good news, a kaleidoscope chakra-eyed Uchiha has become a waste. And another? The new Uchiha Patriarch. It seems that you need to pay more attention, at least to know the details of the new Uchiha Patriarch. Subsequently, the third generation of Tsuchika Jonaki issued an order for Konoha's IWA Shinobi Spy Ninja to fully investigate Uchiha Kazuk's information. Pay special attention to investigating the specific ability of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha Kazuk. The Land of Thunder, Uin Village, Thunder Shadow Office, ha ha ha. When the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI heard the news, they burst into a burst of laughter. The laughter was accompanied by the fluctuation of the chakra, causing the entire Thunder Shadow Office to tremble. Among them, Yun Ren secretly sighed, and Lord Thunder Shadow was crazy again. Then, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow immediately issued an order and began to dispatch troops, mobilizing 100 Cloud Ninja brigades to approach the border of the country on fire. I'm going to test the reaction of the Konoha ninja first. The Land of Wind, Sand Hidden Village, Kazekige's office. The 4 generations of Wind Shadow Luosha looked at the wind and sand outside the window, and they were extremely happy to get this news. After all, the Uchiha is also one of Konoha's important combat powers, and such heavy losses are almost extinct, which also shows that Konoha's strength has dropped greatly. But it was only a few hours of sighing, and there was no way to react. After all, the strength of the Sand Hidden Village at this time was the same thing, and the daimyo of the Wind Country tried his best to limit the funds of the Sand Hidden Village, which gave the Wind Shadow Luo Sand a headache. sighing that it's really a mess. However, at least the reduction in Konoha's strength has made Kazekage Rasha's sense of threat slightly less. And the fog-hidden village in the land of water, because this time should still be the period of the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, and it is also a dark period that was secretly manipulated by Uchiha Obito. At the same time, it was also a period of seclusion and seclusion. Therefore, the Uka fluctuation chaos, a big news that can almost affect the entire ninja world, still has no reaction from the fog-hidden village of the water country. At this time, in the conference room within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kazuk and the Uchiha discuss the scope of future business. There are only a few things that can make money in the ninja world, in addition to food, clothing, housing and transportation, which are the daily consumables of ninjas, Kunao shuriken detonation charm or something. I think it's better to be in the business of ninja-related supplies. After all, we Uchiha are ninjas ourselves, and we can understand the needs of ninjas. Uchiha Daiho groaned slightly. In addition, with our Uchiha's reputation, we can completely gain the trust of the ninjas in the ninja world, forming a foundation of trust. So isn't the ninja's business endless? Uchiha Kazuk looked at Uchiha Dabayo's words, and although he couldn't deny it in his heart, his face was extremely flat, and he didn't make a decision immediately. The kind of ninja-related business that Uchiha Daipo mentioned is the arms business of the ninja world, the huge profits of the arms business. Of course, Uchiha Fusuk also understands. However, most of the arms business in the ninja world was obtained by the artisan ninja village, and the rest were divided by each ninja village itself, and there was not much room for play. Of course, if the Uchiha uses his strength, he can also seize the market for the arms business. But if you want to maintain the stability of this arms business market, it can't be solved by relying on Uchiha's reputation alone. Even Uka's strength before the turmoil was not enough to deal with the troubles of the arms business. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk felt that the arms business was not allowed, at least not at this time. In addition to the daily necessities of ninjas, we Uchiha can also sell some ninjutsu scrolls, of course, the kind of disposable ninjutsu scrolls that the user learns to self-destruct. As long as the sealing technique is studied, the conditions should be met. Ninjutsu scroll. Hearing Uchiha Daiho's words, Uchiha Kazuk's heart moved. It is also understood that Uchiha Daiho is not referring to the one-time ninjutsu ability scroll used by Boruto Uzumaki in the future, but a skill scroll that allows users to learn ninjutsu. As long as the Uchiha can study this ninjutsu skill scroll, it will inevitably form into an enduring commodity, which will naturally allow the Uchiha to obtain a lot of capital. But if you want to make this kind of ninjutsu scroll, you must have a talent for sealing, as well as a lot of research time, and with the talent of the people of Uchiha at this time, there are really not many seals in this area. Uchiha Kazuk groaned slightly in his heart, and inexplicably thought of a figure with red hair and red eyes, that is the only remaining member of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world today, Uzumaki Kari. Uzumaki's Ionlan sealing talent is obviously inherited from the Vortex bloodline, and that kind of King Kong blockade can be self-taught. As long as Uzumaki Siengren is given more sealing information, it is not a big problem to study the so-called ninjutsu skill scroll. However, at this time, Uzumaki Siengren should still be enduring suffering in Kangen village, and I don't know if Ionlan's mother is alive. Uchiha Kazuk only secretly remembered the key figure of Uzumaki Karyo, but I also understand that even if the ninjutsu skill scroll is studied, it is not something that the Uchiha clan can keep at this time. After all, it is still too dazzling. Those Konoha ninjas who smell fishy, not only Konoha ninjas from all sides of the ninja world will inevitably be moved. At that time, the Uchiha clan faced the pressure of the ninja world. Of course, they couldn't keep the ninjutsu skill scroll. After all, this kind of ninjutsu skill scroll that can be learned at a glance has too much influence on ninjas. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk only secretly remembered this time in his heart, but he didn't think about it for a short time. Later, many clansmen put forward many business directions, including many aspects. It's just that except for ninja-related tasks, they are all taken into account by the Uchiha people. Suddenly, an Uchiha seemed to say something casually. How about the Uchiha clan migrating Konoha to the Uchiha clan? Migrating Konoha? Hearing this suggestion, the conference room suddenly fell silent, and the faces of the Uchiha people were gloomy, and they all had many ideas. Migrating Konoha? Of course not. At least not for now. When Uchiha Kazuk finished saying this, he could clearly perceive the emotional changes of the Uchiha people. Disappointed Uchiha people, there are also Uchiha people who breathe a sigh of relief. Let Uchiha Kazuk really understand that it seems that the Uchiha clan at this time is not one heart. It's understandable. After all, the Uchiha clan has been in Konoha Hidden Village for decades, and such a long time is enough to produce several generations. Many Uchiha people who were born in Konoha and grew up in Konoha have more or less the idea of reluctance to Konoha. Uchiha Kazuk had such thoughts in his heart, but there weren't many serious thoughts either. At the end of the day, Uchiha Kazuk also understands that it is impossible to leave a place where he has lived for so long. Even Uchiha Kazuk himself, because he has lived in Konoha for more than 10 years, has more or less a good feeling. It's just that Uchiha Kazuk's will is extremely strong, and these good feelings can't interfere with Uchiha Kazuke's determination to leave Konoha. In the same way, Uchiha Kazuke believes that those determined Uchiha people will eventually choose to follow the wise patriarch Uchiha Kazuke. And those Uchiha people who don't want to leave, Uchiha Kazuke can only give up. Because I don't need the Uchiha people who have a heart for Konoha in my heart. That's right, Uchiha Kazuke thinks that those Uchiha people who don't want to leave Konoha must have their heart set on Konoha, even if it is forcibly taken away. The Uchiha people who are nostalgic for Konoha will have a high probability of becoming the first person at both ends of the rat in the future, and there may not be a traitor like the Tsunaritake. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuke intends to wipe out this sprout. After all, the Uchiha could not bear the turmoil of the extermination again. However, our Uchiha clan will eventually leave Konoha, which is also the stated goal of the Uchiha clan, to become a daimyo of a country. I think you can figure it out. Uchiha Kazuke said, also observing the changes in the faces of the clansmen in the conference room. As long as a certain Uchiha clansman has a heart for Konoha, then it will inevitably be secretly cleaned up by Uchiha Fusuke. However, what reassures Uchiha Kazuke a little is that the Uchiha people in this conference room are not those who have their hearts set on Konoha. Even those Uchiha people who were originally happy not to have to leave Konoha for a short time were worried about the Uchiha's situation. The Uchiha people who really have their hearts set on Konoha are not in this conference room, at least. At least it proves that I have a good eye. Uchiha Kazuke secretly sighed. After all, these clansmen in the conference room were personally selected by Uchiha Kazuke, and they will inevitably become those elite clansmen at the top of Uchiha. These Uchiha people didn't disappoint Uchiha Kazuke either. However, Uchiha Kazuke also understands that the entire remnant of the Uchiha clan will inevitably have people who have a heart for Konoha. After all, those decades of will of fire brainwashing were no joke. Since it is possible to give birth to a traitor like Tsunaritake, it is also conceivable to make some Uchiha people turn their hearts to Konoha. So, I also have to remove these Uchiha people who have their hearts on Konoha and exclude the future Uchiha project. The Uchiha thought about it like this, and he also knew that he couldn't directly let the Uchiha people say their choice. Therefore, Uchiha Fusuke felt that the Uchiha people had to be given two choices: become a businessman, or become a Konoha ninja. These two choices allow Uchiha Fusuke to understand the thoughts of every Uchiha clansman. There may be accidental injuries, but at least the Uchiha people who have their hearts set on Konoha can be excluded. As for those who were injured by mistake, Uchiha Fusuke can only show that that's your choice. Your own choice will be completed on your knees. So, the next time, every Uchiha person received a questionnaire, two very simple questions: become a merchant or become a Konoha ninja. At the same time, each choice is given a corresponding explanation. Becoming a businessman is the next path for the Uchiha, and it is also the focus of the Uchiha's future development. Become a Konoha ninja? That's because the Uchiha clan is also a ninja family after all, and they can't give up the power of ninjas. Uchiha Kazuke only said the power of the ninja, not the identity of the ninja, and I believe that those Uchiha people who know right and wrong can also make accurate choices. It's said that it's two questions, but it's actually just a multiple choice question, but it's a little more euphemistic. Uchiha clansmen, let me see how many clansmen have their hearts set on Konoha. Inside the Uchiha family residence, in a relatively ordinary house, Uchiha Suzuki took this questionnaire and looked at the two questions on it, and couldn't help but fall into silence, and his heart was constantly entangled. This house was the residence of Suzuki Uchiha at this time, and the Tsunaritake, who was sentenced to life imprisonment by Uchiha Fusuke in the name of the patriarch, was also here. Therefore, this ordinary house, and even some of the humble houses, is actually the place where the sinner weasel is imprisoned. Uchiha Suzuki can actually have a better place to live. After all, he is also the son of the previous patriarch, and the unknown reincarnation of Indra. Uchiha Kazuke can also give Uchiha Suzuki good living conditions. But they were all rejected by Suzuki Uchiha, and instead came to this prison that belonged to the Tsunaritake alone, accompanying his brother. Even if the Tsunaritake committed such a big mistake, Suzuki Uchiha also believes that it is not the fault of his brother alone. Because of the later Uchiha Kazuke explanation, as well as Konoha's positive announcement, it was all the decision of the high-level Konoha ninja named Shimura Danzo to destroy the Uchiha clan made privately. Suzuki Uchiha thinks that his brother Itachi is just being bewitched. Of course, what Suzuki Uchiha thinks in his heart is unknown. However, at least saying so will make Suzuki Uchiha feel a little more at ease, and he will be able to accept his brother Itachi again to a certain extent. And because of Uchiha Kazuke's order, the school-aged children in the clan are not able to continue to enter the ninja school, so Uchiha Suzuki has not left the Uchiha these days. It always felt like something was missing in Suzuki Uchiha's heart, and he suddenly remembered the lively figure of Naruto Uzumaki. Why did you think of that idiot? Suzuki Uchiha shook his head and shook Naruto Uzumaki's figure out. In fact, this is all because of force majeure, because Indra and Azura are brothers, so the reincarnation of the two brothers, Suzuki Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, will have a wonderful attraction. Therefore, Suzuki Uchiha inexplicably remembered Naruto Uzumaki's figure at this time. After all, he hadn't seen it for many days. At this time, Suzuki Uchiha is concerned about the questionnaire of the Uchiha Kajuk Patriarch. These two questions are not simple. Suzuki Uchiha sighed. The young Uchiha Suzuki, who could be recognized by the Uchiha Itachi, who was originally reincarnated in the dirty earth, how could it be so simple? Originally, because of the hatred of the Uchiha annihilation, it affected Uchiha Suzuki's mood, and Uchiha Suzuki, who was obsessed with hatred, didn't have time to think so much, so he became so manic. At this time, the Uchiha did not exterminate the race, but only caused a lot of turmoil. And one of the root causes of this Uchiha turmoil, Nashimura Danzu and the root ninjas have been killed by Uchiha Kajuk. Another root is Uchiha Suzuki's elder brother, the Uchiha Tsunaritake at this time. Therefore, although Suzuki Uchiha at this time also hated it, he was at least able to ensure a clear thought. Suzuki, did you choose a merchant or a Konoha ninja? Suddenly, a light voice sounded, this very familiar voice, which made Uchiha Suzuki smile slightly, and also made the Tsunaritake next to him, who was as silent as a dead man, also move his body. Sister Izumi. Suzuki Uchiha called out happily. That Uchiha Izumi came in response, looked at the two of them with a smile, and said with a smile, Itachi, Suzuki, I chose to become a businessman. Suzuki, your choice? Izumi Uchiha's heart was already disappointed in everything Konoha had done, even if he had a lot of good feelings, but at this time it was all gone. Therefore, Uchiha Izumi did not hesitate to skim Konoha in his heart. This dash. What? Are you still hesitating? Is it to Konoha with your heart? Hearing Uchiha Suzuki's hesitant words, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but restrain his smile. His face became extremely serious, and even a little cold. Ah, Sister Kwan, listen to my explanation dash. Noticing the change in Izumi Uchiha's complexion made Suzuki Uchiha panic. Because, at this time, Izumi Uchiha was already the last person in the clan to care about Suzuki Uchiha, so Suzuki Uchiha didn't want to lose this care. Because of the killing behavior of the Tsunaritake, the Uchiha people hated it very much, and it inevitably affected Uchiha Suzuki. Especially those Uchiha people who have lost their loved ones. Even the eyes of Uchiha Suzuki who want to swallow it alive when they see it, also make Uchiha Suzuki feel bitter. Fortunately, because of the suppression of the Uchiha Kajuk Patriarch, Uchiha Suzuki was able to survive safely. But even so, Suzuki Uchiha hadn't walked out of this house where the Tsunaritake was imprisoned for a long time. Almost all of the daily necessities were brought by Izumi Uchiha. Therefore, for Suzuki Uchiha, in addition to his brother Itachi, that Uchiha Izumi is the last warmth in his heart. Suzuki Uchiha also has his own struggles. If you choose to become a businessman, it doesn't seem to be the choice of the Uchiha people. But those Uchiha people who lost their relatives because of the Tsunaritake will inevitably transfer this hatred to the Tsunaritake's younger brother Uchiha Suzuki. It's like Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Because of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha suffered a huge loss, so the people of Konoha transferred the hatred that this loss turned into to the unwitting Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, Suzuki Uchiha didn't know Naruto Uzumaki's true identity. It would have been even more shocking to know that Naruto Uzumaki was the only descendant of the 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate. Therefore, even if Uchiha Suzuki wants to sacrifice everything for the glory of Uchiha, the hatred of the clan will inevitably make Uchiha Suzuki not achieve much. Perhaps there will be even more hateful clansmen who can't help but kill Uchiha Suzuki. If Uchiha Kajuk knew that Uchiha Suzuki had such thoughts, he could only say that he was overthinking. After all, Suzuki Uchiha is also the reincarnation of Indra, and he has great growth potential, at least to the extent that he can grow into a super shadow-level ninja like Madara Uchiha. It will also become the whole card of the Uchiha clan in the future. So, how could Uchiha Kajuk not notice Uchiha Suzuki's safety? However, Suzuki Uchiha, who was unaware at this time, would of course be worried about his own safety. In addition, the Uchiha clan is also a ninja family after all, and if all the clansmen go to business, they will inevitably abandon their ninja identity over time. This made Suzuki Uchiha feel unimaginable. Therefore, Uchiha Suzuki feels that becoming a Konoha ninja can at least retain the identity of the Uchiha ninja family, and there will always be a day when he becomes a famous family in the ninja world again. Of course, Suzuki Uchiha thinks that this is also a way back for the Uchiha family. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. Uchiha Suzuki can still understand this truth. So, Izumi-san, in fact, for me, there was only one choice from beginning to end, and that was to become a Konoha ninja. At this time, after saying so many thoughts in his heart, Uchiha Suzuki looked at Uchiha Izumi very nervously, for fear that Uchiha Izumi would no longer pay attention to Uchiha Suzuki in anger. In the end, Suzuki Uchiha said so much, it can also be attributed to the excuse, and in the end he chose Konoha. That's dash. Hearing this, Izumi Uchiha pursed his lips and groaned, and his slightly frowning appearance made Uchiha Suzuki even more uneasy. Actually, Izumi Uchiha also understands that what Suzuki Uchiha said makes sense, and Izumi Uchiha feels Suzuki's situation the most. In the entire Uchiha clan, there are not many clansmen to see at all, and if it weren't for the help of Izumi Uchiha himself, it was really uncertain whether Suzuki Uchiha would be able to survive. However, Izumi Uchiha has always felt that becoming a Konoha ninja is really not a good choice. However, seeing Suzuki Uchiha's uneasy face, Izumi Uchiha laughed again and said softly, he, Suzuki, it's hard for you to think of so much, anyway, I can't mean you, whatever you want. Soon after, that Uchiha Kajuk was also the result of the Uchiha people's choice. Of the more than 600 Uchiha clansmen alive, about 60 clansmen have chosen to become Konoha ninjas. The brainwashing of the will of fire is really terrifying. Uchiha Kajuk looked at this result and sighed secretly. However, this result also satisfied the Uchiha Kajuk. At this time, of the 668 Uchiha people who survived the annihilation turmoil, 63 Uchiha people chose to become Konoha ninjas. They are all Uchiha people who have their hearts set on Konoha. It's just a fraction of what happened. There are still more than 600 Uchiha people who have chosen merchants. At least Uchiha Kajuk can confirm that these more than 600 Uchiha people can be trusted. Oh, did Suzuki Uchiha also choose to become a Konoha ninja? Suddenly, Uchiha Kajuk saw the answer to Uchiha Suzuki's questionnaire and couldn't help frowning. Then, I also saw the explanation left by Suzuki Uchiha. Uchiha Suzuki, this guy has a lot to think about. Uchiha Kajuk smiled inexplicably, but also admitted that Uchiha Suzuki's explanation was also very reasonable. At least at this time, the Uchiha clan no longer has a place for Uchiha Suzuki. It's not enough, Uchiha Kajuk still feels a little pity. After all, Uchiha Suzuki is also one of the clansmen that Uchiha Suzuki pays attention to, and he also intends to focus on cultivating in the future. However, now that Suzuki Uchiha has made a decision, Suzuki Uchiha stared at Kajuk Uchiha nervously, because Uchiha Suzuki didn't know if Fang Cai's words would be recognized by Uchiha Kajuk. Of course, the rest of the Uchiha who chose to become Konoha ninjas didn't have this trouble. Only Suzuki Uchiha is a special case. After all, Uchiha Suzuki is only 6 years old, has just entered the ninja school, and has not yet been brainwashed by the will of fire, and does not have so many thoughts to be proud of his ninja identity. It's just that as the younger brother of the sinner itachi, Uchiha Suzuki's own words and deeds will be noticed by the Uchiha people. In order not to overreact to the Uchiha people, Uchiha Suzuki must of course be careful and cautious. In addition, after all, Uchiha Kajuk is also the new patriarch and can decide the fate of every Uchiha clansman, including Uchiha Suzuki, the brother of the sinner. But at this time, Uchiha Kajuk's silence made Uchiha Suzuki feel uneasy. So Suzuki had this idea. After a long time, Uchiha Kajuk laughed a few times, looked at the uneasy Uchiha Suzuki, and said with an inexplicable smile, rest assured, I don't mean to blame you, your situation is really not suitable for the road of business, but you also have to understand that staying in Konoha and becoming a Konoha ninja is not so simple, and those high-level ninjas in Konoha will not trust the Uchiha people. I understand. Hearing this, Uchiha Suzuki's mood also became heavy. Although he is only 6 years old, Uchiha Suzuki's IQ is not low, and he has experienced the night of extermination, which makes Uchiha Suzuki grow up even faster. Suzuki Uchiha understood the meaning of Uchiha Kajuk's words. Originally, the contradiction between the Uchiha and Konoha had been deeply rooted. Even after the night of extermination, the Uchiha clan suffered heavy losses, and even the garrison had to be relinquished, but those Konoha ninjas still did not completely trust the Uchiha clansmen. Suzuki Uchiha also wants to revitalize the Uchiha clan, atone for the evil deeds of the Shinritaki, and want to make Uchiha famous in the ninja world again. But it's not like you want to revitalize as a businessman like Uchiha Fusuk. After all, in Suzuki Uchiha's heart, the Uchiha clan was originally a ninja family, and if you want to revitalize it again, you must be a ninja. Of course, Uchiha Suzuki doesn't disapprove of Uchiha Kajuk's ways. Again, the idea that eggs can't be put in the same basket is also to have an extra way back. That's fine. Uchiha Kajuk nodded, then do it your own way. Uchiha Kajuk didn't say much, after all, it was already expected. Although he regrets Uchiha Suzuki, the reincarnation of Indra, he also thinks that Uchiha Suzuki is not indispensable. Uchiha Kajuk firmly believes that as long as there is enough time, the remnants of the Uchiha clan at this time can also train enough powerful ninjas. As a result, the Uchiha clan was split into two parts under the operation of Uchiha Kajuk. The first part is the 600 clansmen who are mainly based on the will of Uchiha Kajuk and the development of business, which is also the main path of the Uchiha clan in the future. The other part is that the dozens of clansmen of Suzuki Uchiha want to revitalize the direction of Uchiha as a Konoha ninja. At the same time, the Uchiha clan, which was split into two parts, was secretly promoted by Uchiha Kajuk, and it was also known to the entire Konoha people. Of course, those high-level Konoha ninjas naturally knew about it. Hokage's office, the third generation of Hokage Ape Toby took a few puffs of his pipe and said in a dull voice, what the hell is that guy Uchiha Kajuk, and he took the initiative to split the Uchiha clan. Is there some conspiracy? The 3 generations of Hokage apes, who have always been afraid of Uchiha, even had this idea. The third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Feihize believes that the news of the Uchiha split is very likely to be a smoke bomb released by Uchiha Kazuk, and there must be a bigger conspiracy planned in secret. Although this possibility is also possible, it seems that the situation of the Uchiha at this time is not very large. The Hokage's advisor Mito Minion pushed his glasses, and the white lenses flashed with a clear light, making Mito Minion look a little more rational at this time. After that night of turmoil, the Uchiha clan can be said to have lost everything, and they simply don't have the strength to think so much anymore. Even if that Uchiha Kazuk opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, he didn't have the strength to suppress the ninja world like the original ninja world Shura Uchiha Madara, so he wouldn't do it. Mito Minion, the Hokage advisor, was very jealous of the power of Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and it was only because he didn't know all the information about Uchiha Kazusuke. Hokage advisor Mito Minion thinks that he knows all the information about investigating Uchiha Kazuk, especially to know Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope ability to write wheels. As long as you know all the information about Uchiha Kazuk, then Uchiha Kazuk is not enough to be afraid. After all, intelligence is the most important thing for ninjas. Mito Minion's idea is not much of a problem in many cases, and many ninjas in the ninja world have strange abilities, which are very tricky, but as long as you know the intelligence information in them, it is not a big problem. Flying segment like undead require the target's blood, which can be dealt with a little care. Therefore, the battle between ninjas is often a battle of intelligence. The Hokage advisors Wan Koharu also very much agreed with this idea, nodded in agreement and said, "So, it should be true that the Uchiha split into 2 parts, didn't the Uchiha Kazuk already say that he wanted to lead the Uchiha clan into business? And I think that many Uchiha people don't want to abandon the identity of ninjas." As he spoke, Zwan Xiaochun thought about it for a while, and squinted his eyes again and said the split of the Uchiha is also a good thing, which also shows that the prestige of the Uchiha Kazuk is insufficient, and the Uchiha clan is no longer one heart. Strong fortresses are the easiest to break from the inside. Therefore, Hokage's advisor Zwan Koharu believes that the matter of Uchiha's split has been able to fully reflect that Uchiha Kazuk's ability and prestige are not enough, and he cannot fully integrate all of Uchiha's power. Such an Uchiha clan is no longer enough to make Konoha afraid. Then, the Hokage advisor turned to Koharu with a calm face and said very heavily at this time, "The distribution of the garrison department and the border of the Fire Nation are the ones we should pay attention to the most. These 2 questions are really important and tricky." The third generation of Hokage Ape Tobi took a heavy puff of his pipe, exhaled a thick smoke, and his face was extremely heavy. As a department that maintains the stability of Konoha, the security department is also a particularly important part of Konoha, which contains great power. Originally, the Uchiha clan alone controlled the power of the garrison department, and because of the strict orders of the second Hokage Thousand Hands, the rest of the Konoha ninja family would certainly not touch it. But at this time, the Uchiha clan has handed over the power of the security department, and this kind of department that can cover almost all aspects of Konoha will certainly make Konoha ninjas yearn for it. The Hyuga family said that the observation power of the white eyes was enough to replace the original Uchiha's writing wheel eyes, which would inevitably allow the garrison department to exert greater power. The Inyazuka family said that with the dog's sense of smell, any criminal could not hide, and they also wanted to get the power of the security department. Even the ninjas of the Oil Girl family, who are usually very low-key, are also mixed in. In other words, the security department has attracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas, and there have been many high-level meetings recently. In order to compete for the power of the garrison department, they are all quarreling and red-faced at the same time. Because of the heavy losses of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's strength has also been greatly reduced, and the national ninja villages around the Fire Country are ready to move. All of them made the 3 generations of Hokage apes feel very heavy, but for the sake of the stability of the Fire Country, it is still necessary to send most of the ninjas to guard the border. Finally, let the borders of the Fire Nation settle down a little. Although Uchiha Kazuk can't know all of these annoyances of the 3 generations of Hokage ape flying sun slash, he can also guess a general situation. There have been a lot fewer ninjas in Konoha Hidden Village recently, and the nervousness of those Konoha ninjas, it seems that the atmosphere on the eve of the war makes it not difficult for Uchiha Fusuke to guess this. Of course, Uchiha Kazuk didn't think that the ninja world at this time would be able to start a war again. After all, the interval between the Second and Third Ninja World Wars was too short, so that the national ninja villages of the entire ninja world only eased a little, and did not completely recover their original strength. Maybe there will be conflicts, but they can't develop into wars that sweep the ninja world. Of course, even the ninja war has little to do with the Uchiha clan, because Uchiha Kazuk is not concerned about that. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk integrates the Uchiha's resources and wealth, understands and mobilizes the talents of each Uchiha clan, and is fully prepared for business. In order to facilitate business, it is still necessary to establish a chamber of commerce, but what should be the name of this chamber of commerce? At this Uchiha family meeting, Uchiha Kazuk inexplicably threw out this question. Immediately, the Uchiha Daiho said loudly, "What else can it be called?" The Chamber of Commerce established by the Uchiha clan must be called the Uchiha Chamber of Commerce, of course. Uchiha Dabayo's words made most of the Uchiha people nod their heads in agreement. Although it is not necessary to establish a Chamber of Commerce to do business, the establishment of a Chamber of Commerce can achieve greater cohesion. Jin merchants, Hui merchants, those historically famous merchant groups are deeply remembered by Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Chamber of Commerce? Uchiha Kazuk thought about it, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "No, the name Uchiha Chamber of Commerce has great limitations. After all, it is not only the Uchiha people who will join the Chamber of Commerce in the future. What Uchiha Kazuk needs is the cohesion of the entire Chamber of Commerce, not just the cohesion of the Uchiha people. If you want to establish a Chamber of Commerce that spreads all over the ninja world, more than 600 Uchiha people at this time are simply not enough, and of course many outsiders will need to join. And the name of the Uchiha Chamber of Commerce can't give these outsiders much sense of belonging, and what kind of so-called cohesion?" Then, the Uchiha people who participated in the meeting came up with many names for the Chamber of Commerce. Ninja Chamber of Commerce, Fire Country Chamber of Commerce and the like. They are all in the style of the ninja world, but none of these names can satisfy the Uchiha Kazuk. The Chamber of Commerce I want to establish will inevitably spread to every corner of the ninja world, and as long as the sun shines, there will inevitably be footprints of the Chamber of Commerce, which can also be called the sun never sets. The sun doesn't set. Suddenly, Uchiha Kazuk muttered in his heart, as if he had thought of something, thinking of the historical era of Uchiha Kazuk's original world. "I thought of the empire that I called the sun never set." But directly saying that the sun never sets Chamber of Commerce will make the people of the ninja world clear about Uchiha Kazuk's thoughts. Of course, there will be a lot of unnecessary jealous thoughts. So, Uchiha Kazuk thought of those histories again. Where the sun and the moon shine, the rivers go. Uchiha Kazuk thought about it a lot, and he also had an extremely strong idea. The sun and the moon are bright, so it's better to call it a bright business. Ming Shang. Hearing this, the Uchiha people looked at Uchiha Kazuk in confusion, and they didn't know what the new patriarch thought. The sun and the moon are bright, where the sun and the moon shine and the rivers go, they are all bright merchants. Uchiha Kazuk's indifferent words made all the Uchiha people have a bright light in their eyes, as if they saw that beautiful future. Ming Shang. At this time, this is also the deep expectation in the hearts of all the Uchiha people. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the patriarch, and any name has such a big meaning. Ming merchants, where the sun and the moon shine, where the rivers go, are all Ming merchants, too cowhide. I've been able to see the scene of Ming Shang all over the ninja world. It's exciting. I'm convinced. The Uchiha people all praise the Uchiha Kazuk's wit, and they all yearn for the broad scene of the future of the Ming Shang. The name Ming Shang can not only make the Uchiha people yearn for it, but also inevitably make many outsiders who join the Chamber of Commerce move, and with the development and growth of the Chamber of Commerce, it will inevitably produce more cohesion. Ming Shang, the name of the Chamber of Commerce has been determined, and then we must confirm the main business direction of Ming Shang. Uchiha Kazuk said in a deep voice, looked at the Uchiha people who were groaning, and said again, "We talked about this a while ago, but that time it was just to give the Uchiha a direction, not a complete decision. I've thought about it a lot after so many days, and I've also thought about running all the businesses you mentioned. Similar to arms with large benefits, kunao, detonation charms and the like have been controlled by ninja villages in various countries, and rashly joining will cause the ninjas in the ninja world to be jealous, and the high-end ninjutsu skill scroll mentioned by a certain clan. At this time, the Uchiha sealing technique cannot meet the most basic conditions. Another. So, I finally came up with the business of logistics. Logistics. Hearing this, the Uchiha Chen frowned slightly, and also understood the meaning, and then said in a deep voice, with the situation of the ninja world, it is true that you can get a lot of business, but this practice is also equivalent to robbing the ninjas of the task. Yes, those ninja escort missions, as well as the mission of transporting confidential documents, are all ninjas must be a lot. Uchiha Mahame also said suspiciously. Most of this type of escort missions are sea-level missions, similar to the original Haganukuni mission of Kakashi's 7th class, and escorting Kakashi to Xena is a sea-level mission. This is also the most performed task by the lower ninja and the middle ninja, and it is also the type of task that this type of ninja has gained the most. If Uchiha Zakisho establishes such a logistics, it is equivalent to snatching mission resources from the hands of ninjas. Will those ninjas let Akisho get his wish? Of course, Uchiha Kazuk can understand the Uchiha people's concerns, but Uchiha Kazuk doesn't think it's a big deal. Although this type of escort mission overlaps slightly with the business that Ming Shang will run, it does not make the ninjas hostile enough. Ninja escort missions are multifaceted tasks to escort people, animals, cargo, and certain classified documents. The logistics that Ming Shang will establish is only the transportation, storage, and distribution of goods, and it is only a task in terms of cargo escort. In other words, even if the Ming Shang will snatch the ninja's escort mission resources, it will only reflect the separate task of cargo escort. Even if there is a lack of tasks such as cargo delivery, ninja has more tasks to do. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk thinks that Akishang's next behavior will make the ninjas feel depressed at most, and they won't even have much jealousy. After all, the Uchiha clan is also a ninja family after all, and accepting the task of cargo escort in the form of business will more or less make ninjas understand. The most important thing is that Uchiha Fusuk also intends to do this only in the territory of the Fire Country in the early stage, so it is only the Konoha ninjas who need to deal with it. And just a Konoha ninja, Uchiha Kazuk doesn't need to have much to worry about. The 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash and those high-level ninjas have agreed to the relevant preferential terms for the Uchiha clan to do business, and they have signed a treaty in black and white. Even if the Uchiha's Ming Chamber of Commerce touched the ninjas' cargo escort mission, those high-level Konoha ninjas could only grit their teeth and admit it. After all, the Uchiha clan had already handed over the power of the garrison department, so it was not impossible for those cargo escort tasks to be regarded as one of the costs. Compared with cargo escort missions, the Konoha ninjas still pay more attention to the distribution of power in the security department. So, this is the perfect time for the Uchiha's Ming Shang to establish logistics all over the Land of Fire. Uchiha's summary made all the Uchiha people who participated in the family meeting angry, and they had already let go of their original worries. Subsequently, Uchiha Kazuk announced the establishment of Meisho Logistics and began to distribute tasks related to each Uchiha clan. Uchiha Daiho is responsible for establishing the location of the warehouse of Ming Shang Logistics, which can also be said to be the base needed in the territory of the Fire Country. The Cat Ninja Village has cats all over the ninja world, and it is easy to obtain information, and it is also the source of information for the Uchiha clan, so it is easy to know a base suitable for building a warehouse. Therefore, the main task of Uchiha Daiho is also the construction of warehouses. Uchiha Tatsumai is responsible for the transportation of Ming Shang Logistics, as well as the protection of the way, which also requires Uchiha to cultivate more ninja power, and establish relevant rules and regulations in the early stage. Uchiha Mahame is in charge of personnel recruitment. After all, the Uchiha clan does not have so many people, so it naturally needs the participation of this external personnel. Hiroshi Uchiha is in charge of Uchiha Kazuk assigned the tasks related to Mingshang Logistics, and with the swaying of a large amount of money, all of this is not on the right track. At this time, the slightly relaxed Uchiha Kazuk suddenly saw the figures of the young Uchiha people again. Because of the Uchiha's extermination turmoil, the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha were truly revealed, and Uchiha Fusuk ordered that the Uchiha people should not be allowed to enter the ninja school. The education of the school-age people cannot be ignored either. Uchiha Kazuk thought like this, and thought of Uchiha Suzuki again. There are also many clansmen like Suzuki Uchiha who want to revitalize the Uchiha as a Konoha ninja, but if these clansmen want to become Konoha ninjas, they must enter a ninja school. This is also the only way to become a Konoha ninja at this time. But the clansmen who enter the ninja school will inevitably be affected by the will of fire, and people like the Shinritaki will inevitably appear. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazuk frowned slightly. After all, Uchiha Kazuk had already agreed to the idea that those clansmen led by Suzuki Uchiha wanted to become Konoha ninjas, and it was impossible for those clansmen not to enter the ninja school. It seems that Uchiha ethnography must also be established as soon as possible. Uchiha Kazuk thought like this, and secretly made up his mind. At this time, although the focus of the Uchiha clan is still Mingshang Logistics, after all, it is related to the future of the Uchiha, but the young Uchiha are also the future of the Uchiha, and they are also a part that cannot be ignored. Therefore, the establishment of Uchiha ethnography is imperative, and the ethnology that Uchiha Kazuk wants to establish will not only teach the power of ninjas, but also pay more attention to the ideological and moral education of the Uchiha people. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith. 5 o'clock in the morning. When the alarm clock rang, Suzuki Uchiha had already woken up for a long time, but because he was thinking about yesterday's ninja practice and what Uchiha clanology taught, he waited until the bell urged him to get up. It's been 2 years since the night of the Uchiha's extermination. In the past 2 years, Suzuki Uchiha has learned to live independently, and can complete ordinary household chores and cooking alone. At the same time, Suzuki Uchiha will also take care of Itachi, who has become a waste. In fact, Itachi, who is a Uchiha sinner, was sentenced by the patriarch Uchiha Fusuk to deprive him of his surname and live imprisonment, and he was not able to access Uchiha Suzuki. But the Uchiha considered that the Uchiha clan had lost the power of the garrison department, and therefore lost control of the prison. Under normal circumstances, it was no longer appropriate to put the Shinritaki in the prison of Konoha. The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha has eased somewhat after more than 2 years, but the deep-seated contradictions still haven't completely disappeared, so it's not appropriate to put the Sinner Weasel in Konoha prison. In addition, no matter how the Shinritaki said, he also opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, although because of Uchiha Kazuk, he didn't have any combat power at all. But the power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel will be of interest to many ninjas in the future. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk finally imprisoned the Shinritaki in the family. And because of the evil deeds of the Shinraitake to kill the people of the same race, almost all the Uchiha people felt disgusted, and they didn't want to see the figure of the Shinraitake at all. Even the Shinraitake's former lover, Izumi Uchiha, is difficult to face the Shinraitake normally. Therefore, the job of imprisoning and caring for the Shinraitake could only be handed over to Suzuki Uchiha. Uchiha Suzuki watched the Shinraitake finish his meal with difficulty and quickly clean up the dishes and chopsticks. "Brother, I'm going to ninja school." The sinner weasel only said in a dull voice, but it was this simple call that had already made Suzuki Uchiha smile with a big smile. Because of the failure of the extermination of the Shinraitake, the demeanor has always been silent, but recently the Shinraitake may have figured out something, or maybe not. After all, it made Uchiha Suzuki feel a trace of the breath of the living. Suzuki Uchiha left the Uchiha family residence, walked to the streets of Konoha and watched the people coming and going to Konoha as he accelerated slightly to the ninja school. It's been more than 2 years, and a lot of things have been resolved. The Uchiha Security Department, which disgusted and feared the people of Konoha back then, has become the Security Department of Konoha back then. At this time, the Garrison Department has become a place of power gathering for the various ninja families in Konoha, but the rumors that disgust and fear the people of Konoha have disappeared. The original Uchiha Suzuki didn't understand why. Why is it that when the Uchiha took control of the power of the Security Department, there was no difference between what these Konoha ninjas did, and the treatment they received was so different? But after the teachings of the Uchiha clan, all the Uchiha people also suddenly understood. That's what politics is all about. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan was pitted by Konoha too miserably. Uchiha Suzuki, who wants to become a Konoha ninja and strengthen the Uchiha, is allowed to enter the ninja school by the patriarch Uchiha Kazuki. Because, if Konoha wants to become a Konoha ninja at this time, he can only graduate from a ninja school. But even so, Uchiha Suzuki still has to go through the education of ethnology. Ideological morality, ninja practice, these are all Uchiha ethnography is particularly important, so Uchiha Suzuki has benefited a lot. Oh, Will of Fire. Suzuki Uchiha, who entered the gate of the ninja school, couldn't help but sneer a few times when he saw the introduction of the Will of Fire on the wall of the gate of the ninja school. Where the leaves fly, so does the fire. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. The original Will of Fire can be understood as the hope of the future of Konoha by young people, and the ninjas of the older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation of ninjas are not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of Konoha in the future. However, the Will of Fire of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash is mixed with its own private goods, burning others and illuminating itself. The former Konoha White Fang, the 4 generations of Hokage, and those Konoha ninjas are all like this. The Uchiha clan is in a similar situation. However, Uchiha Suzuki, who has experienced the ideological and moral education of Uchiha clan studies and believes in benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and wisdom, will certainly not be affected by the Will of Fire of the 3 generations of Hokage to fly to the sun. Suzuki Uchiha, who was about to enter the classroom, suddenly heard a familiar voice. The smiling Naruto Uzumaki ran towards Suzuki Uchiha. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha even mocked the Will of Fire of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun, because Uchiha Kazuki has already informed Uchiha Suzuki of the true identity of Naruto Uzumaki. It's not some kind of monster, it's the son of the 4 generations of Hokage Wave Fang Shui Gate, the 9-tailed human pillar force, the son of the real hero. Just because of the identity of the 9 tails pillar force, he was treated like this by the Konoha ninjas, which made Uchiha Suzuki have a deeper understanding of what the so-called Will of Fire is. It's been more than 2 years. The Uchiha Kazuki sighed with emotion, and just finished his work with a long lazy waist and yawned big. After more than 2 years of development, the Chamber of Commerce established by the Uchiha has been completely successful. Naming merchant logistics is spread throughout the territory of the Fire Country, and has completely taken away Konoha's cargo escort mission, which makes the 3 generations of Hokage Tobi feel very annoyed. But what can be done? The original agreement in black and white was still there, and it was the witness of the Konoha high-level leaders, and all the people of Konoha knew about it, and the 3 generations of Hokage Fei Sun Slash could not go back at all. The Konoha ninjas really lost a lot of C-rank missions. In addition, Mingshang Logistics is not only engaged in the distribution of goods, but also includes the distribution of letters, as well as other commodities expanded by Mingshang, which are the business scope of Mingshang Logistics. The Uchiha clan has made a lot of money and accumulated enough capital. It also made the Uchiha people sigh. This is simply a money grab, compared to the ninja who gets it for performing a mission. Mingshang Logistics, the mission must be achieved. This sentence has been clearly known to everyone in the entire Fire Country, and even the surrounding countries outside the Fire Country know a lot. There are many small daimyo who have asked the Uchiha clan to spread the business scope of Mingshang Logistics to their territory. After all, compared to the ninja escort mission, Mingshang Logistics is not only convenient and fast, but also cheaper and more professional. With the strength of the Uchiha clan, it can also ensure the safety of items. Therefore, it has been widely praised by the people of the Fire Country. In fact, there are also ninjas who operate this type of goods distribution. However, the flying ninja can only deal in small items, and the price is very expensive, and it is more oriented to the nobles of the daimyo of various countries, making it difficult for civilians from various countries to see. And because the flying ninja must make an appointment in advance and does not have its own fixed delivery site, civilians from all over the world are more inclined to Uchiha's Mingshang logistics. Of course, even the Uchiha Kajuk admits that the flying ninja is indeed fast and safe. However, the goals of the two are different, and although there are a lot of overlaps in many cases, at least at this time, they are all right. However, you can find a chance to cooperate with the flying ninjas. This thought crossed Uchiha Kajuk's mind. Uchiha Kajuk thinks that every flying ninja is a qualified delivery person, but the logistics business is still more proficient in Mingshang logistics. Uchiha Kajuk only needs the delivery experience of the flying foot ninja, which will inevitably make Uchiha's Mingshang logistics develop more quickly. At this time, the Mingshang logistics of the Fire Country has reached almost the limit, and in addition to developing the Mingshang logistics to the surrounding countries of the Fire Country, then it can only develop other industries. Uchiha Kajuk thought so. Thinking of the future development of Mingshang, Uchiha Kajuk thought of the former ninja skill scroll plan again. It was a skill scroll that could be learned almost instantly by a ninja, and it was bound to bring greater benefits to the Uchiha. But that kind of ninja skill scroll requires a strong enough sealing technique. Although Uchiha Kajuk was able to exert a powerful sealing power because of his ability to write wheels in the Duyin kaleidoscope, he didn't have that kind of sealing talent at all. Therefore, it is unlikely that Uchiha Fusuk will succeed in developing that kind of ninja skill scroll. Sealing talent? At this time, no one in the Uchiha clan can have such a great talent for sealing arts. Speaking of sealing, Uchiha Kajuk thought of the Uzumaki family. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is really famous in the ninja world, and the sealing technique of almost everything makes the ninjas in the ninja world extremely jealous, and they were wiped out because of this. At this time, there are only a few people in the Uzumaki family in the ninja world. Uzumaki incense. Uchiha Kajuk suddenly pronounced out the name, and it was also a name that Uchiha Kajuk had already noticed. Just because in the past 2 years, Mingshang Logistics has not had more time to pay attention to. But at this time, Mingshang Logistics has developed into an indispensable part of the Fire Country, and it is completely on the right track. Uchiha Kajuk also felt that it was time to find Uzumaki Kaoke. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kajuk did not hesitate to explain the affairs in his hands. Then he left Konoha decisively and went to the grass-hidden village in the country of grass, just to get the Uzumaki incense, the only remaining Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Uchiha Kajuk thinks that Uzumaki Kajuk is a Uzumaki after all, and with the Uzumaki clan sealing talent, as long as he can be cultivated a little, it is enough to make the ninja skill scroll that Uchiha Kajuk wants. Previously, Uchiha Kajuk did not take Uzumaki Kaori from Kusakure village. It was also because at that time the Meisho logistics established by the Uchiha was at a critical stage of development, and most of the Uchiha Kajuk's energy was focused on the Mingshang logistics. In addition, the grass-hidden village in the country of grass is of course a small country ninja village compared to the 5 great ninja villages, but the ninja combat power contained in it cannot be ignored. Uchiha Kajuk didn't want to make a fuss either. But at this time, Uchiha's Mingshang logistics is completely on the right track, and there is no need for Uchiha Fengsuk to worry more, and because of the future development of Uchiha Mingshang. Of course, it requires the sealing talent of the whirlpool incense. A hidden place, the Dawn of the Dawn suddenly appeared beside the silent masked man Uchiha Obito. By Ju Obito, that Uchiha's patriarch Uchiha Kajuk has already left Konoha and is still leaving alone. Black, this is a great opportunity. Hearing this, the Uchiha Obito's one-eyed eyes narrowed slightly, and the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes rotated rapidly, showing that Uchiha Obito's heart was extremely unsettled. Has the opportunity finally come? The muttering Uchiha Obito also recalled the night of the Uchiha's extermination 2 years ago. The original plan was very good, with the secret cooperation of the root leader of Shimura Danzo, with the combat power of the 2 kaleidoscope riding wheels of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, the entire Uchiha could be wiped out. However, this Uchiha's plan to exterminate the clan was halfway through and there were changes. That's the variable of Uchiha Kajuk. Uchiha Obito didn't expect that Uchiha Fusuk also opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye and possessed such incredible abilities. Let the Uchiha bring the soil to exterminate the Uchiha clan and plan to sink the halberd. Of course, Uchiha Obito's original goal was only to destroy the Uchiha and make Konoha's strength drop greatly. At this time, although the Uchiha clan was still breathing, it was basically separated from the Konoha hidden village, which also greatly reduced the overall strength of Konoha. It also achieved the goal of Uchiha Obito weakening Konoha. But the Uchiha Kajuk who ruined my plan still makes people feel uncomfortable. After all, it is also true that the Uchiha Fusuk's plan to destroy the Uchiha Obito to destroy the Uchiha clan. Also, that Uchiha Fusuk actually disabled the Uchiha Itachi, and I lost a shadow-level ninja combat power. Thinking of the Uchiha Itachi who had become a waste, Uchiha Obito's heart was full of anger, and he wanted to kill Uchiha Fusuke immediately. Because Uchiha Itachi is the combat power that Uchiha Obito is optimistic about, and it is a powerful tool to be able to make the Eye of the Moon plan come true. Therefore, Uchiha Obito has wanted to kill Uchiha Kazuyuki for a long time. It's just that most of the Uchiha Kazuyuki don't act alone, and they will bring a lot of Uchiha people, so that Uchiha Obito can't be 100% sure that he can kill them. As long as one ambush is not successful, then it will not be so simple to kill Uchiha Kazuyuki again. Therefore, Uchiha Obito has been waiting for the opportunity for Uchiha Kazuyuki to act alone, and has been waiting for more than 2 years. By Ju, do you have to kill Uchiha Kazuyuki? Actually, I still think that Uchiha Kazuyuki can fight for it. That kaleidoscope ability to write wheels is really interesting. Black Jedi, don't be so naive. That Uchiha Kazuyuki's behavior over the years can know that Uchiha Kazuyuki is an extremely determined person, and he is not so easy to woo. Actually, although Kuroge said so, he thought that he really couldn't win over Uchiha Kazuyuki, but he didn't think that Uchiha Kazuyuki had to be killed. In the final analysis, Uchiha Kazuyuki's eyes are just kaleidoscope writing wheels, and Uchiha Fengsuke, who has no own brothers, is destined not to open the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels. With the knowledge of the Black Absolute for thousands of years, it can be clearly understood that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha Kazuyuki will always step into the darkness one day. Therefore, Kuraki thinks that Uchiha Kazuyuki is indeed a threat, but this threat is also limited. However, Uchiha Obito wanted to kill Uchiha Kazuyuki, and Kuroju didn't feel that there was anything to disagree with. After all, at this time, it was Uchiha Obito who decided the course of the entire Moonai plan. Therefore, the Black Jedi can only obey the will of the Uchiha Obito. This time Uchiha Kazuyuki must die. Uchiha Obito didn't say much, just said it in a tone full of murderous intent. Let Black and White absolutely be able to clearly understand the determination of the Uchiha Obito. Assassinate Uchiha Kazuyuki. Uzumaki Nagato looked at the masked man Uchiha Obito who was gradually moving away through the gaze of heavenly Deo pain, and couldn't help but groan slightly in his heart. It seems that this so-called Uchiha Madara is very jealous of the power of Uchiha Kazuyuki. This is really interesting. As he spoke, the corners of Nagato's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. Nagato, since this Madara is afraid of Uchiha Kazuyuki, then can we recruit Uchiha Kazuyuki? Xiaonan said this. The plan is also obvious. It is clear that he wants to use Uchiha Fengsuke to contain Uchiha Obito, at least to bring a lot of trouble to Uchiha Obito. Nagato was able to understand the implications, too. However, Nagato squinted his reincarnation eye slightly, flashing with a clear glow, and said in a deep voice, "You can give it a try. If that Uchiha Kazuyuki doesn't know each other, then he can only kill." Nagato never thought about whether he could actually kill the Uchiha Kazuyuki. Nagato, who has the eye of reincarnation, thinks he is the god of this ninja world. Even if that Uchiha Kazuyuki has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, what can he do? It's just a slightly larger ant, and apart from being a little troublesome, Nagato never takes it to heart. Of course, with the power of Nagato's reincarnation eye, judging from the situation in the ninja world at this time, he is already a top shadow level ninja. Even if he knew the general information of Uchiha Kazuyuki, but he hadn't seen Uchiha Kazuyuki's true strength with his own eyes, how could he have any fearful thoughts? Even if Uchiha Obito himself wants to kill Uchiha Kazuyuki, it is mostly because Uchiha Fusuke sabotaged Uchiha Obito's plan, and the Uchiha Obito didn't have much fear in his heart. Nagato summoned several members of the Akatsuki organization through the ring: Kakuto, Faden, Orochimaru, Loquat Shizo, Ju, counting Nagato himself, Konan, and the secret Uchiha Obito. There are a total of 8 members. One of them is definitely not involved in the battle as an intelligence ninja. Konan's main body of guarding Nagato also does not participate in the battle, and Nagato joins the battle as Pain Rokido. The Uchiha Obito was secretly watching to see if he wanted to join the battle. This mission is to assassinate Uchiha Kazuyuki. Nagato said in such a deep voice as a heavenly Deo, and the reincarnation I was looking at the Absolute first. Absolutely, tell me the information of Uchiha Kazuyuki. He didn't care about Tiandeo's commanding tone, but laughed a few times dully. Black Jedi Uchiha Kazuyuki, 20 years old, the new patriarch of Uchiha, defeated Uchiha Itachi in the extermination turmoil 2 years ago, killed the root leader Shimura Danzo, and has the strength of a shadow-level ninja. By Ju, open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Those two abilities are very interesting. The kaleidoscope ability of the left eye can release certain music to strengthen all aspects of Uchiha Kazuyuki's own self. Black and White Ju only observed the performance of Uchiha Kazuyuki's Duyan kaleidoscope ability, and did not know the name and the source of the ability. Of course, this information is absolutely sufficient. Hakuju, according to observations, the Uchiha Kazuyuki will strengthen different aspects of strength because of different music, speed, power, etc. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability of the right eye is also related to music, and when the music plays, it will make people in a certain range unable to control their actions and dance with the progress of the music. Speaking of which, the black and white Jew was also within the range of Uchiha Fusuk's dancing ability at the time, and he was also dancing to DJ music. That's why the dancing Hakuju will say that Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability is very interesting. Then, the black and white absolute passed a simple test, and it also roughly understood the distance range of this ability to dance together. Koro Jedi, within a range of about a kilometer, it's a super controlling ability, but it can also be interrupted by people from the outside world, so you must pay attention to the distance, and you must not be all controlled by Uchiha Kazuk's right eye ability. After speaking, the flying section shouted, no matter who it is or what ability it must be sacrificed to the evil god, and the evil god is the greatest. Kakuto felt that this wave of assassinations was a bit of a loss, because there was no bounty from Uchiha Kazuk in the underground world. This is also the fact that Uchiha Fusuk is not an orthodox Konoha ninja who has become a businessman, and there are not many ninjas who want his life at all. In addition, business disputes between merchants rarely lead to such assassinations. Assassinating Uchiha Kazuk, kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, it's really interesting. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and washed his face, with a deep smile on his face. At this time, Orochimaru did not receive a lesson from Uchiha Itaka's monthly reading, so he did not have a reason to leave the Akatsuki organization. In fact, with the big tree leaning back to the Akatsuki organization, whether it was collecting experimental materials or evading Jiraiya's tracking, Orochimaru felt quite relaxed. In addition, the reincarnation eye possessed by Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is also the target of Orochimaru's desire. But the power of the kaleidoscope riding wheel, Orochimaru is also extremely interested, and of course he will show great interest. The other members of the Akatsuki organization who were selected to participate in the assassination of Uchiha Kazuk didn't have much of any other ideas, just to carry out the mission. So where did Uchiha Kazuk go? The reincarnation of the heavenly Deo looked at the black and white with a faint look. Black Jedi, I've reached the border of the fire country, and it looks like I want to go to the land of grass. Hakuju, so, are we going to ambush and kill Uchiha Kazuk in the territory of the grass country? The land of grass is located to the northeast of the land of rain and is one of the neighboring countries of the land of rain. It won't take long to get from Yuin village to the land of grass. Therefore, it is not difficult to ambush and kill Uchiha Kazuk in the territory of the country of grass. However, the silence of Heavenly Deo was half loud, and it vetoed by Ju's proposal. No dash. Tiandeo shook his head and said in a deep voice, you can't ambush Uchiha Kazuk in the territory of the grass country. The grass country is too close to the rain country, and doing so will increase the danger of exposing the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization has not yet reached the opportunity to expose the ninja world at this time, so the ninjas in the ninja world cannot be allowed to set their sights on the Akatsuki organization's base, Yuin village. We are going to ambush Uchiha Kazuk on the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, so that we can also exacerbate the contradictions between the two countries. Hearing Heavenly Deo's words, Baiju said in a suspicious voice, however, judging from the situation at this time, that Uchiha Kazuk should have already entered the country of grass, and it is too late. It's okay. Hearing this, Tiandeo shook his head and said very calmly, this Uchiha Kazuk left Konoha alone, and went straight to the country of grass so quickly, thinking that there was something important. He should also return to the country of fire from the border of the country of grass. So, we just need to ambush and advance on the border of the land of fire and the country of grass. As he spoke, Tiandeo's tone paused, looked at Heibaiju and continued, but just in case, you have to keep an eye on Uchiha Kazuk's movements, but don't get too close to avoid startling the snake. Leave it to us. Black and white agreed in unison. Uchiha Kazuk didn't know at this time that because of Uchiha Obito's killing intent, the members of the Akatsuki organization had already taken action against Uchiha Kazuk. However, Uchiha Kazuk didn't care much even if he knew. Because, in the past 2 years, Uchiha Fengsuk has not only developed the business of Mingshang logistics, but also never let go of his own strength. In particular, the Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye has been studied very thoroughly by Uchiha Kazuk. Ahead is Kayan village. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk had already entered the country of grass and came to the edge of Kusakure village. Because, at this time, it was almost evening, and there were a lot fewer pedestrians on the streets of Kayan village, and every family began to prepare dinner. After finding a noodle restaurant and having dinner, Uchiha Kazuk walked through Kusakure village to find clues to his target, Uzumaki Kari. However, although Kisakuan village is called a small country ninja village, it is only a circle smaller than Konoha and has a lot of residents to live in. There are at least 20,000 people living in the entire Kayan village, and it is not so easy to find the Uzumaki incense. It's a shame, I'm not a sentient ninja. Uchiha Kazuk sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that it would be easy to take a sentient ninja with him. However, this operation is a secret operation belonging to Uchiha Kazuk, and even the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / don't know, so it's impossible to bring a sentient ninja with him. The reason why the black and white absolute can detect it is also because he has been paying attention to the traces of Uchiha Kazuk. At this time, Uzumaki Kazaki, who was being nagged by Uchiha Kazuk, had just finished today's work, and his tired body slowly walked towards the humble residence. The slightly wide sleeves hide the bite marks of the grass ninjas. Eating dry steamed buns, Uzumaki Zionlan stared out of the window blankly, having lost hope for the future. In fact, when his mother was bitten to death by the grass ninjas, this grass-hidden village became an abyssal hell for Uzumaki Kao. The hideous faces of those grass ninjas made Uzumaki feel desperate. Uzumaki doesn't know when she'll follow in her mother's footsteps. This grass-hidden village brings despair and pain to Uzumaki Incense, the abyssal hell that Uzumaki Incense desperately wants to stay away from. In fact, Uzumaki also tried to leave the grass-hidden village, but before she could get the gate to leave the grass-hidden village, she was captured by the hateful grass ninja. That time, those grass ninjas tortured the young Uzumaki for 3 days, and starved the Uzumaki for 3 days. Let the majestic vitality of the whirlpool incense burn also be a close touch. The lesson of that time made Uzumaki realize that there was little hope of escaping from grass-hidden village. In the past year, Uzumaki Karen has also occasionally left grass-hidden village with Kusa Shinobi on missions, but there is no chance to escape from Kusa Shinobi's clutches. After all, Uzumaki Karen is only 9 years old, and those grass ninjas have not taught Uzumaki any ninjutsu at all, except for the refinement given to Uzumaki Karen chakra. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk didn't quite understand these Kusa ninjas' thoughts. With Uzumaki Kari's ninjutsu talent, as long as you are given resources to cultivate, isn't it very easy to become a powerful ninja? Judging from the talent of Uzumaki Kari, at least the elite ninja starts, and the shadow level ninja is not so difficult. In other words, as long as the grass ninjas are willing to cultivate Uzumaki Incense, they can get a shadow level ninja, so the grass hidden village will not get a greater harvest. If an elite ninja is the strongest combat power of most small country ninja villages, and a shadow level ninja is completely enough to protect small country ninja villages for decades. Similar to the Sancho fish Hanzo in Yuyan village, it is tantamount to the strength of a shadow level ninja, and it has also guarded the land of rain for many years. Wouldn't it be nice if the grass hidden village could get such a shadow level ninja? However, the strange logic of these grass ninjas is really unimaginable that they only use the whirlpool incense as a medicine bag. Uzumaki has such a physical healing ability, even if it doesn't cultivate its combat power, it is not much better than this simple way of medical kit. Medical ninja. That's the country of fire, and Konoha Hidden Village also thinks it's not too many medical ninjas. I really don't understand what these grass ninjas think. Uchiha Kazuk shook his head, and then gradually came to the hospital in Kusakure village. Looking at the hospital where there were not many people in and out, Uchiha Kazuk felt that Uzumaki Karuto should not be in the hospital. Then, Uchiha Fusuk struggled to recall the place where Karen Uzumaki lived in his memory. I just remember that it was a very simple house, but the specific location dash. Uchiha Kazuk frowned slightly, thinking that it seemed that he was going to look for it slowly. Fortunately, although Kanyan village is not small, it is not as good as Konoha Hidden Village, as long as it is not a big problem to find those simple houses. What else do you have to look for slowly, as long as you find a grass ninja? The writing will illusion tells him to say anything in minutes. Uchiha Kazuk suddenly grinned, but he almost forgot the power of the Sharingan, that chakra illusion is hard for ordinary ninjas to resist. Uchiha Fusuk, who became the Uchiha Patriarch, was able to obtain all of the Uchiha's ninjutsu secret techniques, and many illusions related to the writing wheel I were of course familiar with it. Well, then, just find a grass ninja. Uchiha Kazuk thought like this, and suddenly looked up and saw a familiar Kusa Shinobi, a familiar figure in the memory of his previous life, to be precise. I remember that the grass ninja was the one who guarded the whirlpool incense. I'm really sleepy, I'm here to deliver a pillow. Uchiha Kazuk sighed at his luck, and then followed the Kushinobi to a slightly remote place. Writing wheel eye illusion. Uchiha Kazuk instantly came to the side of the grass ninja, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes glared slightly, which was to control the body of the grass ninja, so that this grass ninja didn't have any chance to react at all. Subsequently, Uchiha Kazuk also quickly learned the memories of this grass ninja. This grass ninja is named Amakusa Shiro, and he is a top shinobi of Kusakane village, but according to the appearance of power in Amakusa Shiro's memory, Uchiha Kazuk feels that this is just a grass ninja with the strength of an elite ninja. It's not at all to the level of forbearance. Then, Uchiha Kazuk knew that this Kusanobu Amakusa Shiro seemed to be the younger brother of the head of Kusakure village. Although he is not his own brother, he is also a relational household. No wonder it's so weak, and it was instantly controlled by my Sharingan illusion. Sighed inexplicably, Uchiha Kazuk also successfully found the residence of the whirlpool incense. Then, Uchiha Kazuk thought about it for a while, and instead of killing Kusa Shiro immediately, he asked Amakusa Shiro to lead Uchiha Kazuk to the residence of the Uzumaki Kari. Grass Shinobi Amakusa Shiro walked on the streets of Grass Hidden Village. Because of the identity of the Grass Hidden Village Shinobi, no one in Grass Hidden Village dared to approach half a minute. Even the ninjas of Grass Hidden Village nodded their heads from afar. Uchiha Kazuk secretly followed behind Kusa Shiro Amakusu's, as if he were an insignificant person. At this time, the whirlpool incense had just finished eating the cold steamed bun and looked out of the window blankly, noticing the figure of the grass ninja Amakusa Shiro, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Damn, do you want to work again? Obviously today's work is over. Uzumaki Zyongru scolded so angrily in her heart, and her face flashed with deep fear when she looked at Kusa Shinobi Amakusa. Because this Kusa Shiro Amakusa Shiro is the person in charge of Uzumaki Kari's daily work, the so-called daily work is to use the healing power of his body to treat those injured Kusa ninja. In other words, as long as you see the figure of grass ninja Amakusa Shiro, Uzumaki Karen must be bitten a few times by these grass ninja. The pain of the passage of life force made Uzumaki really unbearable. Therefore, even if you are very dissatisfied in your heart, you can't resist, or you will be punished. Thinking of the so-called punishment, Uzumaki shivered again, and didn't dare to think about it anymore. What's going on? Why are you coming to me when you've already done your work today? Uzumaki only complained slightly, but slowly stood up. I didn't wait for a few steps, but suddenly my body stumbled a few steps and almost fell. Fortunately, he was able to control his body by holding the top of the doorknob. Alas, I'm so tired today, how long can I go on like this? Uzumaki Karen felt the weakness in her body, and sighed heavily in her heart, thinking that the grass shinobi who was waiting outside still squeaked and opened the door. Let's go, the injured ninja should be in the hospital. He. Suddenly, a light laugh interrupted Uzumaki Zyongri's words, which made Uzumaki Siengren look at Kusa Shiro in surprise, and said inexplicably, "What are you laughing at?" However, that Kusa Shinobi Amakususa Shiro didn't have any smile at all, and he always had that expressionless look, like a walking corpse. Subuki Siang was startled, only to realize that this was not the smile of Kusa Shiro Amakusa at all. What's going on? This situation made Uzumaki Incense take a few steps back, retreat to the door of the house, and hold on tightly to the doorframe so that she did not fall. Damn, don't pretend to be a ghost. If there's an injured ninja, let me be treated. I don't know where the courage came from made Uzumaki-chan roar so loudly. Zionlin, don't waste your efforts, this grass ninja has been controlled by my illusion. After Uchiha Kazuki saw the figure of Uzumaki Kario and smiled, he showed his figure and said this. Who are you? What are you doing here? I want to warn you, this is Kain village, you can't mess around. Seeing the figure of Uchiha Kazuki, Uzumaki Karen couldn't help but be shocked, and said in a trembling tone. But in my heart, I thought, oh no, this guy looks like he's coming at me. Could it be that the enemy ninja has finally discovered my secret? Am I going to be cold? I also thought that the upper ninja of Kusakushi village could be controlled by this Uchiha Kazuki's illusion, and I could also understand that the strength of Uchiha Kazuki's ninja was by no means something that Uzumaki Kario, a weak ninja, could resist. However, Uzumaki still didn't plan to give up, and still wanted to inform the rest of the grass ninjas to come to support quickly, thinking of 1,000 ways in his heart. Although the grass ninja have all kinds of evil deeds, at least they can keep Uzumaki Karen alive. Uchiha Kazuki opened the eyes of the 3 hooks and jade writing wheels, and even if he did not use the writing wheel illusion to control the whirlpool incense, from the demeanor and movements of the whirlpool incense, he could probably understand some of the thoughts of the whirlpool incense. Couldn't help but chuckle a few times again, which only made Uzumaki even more nervous. Uchiha Kazuki bent the corners of his mouth helplessly, and said softly, Xiang Lian, don't be so nervous, I'm not malicious. Aha. Uzumaki nodded, still thinking in her heart what is not malicious, even my name is known so clearly, it is clear that it was investigated in advance. Uchiha Kazuki continued, Xiang Lian, you're right, I did investigate a lot of your information, because I need your Ha. Uzumaki Karen was shocked in her heart, thinking that this bastard was greedy for her body, that was really perverted. I need your talent. Whew, it turns out that I don't need my body, that's good. Hearing this, Uzumaki Karen breathed a sigh of relief slightly, only to understand that this Uchiha Kazuki was not that kind of pervert. However, Uzumaki Kario thought that this Uchiha Kazuki needed her talent. So what is Uzumaki's talent? Uzumaki immediately thought of the scene of using physical healing to heal the injured grass ninjas every day. Other than that, Uzumaki doesn't know what else she can be coveted for. It turns out that this guy is the same as those grass ninjas, all the same. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Zionlin couldn't help but sneer a few times, thinking that the world was as black as a crow. However, at least Uzumaki Karen thought that his life was not in danger, but he was relieved again. Noticing the changes in the mood on Uzumaki Kao's face, and with the observation power of the 3-hook jade chakran eyes, it is not difficult for Uchiha Kazuki to guess some of the thoughts in Uzumaki Kuruo's heart. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, Kao, please don't confuse me with these grass ninjas. Your physical healing power is indeed very good, but I don't have a shortage of medical ninjas who don't have to use this method. I need your ninja talent, but Kari, I need your sealing talent. Ha! Uchiha Kazuki's words made Uzumaki Kazuki look at him in surprise, noticing Uchiha Kazuki's very flat demeanor. This guy, Uzumaki chanted in her heart, and with her own perception, she was able to confirm that what Uchiha Kazuk said was not a lie. You need my sealing talent, but how did I not know I still have a sealing talent? Don't you know dash? Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk squinted slightly at the three hooks jade riding wheel eyes, and after thinking about it a little, it was also clear. Come to think of it, the Uzumaki clan was wiped out as early as the Second Ninja World War, and there was not much inheritance left at all. At that time, Uzumaki was not yet born, so he didn't know anything about the Uzumaki family, and of course he didn't know that the Uzumaki family was best at sealing. It is precisely because of the great power of the Uzumaki family's sealing technique that the ninjas in the ninja world are jealous, and because of this, the ninjas in the ninja world work together to exterminate the clan. Even Uchiha Kazuk could vaguely guess that the Konoha ninjas at that time also played a rather subtle role. As an ally of Konoha Hidden Village, the Vortex country controlled by the Uzumaki family is next to the Fire country, and it is not far from Konoha Hidden Village. Therefore, it won't take long for the Konoha ninjas to support the Uzumaki family. However, in fact, the Uzumaki family was wiped out by the ninjas of the rest of the national ninja villages, and the Konoha ninja didn't react at all, but mourned a few times casually afterwards. The ninjas of the Uzumaki family are born with extraordinary sealing talents, which is also recognized by the ninja world, and the reason why you don't know is because you haven't received the relevant inheritance of the Uzumaki family. It just so happens that I can find the relevant inheritance of the Uzumaki family. So Kao, I need you to learn the sealing technique and develop a special ninjutsu seal for me. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the amazed Uzumaki Karen and issued a final invitation. So Xiang Lian, how about coming with me? I promise I won't treat you to these grass ninjas, and I'll keep you safe, as long as you help me research the ninjutsu seals I need. Hearing Uchiha Kazuk's words, looking at the right hand that Uchiha Kazuk was outgoing for, Uzumaki admits that she is indeed moved. It would be nice to be able to get rid of this life of being bitten every day. Uzumaki Xianlin thought like this, and then said suspiciously, but I'm not sure I can have the kind of sealing talent you claim, and besides, these grass ninjas don't dash. Are you worried about my strength? Uchiha Kazuk looked at Uzumaki Karatsu's silent and unrefuted expression, and couldn't help but let out bursts of wild laughter. Ha ha ha. This is the standard Uchiha maniacking laugh, accompanied by Uchiha Kazuk's wild laughter. The big back also moved without wind, and the majestic momentum of his whole body suddenly exploded, making Uzumaki Karen feel like a mountain-like pressure. I'm Uchiha Kazuk, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and the president of Mingsho Logistics. Mingshang Logistics, Patriarch Uchiha. Hearing this, the whirlpool incense burnt's eyes suddenly widened, and it looked extremely cute. I didn't expect this guy to have such an identity dash. For more than 2 years, the Ming merchant logistics established by the Uchiha spread throughout the Fire country. In addition to allowing the Uchiha clan to get enough funds, it also allowed the people of the Fire country to enjoy the convenience of Mingshang Logistics. It also makes the name of Mingshang Logistics more resounding. As a neighboring country of the Land of Fire, of course, the Country of Grass also heard the reputation of Mingshang Logistics, and the daimyo of the Country of Grass was one of the nobles who wanted Mingshang Logistics to develop the business of the Country of Grass. Of course, as a ninja in Kusakure village, instead, what Uzumaki heard was the abuse of the grass ninjas, because Mingshang Logistics had already snatched the Konoha ninjas' cargo escort mission. If the business of Mingshang Logistics enters the Country of Grass, the cargo escort task of Kayan village will inevitably be snatched, which will of course cause the hostility of the grass ninjas. But it is precisely because I often hear the voices of the grass ninjas against the flow of the Ming merchants that Uzumaki is so impressed. Then, Fang will notice the identity of the Uchiha patriarch of Uchiha Kazuk. The Uchiha clan? I remember that it was a famous family in the ninja world, but it was almost wiped out 2 years ago. Can you have that much strength to protect me? Uzumaki chant whispered. Although the voice of the Uzumaki Kazuk was very low, the Uchiha Kazuk was a shadow-level ninja, and he still had the hearing that he should have, so he could clearly hear the hesitant words of the Uzumaki Kazuk. He, those Uchiha sinners have been completely wiped out by me, so you don't have to worry about my strength. After more than 2 years of development, the Uchiha clan is no longer the Uchiha of the past. Well, anyway, I can only trust you. Hearing this, Uzumaki Karato said this, clenched his fists tightly, looked at the grass ninja Amakusa Shiro who still had no expression and said, so, what about this guy? Are we going to leave Kayan village right away? Uzumaki Karen looked at Kusa Shinobu Amakusu's, and his eyes were very complicated. In the final analysis, this grass shinobi Amakusa Shiro also took care of Uzumaki Karen for a long time, but that kind of care made Uzumaki Karen unable to let go. You can do whatever you want with this grass ninja dash, Uchiha Kazuk said indifferently, and he didn't care much about the fate of this grass shinobi Amakusa Shiro. Of course, we have to leave as soon as the ninjas in Grass Hidden Village don't find out, so that's up. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk frowned slightly. However, these grass ninjas don't seem to want me to leave so easily. The Uchiha Kazuk looked in one direction. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking the air, and more than a dozen grass ninjas suddenly appeared. Let Uchiha Kazuk sigh. Looks like my katana is going to bleed. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk sighed that he was not a perceptual ninja, otherwise he would have been able to detect the movements of this group of grass ninjas in advance. Although Uchiha Fusa can also use a certain perception ability by borrowing the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, that perception power has great limitations. Of the dozen or so grass ninjas who suddenly appeared, one of them took a step forward and looked at the motionless grass ninja Amakusa Shiro. This grass shinobi squinted his eyes slightly, feeling the chakra fluctuations coming from the body of that grass shinobi Amakususa. Has Shiro, this guy, been controlled by illusions? Sure enough, it's a parallel ninja, just illusions dash. This Kusa shinobi angrily scolded Kusa Shiro for the waste in his heart, and suddenly noticed the Uchiha Kazuk's three-hook jade writing wheel eye. The blood-red Megatama swirled, blooming with an astonishing pupil power, which made this grass ninja can't help but be frightened. Writing wheel eyes. This Kushinobi shouted loudly, and hurriedly took out the kun unguarded, looked at Uchiha Kazuk and asked in a deep voice, Uchiha's ninja, why did you attack Shiro with illusions? Aren't you afraid of causing a dispute between the two ninja villages? The rest of the grass ninja also shook suddenly when they heard the words of Sharinan and Uchiha, and made a reaction that an ordinary ninja should have. This Shinobi's voice was extremely stern, and while he looked at Uchiha Kazuk's body, he didn't dare to look at Uchiha Kazuk's writing wheel eyes at all. The power of the illusion of the Sharinan is famous in the ninja world, and it is not at all something that ordinary ninjas can resist. As long as you look directly at the writing wheel, you will be controlled by illusions. What's going on? Why are Uchiha's ninjas in Kusakure village? It seems that they have bad intentions dash. Damn, I should call more grass forbearance, the illusion of writing wheel eyes is too terrible. At this time, when the whirlpool saw these grass ninjas who suddenly appeared, a touch of despair also appeared in his heart. It seems that I can't escape the abyss hell of Kaien village after all? Uzumaki thought so painfully and desperately, and the light of hope that had just risen seemed to be extinguished again. Uzumaki Karyo didn't think that Uchiha Kazuk alone would be able to resist so many Kushinobi. Of course, this is also the limitation of Uzumaki and sense itself. Being in the grass-hidden village, what I see every day is these grass ninjas with the highest strength but the elite upper ninjas, and I don't understand what kind of strength the high-end film-level ninjas in the ninja world represent. In particular, Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is standing at the pinnacle of the film level. Xionlin, this grass ninja Amakusa Shiro will be handed over to you. Uchiha Kazuk threw a sharp kunao to Uzumaki Kari, and let Uzumaki Karen scramble to hold it. Then, Uchiha Kazuk thought about it a little and felt that it was not appropriate. Boom! The right hand clenched into a claw and sent out a katana, slashing at the limbs of the Kusa Shinobi Amakusus. Whew! For consecutive sword lights made Kusa Shinobu Amakusa Shiro break his limbs and become a crippled person. 22. The pain of broken limbs had already made Kusa Shiro get out of the control of the Sharinanai illusion, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Well, Kari, then this grass Shinobi Amakusa Shiro will be handed over to you to deal with. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk nodded with satisfaction, which made Uzumaki Kazuk's heart begin to complain. What else do I have to deal with? Shiro Amakusa's limbs have been cut off, and it is only a matter of time before he dies like this. Uzumaki Karen complained like this, but somehow the fear in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he looked at the back of Uchiha Kazuk. That Kusa Shinobi Amakusa Shiro lay on the ground and looked at the flesh and bones where the limbs were broken, the obvious knife cuts, the blood flowing, and the pain in the broken limbs made the Kusa Shiro feel painful. How is it possible? I have become a waster? It hurts. Which bastard did it? I am going to kill you. The bitter cry of Kushinobu Amakusa Shiro thought that he would become a waste man in the future, and was abandoned by the village chief brother without hesitation, which made the Kusa Shinobi Amakusa Shiro at this time unbearable and painful. That's not what Kusa Shinobu Amakusa Shiro thinks at all. In a trance, Kusa Shinobu Amakusa Shiro saw the body of the whirlpool incense, and finally saw the figure of the whirlpool incense. Kusa Shiro ignores the kunao in Uzumaki Karyo's hands, but a hope emerges in his heart, which is the hope of continuing to be a Kusa Shinobi. Vortex incense, hurry up and put me on it, let me take a bite, it hurts, hurry up and give me a bite. Seeing the figure of Uzumaki Zyongri, the Kusa Shinobi Amakusa Shiro suddenly thought of the healing power of Uzumaki Zyongri's physical energy. That's a lot more powerful than a high-level medical ninja. As long as you take a bite of your limbs, with the healing power of Uzumaki Karya's physical energy, you can completely restore Kusa Shinobi to a normal body again. Listening to the commanding tone of Kushinobu Amakusa Shiro, as well as that crazy demeanor, Uzumaki Karato first trembled in his heart, and immediately took a few steps. It was a conditioned reflex formed by the life of Uzumaki Karen in Kusakure village over the years, and that Uzumaki Karen had never disobeyed the orders of Kusa Shinobu Amakusa Shiro in the past. But at this time, after taking a few steps, Uzumaki Karyo suddenly stopped, and looked at the back of Uchiha Kajuk again, and looked at the crazy grass ninja Amakusa Shiro on the ground. Uzumaki Zyangri's gaze became more and more determined, and she had already made her own decision. Even if that Uchiha Kajuk can't take me away, I'm fed up with this life in the abyss hell. At this time, Uzumaki Zyonlian's heart was unprecedentedly firm. The whirlpool incense that was a few steps slower made Kusa Shiro extremely dissatisfied in his heart, and because of the bonus of the pain of the severed limb, Amakusa Shiro scolded loudly, "Bastard Xianglian, hurry up and connect my limbs for me to take a bite, move quickly, it looks like I'm going to punish you so slowly." That kind of bad tone, extremely arrogant posture, as if the whirlpool incense was a slave at the disposal, and he didn't notice the real situation at this time. "Amakusa Shiro, do you want to bite me?" Uzumaki Karen came to the side of Kusa Shinobi 603 Kusashiro, slowly squatted down, stretched out the arm of his left hand and handed it to Kusa Shiro's mouth. "Of course, this is your only value, and it is also the price that Kaien village will pay for the food you live in. You bastard, you're moving too slowly, it looks like the punishment will be doubled, don't think about eating tomorrow." The grass ninja Amakusa Shiro scolded repeatedly, and then bit the arm that was handed over. And Uzumaki Zyangri's arms were already covered with mottled bite marks, which looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Feeling the repair of the injuries in his body, the Kusa Shinobu Amakusa Shiro couldn't help but show an extremely comfortable demeanor. "This is the last time, and this is the reward I have given you, as a reward for taking care of me all these years." As he spoke, the whirlpool Karyo held the sharp kunao in his right hand and stabbed directly into the head of Kushinobu Amakusa Shiro. Poof! Uzumaki Kari's right hand held kunao upside down, and with a pop, he pierced Kusa Shiro's head. The sharp kunao directly took away the last vitality of Kusa Shinobi Amakusa Shiro, and the vitality that had passed was also stopped immediately. "Xianglian, you bastard dared to kill the ninja of the same village, and in vain the grass-hidden village provided you with food and shelter. You are so ungrateful that it seems that I have to kill you." The Kusa Shinobi was extremely jealous of the power of Uchiha Sharinan, so he didn't dare to look into Uchiha Kajuk's eyes, but instead noticed the scene where Uzumaki Kirin killed Kusa Shiro. This grass ninja couldn't help but scold, looking at the figure of the whirlpool incense burnt with great killing intent, making the whirlpool incense burn involuntarily take a few steps back. "This ridiculous logic, I don't think Xiang Ryu owes you grass forbearance." Hearing this, Uchiha Kajuk chuckled and said, grabbed a few sword flowers casually, and pointed the katana directly at the grass shinobi Shangnan. Shave! The ground cracked suddenly, forming a deep crater that spread in all directions in a corrugated pattern. Uchiha Kajuk's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and the side of this grass shinobi appeared next to him, and it was such a powerful and heavy slash. "What? So fast?" The Kusa shinobi was shocked in his heart, feeling the sharp edge of the katana, and couldn't help but tremble. However, this Kusa shinobi is not the one who went through the back door to the relationship Takusa Shinobu Amakusu's. As a battle-hardened Kusa shinobi, this Kusa shinobi is also a genuine shinobi. There may be a gap in strength with the upper ninjas of those big country ninja villages, but this gap is also extremely limited. As a longtime battle-hardened shinobi, this grass ninja reacted immediately, and he didn't have time to use ninjutsu at all, so he could only take out the katana that Kuno resisted Uchiha Kajuk with both hands. Boom! Bang bang! After a violent jingo, the grass ninja couldn't help but fly upside down, unable to control his body at all, rolling his body and hitting the ground, forming a series of collision sounds. It wasn't until the kunao of this Kushinobi shinobi inserted his hands into the ground and formed a long scratch that he stopped moving. It's really terrifying. The hands of the Kushinobi were still trembling, and the aftereffects of a slash from the Uchiha Kajuk. This extremely terrifying strength allows the ninja of Nagwa to understand that he does not compete with Uchiha Kajuk. Too done, too long gun. This grass ninja shinobi forcibly held back his trembling hands, and directly and quickly released an earth escape attack ninjutsu. 10 spears of sharp rock suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Uchiha Kajuk's body, attacking Uchiha Kajuk's body. Uchiha Kajuk snorted softly, deflected his body slightly, and the katana directly cut off all the surrounding earthen spears. Then he stepped out of a large deep pit with his footsteps, brandishing his katana and slashing directly at the grass shinobi. With his combat experience, this Kusanobu shinobi had already expected such an attack by the Uchiha Kajukai. Too done, Tulu returns. Boom! The ground in front of Kushinobu flipped out a large stone slab, resisting Uchiha Kajuk's attacks in sight. Uchiha Kajuk's offensive continued unabated, and he directly cut down this large stone slab, but behind the big stone slab was an additional grass ninja holding a katana. This grass ninja seems to be also a ninja, and he is also a master of swordsmanship. This one's grass ninja sword technique Shangnan held the katana and slashed directly at the Uchiha Kajuk, who had disappeared from the attack. However, Uchiha Kajuk is also a shadow-level ninja and a master of swordsmanship, so of course he will not be dealt with so easily. The footsteps stepped on the air, almost making a loud sound, which made Uchiha Kazuk give birth to a new force, and the katana slashed directly at the katana of the grass ninja technique. Clang! Fierce Jin Ge sound. Although Uchiha Kazuk's hasty attack was also able to make this grass ninja sword technique unable to advance an inch. Whew! Whew! At the same time, the rest of the grass ninja also threw out a lot of kunao and attacked Uchiha Kazuk's back, making Uchiha Kazuk suffer from the enemy. At such a moment of crisis, Uchiha Kazuk didn't feel much nervous, but very calmly drew his knife back, one's good body and cut off the kunai that flew from behind. Bell bell! However, at this time, the grass ninja knife technique Shangnan had already swung his sword again, and the Uchiha Kazuk at this time had no time to turn his knife to resist. Writing wheel eye illusion. That Uchiha Kazuk glared at the eyes of this grass ninja sword skill with the eyes of the three-hooked jade writing wheel. Let this grass ninja scream that it is terrible, it has been controlled by illusion. Uchiha Kazuk snatched the katana of the grass ninja knife technique with his left hand, and directly inserted his backhand into the heart of the grass ninja knife technique, solving the life of this grass ninja knife technique. Seeing that Uchiha Kazuk killed a shinobi so easily, the earth shutout Shon couldn't help but tear his eyes, and he wanted to kill Uchiha Kazuk 10,000 times. But the heart of the earth ninja was also extremely afraid of the power of the Uchiha Kazuk Sharingan illusion. Just a glance is a way to get it. The Tsukiko Shinobu didn't dare to look into the eyes of Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha ninja, I advise you to stop quickly. I will not pursue your crimes, otherwise when the grass ninja army comes, no matter how powerful your writing wheel eye is, you will not be able to escape at all. At this time, this two-dun Cao Ren couldn't help but persuade like this, also to delay time, because Fang had already passed the information here to Kain village. Of course, when this Kushinobi said this, he thought viciously in his heart, if he got the grass ninja army to come, he would inevitably kill Uchiha Kazuk 10,000 times. And that whirlpool incense burner that eats inside and out, it can't spare its life anymore, it must be disposed of. Thinking like this grass shinobi looked at the figure of Uzumaki Kari, full of cruel killing intent. However, at this time, because this Tsuchiha Shinobi didn't dare to look at Uchiha Kazuk's writing wheel, he didn't know Uchiha Kazuk's appearance at all, and he didn't know Uchiha Kazuk's true identity. If this Tsuchiha Shinobi knew the true identity of Uchiha Kazuk, he would not have spoken so easily, and would have fled from here immediately. After all, the Uchiha Kazuk's killing of the root ninja has been clearly known to the ninjas of the entire ninja world. That's killing so many shadow-level ninjas on their own, those root ninjas who are already comparable to the combat power of the entire Grass Hidden Village or even a few points stronger than the Grass Hidden Village. This Kushinobi didn't think that with the strength of Kusakure Village, he could resist the power of Uchiha Kazuk. You reminded me that there will be more grass ninjas later, and it looks like I'm going to get rid of you soon. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk glared at the writing wheel eye slightly, and after the original three-hook jade writing wheel eye rotated rapidly, it had already turned into a Duyan symbol form that was connected from end to end. That's the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Buzz! Uchiha Kazuk opened his Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and the majestic pupil power suddenly emanated, so that the surrounding grass ninja, as well as the whirlpool incense not far away, could feel the pressure of this pupil power. It seems that the gravity of this piece of space has increased several times. Uchiha Kazuk glared slightly at his left eye, kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. BGM. The majestic pupil power was released, and the ability of the left eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eye BGM was suddenly used, and an exciting DJ music filled the space. BGM DJ Geisha. The lingering sound of the Gahan music enlivened the chakra, a tribute chakra of Uchiha Fusuk. By the time I got serious, you guys had already lost. Uchiha Kazuk muttered in a low voice, feeling the rhythm of the wind in such zither music, and the wind of nature responded to Uchiha Kazuk's wind attribute chakra. Buzz! Whew! The invisible wind formed a substance surrounding Uchiha Kazuk's body, forming an almost visible wind escape armor, allowing Uchiha Kazuk's big back to move with the wind. Brush it up! Uchiha Kazuk took a random step, and he was already behind the earth and grass ninja. This speed is a few points faster than the speed of shaving with all your might. Uchiha Kazuk sighed in his heart, raised his katana high, and carried a powerful wind attribute chakra directly towards this earth-stunned grass ninja. Damn! This Tsuchikusha shinobi didn't have time to seal at all, and only had time to raise the katana that Kunaka was resisting Uchiha Kazuk. However, the cutting power formed by the wind attribute chakra caused the katana to directly cut through the kunao, and slashed unabated at the body of the Kushinobi Kami shinobi. This grass ninja roared loudly, and used all the strength of his body to move his body stiffly. Stab! The katana still slashed at the Tsuchikusa shinobi, but instead of killing the Kusa shinobi, he was seriously injured. Dragging the seriously injured body, this earth ninja used all his strength to mobilize the earth attribute chakra of the whole body, and exerted his strength far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Earth escape, earth moving core. Thundered. This earth escape grass shinobi directly used up all of his earth attributes, chakra, and caused the ground around Uchiha Kazuk to drop by more than 10 meters. Rock thief. It's another full-strength Earth Escape ninjutsu, Wyu. The ground below that Tsuchikusa shinobi suddenly formed dozens of sharp rock sticks, shooting towards the Uchiha Kajuk below the ground. Ha 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 ha. See how you escaped this time, Uchiha bastard, let me die. The extraordinary ninjutsu of this Uchiha shinobi thought that he had pushed the Uchiha Kajuk into a desperate situation, and he could only wait for death. In fact, it is not difficult to understand the thoughts of this two Dunko forbearance. The Uchiha Kajuk under the ground doesn't have much room for to move. In addition, the dozens of sharp rock sticks above the head of the Uchiha Kajuk were instantaneous. In other words, at this time, Uchiha Kajuk will inevitably be pierced by a sharp long stick in the end, which is what this Uchiha shinobi thinks. You finally got rid of this guy. Thinking that he had won the victory, two Dunko shinobu exhaled lightly and sat on the ground weakly, obviously having exhausted his chakra strength. It's just one thing like Uchiha's Sharingan, and it's easy to kill with that Uchiha shinobu no longer looked in the direction of Uchiha Kajuk, but at the shivering whirlpool incense, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It seems that this Uzumaki incense can't stay any longer. After all, this guy has already killed Amakusa Shiro. Even if this Tsuchikusha shinobi will not kill Uzumaki Kaori, then as the backstage of Grass Ninja Amakusa Shiro, the village chief of this Kusakure village will inevitably kill Uzumaki Kaori. After all, as a tool man, Uzumaki must obey orders, and when this tool man is disobedient, he can only be disposed of as waste. It's just a pity that Uzumaki Kaori's abilities. It's a pity that this earth grass endures a little bit of forbearance, thinking that at least before Uzumaki Zyongra dies, he has to take a bite to recover his own chakra, which can be regarded as a waste utilization. I didn't notice that the BGM music hadn't stopped at this time. The exciting Guhen music is still going on. In other words, at this time, it still belongs to the BGM time of Uchiha Kajuk. In Uchiha Kajuk's BM, no one can beat Uchiha Kajuk. This is also the BGM ability of the left eye given to Uchiha Kajuk by the Duyin Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Whew! Buzz buzz! Endless winds gathered in the direction of Uchiha Kajuk, making the space creak, like a soul-like whale. This is my BGM, how can I fail? Wind King roars. When the music of the BGM reaches the high tide, the wind condenses to the top along with the wind attribute chakra, and is guided and released by the katana of Uchiha Kajuk. Boom boom! Bang bang bang! The point of the katana pointed in the direction that formed a majestic endless wind blade upward, and these endless wind blades formed a huge storm. It directly smashed the dozens of sharp rock sticks and turned them into dust in the air. At the same time, Uchiha Kajuk accompanied the wind and jumped directly into a deep pit of more than 10 meters. You dare to underestimate Uchiha's Sharingan? The Uchiha Kajuk in midair directly raised the katana, instantly condensing the majestic endless blade and turning into a violent storm. Another Wind King roar. How is that possible? The Uchiha Shinobu looked at the Uchiha Kajuk, who appeared in disbelief, and suddenly noticed the Uchiha Kajuk's face, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This is Uchiha Kajuk, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? But how is it possible? Uchiha and Kusakure village have no grudges. Why? Asking for flowers. However, before that Uchiha shinobi could figure out the Uchiha Kajuk's intentions, the Wind King's roar had already arrived. Boom! In an instant, the earth-shaven grass ninja turned into red shards in the air and fluttered in the wind. The mottled blood of the whole person was sprinkled on this land. Reflecting the Uchiha Kajuk, he is even more godlike and demonic, extremely terrifying. However, that Uzumaki Karyo was really relieved to see the figure of Uchiha Kajuk. I thought it was really cool this time. Looking at the powerful figure of Uchiha Kajuk, Uzumaki Kazuk's eyes were full of brilliance, full of admiration and yearning. It seems that with the ninja strength of Uchiha Kajuk, these grass ninjas are all miscellaneous fish, and they can finally escape this abyss hell. However, Uzumaki Karen was so happy, and the mood of those grass ninjas was not very good. Of course, Uchiha Kajuk didn't give these grass ninjas more time either. Accompanied by BGM music and the rhythm of Guhen music, Uchiha Kajuk's wind attribute chakra has been active to the extreme. The power of the wind attribute chakra also exploded to the limit. Whew! It was the bonus of the wind attribute chakra, and the rhythm of the natural wind, which made Uchiha Kajuk's speed reach the limit. Just between breaths, Uchiha Kajuk's figure disappeared and flashed. Where the light of the katana appeared, the head of a grass ninja jumped high and fell to the ground heavily. With the addition of BGM music, Uchiha Kajuk's wind attribute chakra is active to the limit, and it is closely linked to the wind of nature. Let the Uchiha Kajuk burst out with unparalleled speed, and in just a few breaths, it was enough to solve these grass ninjas present. It's amazing. The whirlpool incense who was watching from the side couldn't help but open her red eyes wide, and the breeze blew through her long red hair, and her heart was already extremely shocked. In the heart of Uzumaki Zyonlan, these grass ninjas are very powerful. It is also believed that even if Uchiha Kajuk can win, he will have to go through a hard battle. This is also the experience that Uzumaki Karen gained from going out on missions and going through ninja battles a few times. But this experience has been completely overturned by this time. not applicable to Uchiha Kazuk at all. It's really as easy as killing a miscellaneous fish. Thinking like this, Uzumaki Karyo's heart is also full of hope to live. At this time, the grass-hidden village that had been notified had just sent a large army of grass ninjas to be late. The village chief of Kangen village, Amakusade, looked at the headless corpses of the grass ninja on the ground, as well as the fragmented heads, and couldn't help but turn gloomy. I saw the body of the grass ninja Amakusa Shiro again, and a nameless fire suddenly broke out in my heart. Bastard who dares to invade Kangen village, what a damn bastard. Subsequently, Amakusade, the head of Kusakure village, noticed the whirlpool incense that was holding Kunao, and looked at the Uchiha Kazuk who was holding a katana. Shiro should have had his limbs cut off by the intruders, and then he was killed by that guy Uzumaki Kari. It's really murderous. It seems that the target of this intruder should be Uzumaki Zyongri. Do you know the information of Uzumaki Zyongri? Amakusade secretly speculated, looked at the Uchiha Kazuk's face again, and instantly widened his eyes again, and blurted out in surprise, "Riding wheels? This face, are you Uchiha Kazuk?" Amakusade was really shocked, because of what Uchiha Kazuk had done over the years: kill Shimura Danzo, become the Uchiha Patriarch, and create Mingshang Logistics. It is familiar to many ninjas in the ninja world. That day, as the village chief of Grass Hidden Village, Cao knew more information than ordinary ninjas, and it was also the appearance of Uchiha Kazuk, as well as related strength information. In Amakusade's heart, he believed that the Uchiha exterminating clan was in turmoil at that time, and Uchiha Kazuk only borrowed the power of the remnants of the Uchiha clan to defeat the rebels, as well as kill Nashimura Danzo and Root Ninja. It is precisely because of this that the Uchiha Kazukata will become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. And the later establishment and development of naming merchant logistics can only show that Uchiha Kazuk's business talent is extremely high. Amakusade believes that although Uchiha Kazuk's strength is very strong, it is impossible to compete with hundreds of grass ninjas. Therefore, although Amakusade was frightened at this time, he was still able to maintain a calm complexion and reprimanded in a very stern tone Uchiha Kazuk, as the patriarch of the Uchiha, if you dare to invade Kusakure village and kill Kusa Shinobi, aren't you afraid of causing a dispute between the two countries? At that time, the entire Uchiha clan will inevitably be truly wiped out. Amakusade was angry, but he also thought of the wealth accumulated by the Ming merchant logistics established by the Uchiha, and he couldn't help but feel a strong greed in his heart. Uchiha Kazuk, I'll only give you the Uchiha clan one chance to atone for their sins. As long as you hand over half of the assets of Mingshang Logistics, I can treat it as if it didn't happen at this time. Amakusade thought he was very generous and said, looking at Uchiha Kazuk, he signaled that you should also accept it when you see it. Even Amakusade thinks that as long as he can get most of the assets of Mingshang Logistics, even if he can give Uzumaki incense to Uchiha Kazuk, it is okay. After all, no matter how powerful the power of the Uzumaki incense was, it was just a medical tool. Of course, a mere medical tool and a huge asset cannot be compared. Ha ha ha. Hearing the words of Amakusade in Kusakure village, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but laugh. It was the standard Uchiha maniacal laughter. The reek of the wind attribute chakra stirred the big back of Uchiha Kazuk, making Uchiha Kazuk look even more imposing. Miscellaneous people, you are thinking too much. The wind is cheering. The BGM music is still in progress. Airplanes. Uchiha Kazuk's figure suddenly disappeared, stepping into the middle of the hundreds of grass ninja. Tear and pull, wielding a katana casually, the wind attribute pulls the wind power of nature, and it is to kill a grass ninja at will. In that BGM music, revolve. Caper. Uchiha Kazuk closed his eyes slightly. Each flash is the death of a grass ninja's life. The Uchiha Kazuk katana sword was accompanied by the flash of swordlight, slashing those grass ninjas at a very fast speed. Whether it's the grass ninja, the middle ninja, or the grass ninja, it's all a slash that can't stop Uchiha Kazuk. It wasn't just a katana slash after all, it's the wind attribute chakra and the wind power of nature, and because of the addition of BMG music, the power formed is certainly not so simple. Even Kusa Shinobi Kami, who was experienced in combat, is difficult to resist and dodge. After just 1 minute, the grass ninjas had already lost more than 20 grass ninjas. This made the village chief of Nakayan village, Amakusade, want a crack. These are all the 22 young ninjas of Kusakure village. Damn Uchiha Kazuk, you're going to die today. Amakusade's heart is full of murderous intent, but he is also able to maintain considerable sanity. Disperse quickly, don't gather together, use defensive ninjutsu first. Hearing Amakusade's order, these grass ninjas were also able to react quickly, and they each formed a team of 4 or 5 people, back-to-back defenders. 2 done, Tulu returns. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Water escape, water array wall. Thunder escape. The defensive ninjutsu of each department did slow down Uchiha Kazuk's offensive, but it couldn't make Uchiha Kazuk stop attacking. Bang bang bang, tear and pull. Carrying the power of the wind, the katana slashed through a wall of earth with a few blades. It was the 4 grass ninja squads that quickly stepped into that defensive posture, and 4 swift swordlights suddenly appeared, and the heads of these 4 grass ninjas flew into the sky. Obviously, you can't live. Attack! That day, Grass Day ordered again, and at the same time, he also used ninjutsu quickly to seal it. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Amakusa spat out a powerful stream of water, twisted into a water dragon, and bit down towards the Uchiha Kajuk's monstrous mouth. Being able to use the powerful water escape ninjutsu in this place where there is no water source can also know that the ninja strength of that day is really not low. At the same time, those grass ninjas unleashed attack ninjutsu one after another, all of them attacking towards Uchiha Kajuk. Looking at these dozens of ninjutsu of various systems, Uchiha Kajuk was also flustered. Just because it still belongs to Uchiha Kajuk's BGM time at this time, Uchiha Kajuk is still invincible at this time. The power of the wind of nature is frantically condensed. The BGM music is even more high. The dynamic beat made Uchiha Kajuk's wind attribute chakra explode again. Uchiha Kajuk raised his katana and slashed it directly. The condensed force of the wind was guided by the katana and quickly swirled around the Uchiha Kajuk, forming a tornado that tore through everything. Buzz buzz. Whew! The frantic spinning tornado resisted all the attacks of the grass ninjas. That day, Caode's water dragon bomb technique hit the tornado, and it only lasted for a second. Bang! It was torn by the wind into countless liquids of water, and finally merged into a part of the air. Even, many grass ninjas who got too close were blown away by tornadoes. That Daya, Kusade covered his cheeks with both hands, and felt that under the power of this tornado, it was very difficult to even breathe, let alone use ninjutsu to attack Uchiha Kajuk again. In fact, after Amakusade saw those attacking ninjutsu being brutally shattered by the tornado, he already felt that any attack had no meaning. At this time, Uzumaki Karyo didn't know when he came to Uchiha Kajuk's side, and he was in the center of the tornado, but he didn't feel much danger. It's just that I wonder how I came to Uchiha Kajuk's side? In fact, with the speed of Uchiha Kajuk at this time, it is certainly impossible for Uzumaki Karyo, who is at most a shinobi strength, to find out. It was also Uchiha Kajuk who felt that only the central prescription of Tatsumaki 603 wind was the safest, so he took Uzumaki Kaori with him. It took a long time for the tornado to dissipate. It was Uchiha Kajuk who dispersed on his own initiative. The land in a kilometer radius centered on Uchiha Kajuk churned, and all the plants and trees were turned into pieces, as if they had been violently stirred. Uchiha Kajuk noticed that the defensive counterattack of this wave of tornadoes made more than a dozen Kusa shinobi lose their combat effectiveness. That day, Kusade hid behind a big rock, looking at the figures of Uchiha Kajuk and Uzumaki Kari, and couldn't help but say secretly in his heart, "It seems that this Uchiha Kajuk really came because of Uzumaki incense." Then, thinking of the devastating tornado just now, the day was full of anger. The damned Uchiha Kajuk, I didn't expect to have such ninja strength, I really underestimated you. Uchiha Kajuk was able to use a wind escape ninjutsu like tornado, which was both offensive and defensive, which really surprised Amakusade. But because of this, Amakusade also strengthened his determination to kill Uchiha Kajuk. Using such a powerful tornado, presumably that bastard Uchiha Kajuk has consumed a lot of chakra, you are dead. Amakusade prophesied the death of Uchiha Kajuk again. Of course, this time's prophecy was really full of confidence. After all, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are not famous in the ninja world for chakra. Such a powerful wind escape ninjutsu tornado, Amakusade thinks that it must consume a large amount of chakra. Therefore, Amakusade thinks that Uchiha Fengsuk at this time does not have much chakra at all. A ninja without chakra, even if it is a shadow level ninja without chakra, any lower ninja, or even any ordinary person, can be killed. Therefore, Amakusade thought that he could kill Uchiha Kajuk, and it was me who thought that he could use Uchiha Kajuk's body in exchange for enough benefits. Maybe you can even get all the assets of Mingshang Logistics. In that case, Kayan Village will be developed. Thinking of such a wonderful place, the village chief of Kayan Village, Amakusade, laughed very strangely. All the grass ninja obey the order and kill the invaders. Then, Amakusade ordered like this, and dozens of brass ninjas suddenly rushed out from all over the place, heading towards the Uchiha Kazesuk to attack and kill. However, that day Kusade didn't know that the Uchiha Kajuk hadn't actually consumed much chakra. Most of the power that the tornado can generate is due to the power of the wind of nature. Uchiha Kajuk is just borrowing the wind attribute chakra in his own body to guide the power of the wind of nature. However, at this time, this wave of BGM music by Uchiha Kajuk has ended, and the wind attribute chakra that is so active has also dissipated, and the power of the wind has not gathered. Uchiha Kajuk looked at the grass ninjas who kept rushing over, and he also curled the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed a few times, and pulled a few knife flowers very calmly. Let's dance, crumbs. The right eye of the vibrato Kyo kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is slightly one. The majestic pupil powers suddenly emanated. Duyin kaleidoscope writing wheel eye dance together. DJ music, the Korean version of death also wants to love the soothing DJ music sounded, and with Uchiha Kajuk as a kilometer, all the grass ninja couldn't control their actions. dancing to the song of death and love you. Swing your hands, twist your waist, shake your head, turn around, all kinds of dancing look neat and beautiful, even the dancing of the male grass ninja feels weird and wonderful. And this kind of action of not being able to control themselves made these grass ninjas very confused in their hearts, and also made these grass ninjas feel very ashamed in their hearts. This unknown music? The village head of Nakayan village, Amakusade, is actually within the scope of his ability to dance together, so naturally he can't escape the movements of that dance. Amakusade turned his body in shock, and recalled Fang Cai's BGM music in great surprise. What the hell is going on with this unknown music, which can control my movements? Amakusade tried his best to control his body, and he wanted to mobilize chakra to get rid of the control of the dance, but it didn't work. How is that possible? I'm the village chief of Kayan village, an absolute elite ninja, how could I dash? Amakusade scolded angrily, and made another dance move full of turmoil, let Amakusade's anger dissipate involuntarily, and instantly turn into that unspeakable shame. Damn, as the head of Kayan village, Amakusade didn't expect that he would perform such a dance among the grass ninjas, which made Amakusade feel that he had no face to see people. I can already feel the increase in pupil power and recovery, but the increase is not too much. It seems that the number of people dancing together is too small, or the strength of these grass ninja is not strong enough, and the pupil power that can provide emotional change transformation is not much. With this in mind, Uchiha Kazuk turned his head to look in the direction of the grass hidden village. Wine haoli, Uchiha Kazuk, what's going on with this music, this dance? I can't control myself, what did you do? The whirlpool incense is also slightly red, dancing with DJ music. Of course, as a girl, this kind of dance looks very good, at least it looks much more comfortable than that Amakusade. Syllable. Uchiha Kazuk gently patted Uzumaki on the shoulder, the whirlpool incense stopped the bewitching dance, and his face was slightly red, and he didn't dare to look at Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Kazuk lifted the dance of Uzumaki Kari, looked at the grass ninja who were still dancing, and did not rush to make a move. Because these grasses endured the control of the dance, the pupil power formed by the change in emotions made the pupil power of the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel consumed by Uchiha Kazuk slowly recover. This is my kaleidoscope writing wheel ability to dance together. I can control the target dance and can't make any counterattacks, and Xiang Lian was only injured by mistake. However, it's just a dance anyway, and Xionlin didn't suffer any damage, and Xionlin's dancing is also very good. Uchiha Kazuk's comfort made Uzumaki Kazuku's heart relieved, and his face turned crimson even more when he recalled Fang Cai's enchanting dancing. What's the deal with this strange ability? People who have this ability to dance together don't seem to be good people either. Thinking like this in his heart, the whirlpool incense 603 raised the corner of his eye slightly and glanced at the Uchiha Kazuk, who seemed to be enjoying it very much, and even said a perverted secretly. Actually, that Uchiha Kazuk only felt very comfortable because of the recovery of his pupil power. I didn't expect to be misunderstood by Uzumaki incense. Half a minute later, Uchiha Kazuk could no longer feel the recovery of pupil power, and he also understood that the emotions of these grass ninja had gradually stabilized, and he would not give Uchiha Kazuk more pupil power. It's time to tackle these sloppy forbearances. Uchiha Kazuk thought so in his heart, and the katana in his right hand casually pulled a sword flower. Shave! Bang! Bursts of cracks formed in situ, let Uchiha Kazuk instantly come to the front of a dancing grass ninja, and in the desperate gaze of this grass ninja, he raised his katana high. Tear and pull. The katana is the one who cut down this grass ninja, Sedge. The headless corpse of the grass ninja collapsed to the ground with a thud, and the head that flew high rolled far away. Before the consciousness of this grass ninja disappeared, what he saw was his own fallen headless corpse. Boom! Uchiha Kazuk's figure disappeared and reappeared, and it was another shinobi who killed a grass shinobi. This kind of efficient killing grass ninja speed, in these different movements of the grass ninja, like a walking god of death. Damn, stop. The village chief of the grass hidden village, Amakusa, couldn't help but tear his eyes when he saw the death of the grass ninjas, and roared angrily. These are all elite ninjas in grass hidden village, how are you? Tear and pull. Uchiha Kazuk killed another Kusa shinobi again, ignoring the shouts of Dei Kusa that day. This made Amakusade even more angry, and he felt his own powerlessness, and kept cursing Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Kazuk, after killing so many Kusa shinobi, the Kusakure village will definitely not let you go, nor will it let go of the Uchiha clan, and it will definitely do everything possible to assassinate the people of the Uchiha clan and destroy the business of Mingshang Logistics. However, that day, the threat of Kusa Day only made Uchiha Kazuk speed up the speed of killing Kusa shinobi again. When the dance time was over this time, Uchiha Kazuk had just killed all the grass ninja before he came to Amakusade, the village chief of the grass hidden village. At this time, even if he didn't have the control to dance together, the grass day gradually collapsed in his heart because he saw the death of hundreds of grass ninjas, and he didn't make any movements. I won't let go of Uchiha Kazuk, I won't let go of Uchiha, I won't let go of Mingsho Logistics. The village chief of that grass hidden village, Amakusade, just repeated this in his mouth, and the tone full of hatred also made Uchiha Kazuk frown slightly. Has the will collapsed? Poof! Uchiha Kazuk directly raised his katana and pierced through the heart of this Amakusadei. The pain that pierced the heart made the stunned Amakusadei scream, and he finally reacted, staring at Uchiha Kazuk with hatred and gritting his teeth and roaring, "Kain village will inevitably make you pay a heavy price. So, what you said reminded me, cut the grass to the roots." Uchiha Kazuk slowly pulled out his katana, and said words that made Amakusadei very frightened in such a flat way, which made him think of something unpleasant. I couldn't help but hurriedly ask, what else do you want to do? It's nothing, I just think that since Kain village wants to take revenge on me, then Kain village must also be wiped out. Uchiha Kazuk's words made Amakusadei's heart seem to sound like thunder, hurriedly grasped the blade of the katana with both hands, regardless of the bleeding hands, suspended the time of Amakusadei's own death, and said hurriedly, "Wait, you can't do that. Grass Hidden Village shouldn't be hee. Thanks to your reminder, I have made up my mind to destroy Kain village." Uchiha Kazuk pulled out his katana without hesitation, and looked at the collapsed Amakusadei and said with great gratitude. However, that day, Kusadei would rather not have such a thank you from Uchiha Kazuk. Because of Uchiha Kazuk's gratitude, what will be brought to Kusakure village will be destruction. The heart of Amakusadei, the village chief of Nakayan village, was pierced, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and fell to the ground unwillingly. Looking at the back of the Uchiha Kazuk leaving, his heart was full of remorse. Especially when he thought that Kain village would be destroyed because of himself, he felt even more painful in his heart. But Amakusadei couldn't do anything more, because Amakusadei's consciousness gradually fell into darkness, all the breath of life had dissipated. Uzumaki Xianglian, who had been watching this scene, was still extremely shocked at this time. In the gaze of Uzumaki Kari, those grass ninjas who were invincible in the past were easily killed by Uchiha Kazuk, as easily as crushing ants. Even the village chief of Kain village, who was the absolute authority of Kain village, was also the person who would never dare to disobey the orders of the Vortex Xionlin in the past. I was also stabbed by Uchiha Kazuk, pierced through the heart. Brother Kazesuk, you're amazing. The whirlpool incense couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of my heart. The Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but smile slightly, then touched Uzumaki Kao's head and straightened up the long red hair that was blown by the wind. Xianglian, from now on, no one will be able to force you to bite you. The whirlpool incense agreed, and her heart was also full of joy. Most of these grass ninjas who forced her in the past have died, and with the protection of Uchiha Kazuk, I think that my future life will be very comfortable. Brother Kazuk, shall we leave here now? Uzumaki said as she looked at the corpses of the grass ninjas with a frown, feeling relaxed and disgusting at the same time. At this time, since these grass ninjas have been resolved, the hundreds of elite grass ninjas were already more than 80% of the combat strength of the grass hidden village at this time. After this battle, the killing of Uchiha Kazuk, Kusakure village really suffered heavy losses. I still can't leave, it's always a trouble to keep that Kain village. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the square of the Kusakure village. What? Hearing this, Uzumaki Xionlian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, there are at least 2 people in that Kain village. How can Brother Fengsuk kill it alone? Uzumaki Karen didn't think that Uchiha Kazuk thought that Kusakure's behavior was cruel. In fact, the humiliating treatment that Uzumaki Xiangren received was not only the behavior of Kusa Shinobi, but also the civilians of Kisakuan village who bullied Uzumaki Kari. Therefore, there is not much good impression of these commoners in Kain village, and they are all deeply disgusted. It's just that Uzumaki Karen feels that the number of people in the entire Kusakure village is too much, and just relying on Uchiha Kazesuk one ninja, no matter how powerful he is, he can't destroy more than 20,000 people in a short time. Even if you want to kill more than 20,000 pigs, it's not a task that can be completed in a short time. Uzumaki Xiangren complained like this in her heart. If the time is delayed, the ninjas of the ninja villages around the country of grass will react. It will be very bad for Uchiha Kazuk and Uzumaki Kario. Brother Fengsuk, I think the matter of destroying Kain village has to be considered in the long run. After all, peace of mind. Listening to the persuasion of Uzumaki Kari, Uchiha Kazuk said very calmly, and then looked in the direction of the seaside of Kusakure village, and said softly, asking for flowers. I didn't say that I wanted to destroy Kain village alone. Didn't the people who helped me destroy Kain village already hear? What kind of person? Does Brother Kazesuk still have a helper? Hearing this, Uzumaki Kario looked over there suspiciously along the Uchiha Kazuk's line of sight, and didn't see any ninja at all. But since Uchiha Kazuk said that someone is coming in this direction, then Uzumaki Karen is also extremely convinced. So Uzumaki Karen tried her best to see this person, but she vaguely sensed the breath of a ninja. Uzumaki Kario's movement of perceiving the distance made Uchiha Kazuk secretly sigh that he was worthy of being a ninja of the Uzumaki clan and a person who had perfectly inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki. It seems that Kagura's Kagura heart is about to awaken. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk really didn't want to destroy Kusakure village alone. Although Uchiha Kazuk thought that he was strong and it would not be a big problem to destroy Kusakure village, it was indeed difficult to completely kill more than 20,000 people in a short period of time. Looks like I'm going to work on some ninjutsu ultimates that can clean up trash fish. Uchiha Kazuk thought so at this time. At this time, these ninjutsu of Uchiha Kazuk, Duyin Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye Pupil Technique are all top abilities in a small range, and there is indeed no ninjutsu that can kill tens of thousands of people in a short time. This is also a shortcoming that Uchiha Kazuk suddenly thought of. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the grass shinobi who arrived here, and couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth and laugh. My helper is here. Although Kaien Village is a small country ninja village, it also has an extremely important position in the entire ninja world. It was located on a small island by the sea of Kisakuin Village, a prison built by Kusakure Village on behalf of various ninja villages to hold criminals. It was a prison where the worst crimes of the ninja villages of various countries were held. This is also the biggest reason why Kaien Village can stand proudly in the ninja world and survive several ninja world wars. At this time, the person in charge of the Ghost Lantern City prison was the Shangren Wyuvai of the Grass Hidden Village. The battle that took place in the village of Kaien, especially the huge tornado, had already attracted Wyuvai's attention. Did the 603 people invade Kaien Village? Shangren Wyuvai looked at the majestic tornado, and he could also feel the majesty of the tornado in the Ghost Lantern City. From this, you can also understand the power of the invader. At this time, Shangren Wyuvai is still a conscientious grass forbearance, and he is a very competent grass forbearance. And because the son of Wyuvai has not yet been swallowed by the box of bliss, Cao Ren Wyuvai is still extremely worried about the situation in Cao Yin village. Gotta go see what's going on. Subsequently, Nashang Shinobi made a decision to go to the territory of the Grass Hidden Village alone. When he got close to Uchiha Kazuk's side, Shangnan Wyuvai couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw the corpses of those grass ninjas. That intruder actually killed so many grass ninjas. Then, when he noticed the corpse of Amakusa Day, Shangnan's heart was shocked again. Even the village chief was dashed. Subsequently, Kaminobu Wyuvai saw the figure of Uchiha Fusuk and Uzumaki Kari. The Uzumaki Kario couldn't help but feel frightened when she noticed the fierce eyes of Kaminobu Wyuvai, and hurriedly hid behind Uchiha Kazuk. Uzumaki Zyongri's actions made the corners of Shangnan's eyes jump, and he understood that the death of the grass ninjas must also exist in the figure of Uzumaki Zyongri. Uzumaki incense? It seems that the cause of all this is the whirlpool incense. As a shinobi in Kusain village, the situation of Uzumaki Xiangren is also known. Although it is also a little pity for the situation of Uzumaki Zyonlin, compared to the future of Kaien village, that little pity has no meaning at all. Even if sacrificing the vortex incense burn can bring benefits to Kaien village, Shang Wyuvai will definitely not hesitate. Riding wheels. When he saw Uchiha Kazuk's eyes, he was shocked again, and he didn't have time to see Uchiha Kazuk's face clearly, but he was shocked by the amazing writing of his eyes. The reputation of the riding wheel eye illusion made Shangren Wyuvai deeply jealous. Uchiha's ninja, if you dare to invade Kisakuin village and kill Kusashiba, won't you break it and cause a dispute between the two countries? That Shangren Wyuvai scolded so sharply, and at the same time mobilized the chakra of the whole body. He, don't you grass ninjas have any new ideas? You will say such a sentence when you see me. Uchiha Kazuk sneered a few times. It feels like from the beginning to the present, these grass ninjas are talking about the rebuke of the dispute between the two countries, which makes Uchiha Kazuk just feel ridiculous. It's only when you're dying that you're so arrogant. I never thought that with Uchiha Kazuk's strength, I wouldn't care about that at all. But these are trivial things, the inaction of Kaien village, the box of bliss, you should know, the box of bliss. Hearing this, N.A. Shangaran's eyes widened involuntarily, and the speed of his heartbeat also accelerated a little, and he scolded sharply, Uchiha ninja, how did you know about the box of bliss? Which bastard told you that? At this time, the grass ninja was indeed a little flustered. The box of bliss was the absolute secret of the grass hidden village, and only a few high-level people knew, and the rest of the grass ninja did not know the existence of the box of bliss. This is also an important hole card for Kaien village, Ghost Lantern City, to be able to deter the ninja world. It is also an important reason why Kaien village can maintain stability. Who do you think it will be? Do you want to tell you? Sword of the Heavenly Prison. Before Uchiha Kazuk finished speaking, the upper ninja did nothing to release the fire escape ninjutsu. Nakami Shinobi held a long sword formed by the fire escape chakra, and slashed towards the Uchiha Kazuk. The flaming sword stabbed into the heart of Uchiha Kazuk. This is also a powerful attack fire escape ninjutsu of the upper ninja, and this ninjutsu will inevitably be burned to death by the flames. Want to compete with me in swordsmanship? 4.9 Looking at the flame sword stabbed by Shangnan Wyuvai, Uchiha Kazuk smiled inexplicably, and then pulled a knife flower and slashed at the flame sword. Bang! Sparks! Let the offensive of Shangnan's inaction come to a halt. Fire escape, heavenly prison. However, Nashinobu attacked again and again, stretching out his fiery red left palm and slapping it towards Uchiha Kazuk's body. That's the ninjutsu of Shangnan Wyuvai to control the criminals in Ghost Lantern City. The grass endured inaction and screamed. That's because Uchiha Kazuk accurately held Kusanobu Wyuvai's left hand, and directly twisted his left hand hard, making Kusanobu Wyuvai's left hand lose the ability to move. However, this grass ninja is also worthy of being a qualified ninja. Under such pain, he still reacted quickly, and the flame sword in his right hand suddenly collapsed. The flaming sword turned into 5 long strips of flame that stretched along the 5 fingers of Kushinobu Ryuvai's right hand, enveloping Uchiha Kazek's body. Fire escape, heroic fire, heavenly prison. This is also a skill to control criminals, which is many times more powerful than the power and control of the heavenly prison. As long as you can hit this Uchiha ninja. However, 22 this can only be said to be grass forbearance and inaction, or thinking too much. Uchiha Kazek opened his Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, and directly raised his foot and kicked it fiercely at the chest of the grass forbearance. Boom, that Kusa Shinobu was hit like this, and even if his eyes widened and he spit out a mouthful of blood, he could know the strength of Uchiha Kazek's kick. Then, this kind of force also made Cao Ren Ryuvai fly upside down, and smashed into the ground in the distance behind him, smashing out a big deep. Damn! Grass Shinobi scolded angrily, and when he barely controlled his body, and was about to seal and release ninjutsu, that Uchiha Kazek had already come to his side. Riding wheel eye illusion. The moment Kusanobu Ryuvai saw the Sharingan, he screamed badly, and then he was also controlled by Uchiha Kazek's illusion, and he could no longer make any moves to resist. Let me see the exact location of the Ghost Lantern City, and where the box of bliss is. Uchiha Kazek's Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, searching for these memories of inaction, quickly found what he needed. Then, Uchiha Kazek first asked Uzumaki to leave Kusakure village. After all, it would soon become a hell, and Uchiha Kazek didn't want Uzumaki to be harmed. Immediately afterwards, the Uchiha Kazek came to the Ghost Lantern City with the Grass Ninja and released the treasures of the Ghost Lantern City, which is also the whole card of the Grass Hidden Village. It is rumored that this box of bliss can realize the oneness of the person who opened it, but in fact this is simply not possible. This box of bliss was a powerful weapon in the 6th Dao Immortal Age, and its original maker left little record, but it is also true that this box of bliss has destroyed several countries. Therefore, Uchiha Kazek wants to give the credit for destroying the Grass Hidden Village to the box of bliss, and he will not let Uchiha Kazek's strength be exposed too much. After all, at this time, the Ming Shang logistics established by the Uchiha was at a critical stage of development, and the Uchiha Kazek didn't want to be too extraneous. Looking at this tall box of bliss, surrounded by hideous masks, Uchiha Kazek could feel the threat in it, and frowned slightly. How can this feeling make my tick-tock kaleidoscope riding wheel eye fluctuate? Uchiha Kazek was a little puzzled, but he still controlled Kushinobu to open the box of bliss. Originally, it took a lot of chakra to open the box of bliss, and the future Ryuvai also borrowed the power of the 9-tailed pillar power Uzumaki Naruto to open, so as long as you have a large amount of chakra, it is not a big problem. Uchiha Kazek thought like this, and looked at the criminals of the ninja villages of various countries in the Ghost Lantern City. All of them were extremely vicious criminals, and most of them were ninjas or traitors who could use chakra. It's a waste use. Uchiha Kazek controlled the Grass Ninja in action, and used the Fire Escape Heavenly Prison ninjutsu to control these criminals, and entered the chakra of these criminals into the box of bliss. Buzz, with the input of chakra, the momentum of the box of bliss suddenly exploded, exuding powerful fluctuations in all directions. The hideous 603 seal mask on all sides also gradually fell off, revealing a more hideous face behind. Then, the 4 faces opened their hideous mouths, exuding blood-red power, sucking all the criminals in the Ghost Lantern City into it. Obviously, those criminals can't survive, and this Ghost Lamp City has lost its due role. The momentum of the box of bliss suddenly reached its limit, and then the space of this area suddenly stopped. Something powerful seems to be breeding. It's coming out soon, the monster of the box of bliss. Remember that the monster's name should be Satoru. Uchiha Kazek looked at the hideous mouth of the box of bliss, and there was a faint vague figure about to gradually come out. But I'm going to let you come out of Kaien village, not in this Ghost Lantern City. Uchiha Kazek didn't plan to let the monster Satoru of the box of bliss be released in Ghost Lantern City, and that would not achieve Uchiha Kazek's goal of destroying Kusakure village. Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, BGM. Uchiha Kazek glared at his left eye, and the majestic kaleidoscope pupil power was suddenly released, forming an exciting DJ music that surrounded Uchiha Kazek's body. BGM One Punch Man film. With the sound of the opening song of One Punch Man, Uchiha Kazek already has the super strength of One Punch Man, and he puts on an extremely ordinary punching stance. Ordinary punch. That Uchiha Kazek punched directly into the body of the box of bliss. Airplanes. Boom. Bang bang. I only heard the sound of a fierce breaking of the air. It was the sound of Uchiha Kazek's fist slicing through the air, and it was also the box of bliss that was hit with a dull blow, flying in the direction of Kusakure village. Thundered. A big pit was smashed directly in the center of that Kaien village. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? Help, my leg is broken. Mom, where are you? Suddenly, the center of the entire Kaien village was shaken, and the surrounding houses were shattered and collapsed, and many people were affected by the unjustified disaster. The power given by this BGM is really powerful, but the pupil power consumed is really not low. Uchiha Kazek was amazed by the powerful power of One Punch Superman, but the large amount of pupil power consumption also gave Uchiha Kazuk a slight headache. Then, Uchiha Kazuk carried the poor grass in his right hand and did nothing, crouched slightly, and jumped forward and up suddenly. Boom! Directly stepped out of a depth of several tens of meters. That powerful force caused Uchiha Kazuk to pass through the long way in an instant, from Ghost Lantern City directly to the center of Kusakure village. At this time, the monster in the box of bliss had just appeared, and he didn't know if he had borrowed the criminal's body and turned into a black monster more than 10 meters high. "I'm going to destroy the world and kill everything." The black monster Satoru spread his big wings and flew into the sky of Kusakure village, emitting a thick killing intent, causing Uchiha Kazuk to blink slightly. "Doesn't you think you need my guidance?" Uchiha Kazuk was a little surprised. "I thought that this monster in the box of bliss needed the guidance of Uchiha Kazuk to be able to successfully destroy the grass-hidden village, but I didn't expect this monster to be so conscious." However, this also allowed the Uchiha to help with a lot of kung fu. Roar! The monster roared loudly, spreading its big black wings, and the feathers on those wings turned into thousands of sharp arrows and flew towards the people of Kain village. This kind of powerful attack, even those grass ninjas are difficult to resist, and many of them have been hit and lost their vitality. Not to mention the civilians of Kain village, hundreds of people died in an instant. Who opened the box of bliss? There are also high-level ninjas in Kyogakuin village who understand the origin of this monster Satoru, but at this time, Kusakure village has been killed by Uchiha Kazuk. 80% of the ninja's combat power, and he is no longer able to make any effective counterattacks. The monster Satoru felt that the killing efficiency of using feathers was too low, so he changed his attack method again. The blood-red burst fireballs continued to condense, like cannonballs smashing into Kain village, so that the entire Kain village was covered by blood-red cannonballs. Bang bang! Boom boom boom! The ubiquitous sound of explosions made Uchiha Kazuk sigh at the power of it, but looking at the attacking monster Satoru and the cannonball condensed by the blood-red power, Uchiha Kazuk also felt more and more familiar. How is this form of energy so similar to my Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil force? Suddenly, Uchiha Kazuk thought of this. The Uchiha's writing wheel eye will awaken because of the extreme change in emotion, and it will open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye because of the extreme change in emotion. And because the writing wheel eye is called the eye of the soul portrayal, it can reflect the master's thoughts, and according to extreme emotions, Wang Hao becomes the pupil power, and eventually evolves into various magical abilities. This is also the fundamental reason why Uchiha is famous in the ninja world. Whether it is the Uchiha that the second Hokage Senju thinks is a family of love or evil, it is all caused by the pupil power formed by that emotional change. And the color of the pupil power of this writing wheel eye is in the form of red Megatama. This is also very similar to the blood-red power used by the monster Satoru of the box of bliss at this time, which made Uchiha Kazuk have some thoughts in his heart. Maybe the pupil power of the writing wheel eye and the power of the monster enlightenment come from the same source. Uchiha Kazuk thought of the origin of the box of bliss again, and looked at the four hideous faces of the box of bliss. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The four hideous faces represent the changes in these four emotions. In other words, the source of the power of the box of bliss is also emotion. It was not difficult for Uchiha Kazuk to come to this conclusion, and a touch of surprise couldn't help but appear in his mind, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated a little. The pupil power of the Sharingan and the power of the monster realized by the box of bliss are both red, and they are both the same color. The pupil power of the Sharingan and the power of the box of bliss have the same source of power, as well as the same color of power. If I can absorb the power of the box of bliss, then the Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is very likely to go one step further. One step further, that's the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but crack his mouth, revealing the standard Uchiha maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! What a surprise! Uchiha Kazuk said in his heart. The 603 trips to Kusakure have already reached their original goal, and the person who found the required Uzumaki incense has already made Uchiha Kazuk very satisfied. Unexpectedly, I also found the possibility of making Duyan kaleidoscope writing wheel eye evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Of course, Uchiha Kazuk will not let go of this extremely rare opportunity. At this time, the monster Satoru in the sky had stopped attacking, because the original Kain village no longer existed, and it was blown up beyond recognition by the red cannonball. At least at this time, Uchiha Kazuk didn't see anyone alive. In other words, at this time, Kain village has been destroyed. Then, this grass forbearance is no longer of any use. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the grass at his feet and did nothing. At this time he was already out of the control of Uchiha Kazuk's illusion, and looked at the ruins of the grass village with a desperate face. This is hell. My son is dead too. The son of Kain, who has been destroyed like this, will not be able to survive even if he thinks about it. Seeing that Kusanobu Ryuvai had collapsed, Uchiha Kazuk didn't care. Raising his feet it will seem to step on a watermelon, and the head of the grass forbearance and inaction was trampled into mud, and it had lost its vitality. Originally, Uchiha Kazuk kept the grass ninja to do nothing, just to control him, used the ninjutsu of the fire escape heavenly prison to close this box of bliss. After all, in the ninja world in the future, the son of Wu Wei did this. However, at this time, Uchiha Kazuk discovered the secret of the power of the Box of Bliss, and wanted to use the power of the Box of Bliss to evolve his own eternal kaleidoscope. Sharing on, the grass forbearance has lost its due value if it does nothing, and it can only be killed. There's a fish that slipped through the net. The monster Satoru noticed the movement of Uchiha Kazuk killing Kushinobu and opened his mouth very viciously, revealing the hideous fangs. Clang! The monster gathered the 5 fingers of his right hand and formed a sharp spearhead. Airplanes. CCJ casually flapped his big black wings, and his huge body pierced towards Uchiha Kazuk's body at a very fast speed. However, Uchiha Kazuk didn't have any panic, because the opening song of One Punch Man was still ongoing, and it still belonged to Uchiha Kazuk's BGM at this time. Bang! The violent collision sound formed a powerful force fluctuation that radiated through the surrounding space. Uchiha Kazuk casually stretched out his fist, blocking the sharp 5 fingers of the monster Satoru. What? How could a mere human have such great power? The monster succumbed to a shocked scream. However, before he finished speaking, Uchiha Kazuk's right fist gave birth to a large force again, directly beating half of the monster's body into the void. This kind of recovery speed is a bit troublesome. Uchiha Kazuk's gaze sank slightly, and he looked at the monster Satoru, who had lost half of his body, and was recovering at a very fast speed. The familiarity of the red power used to restore his body made the corners of Uchiha Kazuk's eyes jump, and the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. Serious punch. Uchiha Kazuk smiled and threw this punch at the monster Satoru, who had almost recovered, thinking, how could it be possible for you to recover so easily? Boom! The power of this punch directly wiped out this monster Satoru, and at the same time, it also dissipated the clouds in the night sky, forming a huge wave. In the sky centered on Kaien village, the endless atmosphere also fluctuated violently. However, after the monster that Uchiha Kazuk had destroyed, a figure stepped out of the Box of Bliss. Looking at the figure in his dress, it should be a criminal from Ghostlight City. The convict who came out of the Box of Bliss roared, and his body began to grow and grow with feathers. In just a few breaths, the monster Satoru reappeared in front of Uchiha Kazuk's eyes. Damn, you human, I'm going to torture you for 10,000 years. Looking at the monster Satoru, who was sprinting again, Uchiha Kazuk frowned slightly, and restrained a lot of smiles. It seems that the Box of Bliss is the essence of the monster enlightenment. Uchiha Kazuk understands that even if he kills this monster Satoru who has reappeared, the Box of Bliss will once again condense the body of a new monster Satoru. As long as the human beings devoured in the Box of Bliss are not consumed, the monster enlightenment will eventually be endless. Uchiha Kazuk thought of the criminals in the Ghost Lantern City that had been swallowed by the Box of Bliss before, and couldn't help but secretly miscalculate. At that time, Uchiha Kazuk only considered that it was useless to keep these criminals from Ghostlight City, and there would be a danger of exposing Uchiha Kazuk. Therefore, it is allowed to be swallowed by the Box of Bliss. But at this time, those criminals who are swallowed by the Box of Bliss will cause a lot of trouble for Uchiha Kazuk. With the One Punch Man BGM at this time, it shouldn't be a big problem to completely destroy the Box of Bliss, but in that case, I will lose the possibility of evolving into an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel. Uchiha Kazuk thought so. Or do you want to extinguish the consciousness of the Box of Bliss, leaving only pure power? Boom! Satoru's attack was blocked by a silver-white bone. It was Uchiha Kazuk's Susanoo in his first form. Uchiha Kazuk's silver-white Susanoo not only blocked the attack of the monster Satoru, but the silver-white skeleton giant hand still grabbed the body of the monster Satoru. No matter how much the monster struggles, it won't help. If you want to extinguish the consciousness of the Box of Bliss, Susanengu's form is not enough. Uchiha Kazuk thought so in his heart. Ignoring the struggling monster Satoru, he looked at the Box of Bliss in the distance. With the eyes of the Duyin kaleidoscope riding wheel widened, the more majestic pupil power was suddenly released. The combination of the pupil power and the chakra allowed US Susa to change form again. The original skeleton form was covered with sutras and flesh, and the outer garment chakra appeared, followed by the formation of Tengu armor, and weapons appeared on both hands. Susanoo's third form. A long flaming katana appeared in his right hand and thrust into the monster's body, making the monster unable to move. A huge chakra bell appeared in Nesusana's left hand, exuding soul-terrifying power. Soul Clock. It was a treasure that would inevitably appear in the third form of Uchiha Kazuk Susanoo. Just from the name, it's clear that it's a treasure for the soul. Looking at the Box of Bliss in the distance, Uchiha Kazuk controlled Susa to shake the soul bell vigorously. Boom! The soul-swinging bell emitted a bell that reflected the soul, and the majestic fluctuations enveloped the entire Kaien village, of course, including the Bliss Box and the monster enlightenment. Soul Fixing. The monster who was originally struggling suddenly fell into the immobilization technique, and there was no longer a trace of struggle asking for flowers. The Box of Bliss, which originally exuded powerful power fluctuations, also fell silent suddenly. It was as if the entire Kaien village had fallen silent. Uchiha Kazuk controlled Susanoo again and shook the soul bell vigorously. Boom! The monster Satoru and the box of bliss suddenly let out a cry of pain, as if it was a pain in the depths of their souls, and the breath of both of them became weak. However, that's not all. Uchiha Kazuk controlled Susa for the third time and shook the soul bell vigorously. 0, this soul-destroying. The monster's body paused, then suddenly dissipated into the air. The box of bliss, which originally exuded an evil aura, was also silent, and it had lost all consciousness. A soul fixation, a soul swing, and a soul extinguishment. The three ringings of the soul-swinging bell not only extinguished the consciousness of the box of bliss, but also made the Kayan village, which might have had survivors, truly lose the vitality of anyone who was alive. The consumption of pupil power is too great. Uchiha Kazuk frowned, feeling the pain of the Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and couldn't help but stretch out his left hand to cover his eyes, feeling that his eyes were also dizzy for a while. I hope the power of the box of bliss really works. Uchiha Kazuk already felt that his vision had dropped a lot, and that was the necessary price to pay for the kaleidoscope. Even if Uchiha Fusuk can borrow the ability to dance together, transform the emotions of others, and restore the pupil power consumed, but the speed of recovery, which is called a turtle crawl, is a slight exaggeration, but it is also extremely slow. Uchiha Kazuk's tick-tock kaleidoscope has the ability to restore pupil power, but the speed at which Hitomi's power was restored also made Uchiha Kazuk desperate. Once a large amount of pupil power is consumed in a certain battle, it will not be possible to use the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability again for a short period of time. If it is overused, even Uchiha Kazuk's Duyan kaleidoscope Sharingan has the possibility of blindness. So, if Uchiha Kazuk can evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, it really wouldn't be great. Airplanes. Uchiha Kazuk dissipated his pupil power, and Susanoo gradually dissipated. It was a slight slowdown of 603, and the pain in the Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye gradually disappeared, which made Uchiha Fengsuk feel a lot better. He came to the box of bliss. Reaching out and touching the surface of the box of bliss, with the observation power of the Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, I can clearly perceive that this power is indeed the same as the pupil power of the riding wheel eye. Because the original consciousness of the box of bliss was extinguished, only pure power remained, which made Uchiha Kazuk feel more intimate. The pupil power of Uchiha Kazuk is also ready to move. So, how do you absorb the power of this box of bliss? Uchiha Kazuk thought slightly, began to mobilize the kinetic power of the Duyan kaleidoscope pupil, which resonated with the box of bliss, and made the power of the box of bliss also active. In just a few seconds, the power of the bliss box, which was already an ownerless thing, condensed towards Uchiha Kazuk's eyes as if it had found an outlet. A huge wave of red power was formed, and it rushed into the eyes of Uchiha Kazuk. It makes Uchiha Kazuk feel extremely deep comfort. It's really amazing, the pupil power that has been consumed is replenished in an instant. Uchiha Kazuk admired, the original faint pain of the Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye has been healed. The descending gaze had been restored, and the gaze into the distance had never been clearer. The pupil power of Uchiha Kazuk was washed by the power of the box of bliss, and it increased rapidly, making Uchiha Hirosuk can't help but snort softly. It wasn't pain, it was the pleasure of pupil power, which made Uchiha Kazuk can't help it. Soon, when the red power of the box of bliss completely entered Uchiha Kazuk's eyes, this powerful power made Uchiha Kazuk can't help but close his eyes. The momentum of the whole body continued to increase, and the momentum of the original strength rose again. It didn't stop until it was upgraded to the pinnacle of the shadow level. Poof, the momentum of the peak of the shadow level had been broken, and it had climbed to the level of a super shadow level ninja. Super Shadow Ninja. Uchiha Kazuk opened his eyes again, and the original Duyan kaleidoscope riding wheel eye had changed. The three Duyan symbols, which were originally connected from end to end, not only became more condensed, but also extended lines from them to catch the pupils, forming an airtight pattern, reflecting an extremely amazing pupil power. That's at least 10 times the pupil power of the tick-tock kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. The eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is finished. Ha 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 dash Uchiha Kazuk said loudly, and let out another standard Uchiha maniac laugh. The big back is accompanied by the momentum fluctuations of Uchiha Kazuk, and it moves without wind. Let the Uchiha Kazuk be extremely proud in his heart. To be able to successfully evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye without having a brother, apart from the original Uchiha ancestor Indra, I ask who else? Uchiha Kazuk thought so boldly. Feeling the amazing pupil power of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel, I thought about the day when I could use the pupil power of the kaleidoscope casually from now on without worrying about being blind. In fact, Indra, the son of the 6 Deo immortals, was able to open the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye because of his own deep bloodline. And how many times have Indra's descendants been diluted by blood? Of course, there is no such thing as a background that can directly open the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel. In addition, Uchiha Kazuk was also vaguely aware that there was no realm of eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes in the first place. It's just that the junior of the Uchiha is not enough because of the lack of blood, and after opening the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, he does not have enough pupil power to achieve the desired effect. We'll need to make up for the 4.9 of the pupil power of the brothers' kaleidoscope writing wheel, only then will the realm of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel be derived. The essence of this is the difference in pupil strength. But at this time, Uchiha Kazuk already had enough pupil power to be able to use the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability. I can clearly perceive that such an amazing pupil power, the BGM of the left eye, the dance of the right eye, and the ability of Susaninja can be easily used. In this era when 6th-level ninjas do not come out, Uchiha Kazuk is invincible at this time. When Uchiha Kazuk left, a lot of ninjas suddenly came out of the originally dead and silent Kusakure village. The movement of the battle in the Kisakuan village, especially the huge figure of the monster Satoru, will of course attract the attention of the ninjas of various countries who are on a mission nearby. They all rushed in the direction of the grass-hidden village. Is this Kain village? This is indeed Kain village, but what's going on? Why aren't there any people? With my perception of ninjas, I don't perceive any signs of a living person. Terrible, what happened in Kain village? Could it be that some big country ninja village sent troops to destroy Kusain village? Even if Kain village is a small national ninja village, it also has a considerable number of ninjas, and its strength is not to be underestimated. How can it be completely wiped out in such a short time? What was that black monster you saw before? Who knows? There is such a terrible thing in the ninja world, so you have to notify the village 22 immediately soon, along with the traces of the destruction of this grass-hidden village. The ninjas of the ninja villages of various countries are known. The news of the destruction of the grass-hidden village had already shaken the entire ninja world. The Land of Fire, Konoha Hidden Village, Hokage's office, the faces of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash were extremely heavy, and the rest of the high-level ninjas in the office were also extremely ugly. Kain village has been destroyed, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape said with a heavy heart, and took another heavy puff of pipe, exhaling a large wave of thick smoke, concealing the shocked gazes of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash. In the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash, the ninjas of the grass-hidden village have a lot of combat effectiveness. Even Konoha Hidden Village, which is known as the largest ninja village in the ninja world, is not able to wipe out all the people of Kusakain village in a short period of time. There are more than 20,000 ninjas and civilians in Kain village. Who is it that is so cruel? This number of deaths has already caught up with the number of deaths in the last ninja war. However, the Great Ninja World War took a long time to kill so many people, and that Kisakuan village was all killed in a short period of time. According to the ninjas near Kain village at that time, when they first discovered the tranquility of Kain village, it would not take more than half an hour to reach Kain village at most. In other words, in half an hour, the people of Kain village had been completely wiped out. This made the 3 generations of Hokage Apes think about it very carefully. Based on the pictures shown in the intelligence, the tall box seems to be a weapon of some kind. The Hokage advisor Mito Minion pushed his glasses and looked at the photo of the box of bliss seriously, frowning and thinking. After all, it was a weapon of the 6th Dao Immortal Era, and it had been 1,000 years since the ninja world at this time, and there were not many records, and it was normal for the vast majority of ninjas not to know about it. The high-level ninjas of Konoha present had naturally seen the record of the box of bliss, but they didn't think of it at first. After the reminder of Mito Minion, the eyes of the other Hokage advisor turned Koharu. Box of bliss. Xuan Xiaochun couldn't help blurting out the name. It made Nara Shikasa's heart tremble, but he still didn't know the meaning of the name, but he just felt that there was a terrifying power in it, which made Nara Shikasa also uneasy. The box of bliss. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Fury were shocked, and Nara Shikaku, who noticed the doubts, told the origin of the box of bliss, and focused on the power of the box of bliss to destroy the country. I thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Kain village is hidden deep enough. The 3 generations of Hokage Ape sighed like this. Can you make any dreams come true? It's impossible to tell if it's true or not. Hearing this, Nara Luya sighed with emotion, and put forward the most critical place. So, that black monster is supposed to be the embodiment of the box of bliss? And who could have released the box of bliss? Is it the enemy of the grass-hidden village, or was it accidentally released by the grass-hidden village itself? These questions raised by Nara Shikaku are exactly what the ninjas of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash can't understand. 603 At the same time, the Land of the Earth, the Village of Union, the Land of Wind, Sand Hidden Village, Land of Thunder, Union Village, the Land of Water, Wian Village, as well as the wandering ninjas in the ninja world, all kinds of careerists learned of the disappearance of the destruction of the grass-hidden village, and also knew the information of the box of bliss. At the same time as the heart vibrates, it is also extremely greedy for the power of the box of bliss. After all, it is a force that is enough to destroy the country, and it can even be verified. In just half an hour, it destroyed Kain village, making many people rush to get it. The power comparable to the tailed orc pillar force has become the target of various national ninja villages. For a while, ninjas from all sides appeared in the originally dead and silent grass-hidden village. It had lost all its power, and all that was left was an empty shell of the blissful chest. It also caused a large-scale battle. At this time, of course, Uchiha Fusuk didn't know that the news of the destruction of the Kusakure village a few days later caused a shock in the ninja world. Even the box of bliss, which had already absorbed all the power of Uchiha Kazuk and became a useless empty shell, would even cause a large-scale battle. It almost developed into the Fourth Ninja World War. Even if he knew that Uchiha Kazuk would only smile slightly, he didn't care at all. After all, this was also the original expectation of Uchiha Kazuk, using the power of the box of bliss to destroy the Kusakure village to cover up Uchiha Kazuk's true goal. No one will be able to discover what Uchiha Kazuk has done. And the death of more than 20,000 people in the Kisakuan village, some people will say that Uchiha Kazuk is cruel? That Uchiha Kazuk only didn't deny it. After all, this is not the stable society of the previous life. This is a world where people eat people everywhere and ninjas dominate it. Even the ninjas themselves see death as the norm. If Uchiha Kazuk wasn't cruel, how could he sit back and watch the Sinner Itachi kill so many people of the same clan at that time? How could he become the patriarch of the Uchiha after killing so many root ninjas? In this world where ninjas are accustomed to killing people, Uchiha Kazuk is just more ferocious. Only in this way can the Uchiha Kazuk be able to live more freely, and also allow the Uchiha clan to carry forward and grow, leading the Uchiha to a different and bright future. It's already cold in Kaien village, let's go, Xiang Lian. Oh, at this time, Uchiha Kazuk came to the side of Uzumaki Karen in the distance of Kusakure village, and said casually, that is, he took Uzumaki Karen in the direction of the border of the fire country. The Uzumaki Karya was shocked by the destruction of the grass-hidden village, and the voice of the black monster Satoru only unconsciously followed the back of Uchiha Kazuk. At this time, the members of the Dawn who had already been ambushed on the border of the Fire Nation also felt the movement of the grass-hidden village. However, because Kaien village is far away from the border of the Fire Country, it is impossible to see the specific situation of Niben. Suddenly, the black and white that came out of the ground and reported the whereabouts of Uchiha Kazuk, the Deo asked coldly, "What's going on over there in Kaien village?" With the reincarnation eye of the heavenly Deo, he could only sense the majestic energy fluctuations that had erupted on the side of the hidden village, but he couldn't see the real situation. But I am very concerned about such huge energy fluctuations. By Ju, it's really bad over there in Kaien village. A huge black monster over there, still able to fly, is attacking Kaien village. Black G's, that black monster is called Wu. It is a monster released from the box of bliss. According to historical records, it should be a weapon of the 6th Deo Immortal Era, with the power to destroy the country. Monster Enlightenment, Box of Bliss. Hearing this, the big snake Pill's heart moved, and he stretched out his tongue and washed his face a few times, obviously full of interest. I think that if there is still an ambush mission, Orochimaru will definitely go to see the box of bliss. The rest of the ninjas were very surprised. They didn't expect the ninja world to have such unimaginable power, which was beyond the ninja's cognition. Only the flying section was immortal, still shouting frantically over there. When Tiandeo heard Heiju's explanation, the reincarnation eyes widened a little, and the mysterious pupil power emitted a faint light, and he muttered for a few seconds. Does this box of bliss have anything to do with our target, Uchiha Kazuk? Tiandeo suspects that it is very likely that Uchiha Kazuk opened the box of bliss. After all, not long after Uchiha Kazuk entered Kusakain village, the box of bliss released such a monster enlightenment, which naturally made Tiandeo feel suspicious. Of course, it wasn't just Tiandeo who had this idea, the rest of the ninjas of Akatsuki all thought of it. By Jove, this, I really don't know, because Uchiha Fusuk has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and we shouldn't get too close. Black Jedi, that Uchiha Kazuk's perception is also good, and the Uchiha should have detected our traces on the night of the Uchiha extermination 2 years ago. But not long after Uchiha Kazuk entered Kusakure village, it was also a fact that the monster Satoru appeared. Kuro's words are also obvious, that is, Uchiha Kazuk must have a considerable connection with the monster Satoru. Wang's good. Awesome. The rebellious forbearance of the fog-hidden village, Lokwat Shizang, sighed, and then turned to ask, so, are we going to assassinate Uchiha Fusuk? Kuro Jedi, Uchiha Kazuk has left Kusakure village and is on his way to the border of the fire country. In other words, it is up to the ninjas of the knowers to make a decision. After thinking about it, Tiandeo finally decided that he couldn't leave like this, and said in a deep voice, the assassination still has to continue. If you can kill Uchiha Fusuk, even if you can't succeed, you can also understand Uchiha Fusuk's strength. On the other side, the Uchiha Kazuk, who had no idea that the ninjas of the knowers were waiting for him, or lead the Uzumaki incense back to the land of fire. But even if Uchiha Kazuk is not a professional perception ninja, after evolving into the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, the physical fitness of the whole person has increased many times. That spiritual power has also increased many times, and after getting close to the border of the fire country, he naturally senses the aura of those who are in ambush. Oh, it looks like it's another battle. Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but sigh and whispered, "Ha, what's wrong, brother Kazuk?" Hearing this, the whirlpool incense burned for some reason, and asked very suspiciously, Fankei's Uzumaki incense was able to use the perception ability of Kagura's eyes in extremely stressful situations due to violent mood swings, but in fact, Uzumaki Kagura's mental eye perception has not yet fully awakened, so he can't sense that 603 ninjas are buried on the border of the fire country. Wait a minute, you have to be careful, there are ninjas in ambush ahead. Uchiha Kazuk said, then thought about it again. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Kazuk Yuki separated into a shadow clone, and felt that it was safest to use the shadow clone to protect Uzumaki Kayako. With Uchiha Kazuk's strength at this time, he can deal with most situations, but it can't be said that he completely thinks that Uzumaki Karyo is safe, so he still needs some means. The ninjas who were in ambush couldn't help but be shocked when they noticed Uchiha Kazuk's actions. That day, Dao Pain even opened his eyes of reincarnation and said, "We have been discovered, the ambush has failed." It seems that the information is not complete. This Uchiha Kazuk obviously has a good perception ability, said. Anyway, I don't expect to solve the problem by assassination. No amount of complaining is useless, and since it has been discovered, it will be useless to hide it like this. Therefore, that day, Dao Pain walked out calmly with the people of the dawn. Pain 6 Paths, Kakudu, Flying Duan, Loqua 10 Collections, and Orochimaru. After seeing these figures of red cloud trenchcoats on a black background, these names couldn't help but appear in Uchiha Kazuk's heart. The moment is also to show the eternal kaleidoscope of flowers. The majestic pupil power was reflected in the surroundings, making the Uchiha cognitive power further strengthened. There are still two people's eyes in the dark, and the pupil power of one of them is clearly Uchiha Obito, the other one, the perception is not very clear, but I can feel that blatant gaze, it should be the big boss of the ninja world. Uchiha Kazuk came to such a conclusion, and secretly said that these ninjas of Akatsuki really looked up to him, and he actually dispatched so many ninjas, it should be most of the combat power of the Akatsuki organization at this time. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, that's a wonderful power. The moment he saw Uchiha Kazuk manifest the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and washed his face, full of interested expressions. This kind of scorching Orochimaru made Uchiha Kazuk frown slightly, and called it a big pervert in his heart. Because of Uchiha Kazuk's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the previous kaleidoscope Sharingan, the eye lines of the two have not changed much before and after. Therefore, even the black and white who first learned the information of Uchiha Kazuk did not understand the fact that Uchiha Kazuk had opened the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. If it were known that Uchiha Kazuk had opened the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, then Koro-ju and Uchiha Obito would not have proposed a plan to assassinate Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Kazuk, it seems that your strength is not bad, you can even sense our ambush in advance, I think you should also know our purpose. Tiandeo opened his faint reincarnation eyes and looked at Uchiha Kazuk, and said Ling ran like this. Uchiha Kazuk chuckled a few times. Then, I'll give you a chance to join the Xiao organization, how about thinking about it? Tiandeo ignored Uchiha Kazuk's laughter, and indifferently proposed this invitation, inviting Uchiha Kazuk to join the Akatsuki organization. This made the Uchiha Obito, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and he thought angrily, Nagato, this bastard didn't keep his promise, and he really had his own plans. At this time, Uchiha Obito was also worried about Uchiha Kazuk's choice. Hey, chief, I don't see how strong this guy is, what qualifications can he have to join the Xiao organization? When Fei Duan heard the words of Heavenly Deo, he couldn't help but shout loudly, I think it's better to sacrifice to the evil god. However, that day was indifferent and still waited for Uchiha Kazuk's answer. Uchiha Kazuk didn't pay attention to Fei Duan's shouting, and chuckled a few more times, and the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel looked at Tiandeo and thought in his heart, this pen 6 paths are here, it seems that the body of Nagato should also be around here, and Xiao Nan, the guardian of Nagato at all times, should also come. It's just that it's so far away that I can't feel it. Uchiha Kazuk thought like this in his heart, and said helplessly, thank you for the invitation, but this so-called Akatsuki organization doesn't seem to be a serious organization, and any messy ninja can join. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk looked at Na Fei Duan and Orochimaru, the meaning of which was self-evident. Orochimaru didn't have anything, he was still so greedy to look at the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha Kazuk, and that flying segment immediately jumped like thunder, shouting even more violently, with a posture that he had to sacrifice Uchiha Kazuk to the evil god adult. That's your choice, I see. Tiandeo said coldly, and those reincarnation eyes were extremely deep, full of endless killing opportunities. Then, you have to pay the price for your choice. Obey the orders of the Akatsuki and kill the Uchiha Kazuk. Battles broke out in an instant. Ha, you bastard who dares to underestimate Uncle Ben, let me die. When that flying section heard this, he rushed out first, brandishing a scythe and slashing at Uchiha Kazuk, a look of madness and not afraid of death. In fact, the immortal body of the flying section is indeed not afraid of death, and it will not die at all. Looking at the flying section that rushed over, Uchiha Kazuk's shadow clone moved away from the spot with Uzumaki Karyo, and held his right hand horizontally as a claw. Bang! A cloud of smoke flashed, a katana had already appeared in the right hand of the Uchiha Kazuk. Clang! The voice of Jingo. A flash of sparks. That Uchiha Kazuk held the katana and directly and easily blocked the slash of the flying section. However, with the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, it is easy to fly the attack route of the flying section and instead deceives himself. Ryu. After waving the katana quickly, there was a cold sword light, and the sound of the flesh being cut more than a dozen times appeared. The flying section's body was cut into many pieces by Uchiha Kazuk and collapsed to the ground. Looking at the head of the flying section that was still shouting, the corner of Uchiha Kazuk's eyes jumped, and the secret path really deserved to be immortal. It's just that the strength is still too low. Final shot. Suddenly, a blazing chakra cannon rushed towards the Uchiha Kazuk side, and even the flying segments that were divided into many pieces on the ground became the target of the attack. Eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, left eye, BGM. Uchiha Kazuk didn't panic at all, and suddenly glared at the left eye of the eternal kaleidoscope, and the majestic pupil power was suddenly released. BGM force launch, DJ music, take it off. The dynamic music sounded, and the Uchiha Kazuk's water attribute chakra suddenly became active, causing the water molecules in the air to also become restless. Water escape, water array wall. In an instant, the water flow of more than 10 meters high surrounded the Uchiha Kazuk. Asking for flowers. Boom. Buzz. The chakra cannon and the water array wall collided with each other, forming a violent explosion, which shook the hearts of the people around. There was more than one collision sound at the same time. It's amazing to be able to use such a water escape ninjutsu. Loquat Shaizang held the decapitation knife and slashed at the water, but after cutting into one layer, he could no longer enter for half a minute. A renegade from the fog-hidden village in the land of water, Loquat Shizo could understand how difficult it would be to unleash a water escape ninjutsu of this scale without any water source. This wave of offensive came to an abrupt halt. The Uchiha Kazuk didn't pause, and directly brandished his katana and slashed towards the Loquat Shizo with a stream of water. Surface slash. Turning in a circle, Uchiha Kazuk's katana carried a large amount of water. The Loquat Shaizang was also a master of swordsmanship, and hurriedly used the beheading knife to slash away against the trend. Compared to swordsmanship, I'm one of the 7 swords of the Mist Ninja. Loquat Shaizang has a lot of self-confidence. Clang! The voice of Jingo. Violent crash. However, the power of the decapitation knife shocked Loquat Shaizang, and his eyes couldn't help but widen, and the hands holding the decapitation knife couldn't stop trembling. That powerful force contains not only the power of Uchiha Kazuk himself, but also the power of endless currents. In an instant, it knocked the Loquat Shaizang away, and viciously chiseled through many big trees behind it. Vientian Tianyan. At this time, the Uchiha Kazuk was about to kill Loquat Shizo by the trend, when he suddenly felt a strong suction from his body and flew towards the rear. Immediately understood that the heavenly Deo had already made a move. But Uchiha Kazuk didn't have any flustery, because the dynamic music is still going on. It's still in the BGM time of Uchiha Kazuk. In Uchiha Kazuk's BM time, no one can beat him. Adjusting his body shape and rotating in the direction of the gravitational force of Vientian Heaven, the water attribute chakra of his body became more active, attracting the water molecules in the air, and Uchiha Kazuk was also wielding a katana at the same time. Water wheel. The 603 katana carried a stream of water that embodied the essence of the body, and with the rotation of Uchiha Kazuk's body, it turned into a rotating water wheel slash. And because of the Vientian heavenly attraction of the heavenly Deo, the slashing power of the water wheel has doubled. Ha! Seeing this attack by Uchiha Kazuk, Tiandeo groaned with his eyes open and reincarnated, and also felt that the black stick in his hand was of little use. Waiting for the arrival of the water wheel slash, he stretched out his hands without hesitation. HRE celestial sign. Airplanes. An extremely powerful repulsion suddenly erupted. Boom! Bang bang! The water wheel slash and the HRE celestial expedition collided violently, emitting a continuous popping sound. Fortunately, the Shenluo heavenly expedition was able to resist the water wheel slash after all, and the defense of the heavenly Deo was superior. But, the power of this slash, the unknown music, the pupil technique that should be the absolute amplification ninjutsu, can be strengthened to such an extent. Heavenly Deo Pain's heart was also extremely surprised, because, in Fang Cai's attack collision, even the heavenly Deo took a few steps back. This is also the first defeat of the heavenly Deo since the development of the Shinra heavenly expedition, and of course it will make the heavenly Deo extremely concerned. Shulkers have many snake hands. The big snake also seemed to feel that he couldn't continue to watch the show, and released a number of big snakes to bite Uchiha Kazuk's body. Uchiha Kazuk looked slightly at the people who had come to his side, and couldn't help but bend the corners of his mouth and move his steps. Flowing. The katana bearer was in the water, and the Uchiha Kazuk slashed while dodging, as if flowing water, cutting off several snake heads that rushed over. Accompanied by resounding music, Let the Uchiha Wind Help the Buddha Dance. After cutting off all the snakes' heads, Uchiha Kazuk also took advantage of the situation to get closer to Orochimaru. Tear and pull, the katana carrying the water slashed Orochimaru in half. However, the big snake pill still smiled indifferently, and many snakes poured out of the upper body and the body on the ground that flew out, and took the big snake pill's body back again. Uchiha Kazuk, kaleidoscope writing wheel I'm really interested, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and washed his face again, looked at Uchiha Kazuk with burning eyes, smiled and sent out another attack. Destroy this snake. Several more large snakes entangled and rushed towards the Uchiha Kazuk. At the same time, the flying section that had been spliced by the horns at some point slashed at the scythe again. Let the Uchiha Kazuk frown slightly. Feijuan, this guy really can't be killed. Whew! Bang bang bang. Wielding a katana at will, he cut off the head of the snake while also repelling the flying section. Uchiha Kazuk felt that he still had to solve the trouble of flying section first. After all, that immortal body and that curse ability could indeed threaten Uchiha Kazuk. So, Uchiha Kazuk blinked his left eye and took the initiative to stop the BGM's ability, and the music was also gone. The originally active water attribute chakra is also restored to calm. Uchiha Kazuk stared at the arrogant flying segment, thinking, set the goal to a flying segment, eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel right eye, dance. Dancing together, DJ music, black people carrying the coffin. The right eye dance ability is activated instantly. The dynamic DJ music sounded, and the ninjas within 10,000 meters centered on Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but dance. Click, click, click. The flying section itself lay down, into an earthen coffin formed on the ground. What's going on? Let me go. What's going on? Bastard. No matter how much Fei Duan shouted, it was useless. He could only let the coffin be closed and his eyes walked into the darkness. At the same time, the ninjas of Pain Lyudeo, Kakudu, Loquat 10-4.9 Tibet, and Orochimaru all came to the coffin with the music. These ninjas of the Dawn crowd carried the coffin belonging to the flying section and danced to the dynamic music. This should be another pupil technique that Ju said, which can control the dance of the target's body, and it really can't mobilize any chakra-heavenly Deo. Pain frowned, but was still able to maintain a rather flat tone and speak. But even the pupil power of the reincarnation I can't break free from the shackles of the ability to dance together. No matter how much Heavenly Deo wanted to use the power of the reincarnation he didn't succeed. Obviously, I can feel that the power of the reincarnation is also close in front of me, as if there is an invisible membrane blocking it, and no matter what the Heavenly Deo does, it can't pass through. The ontology of the Heavenly Deo, Nagato was also extremely shocked, and said in a deep voice, how is it possible to have the power to suppress the eye of reincarnation? What's wrong, Nagato? Xiao Nan, who was guarding on the side, couldn't help asking, and also noticed the shocked look on Nagato's face. But because he wasn't there, he didn't know what was going on. That Uchiha Kazuk's Hitomi technique, that absolute Hitomi jutsu that can control the dance of a person's body, is even more powerful than I imagined, and it can actually make pain hit all 6 paths. How is this possible? Hearing this, Xiaonan 22 opened his small mouth in surprise and tried his best to widen a pair of beautiful eyes. That's the eye of reincarnation. How can the power of the eye of reincarnation be controlled? Xiao Nan really feels incredible. The power of the reincarnation eye, after so many years of fighting, Xiao Nan also deeply understands, that's the power that is enough to easily kill the ninja demigod Sanshoyo Hanzo. I don't believe it much either, but it's happened, that Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope writing wheel pupil technique is so powerful. As he spoke, Nagato's eyes flickered again and again, thinking that it was no wonder that the masked man was extremely jealous of Uchiha Kazuk, and even wanted to assassinate Uchiha Kazuk. At this time, Nagato also felt the threat of Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha Kazuk's side, the great snake pill felt the amazing binding power of the ability to dance together, and felt the lifeless chakra of himself, lamenting the ability to be really dangerous, nervous and interested. I couldn't help but stick out my tongue again and wash my face, looking at the eternal wheel of joy of Uchiha Kazuk, while being jealous. It is also the body that plus wants to get Uchiha Kazuk. As long as you occupy Uchiha Kazuk's body, the power of the kaleidoscope chakra is mine. Thinking of this, the big snake pill was even more in the mood. However, listening to the dynamic music of the black men carrying the coffin, his body danced involuntarily, which made Orochimaru feel ashamed for a while. Not only Orochimaru, but also the rest of the Akatsuki ninjas who were carrying the coffin of the flying section, while dancing to the dynamic music, were not in a very good mood. It's just that Tiendeo is a dead corpse, and he can maintain a cold demeanor. Damn, as a former Miss Ninja 7 swordsman, I didn't expect to be insulted like this, bastard. The Loquat Shizang no longer knew when he threw away the decapitation knife, and roared angrily as he danced. This ability to control people's movements is incredible. The dancing horns are also inexplicably afraid. This feeling that fate is in the hands of others is too powerless. Kakuda said that he hadn't lived enough, and there was still a lot of money waiting for Kakudu in the ninja world. Even, the Uchiha Obito and Black and White Jew, who were secretly observing at this time, were dancing to the music. What's going on? No, didn't you say that the range of Uchiha Kazuk's control ability is 1,000 meters? That Uchiha Obito widened his eyes at the only writing wheel, and his tone was not very good. That kind of situation where he can't control his actions, and even chakra, really makes Uchiha Obito feel unhappy. That by Ju's mood is not bad. By Ju, ha 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 ha, it's music like this again. Why didn't I know I could dance like this? Kuro Jedi, it seems that there is something wrong with the intelligence. Maybe that Uchiha Fusuk deliberately concealed the true scope of this ability. It's really cunning. Uka 603 Obito gritted his teeth. Damn Uchiha Kazuk dash, you must know that in order to prevent being completely controlled by the Uchiha Kazuk, the 6 paths of pain are far apart, at least not all of them are within a kilometer. Actually, there is no problem with absolute intelligence. Originally, Uchiha Kazuk's range of dancing ability was indeed within a kilometer. It's just that Uchiha Kazuk has absorbed the power of the Box of Bliss and has evolved into an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and his overall strength has increased many times. The range of the ability to dance together has also increased to a radius of 10,000 meters at this time. Therefore, the 6 paths of pain, Uchiha Obito, and black and white are all inevitably hit. Black Jedi, this time it's really bad. When this control ability is used, the target can't move, so at this time, Orochimaru is in danger. The rebel ninjas of those ninja villages in various countries who were thinking of fighting with Uchiha Kazuk were all members that the Akatsuki had managed to collect. It is also a helper for the smooth implementation of the Eye of the Moon project. If so many people were lost, the next plan would be silent for a long time. This made Uchiha Obito, who had always wanted to achieve the Eye of the Moon plan, extremely uncomfortable. There's no way around it, and it's also that we underestimate Uchiha Kazuk too much. I didn't expect that the scope of that control ability was so large, and I didn't expect that even the power of the reincarnation I couldn't be resisted. Heiju also sighed, but Kuroju at least did not despair, but comforted Uchiha Obito. Anyway, Nagato's body is not in danger, and as long as the Eye of Reincarnation is still there, the plan of the Eye of the Moon will not fail, and it is okay to spend a little more time. In addition, that Uchiha Kazuk's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye will eventually have a day when he will step into darkness. Kuroju still thought that the Uchiha Kazuk at this time was still the same pair of kaleidoscope riding wheels. I don't know that Uchiha Kazuk already has an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Hearing Kuroju's comfort, Uchiha Obito thought about it patiently with anger, and he also felt that it made sense. Other than that, Uchiha Obito didn't have any way. Then, as long as the music stops, rush to Nagato's side and leave here immediately. The Uchiha Obito finally made a decision. In the music of the black men carrying the coffin, the ninjas of the dawn were dancing with the coffin to the music, but the Uchiha Kazuk did not kill these ninjas of the dawn people. Just because in order to completely seal the flying section, it is necessary to let the music of the black men carrying the coffin go on to the end. Later, at the end of the dynamic music, the ninjas of the dawn also put down the coffin containing the flying section. At this time, Fei Duan was no longer so crazy and quieted down. Is Fei Duan really dead? The corner couldn't help asking. As Fei Duan's teammate, Kakudu also thinks that Fei Duan's person is not bad except for a broken mouth. Because the previous teammates were all killed by the horns and replaced. Only the immortal body ability corner of the flying section can't do it. At this time, Heavenly Deo was already able to use chakra, and with the faint pupil power of the reincarnation eyes open, he passed through the coffin and saw the situation in the flying section at this time. And the heart beat. Fei Duan is not dead yet. This sentence relieved the horns. However, Fei Duan's soul seems to be completely sealed, and even with the power of the reincarnation eye, it can't be easily unlocked. Tien Dao opened his reincarnation eyes and directly noticed that Fei Duan's soul was sealed by countless black chains and could not move. Those black chains still exude the smell of death and decay, and they are dissolving Fei Duan's soul. In other words, the final flight segment will inevitably be gone. Depending on the speed at which the soul of the flying segment was dissolved, it would dissipate completely after an hour at most. In other words, in an hour, the flight segment will be completely dead. Even if the black chain seal can be unlocked with the power of the reincarnation eye, an hour is too short. Therefore, Tiendao shook his head and thought that Fei Duan was dead. So hearing this, Jiaoda was also silent for a while, and finally patted the coffin of the flying section and didn't say anything. The black man's ability to carry the coffin has taken effect. It's time to deal with these ninjas of the dawn people. Uchiha Kazuk smiled. As the person who unleashed the ability to dance together, Uchiha Kazuk naturally knew everything about the flying section. Even if the body can't be killed, then just destroy your soul. This is also one of the results of Uchiha Kazuk's cultivation in the past 2 years. Psychics. Boom. Uchiha Kazuk was about to make a move, when the smoke in the sky suddenly filled the space. A large serpent suddenly appeared. This purple stripe is the Great Snake Pill's psychic beast. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the figure of the 10,000 snakes and couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Compared with the human body, the body of the 10,000 snakes does have a great deterrent power. The king's goodness. 10,000 snakes, I will prepare 500 sacrifices to attack that guy. Orochimaru pointed directly at Uchiha Kazuk's figure and said REI. 1,000 sacrifices. The greedy 10,000 snakes directly doubled the price. It made Orochimaru feel very shameless, but he could only agree. Then, the 10,000 snakes twisted their huge bodies and rushed towards the Uchiha Kazuk. With his huge mouth open, he bit into the body of Uchiha Kazuk. At the same time, Orochimaru also uses ninjutsu attacks by the way. Serpent Step. Looking at the attacks of 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru who rushed over, Uchiha Kazuk didn't have any nervousness. He chuckled a few times, then glared at the left eye of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel. Eternal Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye, BGM. The ability of the BGM in the left eye is activated. DJ Music, Last of Te Wilds. When that bagpipe sounded, it instantly ignited a fire in Uchiha Kazuk's heart. At the same time, it also makes Uchiha Kazuk's fire attribute chakra active. With the rapid release of that fire attribute chakra, a layer of flames was rendered on Uchiha Kazuk's katana. The red flames were accompanied by the rousing DJ music and the ups and downs of Uchiha Kazuk's mood, filling the nearby space with a fiery atmosphere. Let the big snake pill who rushed to Uchiha Kazuk's side frowned, feeling the scorching breath of the flames, and it was also a heart-pounding 603. Orochimaru didn't doubt the power of that flame in the slightest. At the same time, the momentum of the Uchiha Kazuk had climbed to the top. Boom! Sparks! Uchiha Kazuk's momentum erupted again, and the temperature of the flame attached to the katana increased by a few points. Call! Uchiha Kazuk's casual breathing was accompanied by a fiery breath. Sword technique, fire-cutting head. Loud shouts, shave. The ground under Uchiha Kazuk's feet cracked layer by layer, the Uchiha Kazuk's body spun rapidly, and the flaming katana also rotated, forming a circle of flame slashes. Uchiha Kazuk held the katana and spun, slashing at the head of the 10,000 snakes, and the big snake pill was also within the attack range. Boom! Sit sai zai zai zi. Tear and pull, the swirling flame slash accompanied the rotation of Uchiha Kazuk, and it was extremely easy to block the attacks of 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru. Immediately afterwards, he easily cut off the head of the 10,000 snakes and the body of the snake pill. Bang! The massive body of the 10,000 strong snake, which had lost its head, collapsed to the ground, splashing clouds of dust. It's out of life. Uchiha Kazuk, you're really very dash. The great snake pill, who was also cut in half by the flame slash, muttered before he could finish speaking, and turned into a puddle of mud. Dirt clones? Uchiha Kazuk frowned slightly. At the same time, the Loquat Shaizang slashed over with a beheading knife again. Uchiha Kazuk's corner of his eye even saw that the corners over there were 4 black clones, all of which were preparing ninjutsu, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made Uchiha Kazuk also can't help but look sideways. Bang bang bang. Sparks are flying. Uchiha Kazuk repelled Loquat Shizo with a few random swords, and took the initiative to stop the BGM's ability, and the dynamic music also stopped. The active fire attribute chakra on Uchiha Kazuk's body also becomes calm, sedge. The burning flames of the katana also dissipated suddenly. Looking at the several ninjas who were about to attack again, Uchiha Kazuk blinked slightly, and the right eye of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was blinked. Eternal Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel eyes danced together. DJ music, spirit guys. The dynamic music sounded, and all the ninjas of the dawn danced again. The attack ninjutsu of the various factions that had been prepared in that corner also stopped suddenly. Not only the main body of the horn, but the 4 black clones are also dancing. Damn, are you still here? The Loquat Shizo once again couldn't control his actions and chakra, and once again danced to the music of the spirit guy. Only this time, Loquat Shaizang held the decapitation knife and danced. Many times I almost killed myself. But I have to say, I feel a lot more energetic. Why is that? That Loquat Shaizang didn't know the power of the spiritual guy, but he just felt that the DJ music was inexplicably feeling, and it was also very unclear. No trace of Orochimaru? Uchiha Kazuk can perceive everyone dancing through his ability to dance together, but he didn't feel Orochimaru's breath. Looks like you've escaped. Uchiha Kazuk thought so. I did guess the truth. That Orochimaru was able to sense the danger of Uchiha Kazuk as early as when the black man carried the coffin before. That kind of bug-like strong control made Orochimaru feel that this assassination had completely failed. Even that kind of control can kill me. This thought came to Orochimaru's mind. That sense of deadly threat made Orochimaru's heart tremble. The decision was made in an instant. When the music of the black man carrying the coffin stopped, when the great snake pill is a psychic out of 10,000 snakes, he uses the technique of unearthed clones, and Orochimaru's body hurriedly left here under the cover of smoke. With Orochimaru's escape ability, even if Uchiha Kazuk kills it once, he can be resurrected again. After all, the heavenly curse mark on the Konoha ninja red bean still retains the soul power of Orochimaru. In fact, originally Uchiha Kazuk didn't plan to kill Orochimaru, but wanted to recruit Orochimaru. As one of the few scientific ninjas in the ninja world, Orochimaru, who has mastered the core technology, is also needed by Uchiha Fangsuk. With Orochimaru's research ability, it will inevitably bring more benefits to the Uchiha clan. I really didn't expect Orochimaru to be so cautious. Uchiha Kazuk sighed, slightly disappointed. At this point, I can only talk about it next time I meet Orochimaru. At this time, Uchiha Kazuk looked at the ninjas who danced with the spirit of DJ music and couldn't help blinking. Eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, dance together. Uchiha Kazuk used the dance skill again and changed to a piece of music. DJ music, Little Apple. You're my little apple, like the most beautiful clouds in the sky. Spring has come again to the hillside full of flowers. Plant hope and you will reap. Accompanied by DJ music, the little apple sounded, and these ninjas of the dawn crowd danced. It's a standard square dance, and it looks like it's full of energy. The music has changed again? Before he finished dancing, he suddenly changed his dance moves, almost making the horns flash, and he couldn't help frowning and saying, "It seems that there is no time interval for this control ability, and you can change the song casually to continue to control the target." Such a discovery made the horns feel extremely bad. Originally, Kakuto thought that after the Uchiha Fusuk's co-dancing ability was used, there would be at least a certain time interval before the next use. That's also a chance for Kakuto to fight back. However, when Uchiha Kazuk changed the song in an instant and continued to control the Akatsuki, a touch of despair also appeared in Kakuto's heart. How can you have this ability? That bastard is really us. Kakuto thought angrily in his heart, with a deep expression on his face. Then, he turned around and waved his hands to the music of Little Apple. Damn it, it's uncomfortable. The Loquat Shizo was also unusually angry, thinking that a powerful ninja who was once one of the fog swords would be insulted like this. This made Loquat Shizo's face red, and he felt that he had no face to see any ninjas. That pain Lyudeo's body, because it was cast by the corpse, was able to maintain a relatively cold expression, but Nagato, who is the ontology, is also extremely uncalm in his heart. Those people are so funny, especially the ninja with the big knife, jumping almost slashed himself. Seeing these dancing ninjas, the whirlpool incense was laughing, and it was already a very happy scene. In fact, Uzumaki Karyo is also within the range of Uchiha Kazuk's co-dancing ability. It's just that the shadow clone next to Uzumaki Siengren holds her little hand, allowing Uzumaki to free Uzumaki from the control of her ability to dance. However, Uzumaki's laughter made the ninjas of the Donners feel even more embarrassed to hear it. Xionlin, do you seem to be happy? Uchiha Kazuk's body also noticed the laughing Uzumaki Kari, and couldn't help but say this softly. Asking for flowers. It seems that the dance of these people of dawn has made Uzumaki Kari have stepped out of the shadow of the grass-hidden village, which can be regarded as a little reassuring to the Uchiha Kazuk. Then, let's make Xionlin even happier. Uchiha Fusuk thought so, and then released a lot of pupil power and used the ability to dance together. Anyway, Uchiha Fusuk has evolved into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and he can use Hitomi Jutsu casually without worrying about blindness. In addition, this ability to dance together can also absorb the pupil power that the target's emotions have turned into. Uchiha Fusuk found that the more powerful the ninja, the more pupil power the transformation provides. Eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, dance together. DJ music, bliss. It's another flamboyant dance. The ecstatic dance of the ninjas of the dawn made Uzumaki even more happy. Of course, the ninjas of the knowing people were even more ashamed, and they had closed their eyes and didn't dare to look at anyone around them. Eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, dance together. DJ music, Debida Uchiha Yuzuki switched another song. This is a dance music of a girl group, in which the dance posture is more enchanting, waving hands, kicking, bending, squatting. The original girl jumped up, of course, very pleasing to the eye, but these ninjas of the dawn are all big men, but they are full of commotion. It just added a bit of joke to the whirlpool incense. Uchiha Kazuk switched at least a dozen songs, all of which were the kind of songs that made the ninjas of the dawn very ashamed. At this time, the Horn Capital, who had lived for decades, seemed to be familiar with these music and dances, but honed his thick skin and began to enjoy the joy of dancing. This made Uchiha Kazuk a little surprised. It is worthy of being able to assassinate the ninja of the original Hokage Thousand Hands pillar. It is indeed a bit unique. Uchiha Kazuk recalled that Kakuto had thrown a kunao at the Senju pillar of the original Hokage 800 miles away. I looked at the 6 paths of pain again. The clone of the corpse casting, 603, does not have any vivid expression at all, but the 6 reincarnation eye clones have also closed their eyes. It seems that the eye of reincarnation can't resist the ability to dance together, and Nagato can't stand it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kazuk curled the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed silently. Only the Loquat Shizang, who wielded the decapitation sword, was full of collapse and despair. It's time to deal with these ninjas of the knowers. There's no use in keeping them. Uchiha Kazuk thought for a moment, held the katana and pulled a few sword flowers at random, and walked towards the nearest Loquat Shizo. Tear and pull. Uchiha Kazuk directly beheaded the Loquat Shizo. The Loquat Shizang only felt that his neck was in extreme pain in an instant, and then there was a whirlwind of the sky, and he felt that the whole person was floating. Have you stopped dancing? But the music hasn't stopped. This was the first thought of Loquat Shizang. How is that headless body with a decapitation knife so familiar? AI, isn't that my body? How could it be? Have I been decapitated? Secondly, Loquat Shizang thought of these. In the end, a few seconds before the Loquat Shizang's consciousness fell into darkness, he thought, at least out of the control of the music from this, we can see what kind of psychological pressure the Loquat Shizang endured because of the music and dance more than 10 times in a row. Perhaps, for Loquat Shizang, death is also a relief. However, for Loquat Shizang, death is liberation, but for Kakuto, death is really unimaginable. Looking at the death of Loquat Shizo, the pupils of Nakakuto, looking at the Uchiha Kajuk who was already approaching, especially the katana that had been raised. Wait, I surrender. The horn couldn't help but scream. Even if he relies on the ability to resent, Kakuto has been fighting in the ninja world so far, and he can be called a long-lived person in the ninja world. However, Kakuto said that he didn't want to die yet, and there was still more money waiting for Kakuto in the ninja world. I can work for you, don't kill me. Hearing this, Uchiha Kajuk frowned slightly and looked at Kakuto, who was begging for mercy. After only a few seconds of thought, he shook his head and pierced the heart of the doppelganger. No, you don't. Although Kakuto's strength is good, but after living for so many years, his heart has been confirmed, and he is a ninja who puts money first. It is inevitable that he will not rebel against Uchiha Kajuk because of money in the future. Therefore, Uchiha Kajuk still felt that he should not keep such trouble. Whew! Uchiha Kajuk randomly stabbed through the heart of Kakutoji's resentful clone with 3 swords, and finally pierced the heart of Kakuto's body without any hesitation. You have departed from the trajectory of this era, you can't keep up with me, and you're useless with me. You dash. Listening to Uchiha Kajuk's words, the heart lost its life force again, the corners were wide-eyed, and before they could even say a last word, they rolled their eyes and died completely. Its pains turned to be 6. Uchiha Kajuk muttered softly, quickly slashed the 5 reincarnation eye clones, raised his katana and slashed at the heavenly Deo. While dancing a commotion dance, Tiandeo opened his eyes of reincarnation and said coldly, I am the god of the ninja world, and witnessing the pain of the ninja world will surely let the people of the ninja world know the pain, and finally be able to understand the preciousness of peace. Just a mortal, you can't kill me. Hearing this, Uchiha Kajuk laughed in his heart, thinking, at this time, you still want to influence me with your mouth ninjutsu, naive. In addition, Nagato is dancing this kind of ecstasy dance and saying such things, which is really inexplicably weird, and it doesn't have much convincing power. 4.9. Thinking like this, the Uchiha Kajuk's katana was castrated, and he already wanted to directly kill the attitude of the heavenly Deo. Boom! A cloud of smoke flashed, the Uchiha Kajuk's katana only slashed the air, and it didn't cut the touch of the real thing. Has the heavenly Deo been channeled away? Uchiha Kajuk thought so and looked in the other direction, his mind moved, and then he stepped out of a deep pit on the spot. Bang! Shave! The figure of the Uchiha Kajuk has disappeared. When Uchiha Kajuk's dancing ability controlled the ninjas of the Akatsuki, Nagato's body in the distance was also worried and couldn't do anything. This kind of strong control ability is really incomprehensible. It can still be used continuously, so does Uchiha Kajuk's pupil power have so much? Nagato's tone was not good. The reincarnation pupil power of the 6 paths of pain could not break free from the control of the co-dancing ability. Nagato was also unimaginably shocked. You must know that the Eye of Reincarnation is the eye of the 6 Deo Immortals, and it is also the most powerful pupil power in this ninja world. All along, Nagato has been invincible with the power of the Reincarnation Eye. Countless battle victories have proved the strength of the Reincarnation Eye. According to the information provided by Ju, the Uchiha Fusuk's eyes were only kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and the pupil power he possessed was also limited. It stands to reason that it is impossible to use pupils so many times. But at this time, the encounter of the 6 paths of pain, and the dancing of those who know the 22 ninjas, more than 10 songs in a row, the power of control for such a long time. Let Nagato also shout that it is impossible. What should I do? Nagato, do you want me to help? Xiao Nan looked at the dull Nagato and couldn't help but suggest like this. Xiao Nan? Nagato thought about it, and suddenly the reincarnation eyes lit up. With Xiao Nan's paper escape ninjutsu, he has the ability to fly, and being at a high altitude is also very likely to be a place outside of Uchiha Fusuk's control ability, and he may be able to turn the tide of the battle dash. Thinking of this, Nagato's heart was slightly moved, and he was about to agree. Ha! Suddenly, Nagato sensed 2 familiar breaths approaching. One moment approaches, the next pauses. That familiar feeling should be that masked man and Black Absolute. But what's going on with these 2 guys? How do you walk and stop for a while? Is it also controlled by the ability to dance together? The black and white over there took a few steps, and then began to dance in place again, which was a very enchanting dance. By Ju, it's a different music from Fang Cai, this dance is quite interesting. Hey Ju, shut up. This kind of shame is annoying. Obito, hurry up. With the chant of the Black Absolute Man, a rotating time movement suddenly appeared around him. Kamui's space. Hearing Kuroju's call, the Uchiha Obito hurriedly appeared and stretched out his hand to interrupt Kuroju's dance moves with a punch. It's already so far, almost 10,000 meters, and it's still within the range of Uchiha Kajuk's control ability? Uchiha Obito interrupted the black absolute of the dance, and complained repeatedly. Then there was a rapid expansion of the space fluctuations, intending to enter the Shinwei space again. In fact, the distance of this section of the Uchiha Obito is to enter the Kamui space, and attach the coordinates of the Kamui space to the black and white body. Once black and white Ju is controlled by the ability to dance together, then Uchiha Obito will come out and interrupt the ability to dance with one punch. Then, he hurriedly entered the Shinwei space to avoid the next wave of dance ability. By this time, Uchiha Obito had already interrupted the black and white dance more than 10 times. Hurry up and get in, I feel like I'm about to get out of this ability, Heiju hurriedly urged. If Obito is also controlled by the ability to dance together, it will be cool. Uchiha Obito sneered, hehe, you said the same a few kilometers ago. Heiju, I really feel it this time, the music is already very small, and I can't hear it anymore. Uchiha Obito sneered again, hehe, you said the same 1,000 meters ago. Black Jedi, suddenly, a faint DJ music sounded, and the Black Absolute screamed that it was too late. The Uchiha Obito who was about to enter the Kamui space was stunned, the fluctuations of time and space immediately stopped, the two figures of Black and White Ju and Uchiha Obito began to dance with the DJ music. It's cold, Kuroju screamed, and the Uchiha Obito was also full of despair. Both of them have been contained, and what awaits them will be a never-ending dance. The music doesn't stop, the dancing doesn't stop. At this time, when the Uchiha Obito and Heiju were in despair, a graceful figure suddenly flew out of the air. He, what are you doing here? I didn't expect you to be so interested. Xiaonan, who was flying, looked at the two 603 figures dancing in a riot, and couldn't help chuckling, and those beautiful eyes were full of inexplicable smiles. This made the Uchiha Obito and Kuroju inexplicably flustered and embarrassed. Xiaonan discovered our dance. However, the Uchiha Obito always wears a mask and can maintain a little bit of face. Don't talk about this, hurry up and interrupt our dance. Uchiha Obito mimicked the Uchiha Madara's voice and said in a dull voice, what do you want me to do? It's okay to attack us, but don't hit too hard. Shout! Shout! The two paper shuriken spun rapidly, cutting through the air and forming a piercing sharp sound, directly hitting the bodies of the two people. There is not much problem with black and white, it is not a human life form itself, and there is not much injury. Even if the Uchiha Obito had interpillar cells, he was also a mortal fetus of the flesh, and he couldn't help but snort. But in any case, the two of them have been out of the control of their ability to dance together, and they have stopped the commotion of dancing. I couldn't see the riotous dance of Uchiha Obito in black and white, and Xiaonan in midair was a little stunned. After all, the dance of the two Uchiha Obito made Xiaonan feel very happy. Although they are both members of the Xiao organization, the two are not completely in unison. Looking at the embarrassing scene of that Uchiha with the earth, of course Xiaonan would be happy. Noticing Xiaonan's pitiful eyes, Uchiha Obito coughed lightly. Ahem, let's get out of here quickly, or we'll all be cold when that guy Uchiha Kajuk uses his co-dancing ability again. As he spoke, the Uchiha Obito was currently moving rapidly. Heibaiju and Xiaonan also quickly left the same place. When he saw Nagato, the Uchiha Obito immediately shouted, Nagato, Uchiha Kajuk's intelligence is seriously wrong, we need to leave quickly. I know, the battle over there is over with Uchiha Kajuk. Hearing this, Nagato nodded, and then it was the channeling out of the Heavenly Deo reincarnation I clone. Other reincarnation I clones can be discarded and replaced at any time, but the corpse used by this Heavenly Deo reincarnation I clone is that of Nagato's close friend Yahiko, and it has an extremely important meaning for Nagato. Of course, it is impossible to discard it at will. There are only Heavenly Deo clones left. It seems that Jiaodu, Loquat Shizang, Feijuan, and Orochimaru have been completely cool. When the Uchiha Obito saw Heavenly Deo pain, his pupils suddenly constricted. Thinking that Nagato is just a psychic return to the body of Heavenly Deo pain, it means that the other 5 pain have been completely cold, so it is impossible for the rest of the ninjas of the knowers to be safe. Uchiha Obito's guess was mostly correct, but he misestimated Orochimaru's life-saving ability. Later, the Uchiha Kajuk arrived here with a katana, and with his eyes open to the eternal kaleidoscope chakra marks left around him. Looks like you're completely gone. Thinking so, Uchiha Kajuk looked in the direction of the Rain Country Rain-hidden village. That's the secret base of the knowers. Uchiha Kajuk thought for a moment, forget it, if you hit the rain, the battle will be too quiet. Destroying the village twice in a row will inevitably cause turmoil in the ninja world, which is extremely detrimental to the development of the Uchiha. Uchiha Kajuk believes that the destruction of the Kusakure village is due to the power of the Box of Bliss. If the rain-hidden village is destroyed again, it will inevitably make the people in the ninja world aware of it, and it will inevitably suspect the Uchiha Kajuk. In addition, Uchiha Kazuk also needs the people of the dawn to do things and attract the attention of people in the ninja world. Therefore, although Uchiha Kazuk thinks that he also has the strength to destroy Kusakure village, it doesn't feel very cost-effective. In this way, the Uchiha Kazuk is the one who gathered the spoils of war, the decapitation of the broadsword and the earth resentment, and the scythe of the flying section. At the same time, the coffin of the flying section was completely sunk deep underground. It was with the whirlpool incense that he returned to Konoha Hidden Village. Looking at the prosperous and peaceful Konoha Hidden Village, the whirlpool incense burners along the way are all trying to open their eyes wide. It is a completely different scene from the grass hidden village. After all, Kaien Village is just a small country ninja village, and compared to Konoha Hidden Village, it is just a small cottage, and there is not much comparison at all. This is Konoha. Uzumaki Karyo sighed inexplicably, causing Uchiha Kazuk on the side to blink slightly. Does Karu like Konoha very much? Well, there's a lot of people here, it's safe, and no one bullies me, of course I like it. Uzumaki replied with a happy smile. Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk chuckled a few times and said flatly, since you like it, then let's take a look at it more. It won't be long before Xionlin can't see Konoha. Uchiha Kazuk said in a flat tone words that made Uzumaki Katsuru frightened and startled. Gudong. The whirlpool incense couldn't help but swallow viciously, and suddenly restrained his smile, and said cautiously, is Brother Kazesuk going to imprison me? Looking at Uchiha Kazuk's calm face, Uzumaki Karyo only felt extremely terrifying. Thinking of the first time I saw it at that time, Uchiha Kazuk said that he needed Uzumaki Kazuri's talent, which made Uzumaki Kazuk, one's good. Think a lot, did you just leave that abyss in Kaien village and enter another hell that is just as terrifying? Ha ha ha, what do you want? Noticing Uzumaki Karyo's frightened face, Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's the standard Uchiha laugh. How could I imprison Xionlin? I'm not that kind of person. I'm wrong. Hearing this, Uzumaki Xionlin breathed a sigh of relief, and asked suspiciously. Suddenly, the puzzled Uzumaki Kaori thought of Uchiha Kazuk's act of destroying Kusakure village. Although Uzumaki Karen is extremely grateful to the Uchiha wind for helping to destroy the Kusakure village, after all, the Kusakure village is just an abyss hell that Uzumaki Karen doesn't want to see again. However, Kaien village has more than 20,000 people after all, even the vast majority of people were killed directly by the monsters of the Box of Bliss. Uchiha Kazuk's act of destroying the village, in the eyes of more others, is tantamount to a vicious sinner. Therefore, Uzumaki Karen felt that a ruthless person like Uchiha Kazuk was also very likely to destroy Konoha Hidden Village, just like destroying Grass Hidden Village. Terrible. Thinking about it, Uzumaki Karyo looked at Uchiha Kazuk like a super demon. The reason why I say this is because the next development of the Uchiha will inevitably be separated from Konoha, and Kaori 603 must also go with the Uchiha clan, so there is not much time to stay in Konoha. Uchiha Kazuk didn't care about Uzumaki's demeanor. Children, they always like to make up all kinds of inexplicable ideas in their brains. Hearing Uchiha Kazuk's explanation, the Uzumaki Kazuk realized that it was Uchiha Kazuk who was mistaken. I'll just say, Brother Kazesuk is so good, how could he destroy Konoha for no reason? In the following time, Uzumaki Karen was among the Uchiha clan living in Konoha Hidden Village. As the younger sister of Uchiha Kazuk, she lives with Uchiha Kazuk. Although those high-level ninjas in Konoha Hidden Village wondered how Uchiha Kazuk had an extra red-haired sister, they didn't pay too much attention. Even if this sister is a member of the Uzumaki clan, the Konoha ninjas can't pay much attention. Sedge because, the destruction of the Grass Hidden Village, the power of the Box of Bliss has attracted the attention of the high-level ninjas of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash, as well as the greed that they desperately want to get. The people of the Vortex clan are also important, but Konoha's 9 Tails Pillar Force Uzumaki Naruto grew up well, and because he couldn't offend the Uchiha clan too much at this time. Of course, the most important thing is that Nemo Dark, the back of the ninja world, and the leader of the Roots, Shimura Danzo, has been completely killed by Uchiha Kazuk. Without Shimura Danzo's ability to make trouble, there is no one to disturb the Leaf Street where Uzumaki Zyongra can be safe. This is the real life. After reading a ninjutsu scroll about sealing, Uzumaki Karen couldn't help but stretch his waist and sigh with great satisfaction. The easy life in Uchiha in the past few months is really different from the deep grass hidden village in the past. Without the persecution of those Kaien village, there is no need to eat those cold steamed buns. Because of living with Uchiha Kazuk, Uzumaki Karyo was able to get more care from Uchiha Kazuk. In terms of food and clothing, Uzumaki Siengren is extremely satisfied. There is only one thing that Uzumaki needs to do well, and that is to learn the art of sealing. This is an agreement with Brother Kazesuk, and I have to complete it. Uzumaki Kao's will is extremely strong, and Uzumaki Karyo's sealing talent made Uchiha Kazuk admire. Even the Uchiha Kazuk looks like a heavenly book of seals, all kinds of sealing techniques. Uchiha Kazuk was dizzy after a few more glances. The whirlpool incense can be remembered, easily understood, and easily used. This left Uchiha Kazuk satisfied. Looking forward to Uzumaki Karyo's future sealing achievements, I think I will definitely be able to develop the kind of ninjutsu skill scroll that Uchiha Kazuk wants. In addition, Uchiha Kazuk, in order not to waste the rest of Karen Uzumaki's talent, it also allowed Uzumaki to learn medical ninjutsu and perceptual ninjutsu. Kari, I want you to be a truly powerful ninja in all aspects. Uchiha Kazuk said so, and Uzumaki Karyo was also unconditionally obedient. At this time, the Uzumaki Zionlin finished reading the sealing theory and looked at the time. It was already noon. I remember that Brother Kazuk said that because of some family meeting, I won't come back for dinner at noon today. Uzumaki thought about it. Feeling that it was not interesting to cook alone, he took some money and walked out of the Uchiha family residence. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Uzumaki asked for a tonkotsu ramen, and suddenly saw that the figure next to him was very familiar, and his eyes squinted slightly. Uchiha Suzuki? Uzumaki said the name, remembering that Uchiha Kazuk once mentioned it, and he was also a man of the year in the Uchiha clan. This guy's brother is the Shinritaki of the Uchiha clan. It's really pitiful. Thinking of Suzuki Uchiha's situation, the Uzumaki Karen sighed inexplicably in his heart. When you hear what Uchiha Kazuk said about the act of Shinritaki killing people of the same clan, Uzumaki didn't know what the Shinritaki thought that he would do such a terrible thing. Uzumaki Xianglian thinks that the Sinner Weasel is definitely Shilezi, and he doesn't know how to cherish it because he has such wonderful living conditions. Itaka sinners just think too much about unnecessary things, that's why they commit such a heinous crime. It's just a pity that Suzuki Uchiha dashed the whirlpool side inexplicably. Uzumaki Karen believes that Suzuki Uchiha's situation at this time is caused by the Shinritaki. Originally, Uchiha Suzuki, as a young master of the clan, had a lot of resources to call, and he would not live in such an embarrassing situation. Uzumaki Karyo looked at the corners of the Uchiha Suzuki's washed white clothes, and it was obvious that this dress had been worn for a long time. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk also wanted to give Uchiha Suzuki financial help. After all, that Uchiha Suzuki, as the reincarnation of Indra, must have a lot of achievements in the future. How could Uchiha Fusuke ignore it? It's just that because of Uchiha Suzuki's self-esteem, he doesn't want to drag down the Uchiha family's thoughts, and he doesn't want to accept the financial subsidy of Uchiha Kazuk. Usually, they live on the orphan subsidies in the clan and the money and food obtained from doing what they can. Most of the money was used by Suzuki Uchiha to buy food and supplies necessary for the ninjas, as well as consumables such as kunao and shuriken. There is also a waste brother to feed, therefore, the cost of these has stretched Suzuki Uchiha's money, and of course there is no more part to buy new clothes. This time, if it weren't for Naruto Uzumaki's treat, Suzuki Uchiha wouldn't have come to eat Ichiraku ramen. Because of Uchiha Kazuk's information, Uchiha Suzuki has learned the true identity of Naruto Uzumaki, makes Uchiha Suzuki feel that he and Naruto Uzumaki also have a feeling of sympathy, and the usual relationship is not bad. It is also one of the few Naruto Uzumaki who does not discriminate. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki, who is familiar with him, will be regarded as a friend, and it is extremely normal to invite friends to dinner. That Uchiha Suzuki was concentrating on enjoying Ichiraku ramen, casually responding to Naruto's words, when he suddenly heard his name mentioned next to him. When I looked up, I saw the whirlpool incense burnt dressed in red. Red clothes, red skirts, long colored hair, red eyes, dressed in a fiery red whirlpool incense, he walked to the Konoha street for a beautiful scenery. Remember you're the patriarch brought back that new sister? Well, it's called Uzumaki. Suzuki Uchiha took a bite of ramen and couldn't help but say this as he looked at Uzumaki Karo. Speaking of which, the entire Uchiha clan has black hair and black eyes, and suddenly such a girl with red hair and red eyes suddenly appears. Of course, it will be extremely conspicuous. That Uchiha Suzuki only saw it once, and he remembered it vividly. Is there anything special about this Uzumaki incense, and why did the patriarch bring back the Uchiha? Suzuki Uchiha couldn't figure it out. What new sister? Brother Kazuk's only one sister is me. Noticing Uchiha Suzuki's inappropriate words, the Uzumaki Karyo immediately widened his eyes as he stared at Uchiha Suzuki's own position as a defender. Looking at Uzumaki Karyo's determined gaze, Uchiha Suzuki couldn't help but retreat in defeat. Suzuki, who is this girl? Asking for flowers. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki also noticed Uzumaki Kao, especially when he saw Uzumaki Kari's red hair. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's inherited the hobby genes of the 4 generations of Hokage Wave Fang Shuman. Naruto Uzumaki is also defenseless against red-haired girls. The reason why I like Sakura is that pink hair is also an important reason that can't be ignored. I didn't expect you to have a good eye for this yellow hair. Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's compliment, Uzumaki Karen nodded and said so. Yes? I think I'm very discerning. Naruto Uzumaki touched his head, squinted his eyes and laughed, looking like a squinting little fox with the 6 whiskers on his face. Naruto, this girl is Uzumaki Karo, wait. Suzuki Uchiha was about to introduce the situation of Uzumaki Karo, when he suddenly paused again, looked at Naruto Uzumaki, and then at Karen Uzumaki, his face full of incredulity. Naruto Uzumaki, Uzumaki Kari, this dash, both have the same surname, indicating that both are of the same race. But Naruto's hair is yellow, and I haven't heard that there are any other people from the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Where did the patriarch find it? Suzuki Uchiha couldn't stop groaning in his heart, and he had stopped eating ramen. I thought of the characteristics of the people of the Uzumaki clan mentioned in the genealogy, and thought of the situation of Naruto Uzumaki in his usual life, as well as this surname, which made Suzuki Uchiha seem to have an understanding. This is also a vortex? Hearing Suzuki Uchiha's words, Uzumaki Karen looked at the smiling Naruto Uzumaki in surprise, especially noticing Naruto Uzumaki's hair color. It seems that Naruto Uzumaki's bloodline is not pure, and that hair color is not right at all. Uzumaki thought disdainfully. At this time, the nervous Uzumaki Naruto had just come over, looked at Uzumaki Karen with wide eyes, and said in surprise, "You recalled Uzumaki Zionlin, and you're also surnamed Uzumaki? Are we of the same race?" The reaction is also very slow. The Vortex people don't have this. 603. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki behaving like this, that Uzumaki Kari's heart was even more suspicious of Naruto Uzumaki's real surname. But Uzumaki didn't know that Naruto Uzumaki's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, had such a nervous personality herself. Naruto Uzumaki is also just a perfect inheritance of his mother's character. While Kario, Suzuki, and Naruto were happily exchanging, an important decision about Uchiha's future was being discussed at the Uchiha family meeting. It's almost the end of the year, and this family meeting is also a year-end meeting to some extent, summarizing the harvest of Mingshang Logistics in the past year, as well as the bonuses received by everyone, will be mentioned at this meeting. After last year's year-end meeting, each Uchiha was given at least 3 times their monthly salary as a bonus, and a development plan for the following year was also proposed. When the dust settled on the contents of all this, the Uchiha Kazuk suddenly stood up. After 2 years, Mingshang Logistics has spread to every corner of the entire Fire Country, and the Uchiha has received a large amount of money in the unit of 100 million, and the funds are extremely sufficient. My people, you won't forget the original intention of creating Mingshang Logistics. Hearing this, many of the Uchiha people were stunned, feeling inexplicable, and they didn't know what the patriarch meant. What do you mean? I don't know. Who knows? Could it be that the Fire Nation is no longer able to satisfy the appetite of the patriarch and wants to expand the business of developing Mingshang Logistics to the rest of the surrounding countries? If that's the case, it's a breath. Yes, then you'll be able to get more small money. The Uchiha people who were talking about it did not get the true meaning of Uchiha Fusuk. It seems that these Uchiha people have been shattered by the comfortable life, and the time is really terrifying. Uchiha Kazuk sighed inexplicably. Patriarch. Suddenly, that Uchiha Mahame's face was shocked, and he said loudly, "Could it be that the patriarch is referring to the plan to move out of Konoha so far?" Quiet. Hearing this, the entire conference room instantly fell silent, and it was already a reminder of the scene when Uchiha Kazuk held a family meeting for the first time after becoming the patriarch. It was obviously confirmed at the time, the Uchiha clan will abandon their ninja business, and after accumulating enough money, they will buy a country and become their own masters. In this way, you will be free from the shackles of Konoha. However, after more than 2 years of development, Mingshang Logistics has been extremely successful, and these Uchiha people have enjoyed a lot of resource benefits. I almost forgot the extermination turmoil 2 years ago. Looks like someone can still remember what Konoha did. Not bad. Uchiha Kazuk looked at Uchiha Mahame and said in admiration. This made the rest of the Uchiha people feel inexplicably guilty. Yes, how can you forget what Konoha did? The sinner Itachi is still imprisoned in the family residence, and you must always be vigilant that the Uchiha will encounter the same turmoil again. All the Uchiha people were witnesses to the extermination turmoil at that time, and they quickly recalled the terrible scene of the extermination turmoil. The hatred that had been forgotten a little after the passage of time was unforgettable again. Even the clansmen who lost their families in that extermination turmoil couldn't help but have a gloomy face and said viciously, "Damn Konoha, damn sinner Itachi." Suddenly, the Uchiha Teho, who has been in charge of the construction of various sites of Mingshang Logistics, said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, are we really ready enough?" There was a clear 4.9 excitement in that trembling voice. Moji? Uchiha Kazuk didn't answer, but looked at the muttering Uchiha Mahame. For a long time, it was Uchiha Mahame who was in charge of the property of Mingshang Logistics, so he was more aware of the amount of funds that Uchiha had. Long, in the expectant eyes of many Uchiha people, that Uchiha Mahame also suddenly looked even more shocked, and said in exclamation, "At this time, Mingshang Logistics can mobilize about 1 billion taels of funds without shaking the fundamentals." 1 billion taels. That's a staggering amount. Does the Uchiha already have such a big capital? Amazed and skeptical, everyone who heard that Uchiha's Mingshang Logistics could mobilize so much money was filled with such unimaginable emotions. The Uchiha Teppo still thought in disbelief, how can Mingshang Logistics make so much money? In Uchiha Dabayo's heart, Mingshang Logistics only snatched Konoha's cargo escort mission. Most of the cargo escorts are equivalent to sea-level missions, and the ninjas who perform the missions can get no more than 100,000 taels. And for 100,000 taels, this has to be divided equally with Konoha Hidden Village. In addition, Uchiha Dabayo also clearly knows that the cost of Uchiha's Mingshang Logistics is much lower than that of Konoha Ninja's sea-level mission. Uchiha Daiho also thought that he could accumulate enough money with Mingsho Logistics, but he didn't expect to reach his goal in just 2 years. I thought it would take at least 22 years. This is not just the idea of the Uchiha Daiho, many Uchiha people think so. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Although Mingshang Logistics only involves the business of goods distribution, the price is low, and it is for the people of the entire fire country, so it can accumulate so much money in a short time. The ordinary civilians of the ninja world, the sea-level mission of the ninja, do not have that money to release frequently. Perhaps many Uchiha people were aware of this aspect, but because of the limitations of the ninjas themselves in the past, they didn't pay attention to it, so they were so shocked. Similarly, those high-level people in Konoha led by the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun / also belong to the ruling class of Konoha Hidden Village, but because of the limitations of their own ninjas, they did not perceive the potential of Mingshang Logistics. Only then did Mingshang Logistics develop smoothly. Patriarch, since the Uchiha has accumulated enough funds, which country in the ninja world should we choose? After the shock, the Uchiha Tatsumai also raised this question. Hearing this, the rest of the Uchiha clan also thought of this most critical issue. Yes, it's time to choose the right country for the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, the whole conference room was full of discussions. Suddenly, that Uchiha Hirosuke said loudly, Patriarch, I think the country of Vortex is a good choice. The land of the Vortex? Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk picked up Uchiha Hirosuke and motioned to say what he thought. The country of the Vortex was formerly the territory of the Vortex family, but because of its lack of strength, it was exterminated. That's just the strength of the Uzumaki family. No, the strength of the Uchiha clan at this time is not comparable to the original Uzumaki family. Uchiha Hirosuke talked eloquently, and the strength of the Uchiha clan at the time was fully capable of protecting the country of the Vortex. In addition, at this time, the country of Vortex nominally belongs to the country of Fire, and the daimyo of the country don't have the energy to pay attention to it at all. Even the Konoha ninjas don't pay more attention. So, as long as we reach an agreement with the daimyo of the Fire country, and then exchange benefits with the 3 generations of Hokage, it will be enough to get the Vortex country. Hearing Uchiha Hirosuke say this, many Uchiha people nodded one after another. Uchiha Kasuke is worthy of being a clansman, I value, and this idea is very good. Uchiha Kazuk nodded in his heart, very satisfied that Uchiha Hirosuke could have such an idea. But Uchiha Kazuk doesn't think Vortex no Kuni is a good choice. It's really like what Kasuke said, but have you thought about it? If you don't reach an agreement with the daimyo of the Fire Nation and the 3 Hokages, what will happen to the situation of the Uchiha? Uchiha Kazuk's words made Uchiha Hirosuke stunned. Frowning slightly, he thought about the possible future. Yes, if no agreement is reached, then it will cause the daimyo of the Fire Nation and the 3 generations of Hokage to be jealous. After all, Uchiha's goal has been discovered, so the future of Uchiha muttering to himself, Uchiha Hirosuke couldn't help but be shocked, and a lot of cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. Isn't it okay in the country of Vortex? It's really not possible. We must not let the daimyo and Hokage notice until we achieve our goal. Well, what country should you choose? I think the country of Ghosts is also good, and I can make an agreement with the Shrine Maidens of the country of Ghosts to help seal monsters or something. No, the country of Thunder, the country of Earth, and the country of Wind near the country of Ghosts are not far from the country of Water, and it's dangerous. That's right, it is precisely because of the monster party that the country of Ghosts can be ignored by the ninjas of the ninja villages of various countries, so that it can maintain relative peace and neutrality. As long as the Uchiha enters the country of Ghosts, this neutrality will be broken in an instant. So, what about Snow Country? Snow Country, not to mention the harsh environment there, it is too far away from the mainland, which is not conducive to the development of the Uchiha. For a while, the Uchiha people were all in different opinions. That Uchiha Kazuk is wandering out of the world, and there are no such arguments among the clansmen, but he thinks that at this time, Uzumaki Kazuk doesn't know what to do. 603, I should go out to eat, and I'm a little hungry too. The conference room fell silent at some point, and everyone in the Uchiha clan looked at the silent Uchiha Kazuk, as if waiting for the patriarch's final decision. So quiet? Uchiha Kazuk also noticed it, blinked slightly, retracted his chaotic thoughts, and looked at the expressions of each Uchiha clansman with expressionless faces. You all have a point. Although Uchiha Kazuk didn't hear what these clansmen were saying, but considering the wishes of the national daimyo of the ninja world itself, as well as the funds that the Uchiha has at this time, although 1 billion taels seems like a lot, it is actually a lot, but compared with the value of a country, it can't be compared. At this time, there are only a few countries in the ninja world that meet the goals of the Uchiha. In fact, there is not much room for choice. Bala Bala, to sum up, I think the country of Waves is a good target. Hearing this, all the Uchiha people were stunned. The land of waves? The entire ninja world in the original book looks very small, and the map is also very small, just the ninja villages of a few countries are calling around. The so-called ninja war is also known as the I Legend Gamura fight, and it seems that the scale of the battle is small. Not really. In fact, the entire ninja world is also a planet, which has been proven many times in the original book. How small can a planet be? Therefore, in fact, the continent of the ninja world is very large, and the land area of the 5 major countries is also very large. In addition, when a ninja goes out of the village on a mission, it doesn't take long to reach his destination every time. It will also make people think that the ninja world doesn't fight much. But don't forget, that's the speed of the ninja. The ninja has the power of chakra, and there are also potions that can restore chakra with the soldier food pill, which can increase the strength of the high-speed rush for a long time. Therefore, the size of the ninja world cannot be measured by the eyes of ordinary people. And the country of waves, which Uchiha Kazuk values, looks small on the map, but in fact it is not small. It is enough to be the size of a Konoha hidden village. At least it can give the Uchiha clan enough space to live. Secondly, the geographical location of the country of waves is also one of the reasons why Uchiha Kazuk values it. The land of waves and the land of fire are only separated by a bridge across the sea, and across the sea from the land of vortex, the land of soup, the land of water, the land of thunder, and the land of craftsmen. It is also a very important maritime trade and transportation artery. Otherwise, with the barren environment of the original country of waves, it is not suitable for farming, so how could Cardo, who controls the country of waves, become a rich man in the famous ninja world? It's also about Uchiha's future business expansion. Uchiha Kazuk, Uchiha Deho, and Uchiha Hiroshi set foot in the territory of the country of waves. It has been noticed that the civilians of the country of waves have shown a poor life, and there are many down and out people on the streets. With a yellow face and thin muscles, it looks like he hasn't eaten enough for a long time. This situation made Hiroshi Uchiha frown slightly. Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Hirosuke are brothers, with ninja talent and the power of Uchiha blood. They are also one of the clansmen that Uchiha Kazuk values. This country of waves looks poor. Hiroshi Uchiha felt that it was not good to choose such a country of waves. But it can't directly refute the authority of the patriarch, implying in such a tone. It's really strange that the geographical location of the land of Israel shouldn't be in the situation. The Uchiha Deho was also frowning, but his focus was different from that of Uchiha Hiroshi. As an important figure in Mingshang logistics, Uchiha Teho also understands the importance of business and the importance of the location of the country of waves. Looking at the two people who were puzzled, as well as the scene of the country of waves in front of him, Uchiha Kazuk also understood that Kato had begun to control the plot of the country of waves. But Uchiha Kazuk didn't say it, but let the two clansmen think for themselves, so that they could feel it more deeply. Then, Uchiha Kazuk found the current daimyo of Wave Country, and Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Deho were secretly investigating the general situation of Wave Country. At this time, the daimyo of Uchiha no Kuni was in an awkward position. When Nikado first arrived in the country of waves, he was clearly a successful businessman, and the daimyo of the country of waves also wanted to cooperate with Kato to earn more money. At the beginning, the daimyo of Wave Country was also very satisfied, and his small treasury was much thicker. But Cardo said that there can be more room for interest, but it needs the cooperation of the country of waves. Therefore, the daimyo of the land of waves gave Cardo a lot of power, just to earn more benefits. But what the daimyo of the country of waves didn't expect was that Nikado was a wolf ambition, and he really wanted to control the country of waves in the name of doing business. By the time the daimyo of the wave country sensed that something was wrong, it was already night. Cardo has already caused the power granted by the daimyo of the land of waves to penetrate all aspects of the land of waves, and has made the daimyo of the land of waves lose the power to resist. The daimyo of the land of waves also wanted to get rid of Kato by issuing a mission to Shinobi village. However, Kato gathered many wandering samurai to guard against the death, and did not let the people of the daimyo of Uchiha no Kuni leave the territory. Whoever wants to leave the land will be persecuted by Kato. After such a long time, the country of waves has become the possession of Cardo, which makes the daimyo of the country of waves extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Cardo didn't dare to do too much. After all, the identity of the daimyo of the land of waves also made Cardo afraid to assassinate him. But the daimyo of the land of waves also figured out that if this continued, at most more than 10 years later, if Cardo felt that the time was ripe, he could kill the daimyo of the land of waves and replace him. Just when the daimyo of the country of waves was worried about his future, the figure of Uchiha Kazuk suddenly appeared in front of him. Ninja? Ninja? Seeing the sudden appearance of Uchiha Kazuk, the daimyo of the country of that wave was shocked at that time, and even had an irrepressible sense of fear. I couldn't help but sit on the ground, full of frightened eyes. What's going on? Could it be that Cardo has decided to kill me? The daimyo of the land of waves widened his eyes, his pupils constricting suddenly. Can't Cardo even wait for more than 10 years? No, it shouldn't. The daimyo of the land of waves then reacted again, thinking, Cardo doesn't dare to kill me at this time. If he kills me, he will definitely be jealous of the other national daimyo in the ninja world. This is not the result that Cardo wants. But who sent this ninja then? The cranky daimyo of Ha no Kuni noticed that Uchiha Kazuk didn't make a move, and just looked at him with burning eyes. This ninja has no killing intent. Indeed, Uchiha Kazuk didn't think about killing the daimyo of the country of waves. This made the heart of the daimyo of the country of waves inexplicably moved. You're not a ninja sent by Cardo? Card 603 more? Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk squinted his eyes slightly, watching the change in the complexion of the daimyo of the land of waves, thinking that the daimyo of the land of waves seemed to be very jealous of Kato. Perhaps, you can take advantage of this jealousy of the daimyo of the country of the lower waves. Thinking about it, Uchiha Kazuk said indifferently, it's not. And who are you? Who sent you? Did someone hire you to save me? Thinking of the possibility of escaping the clutches of Cardo, the daimyo of the country of Naha couldn't help but be overjoyed. Neither. Uchiha Kazuk shook his head and laughed a few times to interrupt the speculation of the daimyo of the land of waves, causing the daimyo of the land of waves to sink his heart again. Daimyo of the country of waves, let's get it straight, the country of waves. What did you say? Hearing this, the daimyo of the land of waves was shocked for a few seconds, even if he was angry. This is impossible. I am the daimyo of the country of waves, and the country of waves belongs to me, and I must not sell it. The daimyo of the land of waves thought that if he sold the country of waves, his name would be left in the textbooks of the inevitable world, but also the ninja world. It's just that this kind of fame doesn't sound very good. In addition, the country of waves is a key navigation artery, and even if the daimyo of the country of waves is not very good at running it, it is not short of money. Of course, I won't sell the country of waves for a small amount of money. Don't even think about selling the country of waves. The decisive refusal of the country of that wave, and suddenly thought of the ninja identity of Uchiha Kazuk, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. You're a ninja, I can hire you and give you enough task pay. As long as you help me get rid of the threat of Cardo, I can pay as much as I want. 5 million taels, no, how about 3 million taels? As he spoke, the daimyo of the country of waves seemed to be very generous, thinking 3 million taels is still a bit much, but only Sedge wants to get rid of Cardo's control, and he can still earn it back in the future, and this ninja should be satisfied if he wants so much money. Ninja, that's the thing, as long as you post a mission and give enough pay, it's enough for a ninja to do anything. At this time, the daimyo of the land of waves thought very proudly, thinking that Uchiha Kazuk simply could not refuse the temptation of such a large task reward. Ha ha ha. Seeing the naive thoughts of the daimyo of the land of waves who didn't know where they came from, Uchiha Kazuk laughed wildly. It was the standard Uchiha laughter, which had surpassed the original Uchiha laughter for. Even Uchiha Kazuk can proudly say in the face of Madara Uchiha, my wild laughter is above you. What are you laughing at? Looking at the abnormal Uchiha Kazuk, who was laughing abnormally, the daimyo of the country of Naha felt inexplicable, and wondered if he was so happy to learn that he had been paid so much for the task. Daimyo of the land of waves, I'm laughing at you for thinking too much. What did you say? That Uchiha Kazuk suddenly glared at the eyes of the 3 Megatama, and the evil blood-red Megatama made the daimyo of the country of Ha tremble. Don't think of me as one of those ordinary ninjas, say it again I'm going to buy the country of waves. Boom! The daimyo of the land of waves swallowed his saliva fiercely, looking at the Uchiha Kazuk with a hint of fear in his heart, but he thought of his own identity as a daimyo. The daimyo of the land of waves is hardened again. I've never heard of a ninja assassinating a daimyo in the ninja world. In the hearts of the daimyo of the country of waves, even the previous ninja wars were fought to the death by ninjas. At most, it will affect civilians in those countries. But the daimyo of each country, even if it is a small one, no ninja will deliberately target the assassination. The existence of the daimyo has a long history, even dating back to the time of the 6 Dao immortals. After thousands of years of development, the daimyo has not been replaced. The system of one country and one village was born, which further reflected the importance of the daimyo. The daimyo ruled the country, and the ninja village was in charge of the army. This is the product of one country one village that the original Hokage Thousand Hands pillar insisted on. And because the daimyo can restrain the ninja village economically, so that the daimyo can live a nourishing life, even the great ninja war will not affect the daimyo. What to say? It's probably some kind of deformed product of the ninja world, but it is precisely because of the particularity of the daimyo that the daimyo of the country of Naha will have an inexplicable confidence in front of the ninja Uchiha Kazuk. However, Uchiha Kazuk doesn't care much. What are you talking about? Don't even think about it. I'm the daimyo of the country of waves. Do you dare to kill the daimyo of a country? Uchiha Kazuk sneered a few times, and was about to make further threats or even actions. Whew! Suddenly, that Uchiha Deho and Uchiha Hiroshi appeared. Let the Uchiha Kazuk and the daimyo of the country of waves both cut it down. What's the matter? Although Uchiha Kazuk already knew the result, he still asked. Yes, Patriarch, Uchiha Dabeo replied, and then the two looked at each other again, and it was Uchiha Dabeo who spoke. The reason why this country of waves is so poor is because of a merchant of Cardo, who borrowed the power of the daimyo of the country of waves to control the country of waves, and absorbed a lot of wandering samurai balabalas. Uchiha Deho said a lot. The Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. Even because he knew the situation of the original wave country, he knew about the person Cardo, but Uchiha Fusuk didn't know the more detailed situation. The ability to write chakra eyes in two pairs is also very much of this information. In addition, the people in the daimyo of the land of waves also knew about Cardo, but Cardo hid it very well, and tried his best to block all kinds of news, so it didn't attract the attention of many people. Patriarch, this person should be the daimyo of the wave country, how is it? Did he agree? Hiroshi Uchiha noticed the daimyo and asked. Not yet, I just found the daimyo of the land of waves, but this country of waves still holds its own identity and wants to hire me to get rid of Kato in the form of a ninja mission. Hahaha dash. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk laughed again. Is that so? Do you want to use illusion? Uchiha Hiroshi immediately suggested, which made the daimyo of wave country tremble. How dare you ninjas use illusions on a country's daimyos? The face of the daimyo of the country of waves changed drastically. It seems that this daimyo of the land of waves is really uncooperative, and the illusion can also be tried. The Uchiha Deho noticed the reaction of the daimyo of the land of waves, and nodded in agreement, and at the same time opened the eyes of the three hooks writing wheel. Apparently I didn't want to waste more time. Sharinan, ninja of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the daimyo of the land of waves noticed the writing wheel eye of Uchiha Dabeo, and looked at the writing wheel eye of Uchiha Kazuk, and only then did he understand the identity of the ninja who came. The daimyo of the country of Fang Kabo did not notice the Uchiha Kazuk writing wheel eye because of his panic, and it was also because he did not dare to look at the relationship with Uchiha Kazuk. Asking for flowers. Uchiha ninjas, if you assassinate a daimyo of a country, aren't you afraid that the daimyo of all countries in the ninja world will unite against you? Uchiha, are you a threat? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiroshi's face was gloomy, and he also showed the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye, and the majestic pupil power was released, and it was also flashing with endless killing intent. I'll just take it as a threat. It seems that your name can't be kept. Anyway, with the power of a ninja, after killing you, you can also be arranged to become an assassination act of Cardo, and you won't be suspicious of the Uchiha clan. Zero. As he spoke, a sharp kunao appeared in Hiroshi's hand at some point, and he walked towards the daimyo of the country of Naha. Looks like he really wants to kill the daimyo of the country of waves. That Uchiha Kazuk and Uchiha Deho didn't stop it, and it seemed that they acquiesced. This Uchiha ninja isn't trying to scare me, he really wants to kill me. At this moment, the daimyo of the land of waves was broken, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he was enveloped in endless fear. It was a great horror that death was coming. Wait, everything is negotiable. I can pay more for the task, 5 million taels. No, how about 10 million taels? Uchiha Hiroshi is still getting closer to the daimyo of the land of waves. 30 million taels. 30 million taels. This is already the most money I can come up with. The daimyo of the land of waves is still making his final struggles. The cold light of Kunao's blade flashed. A whining sound swept through the air, causing the daimyo of the land of waves to suddenly lock on. Wait, don't kill me. I'm sold. When Kunao's blade pressed against the neck of the daimyo of wave country, feeling the endless killing intent of that Uchiha Hiroshi, the daimyo of wave country finally gave in. Anyway, it's all about saving your life. Seeing that the daimyo of the country of waves agreed, Hiroshi Uchiha took back the kunao, turned his back to the daimyo of the country of waves, looked at Uchiha Kazuk and Uchiha Deho and winked. The eyes of the two people couldn't help but turn slightly. So, let's talk about the costs associated with purchasing the land of waves. At this point, it's also Uchiha Kazuk's turn to come into play. Ryudash having just returned from the brink of death, the daimyo of the country of Nebo was still terrified, gasping violently. After a long time, the daimyo of the country of waves only then eased up, looking at the three Uchiha people in front of him, his heart sank slightly, and he also understood that the general trend had been decided, and it was inevitable to sell the country of waves. Without the threat of death. 603, the country of that wave was a little calm, and the corners of his mouth were bitter and said, I have a question. If you persecute me like this, aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you Uchiha in the future? Hearing this, the Uchiha Deho and Uchiha Hiroshi's faces tightened, and their eyes stared at the daimyo of the land of waves, and they suddenly felt that it was better to kill the daimyo of the land of waves. After all, the words of the daimyo of the land of waves are not unreasonable. At this time, the Uchiha clan was not ready to fight against the entire ninja world. This made the daimyo of the land of waves feel sorry for speaking this question. Ha ha ha. However, Uchiha Kazuk also burst into a burst of maniacal laughter, which was the standard Uchiha maniac laughing stance. Don't compare our Uchiha with the ninjas of those ninja villages in various countries. We have jumped out of the scope of ordinary ninjas. This world is dominated by the strong after all. If you dare to do this, the Uchiha clan will definitely kill you, and then kill those daimyo who dare to cause trouble, even the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Hearing this, the daimyo of the country of Naha was silent, and his face changed. The identity of the daimyo does have a considerable advantage over the ninjas of the ninja villages of various countries, because although these ninjas have great strength, they are bound by various rules of the ninja world, and of course there is no threat dash. However, these Uchiha people no longer abide by the rules of these ninja worlds, and they have enough strength. The identity of the daimyo? At this time, the daimyo of the country of Naha suddenly figured it out. It is precisely because Uchiha Kazuk has great strength that these people do not abide by those rules that have been conventional, and it is no longer something that the daimyo can influence. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk felt that the development of this ninja world was extremely deformed from the beginning. These ninjas clearly have great strength. Taking Konoha Hidden Village as an example, they obviously have the strength to overthrow the entire Fire Country, and even replace the Fire Country daimyo. Actually, because of the so-called funds are bound by the daimyo of the country? Originally, the ninja world, which was supposed to be dominated by the strong, appeared inexplicably to make Uchiha Kazuk very strange. Don't look at what Kakashi said about the partner's ninja is not a real Konoha ninja, but even Kakashi Hakiki himself didn't dare to break the rules formed by these ninja worlds. The original Uchiha clan was like this. However, that Uchiha Kazuk is a traverser, and he has already jumped out of boundary, so of course he will not do any ninja missions with these people. Therefore, after the turmoil of the exterminating clan turned the tide and became the patriarch of the Uchiha Kazuk was even allowed to let the Uchiha clan abandon forbearance and engage in business. It's ridiculous. If you don't become a ninja, you can't refine chakra, can't you practice ninjutsu? Uchiha Kazuk was dismissive. The Uchiha is only doing business to obtain enough capital, and it is not to give up the power of the ninja, and every Uchiha cannot give up the daily practice of chakra and ninjutsu. Even, the Uchiha clan science established by Uchiha Kazuk also teaches more detailed ninjutsu practice. The Uchiha clan has never given up the power of ninjas. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk also doesn't understand very well. I read a lot of novels in my previous life, and after the protagonist came to the ninja world, he tried his best to become a ninja. Uchiha Kazuk doesn't understand, even if you don't become a ninja, you can't practice chakra ninjutsu? After graduating from ninja school, he didn't become a ninja and watched the development of Konoha while practicing chakra ninjutsu. Don't worry about the danger of your life, and you don't have to face the backpot king of Shimura Tuanzang. Isn't this fragrant? Therefore, at this time, the Uchiha clan has the power of ninjas, and they do not abide by those established rules, which of course makes the daimyo of Wave Country despair. It's also the idea of wanting revenge afterwards. What can be done? If you don't have a strong strength, it's enough to resist the strength of the Uchiha, so don't think too much. At least sell the country of waves for a good price. Suddenly, the daimyo of the country of waves thought of this, and his eyes lit up. After all, this is about the happy life of the daimyo of Wave Country for the rest of his life, and he must also strive for more funds. So, how much does the Uchiha clan want to spend on the country of waves? The daimyo of the country of Nebo asked tentatively. Uchiha Kazuk, Uchiha Deho, and Uchiha Hiroshi looked at each other, and Uchiha Kazuk squinted his eyes and said, "How much do you want?" This is also a test of the price in the heart of the daimyo of the country of waves, holding the initiative. How much do I want? Hearing this, the daimyo of the wave country frowned and muttered to himself. Thinking, in the case of the country of waves, the land area is not large, and it only has the advantage of geographical location, but it also has the threat of Cardo, and it is not good to have too much. 1 billion taels. The daimyo of the country of waves tentatively said the number. What? Hearing this, the three of Uchiha Kazuk, Uchiha Deho, and Uchiha Hiroshi were all shocked in their hearts, and suddenly exuded a powerful momentum, enveloping the daimyo of the land of waves. The daimyo of the country of waves couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect the daimyo of the land of waves to hit the limit of what the Uchiha could bear. The three of Uchiha Kazuk couldn't help but think like this. If it weren't for the fact that the people who participated in the Family 4.9 clan meeting at that time were all people of the same clan, Uchiha Kazuk and them would still think that the family had the infiltration of spy ninjas. However, the three Uchiha Kazuk were shocked, making the daimyo of Ha no Kuni mistakenly think that he was not satisfied with the price, and he couldn't help but panic. The face of the daimyo of the country of waves changed suddenly, and he wondered if he was going to increase it too high. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he said with difficulty, 900 million taels, no, 800 million taels. No matter how poor the country of waves is, it is still a country, and it really can't be lower. As he spoke, the daimyo of the country of Nebo already had a trace of crying, and his extremely aggrieved appearance made the Uchiha Kazesug silent, and he gradually regained his momentum. Then 800 million taels, signed the transfer agreement, daimyo. Uchiha Kazuk was also very happy in his heart, but he was still able to remain calm on his face and say this very calmly. Uchiha Kazuk drew up such a document agreement, an agreement to transfer the ownership of the country of waves to the Uchiha clan for 800 million taels. There are tens of thousands of precautions, all of which constrain the daimyo of the country of waves from being able to retake the country of waves in any way. Looking at the agreement of the thick book, the daimyo of the land of waves looked at the contents a little, and his heart was even more desperate. this country of waves is really not mine. But then he saw Uchiha Kazuk take out 800 million taels of small money from the sealing scroll, and the daimyo of the country of Naha grinned again. 800 million taels. The daimyo of the land of waves sighed, feeling more satisfied than ever. These small sums of money are the future reliance of the daimyo of the land of waves. So, can I go? 22 This is what the daimyo of the land of waves says. It should be called the former daimyo of the country of waves. When the transfer agreement was signed, the country of wave no longer belonged to the former daimyo. With so much money, the former daimyo didn't want to live in this impoverished country of waves. Of course, the former daimyo wanted to go to the land of fire the most. After all, when it comes to the countries in the ninja world, it is the country of fire that is the richest, and the living environment is the most comfortable, which also makes the former daimyo yearn for it. Not yet. Uchiha Kazuk's words made the former daimyo feel nervous, thinking if there would be any variables, or if the Uchiha clan was going to imprison him. At least you can't leave until the Uchiha completely controls the country of waves. Hearing this, the former daimyo also breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that at least his life was not in danger. You mean Cardo? That's a nuisance. The former daimyo thought that the Uchiha clan wanted to secretly deal with Cardo, and of course he couldn't let the guy Cardo notice that the country of waves had changed masters. Cardo? Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk groaned slightly, but no. No matter how rich Cardo is, he is still a human after all, and he doesn't understand the power of ninjas. The wandering warriors gathered by Sokater can deal with the ordinary people of the country of waves, but compared to the strength of the ninjas, there is no comparison. Even Cardo's side has hired ninjas, and Iyu's strength is not to be feared. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk never felt that Cardo could pose any threat. What really scared Uchiha Kazuk was that those Konoha ninjas learned that the Uchiha had bought the country of waves, and it was very likely that they would send Konoha ninjas to intervene. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk felt the need to relocate the vast majority of the Uchiha people to the country of waves when these Konoha ninjas reacted. In that way, as long as the Uchiha completely occupies the country of waves, and has the righteousness bestowed by the previous daimyo, even Konoha can't interfere too much. Uchiha Deho, thoroughly investigate everything about the Kato forces, the number of samurai gathered, and the ninjas that may be hired. I will clear it. This is the last step for the Uchiha to take control of the country of waves, and we can't ignore the threat from any side. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the Uchiha Deho seriously and ordered. Yes, Patriarch. That Uchiha Deho awe-inspiring yes. When I turned around, I was also excited. Having witnessed the annihilation of the clan 2 years ago, Uchiha Deho also deeply dislikes Konoha and understands that this action is crucial, as it is related to the Uchiha clan having their own territory. As long as he thought that from now on, the Uchiha clan would never be restrained by Konoha again, then the Uchiha Dabeyaden couldn't even suppress his joy. And Cardo is undoubtedly an obstacle for the Uchiha to control the country of waves, and of course it has been completely cleared. Looked at the Uchiha Deho who was leaving, and Uchiha Kazuk looked at the Uchiha Hiroshi again, and the deep eyes made the Uchiha Hiroshi look shocked. Uchiha Hiroshi, optimistic about the former daimyo. 603 If this guy has any moves, you should understand how to solve it. I understand, Patriarch. I'll keep an eye on my former daimyo and won't let him affect Uchiha's plans. Hiroshi Uchiha opened his eyes with the eyes of the three-hooked jade writing wheel, and the majestic pupil power indicated the determination of the master, which made the former daimyo tremble. Don't worry, how can I affect your plans? I will never do such a thing. The former daimyo argued again and again, trying to show that his integrity could be trusted. There is no best. Uchiha Kazuk laughed a few times, and that meaningful smile made the former daimyo of the country of Ha even more goosebumps pop up. Don't worry, it's just prepared. In fact, Hiroshi is also responsible for protecting you, and it's also for your safety. Uchiha Kazuk traveled all night before returning, and immediately returned to the Uchiha family station. Summoned most of the clansmen who had decided to leave Konoha. The land of waves has been bought, and the relocation plan has begun. With Uchiha Kazuk's words, all the Uchiha people were moved in their hearts. Even many Uchiha people were already crying with joy. From now on, the Uchiha clan will be completely unfettered. This is the future that the Uchiha should have. For a while, the Uchiha people present all looked at the Uchiha Kazuk with reverence, and it seemed that 1,000 rays of light appeared behind Uchiha Kazuk. Let the hearts of these people be bright. Patriarch Kazuk has finally fulfilled his promise. Then, under the order of Uchiha Kazuk, the entire Uchiha clan was in operation, and the various resources that had been packed up were loaded, and they slowly walked towards the gate of leaving Konoha under the banner of Mingshang Logistics. At the end of this year, Uchiha's business suddenly increased again. Many Konoha ninjas looked at the convoy of Uchiha Mingshang Logistics, and they couldn't help but show extremely envious eyes. It was precisely because at the end of last year that the business of Uchiha's Mingshang Logistics also suddenly increased, so these Konoha ninjas did not suspect this action of the Uchiha. As a military town in the land of fire, Konoha Hidden Village is also a village that wants to be prosperous. Originally, Uchiha's base camp was also located in Konoha Hidden Village, which was also equivalent to a larger cargo transfer station, and there was a convoy of Uchiha Akisho logistics to and from Konoha Hidden Village every day. To a certain extent, the business of Mingshang Logistics has also stimulated the development of business in Konoha Hidden Village. At the end of the year, the civilians of the Fire Nation also increased the demand for cargo transportation, and of course, the business of Mingshang Logistics expanded. Last year it was like this. At that time, the Konoha ninjas were still nervous about this. Because of the sudden expansion of business, the flow of people in Konoha Hidden Village also surged, and I thought that someone was taking the opportunity to do something. Subsequently, the Dark Department intervened in the investigation and found out that it was because of the doubling of the business of Uchiha Mingshang Logistics. The Konoha ninjas who had a false alarm saw the same scene at this time, and even more envious than the original larger, frequent convoys. The feeling of yearning that arises spontaneously in my heart. After all, many Konoha ninjas have inquired and understood, and the jobs of these Mingshang Logistics people are not so dangerous, and the salary is still extremely generous. Of course, Konoha shinobi can't be compared, but it's already compared to the annual salary of a Konoha ninja. In the Hokage's office, the 3 generations of Hokage ape flying sun/smoked a cigarette. The long convoy of Uchiha Mingshang Logistics couldn't help frowning slightly. Uchiha, this is really developed. The 3 generations of Hokage ape face sun/ also saw that the transportation of goods was so profitable, and he knew that of course he couldn't easily give it to the Uchiha clan. However, at this point, it is too late to say anything. After all, the Uchiha clan also paid the price, handing over the power of the garrison department. But seeing that the Uchiha clan was so full of food relying on the Mingshang Logistics, the 3 generations of Hokage ape Hiza still had many subtle thoughts in their hearts. Perhaps, Konoha can also be mixed with a kick, but what to do? Thinking about it, the 3 generations of Hokage ape Fury couldn't help but sigh heavily. Didn't look at the huge fleet of Uchiha Mingshang Logistics, but concentrated on handling all aspects of Konoha government affairs. Of course, the 3 generations of Hokage ape flying sun/ didn't know that this time the Uchiha had completely broken away from the shackles of Konoha and was no longer under his influence. Zionlin, pack your things, I'm going to leave Konoha later. Well, brother Kazuk. Uzumaki didn't ask anything, but went back to the house and began to clean up. After all, Uzumaki Karyo firmly believes that the Uchiha Kazuk who brought her out of the hell of Kusakure village will never harm her. Just pack it up, just take what you need and leave the rest alone. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuk looked in a direction, which was the place where the Tsunaritake was imprisoned and where Uchiha Suzuki lived. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kazuk said again, Xianglian, I'll go out for a while and wait for me to come back. Okay, you go get busy, brother Kazesuk. After that, Uchiha Kazuk came to the residence of Suzuki Uchiha. Crunch, the Uchiha wind helped open the door, and he saw the Tsunaritake who was slumped on the tatami mat, and the Uchiha Suzuki who was doing simple physical training in the open space. Patriarch, Suzuki, you're also diligent. Uchiha Kazuk looked at Suzuki Uchiha and said hello. Then there were some exchanges, and he pointed out Uchiha Suzuki's physical arts, ninjutsu and even his experience in riding wheels, and instructed Uchiha Suzuki to take good care of himself in the future. Suzuki, after becoming a Konoha ninja, you must also have a choice to accept the mission. Be careful of those Konoha high level, you must not be able to believe 100%. Especially the hypocritical 3 generations of Hokage, who must not be brainwashed by the will of the Nashi king, and end up with the fate of that Tsunaritake. But, fortunately, this disgusting guy in Shimura has been eliminated by me, and I don't think you will have too much trouble in the future, as long as you are careful. This Uchiha of Konoha is up to you to revitalize. Listening to this, Suzuki Uchiha suddenly felt that something was wrong. How do you look like you're entrusted with the future? Has something happened? Uchiha Suzuki hesitated in his heart, inexplicably remembering the turmoil of extermination 2 years ago, and couldn't help but feel a tense in his heart. Patriarch, what happened to the Uchiha? There's nothing special. Uchiha Kazuk laughed a few times and said Liz indistinctly. Nothing happened. Suzuki Uchiha certainly couldn't believe it. After all, Uchiha Kazuk hadn't come to see him for a long time, at least half a year. This time, he suddenly came to the door and said so much without beginning or end. Of course, it would arouse the suspicion of Uchiha Suzuki, and he was very worried about what would happen to the Uchiha clan at this time. Therefore, that Uchiha Suzuki just stared at Uchiha Kazuk, wanting a real answer. Suzuki, I wonder if you remember the questionnaire you filled out 2 years ago. Uchiha Kazuk also understands that this guy won't give up if he doesn't let Uchiha Suzuki figure it out. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuk only reminded him slightly. Questionnaire from 2 years ago. Hearing this, Suzuki Uchiha's eyes were slightly downcast. Naturally, I also thought about it. That questionnaire was really just a multiple-choice question. Become a Konoha ninja or become a merchant. The vast majority of the Uchiha clan became merchants, and some of the Uchiha Suzuki's clansmen chose to become Konoha ninjas instead. Is that a multiple-choice question? Uchiha Suzuki groaned, thinking of the abnormal situation of the Uchiha Kajuk, as if it was the attitude of handing over the aftermath, as if it was the situation of leaving here. Wait, get out of here. Uchiha Suzuki's eyes widened suddenly. He had already thought of something, guessed something. This made Uchiha Kajuk sigh that Uchiha Suzuki's wisdom was actually not low, and the original book was only because of the hatred that was guided and did not have time to show. Patriarch, are you going to leave Konoha? Uchiha Kajuk smiled, looked at the shocked Uchiha Suzuki, and then looked at the Tsunaritake, who was in a state of being a waste, and inexplicably curled the corners of his mouth. Regardless, what I give the Uchiha is hope, not the despair that nearly wiped out the race. Without Konoha, it's not like the Uchiha can't live. Hearing this, Suzuki Uchiha was silent, his eyes still flashing with shock. The Sinner Weasel also moved his hands and feet. So, Suzuki, you'll be on your own from now on. With that, Uchiha Kajuk had already stood up, turned around and was about to leave the place. Please rest assured, Uchiha Suzuki, will definitely revitalize the Uchiha of Konoha. Suzuki Uchiha yelled at Uchiha Kajuk's back, already knowing that this parting would be difficult to see again. Even Uchiha Suzuki also had an inexplicable urge to follow Uchiha Kajuk, but the insistence in his heart still made Uchiha Suzuki stop doing this. Uchiha Kajuk waved his hand casually, and left without looking back. In this way, the Uchiha Zakisho Logistics entered Konoha empty, and left Konoha with a full car. This way back and forth a few times, most of the Uchiha people were taken out of Konoha Hidden Village. The remaining dozens of Uchiha people all have similar ideas as Uchiha Suzuki, and want to revitalize the Uchiha clan again as a Konoha ninja. After all, the Uchiha fell in Konoha, and these clansmen also wanted to get up from Konoha as well. In this regard, Uchiha Kajuk will not force it, but will only wish these clansmen who remain in Konoha to be able to fulfill their wishes. A few days later, the more than 600 Uchiha people and a large number of resources entered the territory of the country of waves one after another. At this time, the card multiplicity reacted. What are so many people doing in the land of waves? Cardo leaned on his cane and looked gloomy. Even if it is comparable to Wu Dalin's figure, after being in a high position for so long, it makes Cardo look imposing. A tall, thin middle-aged man with a fair face pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a deep voice, Lord Kato, judging from the convoy logo of these people, it should be the Mingshang Logistics in the famous Fire Country, and those vehicles full of goods should be the goods of Mingshang Logistics. Oh, hearing this, Nakardo turned his head to look at him, and then looked at the shadows ahead. With so many goods prepared, do you mean that these people have come to the country of waves to do business? Ha 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 ha. Another of Cardo's men laughed maniacally and said terrible words. No matter what kind of logistics it is, as long as you come to the country of waves, it will be Lord Kato's meat Chinese food, so many truckloads of goods, Lord Kato can accept it. This man's words caused more people in Cardo's vicinity to laugh, which made Cardo laugh inexplicably. Cardo didn't know that the land of waves had changed owners. I don't know that the Uchiha people who are regarded as things in the bag by Cardo are actually the new masters of the country of waves. Of course, at this time, Uchiha Fusuk didn't know that Cardo would have these thoughts, and even if he did, he didn't care much. The strength of ordinary people and the power of ninjas are not at all comparable. More than 600 Uchiha people stepped into the territory of the country of waves, and when they saw this land area the size of 10 Konoha hidden villages, they couldn't help but be immersed in it. Because this is the land that truly belongs to the Uchiha. The country of waves, this is the home of the Uchiha's future life, surrounded by an endless sea. What a wonderful feeling. That Uchiha Izumi looked at the environment of the country of waves, and he was also intoxicated. The fishy smell of the sea between breaths made Uchiha Izumi feel relaxed. It's a shame that Suzuki and Itachi didn't come. At this time, this Uchiha Izumi still remembered the Uchiha Suzuki brothers too, who were in Konoha Hidden Village. Brother Kajuk, this place is not bad, and you can often see the sea like Kaien Village. The Uchiha Kajuk Uzumaki beside him also sighed with a smile. Kaien Village is also close to the sea, and the Ghost Lantern City to which Kaien Village belongs is a small island located in the sea. Therefore, the original whirlpool incense burnt can often see the sea, but there is not much strangeness. On the contrary, I saw that the sea near the country of waves was full of inexplicable intimacy. In fact, the country of the vortex where the original Uzumaki family lived was also surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Therefore, this should be the closest to the sea hidden in the blood of the whirlpool incense. Ha ha ha, this is the place I chose, and it's great that Xiang Ryu can like it. Uchiha Kajuk laughed. Suddenly, the Uchiha Great Treasure suddenly appeared, looked at the nearby Uchiha people, and couldn't help but nod slightly, looking extremely satisfied. Looked at Uchiha Kajuk again and said, Patriarch, this is the detailed information of the Kato forces. Uchiha Deho handed over a ninja scroll. Uchiha Kajuk took the ninja scroll and asked as he opened it, what about the strength of the Kato forces? The various departments of the Wave Nation have already penetrated. Uchiha Kajuk looked at the information recorded in the scroll, and exchanged a few words with Uchiha Deho. and understood more deeply how far Kado controlled the country of waves. Secretly scolded the former daimyo of the country of waves, and said that it was a waste. But Uchiha Kazuk turned to think that the former daimyo of the country of waves was such a waste, and the Uchiha would not buy the country of waves so easily. However, it seems that there has been a big wave. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the lists recorded in the scroll, and the people of Yukado, densely packed with nearly 1,000 people, were also political leaders from various departments of the country of waves. If the Uchiha wants to take control of the land of waves, these people on the list must be eliminated. Even the forces and families behind these people can't be let go. Raiding the family and exterminating the clan, rather than indulge in vain, this is probably what it means. In addition, according to intelligence, Nakado has gathered thousands of wandering samurai and is approaching in this direction. Uchiha Deho said another sentence, which made Uchiha Kazuk raise his eyebrows slightly, and said to the left and right, looks like Kado wants to eat the Uchiha too. The Uchiha people were all gearing up for a while, and they couldn't bear it anymore. Then, Uchiha Kazuk looked at Uchiha Dabayo again and asked, "Can you handle it?" "It's easy," Uchiha Deho replied coldly. "Asking for flowers. Good." Uchiha Kazuk nodded and commanded loudly, "Uchiha Deho, Uchiha Tatsu, Uchiha Kai, Uchiha Kasuk, each of you four leads a team to besiege and kill the Kato forces. Don't let anyone go." Yes, the Uchiha clan who were mentioned as four were all yes, and each selected 30 family ninjas to run in different directions. "What about us, brother Kazuk?" Uzumaki Karen blinked and looked at Uchiha Kazuk, who seemed to want to help as well. Let Uchiha Kazuk squint his eyes slightly and touch the long red hair of Uzumaki Kaoru. "0, we also want to protect the old and the young, and go to the palace of the former daimyo of the country of waves." Feeling the warm big hand on his head, Uzumaki Zionlin also squinted his eyes and rubbed like a kitten, and didn't say anything more. Kado's right-hand man, a samurai named Mountain Spring Wolf, led thousands of samurai to swagger in the direction of the Uchiha tribe's landing in the country of waves. That kind of appearance seems to have eaten the Uchiha clan. There is strength in numbers. It is also the 1,000 samurai around him who give the samurai Mountain Spring Wolf strong self-confidence. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed samurai spotted the Uchiha Depot and his party in front of him and said, "Lord Wolf, there is someone blocking the road in front of you, and it looks like a ninja with kuno." "Ninja?" "Yes, Lord Wolf, these ninjas don't wear forward guards, they all seem to be wandering ninjas." "Wandering ninjas, ha ha ha." Hearing this, the nearby samurai were all laughing wildly, and the samurai Mountain Spring Wolf even hastily pulled out his katana and shouted frantically, "Kill these ninjas, kill!" If it was a ninja wearing a forward guard, the samurai Mountain Spring Wolf would still be a little scared. After all, the ninjas wearing forward guards all own the ninja village to which they belong, and if the samurai Mountain Spring Wolf is killed, it will also attract the attention of the ninja village behind it. That would also cause unnecessary trouble to Kato, the owner of the samurai Mountain Spring Wolf. However, these Uchiha people did not wear forward guards, so they were recognized as wandering ninjas by the samurai Mountain Spring Wolf. Compared to those traitorous ninjas, the wandering ninjas don't have much strength at all, and the way chakra is used is extremely crude, and facing thousands of samurai is tantamount to using a mantis arm as a chariot. In addition, the reason why these 603 samurai look down on wandering ninjas is also because more people still trust samurai than ninjas. After all, samurai owe their allegiance to their master as a matter of course, and those capricious ninjas certainly don't let those people look down on them. Looking at the thousands of samurai who rushed over frantically and brandished their katanas, Uchiha Deho curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. We've been underestimated." Hearing this, the rest of the Uchiha clan had inexplicably cold expressions, and they were already filled with endless killing intent. "Then kill these samurai trash fish. Use less ninjutsu, save physical strength. Follow me, kill with me." With a loud roar, the Uchiha Deho rushed out, shook off a kunao, and immediately shot a samurai, and then stabbed with a short sword, beheading another samurai. The 30 Uchiha clansmen also followed, at least with the strength of the elite shinobi, wantonly killing these arrogant samurai. "Drink." The Uchiha Izumi snorted softly, with the eyes of the three-hooked jade riding wheel open, and also holding the katana. The wind attribute chakra suddenly erupted, and the gap of a double sword flow samurai pierced the heart. This was followed by another horizontal slash that slashed the other two approaching samurai in half. "Aw, it hurts." The two samurai who had been beheaded in half could not die immediately, and felt the heart-rending pain, and couldn't help but cry out in pain, which made the nearby samurai terrified. Terrible. There were already a few samurai who wanted to retreat, and a steady stream of samurai pushed forward, but they all died at the hands of the Uchiha people. "Oops, Lord Wolf, left attack." Those were the 30 ninjas of the clan led by Tatsumai Uchiha. "Ah, Lord Wolf, there are ninjas attacking on the right." It was the 30 family ninjas led by Kei Uchiha. "It's going to be cold, it's going to be cold. There are ninjas attacking from behind. What should I do, Lord Wolf?" It was the members of the Uchiha Kasuk family, who were quick to spare. "What? ninjas are attacking in all directions. When the warrior mountain spring wolf heard several bad news in a row, he was extremely shocked, and suddenly shouted in horror, "Oops, we've been ambushed by ninjas." With the combat power of these ninjas, they are not wandering ninjas. Damn, it's supposed to be a ninja hired by the daimyo of the country of waves. We're going to get cold. The samurai mountain spring wolf exclaimed in surprise, and said his guess, which made the hearts of the nearby samurai fluctuate, and they couldn't help but have the idea of retreating. With the transmission of this news, all the samurai knew that a considerable number of powerful ninjas had been eyeing them, and they couldn't help but be terrified in their hearts. Damn, I don't want to die yet. Suddenly, many samurai wanted to leave, but they were completely surrounded by the Uchiha's ninjas and couldn't run out at all. In a moment, more than 100 Uchiha clansmen quickly killed these thousands of samurai. After all, it's just a wandering samurai, and they're also attracted by Cardo's small money. Even if there are many people, it doesn't make any sense. No matter how many weak chickens there are, they are just weak chickens. If it were those samurai in the Iron Country, the Uchiha would be a little more fearful. But how much strength can these wandering warriors have? Soon, the massacre surrounded by the Uchiha tribe was really a massacre. Every Uchiha is at least the strength of the elite ninja, and it is not too easy to deal with these wandering ninjas. An hour later, thousands of samurai had been killed. Even Nakado's right-hand man, the samurai mountain spring wild wolf, was completely killed by the U4.9 Shiha Dabayo with a single sword. You clean up the battlefield, I still have a mission. After the Uchiha Dabo finished speaking, he led 30 clansmen, including Uchiha Izumi, to quickly go in one direction. It was Cardo's residence and the stronghold of his power. In other words, Cardo is the target of Uchiha Dabayo's mission, and he is also the person that Uchiha Kajik ordered to be caught. Only by killing Cardo himself will his forces be completely disbanded. When Uchiha Daiho and his party arrived at Nakado's residence, Kato and the others were still celebrating the wealth that the Uchiha was about to reap. However, the moment he saw the Uchiha Dabo, Nakado also suddenly changed color. What happened to my men, the Mountain Spring Wolves, those warriors? Mountain Spring Wolf, you should be referring to the thousands of samurai, probably not very good. Uchiha Daiho said coldly, and the gaze that looked at Nakado was also cold. But don't worry, you'll see them right away, too. As he spoke, Uchiha Daiho grinned, showing teeth reflecting silver-white light, and spat out a word. Except for the bespectacled dwarf, the rest of the people, kill. Hearing this, the 30 clansmen of the Uchiha Izumi all moved their hands in unison, holding short knives, long knives, and kunao, and rushed towards these people who were originally high. Ah, spare your life. 2 Don T, kill me, I can pay the ransom. Don't come here, help. I know where Cardo's wealth is hidden. For a moment, this gloomy room was filled with bloody carnage, and everyone except Kato begged to go around, but they still couldn't escape the path to the 6 realms of immortals. Even Nakada's right-hand man, the tall and thin man with gold-rimmed glasses, tried to exchange Cardo's wealth for his own life, but he did not succeed. On the other side, Uchiha Kajik took most of the Uchiha people to the palace of the former daimyo of Naha no Kuni, which should belong to the Uchiha clan at this time. It is said to be a palace, but in this small place in the country of waves, the former daimyo is not good at management, so the so-called palace is only a slightly larger residence. It's still inferior to the residence of the Uchiha family in Konoha originally. However, it is also a truly independent territory belonging to the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Kajik instructed Uchiha Inc. to settle the clansmen, he led some of the clansmen to find the former daimyo and the caretaker Uchiha Hiroshi. What's wrong with the previous daimyo? It's kind of a good thing to keep to yourself, Hiroshi Uchiha replied. Ahem, cough, ahem, they all said that you can rest assured, since I have signed it, I will definitely not destroy it. The former daimyo coughed a few times, indicating his innocence. In fact, the previous daimyo at this time had indeed given up hope of retaking the country of waves. After all, these Uchiha ninjas simply didn't want to kill a mortal daimyo. It's also because the former daimyo got 800 million taels, plus his own property, he can live a lifetime, and there is no need to take risks. Uchiha Kajik nodded, looking at the former daimyo and ordering, in your name, gather all the dignitaries of the country of waves. Hearing this, the former daimyo tightened his heart, understanding that Uchiha Fusuk wanted to deal with those officials. But then, the former daimyo also relaxed. Anyway, I'm not the daimyo of the country of waves, and the fate of those officials has nothing to do with me. In addition, during the reign of the previous daimyo, most of the officials of these wave countries had defected to Kato, and there were few people who were truly loyal. Even a few loyal people were assassinated by Cardo's men. After all, it was also Cardo who used to control the general trend of the country of waves. Once a son of heaven and a courtier, at this time, the Uchiha is in control of the country of waves, and of course he will not use these officials who originally belonged to Cardo. On what ground the former daimyo said a word, looked at the gloomy face of Uchiha Kajik, and immediately defended again. You also know that my name is not real at all, and I can't order these officials at all. Hearing this, Uchiha Kajik restrained his anger and asked the former daimyo to wipe the cold sweat on his head. Well, that's a problem. Uchiha Kazuk thought for a moment and said, summoning those people in the name of giving Kato nobility. Kato was still just a businessman at this time, and without the opening of the daimyo, that is, 603 was just a businessman, no matter how reluctant he was. There is still a big difference between a merchant and an aristocrat. I can also confuse those officials. The former daimyo took the order and left. Taro Uchiha, I'll give you a mission. An imposing young Uchiha clansman Ling Ren came out, bowing down and waiting for Uchiha Kazuk's orders. Gather with the clansmen who are besieging the samurai army, take this list, and wait until the previous daimyo gathers all the officials, and anyone on this list must raid their homes and exterminate their clans. Yes, Taro Uchiha took the list and took the order. That list is the list of characters of the Kato forces that Uchiha Daiho has collected. In order to control the country of waves, these people must cut down the grass and eradicate the roots, which is also the first step for Uchiha Kazesuk to eliminate the country of waves. At this time, the Uchiha Daiho and his party came here with Cardo. Looking at the tightly bound Cardo, Uchiha Kazuk squinted his eyes slightly, thinking Cardo's business talent is really good, and he has a certain amount of power and scheming, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control the country of waves and become the famous rich man in the ninja world in the future. Uchiha Fusuk pondered the possibility of subduing Kato. I think that Akado's business ability should allow Uchiha's Mingshang logistics to develop faster. However, Uchiha Kazuk's concern is just that Cardo's ambitions are too great. The ambition is too big, and there is no strength to match the ambition. It won't cause more problems for the Uchiha, but trouble is inevitable. That's it, it's a trouble after all, and I can't keep it. Come to think of this, Uchiha Kazuk finally made a decision, opening his eyes and looking at Cardo as if he were looking at a dead man. This cold gaze startled Cardo's heart, and he understood that Uchiha Kazuk wanted to kill him. Hurriedly struggling with his body, he begged for mercy and said, "No, don't kill me, I can give you all my possessions, and I can help you control the land of waves." "That's it, isn't it your goal to control the country of waves? Those dignitaries of the country of waves are all under my orders, I can let you dash he dash." Hearing this, Uchiha Kazuk sneered and interrupted Cardo's words. "I don't have to trouble you about this, I'm already doing the matter of controlling the country of waves, and I'm not interested in your manpower." "Not interested? How is it possible? Those are all political leaders of the country of waves, and controlling the country of waves can't avoid these peoples." Even if Nikado didn't believe it, he thought that Uchiha Kazuk was going to beat him, which was also a way to tame his subordinates, and Kato was also commonly used. However, Cardo noticed the cold gaze of Uchiha Kazuk, which was full of astonishing killing intent, and couldn't help but be shocked, because Cardo had already thought of a guess. "Are you going to kill everybody? Kill all the officials? Are you a butcher?" Cardo, who was extremely shocked, couldn't help but take off this sentence. You know, even Cardo himself never thought of killing the officials of the land of waves. After all, the normal operation of the country of waves is still the responsibility of these officials, and if there are no such officials, who will govern the country of waves? Those untouchables? At that time, the country of waves will inevitably become a mess, and this card is its own goal. Kato wanted to get the country of waves, a seagoing artery, as a trading port, and also needed the relative stability of the country of waves. Therefore, the civilians of the country of waves who made trouble, Kato was killed mercilessly. Those officials Cardo is mainly subdued by coercion and inducement, and Cardo will not keep the really hard-boned officials. However, Uchiha Kazuk's goal is completely different from Cardo's. Cardo just wants to use the country of waves as a trading port, while Uchiha Kazuk wants to truly control the country of waves. The goals are different, and of course the methods are different. "Don't kill me, I can make money for you too." Although Cardo couldn't figure it out, he still felt that his life was about to beg for help. Uchiha Kazuk no longer paid attention to Nakado's struggle, but instead looked at the Uchiha Daiho and his party, and paused after seeing the figure of Uchiha Izumi. "Uchiha Daiho, I've given you a mission to collect Cardo's memories, find all his hidden riches, and then kill Cardo." "Yes," Uchiha Daiho replied earnestly. "Damn, I said so, you still want to kill me? I'd rather kill myself than let you know where my treasure is." Cardo couldn't survive, but instead gave birth to a will to die, viciously biting off his tongue. Looks like he wants to bite his tongue and kill himself. Sure enough, it is worthy of being able to control the country of waves, and after all, he is also a hero. Bite your tongue and kill yourself. Walking towards Cardo's figure, Uchiha Daiho opened his eyes and said coldly, "It seems that you lack common sense. Just biting off your tongue will not die immediately, and maybe you will not die. After all, there are many people who are still alive without a tongue." Uchiha Daiho looked at the half-amputated tongue that was spit out by Cardo at his feet, stepped on it viciously, and crushed it into a pulp of flesh with force. "One's good." Cardo's operation made the Uchiha people on the side laugh inexplicably, and Cardo himself, when he heard the words of Uchiha Dabeo, also felt even more desperate, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Besides, even if you kill yourself, I can read information from your corpse." "Cardo, you don't know anything about the power of the Sharingan." As he spoke, the Uchiha Daibo's three-hooked jade chakra met Cardo's eyes, which immediately made Cardo's expression fall into endless confusion. Writing Wheel I Illusion Beauty. In the original book, Cardo didn't know anything about the power of ninjas, and he wanted to defeat ninjas by numbers. Those who are still seriously injured and dying will not be killed if they are not killed. Therefore, in front of powerful ninjas, no matter how many ordinary people there is no meaning. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the departing Uchiha Daiho and his party, and groaned slightly, thinking about the future path of Uchiha in the future. In fact, Uchiha Kazuk has already planned it, but he just wants to improve it more and see if there is anything he has overlooked. Half an hour later, the former daimyo sent someone to inform him that he had gathered all the dignitaries of the country of waves. It's time to solve the problems of these people. Thinking so, Uchiha Kazuk took some of the Uchiha's ninjas to the place where the former daimyo held a meeting. The officials who were originally waiting for Cardo couldn't help frowning slightly when they waited for Uchiha Kazuk to appear. And when he saw the arrival of Uchiha Kazuk, the former daimyo of the country of Naha also stood up awe-inspiring and gave up the main position. The officials were all shocked as they watched as Uchiha Kazuk sat on the throne. Who is this 603 person, who dares to sit in the position that belongs to the daimyo? Even Cardo doesn't dare to be so arrogant. The daimyo actually gave way to this man. Wait, haven't you noticed that Nakarter hasn't appeared yet? Is there something wrong? Don't talk nonsense. No one in the land of waves can go against the will of Cardo, not even the daimyo. Then you can explain what is the matter with the man on the throne. It's for a while, many officials were talking about it, not understanding the true identity of Uchiha Fusuk. It's a little noisy. Airplanes. Uchiha Kazuk muttered, and then the momentum of the super shadow level ninja suddenly bloomed, making everyone present feel endless pressure. Immediately, he couldn't speak, and even breathing felt extremely difficult, as if his throat was being choked by invisible hands. Bang bang. Even under the pressure of this majestic momentum, all the officials, including the former daimyo around Uchiha Kazuk, couldn't help but lie on the ground. It's really a five-body throw. All the officials were terrified in their hearts, as if they had seen the shadow of death. Is it finally quiet? Long, Uchiha Kazuk dissipated his momentum, looked at the officials who were all lying on their stomachs, and said loudly, I am the new master of the country of waves, Uchiha Kazuk. Quiet. The new master of the land of waves, Uchiha Kazuk. Uchiha's people. Hearing this, the hearts of those officials were even more shocked, and they did not understand what was going on. What happened in the land without us knowing? Where did Cardo go? Excuse me, what's wrong with Cardo? Suddenly, an official asked cautiously. Cardo. Uchiha Kazuk said indifferently, that guy should have seen the 6 immortals. What the? Hearing this, all the officials should be shocked. When I saw the 6 Deo immortals, didn't I die? But Cardo's forces are so terrifying, how can there be no news at all? But in any case, Cardo's death should be a fact. After all, Cardo has not yet appeared at this time. Many officials breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, although Nakato has mastered the general trend of the country of waves, it is not the orthodoxy of the country of waves after all. Did you kill Cardo? And thank you for the Wave Nation for paying you, Sej. A wide, fat official said this, apparently forgetting what the Uchiha Kazuk had said. Uchiha Kazuk looked at the guy and thought about it. This person should be the chancellor of the exchequer of the country of waves, and it doesn't matter what the name is. I remember that it seems to be the first group of officials to defect to Cardo. Uchiha Kazuk thought so and raised his hand slightly. An Uchiha tribesman instantly came to the side of the chancellor of the exchequer, holding a short knife in his hand and beheading him in an instant. The big head flew up in an instant, smashed to the ground with a thud, and rolled down in front of an official's eyes, and even the head blinked. The official couldn't help screaming, and hurriedly stepped back with his hands and feet. You guys are really forgetful. I said it all, I'm the new master of the country of waves, and you still want to send me away with a little pay? The Uchiha Kazuk said in a cold tone, looking at the decapitated chancellor. All the officials felt creepy and trembled. You actually want to usurp the throne? If the Uchiha's ninja wants to become a daimyo, aren't they afraid that the daimyo of the ninja world will attack him? I advise you tear and pull. Another big head that soared into the sky. This tough official was also beheaded. Kill all the people on the list, those who belong to Cardo. Uchiha Kazuk sat on the main seat and said casually, waving his hand. Then, under the frightened gaze of the former daimyo, the ninjas of the Uchiha surrounded and killed these officials of the country of waves, and couldn't help but gasp. Noticing that Uchiha Kazuk's gaze turned, he immediately put on a very flattering look. I surrender, I can do things for you. Help, you can't kill me, I'm a dignitary of the country of waves. Daimyo, help me, I'm your most central minister. For a while, it was all the scene of the Uchiha's ninjas massacring these ministers and officials. The sound of begging for mercy and scolding was endless. In the end, they are all calm corpses. The former daimyo even looked at the official who asked him for help, and couldn't help but purse the corners of his lips. That was also the first group to take refuge in Cardo. At the same time, in the eyes of the civilians of the country of Nebo, many Uchiha ninjas rushed into the residences. It was all the family of the officials who had taken refuge in Cardo, and the families of the family members behind it. There was a continuous stream of screams. Let many civilians in the country of waves sigh, is the country of waves about to change the sky?